What gathered on her palm was a white light. Mana. What? Now she felt mana within herself. No, what comprised this space itself was mana. What was not mana only needed to be converted into mana. If there was no mana, all she needed to do was to call them out from everything around her. Why didn't she know that until now? Mana was always whispering towards her. How can this be, to think you blossomed so early? It's too fast, it's way too fast. Foo. Mana was a failure? The one that declared such a beautiful energy may be God, but he was definitely not the creator. She twisted her lips up to mock God and slapped against space with the mana in her hand. Ha! The space crumbled instantly. God's voice and will collapsed and disappeared. Kong Mirai snorted. You just wait until our Mr. IlHan beats you up. The surroundings brightened. Kong Mirai realized that it wouldn't be long until she woke up. At that moment, these texts appeared on her retina. You have realized mana without the help of any skill, and with purely your power alone. This is an achievement that no one has achieved before. It is a record that cannot be recorded, and will never be recorded. You have the greatest talent for mana since the existence of the Akashic record. You can become wholly perfect. However, you must fulfill a few more. Shut up. However, Kong Mirai gathered mana on her hand and slapped it away. Only her abilities remained and the transformation did not occur. By deepening her abilities, she had kicked away her path forward without any regrets. I don't want to do this alone. I'm going to go meet Mr. IlHan. Then she opened her eyes. The one that she longed for so much was waiting for her. The ones with dragon wings on their back all met her. Welcome back, Miss Mirai. Yoo IlHan smiled. Kong Mirai smiled like a little child after seeing him. With that, everyone had gathered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311, You Are the Same as Me, 3. The moment Kong Mirai opened her eyes, Yoo IlHan realized that Kong Mirai had broken through whatever was keeping her captive by herself. Without the help of any skills, whether it was the record skill, the rule skill or the likes of that, she was enlightened on the way of mana and was now able to rule over it. Even though it was an absurd talent that possessed limitless potential, what was even more amazing was that Kong Mirai had tossed aside a big opportunity by herself. Even though she should have been able to proceed on her own depending on her effort, she did not do so. Yoo IlHan found that curious. Won't you regret it? Not at all. Kong Mirai's answer was very firm though, as she replied with a voice that didn't contain even the slightest bit of hesitation. I like this the best. Then I won't be able to say anything. Yoo IlHan laughed and extended his hand out to her. You're the last, Miss Mirai. You will enter the dragon's nest, right? Mr. IlHan. Kong Mirai grabbed his hand. A red line of text appeared on her retina. You have more than enough potential to leap into the realm of higher existences on your own. Yoo IlHan, the leader of Dragon's Nest, is offering you to become a member of Dragon's Nest. Will you accept the offer? Of course. The majority of Yoo IlHan's company, excluding Kong Hajin and some others that weren't at a sufficient level yet, were turned into dragons by the Cradle of Miracles, and now the cradle enveloped Kong Mirai. An enormous sea of mana, which almost seemed to contain an entire world's mana, way beyond what Kong Mirai could control, had enveloped her. Kong Mirai only shivered in excitement as she felt the energy of dragons thriving inside. Precisely because she was enlightened in mana, she could feel the power more clearly. This really is Miss Mirai. It will hurt a little but bear with it. Yoo IlHan's voice could be heard from the outside. The moment Yoo IlHan's blood seeped into Kong Mirai's skin, she heard her heart thumping loudly once. Aya. Her records were flipping over. Turning from a human's into a dragon's. She was evolving, acquiring a body and soul that had more affinity towards mana. Since she was enlightened on the way of mana, the growth through the transformation was larger as well. That's amazing. So it can go like this as well. That's true, I didn't know that lady could transform so much, but only Yoo IlHan and IlHan could correctly see through Kong Mirai's current state from the outside. Kong Mirai wasn't supposed to reach 6th class with her records, but it was happening thanks to the achievements she had prior to waking up. Right now, Kong Mirai was becoming a 6th class. TCH, I thought I overtook her. Nayuna, the one with the most contribution to the party thanks to her abilities and was able to become 6th class as well, lightly clicked her tongue after seeing that. Of course, her face was filled with joy. She was happy that Kong Mirai had safely woken up and rejoined them. Put a little more effort in, Mr. Kong Hajin. I'm level 270 now. 270, damn it. I'm not slow at all, and in fact, am insanely fast by normal standards. How come I'm in last place? Hajin Appa. The group no longer exists. If you want to enter Dragon's Nest, you need to become level 300. Hajin Appa is alone. A loner. I know. I get it already. The transformation soon ended. The red egg cracked and the cradle of miracles melted into thin air once again, and Kong Mirai, who finally appeared, had 2 pairs of wings on her back. It was quite interesting that everyone else other than Yoo IlHan and Ymir had multiple pairs of wings according to their class. Fu. Mirai, how do you feel? It feels very good. But I keep getting the urge. I once thought that becoming a higher existence meant becoming more rational and acquiring higher intellect. This feels like I instead became younger. Even while replying to Nayuna's words, Kong Mirai's eyes were fixed on Yoo IlHan. She was like a lioness looking for an opportunity to pounce on her prey. In fact, Yoo IlHan had experienced such a phenomenon nearly every time someone became a dragon, so he could only make an awkward expression. It seems like personality differs according to faction. Dragon's Nest is well, as you see. Well, the leader is IlHan, so you come to the rooftop later. If everyone became like Yoo IlHan, they should have inherited his unshakable heart and had to have peaceful minds. Oh, Yoo IlHan didn't hide his emotions even when he had an unshakable heart, so perhaps everyone was indeed like him? It wasn't like it didn't poke where it hurt him, so he decided not to talk about that anymore. Someone explained the situation to Miss Mirai. No, it's fine. I could understand everything from a little bit of your records that I saw when I was becoming a higher existence. This place is Darrow, which had undergone transformation, and now the Dragonkin are battling other monsters under the lead of dragons. We also need to help them in killing those monsters, right? It's good that you were able to grasp it perfectly. Perhaps there might be a change in the group's order of power. Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders. In any case, if Kong Mirai had become stronger, it would help tremendously in the future, so it wasn't a bad thing at all. Then, everyone is ready, right? There's only one thing to remember. You need to give the experience points to the young dragons and other dragonkin. Oh, Mr. Kong Hajin too, I'm grateful that you are considerate of me, but it's insulting, so I'd rather have you not. Yoo IlHan checked that all of the group were in flight with their own power and completely dispelled the barrier. Despite the fact that the battle had continued for quite a long time, the battlefield was widening thanks to new monsters and new dragonkin being born and in various places of Darrow and joining the battle here. The barrier was dispelled. The brood father, we need to kill that person. Damn it, how come there are more dragons? Shut up. Die. The monsters that waited for the moment for the group to be revealed desperately attacked them, but were immediately repelled thanks to Mystic controlling the 2 fortresses and beating them inches from death. Hundreds of thousands of monsters instantly falling onto the ground was quite an impressive scene. Of course, this would have been impossible if it was the pastor. Obviously, Mystic was also a member of Dragon's Nest and her league had increased immensely along with the two fortresses. A higher existence organization is amazing. I feel like I have another brain now, Master. That's good. I'll call you Double Brain from now. Orochi, Yoo. Orochi, who now had a figure of a human youth with black hair and looked not that much different to the others, teased Mystic without end. As his records until now were acknowledged by the Akashic record, Orochi, inside Ekjar's body, could also be reborn into 6th class. Thanks to both his soul and body being reborn into a perfect dragon, his abilities were rising by the minute. If there weren't any mishaps, he would probably reach 7th class the same time as Liara or slightly after her. Considering how there were only around 10 7th class beings in each other faction, even after countless years, the ones gathered here were all monstrous beings. This proved Yoo IlHan's path. Everyone that was with him until his records had piled up had gathered here. Eek, foo. It will only be for a while that you can tease me. No way. I never teased you. I only told you facts as they are. I don't know what you're thinking, but I'll cheer you on, so do your best. That thing only got better in acting shamelessly. Oomph. Orochi ignored Mystic's words and flew up with his 2 pairs of wings. From his hand, a purple flame containing a fatal curse was released. He had sublimed his purple flames that he used when he was alive into a higher realm by perfectly synchronizing with Ekjar's body, and was now able to cast his own unique advanced magic. Kids, this is what it means to wield flames. Oh hoo! Purple-colored flames covered the lands and spread to the surroundings. Thanks to Orochi's shocking amount of control, the flames precisely evaded the allies and attacked only the enemies and inflicted tens of fatal debuffs as well as burns. His ability was overwhelming. A mere snake that got my body is rampaging around. Ekjar, inside the body of the human dragon, muttered and complained, but in fact, he was satisfied as well. Before, he only thought that a puny being was being greedy over his body, but now thought that Orochi had become quite useful. Yoo IlHan laughed as if in accordance and looked around to his companions. Everyone can just do as much as Orochi is. There is a lot to do, but cleaning up this world comes first. I'm planning to fuse Earth with Dara later, so let's do it with the mind that we're cleaning our own house. Even though he became a higher existence, he sounds like some volunteer club leader. Hike. Khan Hajin uttered in astonishment when he received the glares of all the women and shrunk back. He wondered how he entered such a situation, but then thought about the other humanity and thought that he may be better off than them after all. No, both sides were equally shameful. Answer me, Lord of all dragons. Why were we born? Isn't it also you, the master of the world, that created us with the fate to kill dragons? We're only trying to live on because we were born. What right do you have to stop us? Then let's get to cleaning, hunting. He looks so evil when he says that at such a time. He's just the devil himself. However, they didn't have the right to blame him when they attacked the Dragonkin even while throwing philosophical questions. Would the other factions know that the 5th faction, Dragon's Nest, were a den of frightening beings? No, would they ever get to know? How long are you going to show your pathetic sides to father? How long are you going to shame yourselves in front of brother and sister? Put your lives on the line. Quo. Prove your qualifications as a dragon. Gain victory over dragonslayers and be reborn into true dragons. Thanks to the participation of the others, an even more intense battle played out. The ones that became higher existences prevented the deaths and injuries of allied dragonkin as much as possible, and the dragonkin, who worship power, had to feel embarrassed and did their best to become stronger as soon as possible. Yoo IlHan finally came to the judgment that the situation had stabilized. Good, if it's this much, I don't even need to look after them. Although he was about to get busy, he became more comfortable thanks to the group that came to him at a right time. Of course, the others also brought him future matters and made him sigh. Higher existences that wielded an unknown energy and had resistance to mana. He had a headache just thinking about having to analyze them and come up with countermeasures. But what could he do? It was his work. Yoo IlHan stretched himself once and turned around. However, Kong Mirai was still waiting for him. Miss Mirai? Mr. IlHan. Let us talk for a little. Thinking back to the eyes she had when she first broke out of the egg, Yoo IlHan was nervous thinking that she may actually confess to him, when Kong Mirai confessed something entirely different from what he was expecting in a completely different voice. I seem to have met God. Sorry? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312, You Are the Same as Me, 4. The founder of the Heaven's Army, the first transcender, the original God, the childish guy that ran away from home. This was Yoo IlHan's recollection of who God was until now. But that is not the case, you say? If it was indeed God that contacted me when I was unconscious, and under the assumption that he really was God, the situation may be worse than we think. Ha! Yoo IlHan took out the strange angelic being that the others had brought him. Not a single ounce of mana could be felt from it. It was a being that was on a different scale to every living being that Yoo IlHan had encountered until now. Well, it's true that no one other than God could make something of this level, but Yoo IlHan thought as he thought back to what Kong Mirai had said. He couldn't really grasp it. Mana was a failure? Erase everything and start from scratch? That sounded like the backstory of a last boss from the 90s. Was that really God? Then he really had to kill God? A being that spouted such a stereotypical line? I thought last bosses would go at least both are right but both are wrong. Or, this is a battle for the fate of all worlds where we defend one's own sense of justice. Or some other cool scene, but this guy's mental level is too childish. It really is like you to be surprised at such junctions. He felt as if he was just insulted but decided to ignore it. Thanks for talking about it with me, Miss Mirai. However, there are too little materials for me to come to a conclusion. Moreover, there's no way what he said to you is the complete truth, Of course, I think that as well. But I think it will be better for you to know about this. That's true. In any case, I found a hint. I think I understand how to put up countermeasures. Kong Mirai did not know at all what hint Yoo IlHan had found. She just thought that Yoo IlHan would be able to succeed since it was him and just made herself comfortable. At that moment, Miss Mirai. Please excuse me. Sorry? Kayak. Yoo IlHan placed his hand on Kong Mirai's head. He would have left her alone if he didn't know that she had met with God, but now that he did, there was a need to look at her closely. There's still a connection left. To think that it held out even after you finished evolving into a higher existence, pretty tenacious alright. Connection, Didn't you say that he contacted you through your records? That's a trick that only those who have mastered the record skill can do. The reason the leaders of each faction can enact absolute influence is because they could freely read a being's records and manipulate them at will. Kong Mirai could not understand. Even though she ruled over mana, she didn't have the slightest clue about the record skill. Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders and finished his simple explanation. While in contact with you, he left a thick trace of himself on you. To simplify, you could say he laid out some magic trigger on you. Oh, that makes sense now. I discovered that and took it away from you. So it's fine now, Even though his mentality was like a little kid's, his moves were quite high-leveled. The magic that he had planted in Kong Mirai, especially, was hidden very well, and if not for Yoo IlHan's power that revealed all hidden things, he wouldn't have found it so easily. The more he thought about it, the more shameless this god was. In any case, it's clear that he's someone I should beat to death. Phew, I have so many people to beat up in the future. I'll help, by your side. Okay. Kong Mireille's eyes glistened. Perhaps because she was reborn into a dragon, she felt as if she was more proactive than before. Though, her two glistening eyes, or her no longer passive aggressiveness that caused her to extend her hands to grab his hand were some elements that made Yoo IlHan very uncomfortable. Please do your best in the future too, Miss Mireille. You too. With dimensional magic, and free control over mana, and a level that was 6th class, she would be able to achieve many more things in the future. Then I'll be going then. Please. Yoo IlHan saw as she unfolded 2 pairs of wings on her back and flew upwards and turned around with a sigh. The strange angelic being was still there. The lightless halo and the wet cloth-like wings were quite impressive. Well, then. Let's start for real. I have something I want to hear before that, my lord. A life that rejects mana. Can such a thing be possible? As expected of a dragon, Ekjar reacted sensitively to topics related to mana. Yoo IlHan laughed and shook his head. I also wondered about that, but now I know for sure. This is not life. It will be rather proper to see it as a golem. It's like that after all. All worlds experience the Great Cataclysm after reaching a certain point, and mana will be naturally generated during the process. Mana is nature itself. This thing rejects mana, which is nature itself, so there's no way it can be life, could it? Then the self-proclaimed god? That makes him a tyrant that wishes to overturn nature and make a garden full of dolls. The problem here is that he has enough power to do that. Humph, a strong being must be able to achieve anything that he wants to do in his given environment. He's just a runaway and only a coward who puts responsibility on others. Fine, you're the best, okay? Erase everything that possess mana and start from scratch, eh? It wasn't like the scenario was a complete nonsense. The god that ran away from heaven after feeling tired of acting as a leader for heaven's army, had made an army that went against mana in a world unknown to anyone. The heaven's army did not know anything about that and was waiting for God to return, while the army of brilliant light realized that and took up arms against him. Doesn't that sound persuasive? Then, it was not so surprising that the one called Satan welcomed the rise of a new faction. Heaven's army didn't help at all, while the destruction demon army were just a group of greedy pigs that ate everything, while the Garden of Sunset stood on no one's side and did their own thing. Satan probably hoped for the new transcender to help him go against God. In other words, to follow the plot, Yoo IlHan had to go to Satan to resolve their misunderstandings now and reconcile with him and prepare to fight against God together. In that process, they would slice up the other factions properly, recover Earth, and defeat God together to come to a happy ending. Or so it would go, but whoever planned this scenario was really badly mistaken if they thought that I could befriend a complete stranger and join them in an alliance. That's a shockingly small mistake. Master is cool. He's not cool at all. He had to walk a path of thorns just to protect his own people, but now he was supposed to cooperate with a complete stranger? No one could force such a thing on him. No one. Yoo IlHan would do it just with the people in Dragon's Nest. As he always did. So, I need to analyze this thing somehow. In the end, he came back to the beginning, the analysis of the strange angelic being. Since it was something that rejected mana, the record skill didn't work that well, and he didn't even know where to begin analyzing. At that moment, eternal flame burned from his hand and transmitted her will to him. I'll try, Master. I will melt it. Okay, I was about to ask you anyway, Eternal flame was now no different from Yoo IlHan's clone, so activating through eternal flame was easily done. Although just the record skill was insufficient, wouldn't he gather enough materials if he recorded the process of eternal flame melting and dissolving the entire body? It should probably be insufficient with just one body, but Kong Mireille, who had sent their body parts to other worlds through tens of thousands of warp gates, had recollected them all and restored their body before giving them to Yoo IlHan, so the sample was sufficient. Good, then let's try. Even while Yoo IlHan was watching, the strange body kept giving off faint noises. The moment eternal flame spread onto the body, an intense spark was released. Yoo IlHan and eternal flame simply ignored that. How dare you resist? I'll increase the temperature. Eternal flame's temperature rose. It kept rising more and more. The flame from Yoo IlHan became completely translucent before turning a pitch black. The energy remaining within the body resisted, but there was no way it could endure the Yoo IlHan's power, when he was the leader of Dragon's Nest, and used the manifestation skill in a world he ruled. It eventually started melting. Yoo IlHan shared his senses with eternal flame to record the structure and records that was revealed while it melted. His head ached and mana went berserk, but that was just the start. The information in a realm that was not in contact with any kind of information he had encountered before was pouring into his head. The skill, declaration, has become level 31. Master, I think I know. Yes, I think I know too. Melting it down was the right answer after all. Even though the synthesis was done through magic, and the magic formula was broken the moment it melted and can't be reverse engineered. That function should be there to prevent other rulers to read records off it, correct? Yoo IlHan nodded his head. Once it was done like that, the other leaders would not be able to analyze its composition, much less the structure of it. The magic formation was constructed in a way that it destroyed its medium automatically to the most basic particles once it sensed an external influence trying to damage the body. However, this didn't apply to Yoo IlHan and Eternal Flame. He hadn't become the new creator after the original creator for nothing. He could analyze and separate the composing materials without difficulty. It's not entirely made of stuff that I don't know. Then? The probability that this god is the god of heaven's army is a lot higher now. Because the materials that compose this thing are mainly Harcanium, Fessenum, and El-Hadra. Though, Harcanium and Fessenum are alloyed in this case. What are those? Ekjar only asked back in wonder after Yoo IlHan said that, but if Erda was here, she would have been shocked. Harcanium, Fessenum, and El-Hadra were materials that mainly composed the traps of destructions, used to imprison monsters in dungeons. These three metals are minerals that only appear in worlds that have undergone a lot of great cataclysms like heaven. It's also the reason why heaven is heaven as well. It's the reason why heaven's army claim to manage all worlds. This is becoming interesting. The heaven's army goes to all worlds that have undergone the Great Cataclysm and scatter traps of destruction. With those, the monsters in the world are trapped in dungeons, unable to roam the world. Those three minerals innately had the characteristics that restrained and trapped mana, and that was what made the traps of destruction possible. But now a mixture of the three was made into a golem that nullified mana itself? God is quite capable, all right. Moreover, were these three minerals, El-Hadra was a liquid metal like mercury. Purely used to nullify the effects of mana? That weighed on Yoo IlHan's mana as well. I still have some parts that I haven't analyzed yet. And if it was me, I would have put another function when I created these golems. What is this other function? There's only one thing, isn't here? Resonance. This was only an estimate. It was only a delusion that only flashed by Yoo IlHan's mind momentarily, and its implementability was incalculable. However, what if it was really possible for the golems to resonate with the traps of destruction, and could bring about a change to the traps of destruction that were scattered across all worlds? Just what if it was possible to sacrifice the monsters inside those dungeons to make traps of destruction into those golems? You mean he can quickly and efficiently screw up all the worlds under the management of Heaven's army? You really are becoming similar to Orochi now. Ugh. However, that was correct. The traps of destruction remained in all worlds, whether it was the Netherworld or Elokatra, the main headquarters of two factions. Of course, Daru and Earth weren't exceptions. That's scary. Yes, it is. Yoo IlHan muttered with a gloomy voice that still contained a hint of expectation. Perhaps there may really be a Harmageddon soon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 313, You Are the Same as Me, 5. You have analyzed a portion of Legna. The skill, Declaration, has become level 43. Good, I found the name of it. You're slapping the faces of everyone who thought it was impossible to identify this. Of course. The person who destroys all four shadows and creates them anew. That's me. Although that sounded quite cool, he really just had a perverse creation ability. Yoo IlHan gathered records from the remains of Legna that were disintegrating, as God had preset, and repeated the same process around 3 or 4 times, eventually activating his creation ability to prevent the collapse and restored it. What a devilish ability! The number of strange angelic beings that were sacrificed in that process was 5. After that, all of the other remains underwent a process of analysis, disassembly and recreation to become whole again. Naturally, the declaration skill, this rose since it was a higher version of the record skill, underwent a rapid growth until it plateaued at level 52. Skill growth is so easy. Those that have reached the realm of higher skills after tens of thousands of years of hard training will be enraged when they hear that. That's not my problem, so it's fine. In any case, Legna A. Yoo IlHan uttered rude words like nothing and thought about the name of the strange angel. Legna, angel written in reverse. It was the same no matter what other language of Earth he translated it to, and even other languages, Heaven's language included, as well. How could he be so calm though? From what I see from the patterns of speech he talked to Miss Mireille and the obvious naming sense, I feel like this guy is the fake boss and there is a real boss behind the curtains. The evidence behind your deduction is very weak, but it sounds strangely convincing. TCH, you still don't know your stuff yet, Ekjar. In games or novels, the main characters are either always strong or become rapidly stronger. However, it wouldn't be interesting if there was no danger that befell them no matter what approached if their strength was too OP, so the content creators always put in elements that the protagonists didn't know about and make use of a surprise element. With that, the players would also panic, and the main characters will also receive a huge hit and would resolve to avenge the loss while gritting their teeth. This was a very stereotypical plot, but it was fun nonetheless. However, being surprised like that in real life is very annoying, you know? That's why we shouldn't be friendly with carelessness. We always need to prepare for what may come after something. Although it's not something I, as the Dragon of Despair, should say, but my lord, you've lived a hard life. Having finished analyzing Legna's analysis, Yoo IlHan lined the 6 restored chunks of Legna in a line. If everything until now was for analyzing their physical structures and principles of their composition, now he had to prepare countermeasures. He didn't know how many of these God had, but he had to prepare something, whether it was to use them as is or make a countermeasure for them. It's impossible to use them as they are now. I did restore the magic formation that was destroyed, but there are no energy sources to drive them. He had a basic grasp of what those energy sources were. And that was precisely the problem. What do we call that energy source? Would a corresponding energy be born if I burn souls? I think it will be somewhat similar if you extract the fundamental elements of the soul that controls the emotions, Master. Yes. Our eternal flame is smart. Actually, your name is pretty long, so I'll call you Lay from now on. Yes. Hooray! Even though he just made up a name on the spot because Eternal Flame was too long, Eternal Flame, no, Lay, rejoiced. If everyone was as simple as this girl, there would be no war. Thinking about something completely out of the topic, Yoo IlHan turned around to the Legna remains. Burning the soul as fuel, eh? A golem that moves on the price of the complete destruction of an entity, that's absurd. Perhaps the fact God is planning to erase all worlds is also to gather energy to move these golems? Like two birds with one stone, destroy the worlds and increase the golems. Truly befitting of the villain role that Lord talked about. The soul, ha! Among the fundamental elements that made up Yoo IlHan, there was the realm of death gods that lorded over souls. Looking back, he was doing something within God's dominion the moment he changed class to 1. Of course, even now when he had become the leader of Dragon's Nest, that ability still remained his. Perhaps God had already reached a level where he could generate energy from souls. So, if Yoo IlHan could take another step forward, his step may be within the realm of souls. But it's not like these guys were at the level of completely ignoring the effects of mana. They just amplified the properties of the materials to suppress and restrain mana. That was not the right path. It was an incorrect path that led to demise and was inharmonious. Yoo IlHan didn't plan to use such a power even if he was given the opportunity to do so. Good, then there's only one method left. Yoo IlHan raised one hand and swung it after a long period of thought. Several streaks of eternal flame was released from his hands and burnt the Legna bodies. Is that really fine? Yup. I got enough materials, and the declaration skill grew a lot as well. Divide up. Be purified. EI. After a few hours, the Legna bodies were disassembled into tens of types of different metals and minerals. He had restored the bodies and the magic formations properly only to disassemble it again. Just as Ekjar exclaimed, Yoo IlHan confidently declared in front of them. I will walk a different path. Is that the correct path that the Lord wishes to embark on? No, but it's the path to victory. Whatever I do, I only need to win. That is my path. That doesn't sound much different what this god is trying to do, does it? Ekjar retorted in his heart, but did not have the courage to tell his thoughts to Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan put them all inside his inventory and hummed. I got more work to do. It looks like I'll get busy. You really are a workaholic. The time Yoo IlHan dispelled his manifestation skill was 32 hours after that. At that point, the dragons and the other dragonkin had leveled up quite a lot thanks to killing a lot of the other monsters, so they were able to confront the remaining monsters without him having to support them with the skill. Darling, did something happen again? IlHan? Do you need to go somewhere again? Liara and Hyena felt the skill dissipating and messaged him. This became possible after they were tied into one group, Dragon's Nest. Yoo IlHan messaged everyone including them. I have something I need to prepare so I'm planning to go into work. Please help the dragonkin to clean up the world. At that point, I should probably have enough to cover this world. The traps of destruction, you mean? Erda made a sharp remark. However, it was quite unfortunate as Yoo IlHan had to deny her words. They are traps of destruction, but at the same time, they aren't. Are you teasing me again? Then what is it? Well, what should I name it? Oh, yes. Yoo IlHan thought for a moment before replying with a laugh. Traps of restoration should do. That sounds very ominous for some reason. Rest assured, it's your misconception. What was that? He scanned his companions that protected the dragons and dragonkin as they battled and enhanced the carpet in the region where dragonkin were being slightly driven back and hopped onto the flying fortress. Master, you're becoming insanely busy again? Yup, not only me, you'll become busy as well, but I have enough work as it is though. Mystic spoke words full of complaint. It was just a while ago when she rejoiced thanks to joining Dragon's Nest, but now she was spouting ungrateful words again. Of course, it was also true that Yoo IlHan basically extorted her labor. Yoo IlHan took out his trump card at that time. I'll make you a body. I was waiting for those words, my lord. Mystic's loyalty suddenly increased by 100%. Yoo IlHan nodded his head with a laugh. There weren't a lot of things to be gained with just a body, but it should be fine to let her rejoice for a while, right? What can I help you with, Master? Say anything. I'm always ready. Don't worry about that. It will be revealed soon, so you just prepare yourself. Huh? Yeah. Even though it was a joyful matter, why was it that she felt a sense of ominousness? She felt a chill running down her neck despite not having a physical body, and Yoo IlHan just went to his workshop. Let's do the designs first. Traps of restoration, eh? Right now, he didn't know what kind of schemes that God had, so making traps of destructions as they are was a really dangerous thing to do. The modified version he made before included. Then, the only remaining method was to change the alloy structure entirely and bring about a performance that far outstripped the traps of destruction, and of course, Yoo IlHan had the perfect tool to be used in this scenario. Cradle of Miracles. A huge red cylinder appeared in the air. The Cradle of Miracles had grown with the records that it had gained while evolving Yoo IlHan's companions and other subordinates into higher existences, and had slightly changed form according to Yoo IlHan's intentions, and after a couple of minutes of transformation, it changed to a huge furnace. Lay. Okay, Master. Eternal flame burnt up in the furnace. Yoo IlHan first poured all the harcanium and fessenum that he had got from disassembling legna, and slapped metals and alloys he created from monster bodies as well as some random ones harvested from various other worlds. Is it really possible to create a delicate alloy with such a violent method? If it's lacking, then I only need to add more, and if it's too much, then I can just take some away. If I fail to create a satisfactory product with this much, I should retire instead. Yoo IlHan said that in a naturally flowing voice and took out the container that housed the liquid metal El-Hadra. Even though he had extracted it from several legni, there was only a very small amount. Of course, that didn't matter, since he had plenty of sources to procure them. Coo. He cut his hand and let out some blood. He even used his mana to pour quite a lot. The blood that contained his mana completely subordinated the El-Hadra without difficulties. Thinking about how he had to undergo several processes like this one, Yoo IlHan became slightly depressed. Blacksmithing, mana crafting, soul enchant. He activated 3 skills continuously and kneaded the El-Hadra in midair. It was only for a moment that it resisted against his mana. His blood that resonated in the mixture transformed the structure slowly. Even while vibrating somewhat violently, the El-Hadra eventually formed itself into something that looked like a gigantic hammer. Well, then. Yoo IlHan immediately smashed down with it onto the furnace. His blacksmithing work had already gone beyond the realm of being constrained by matter and tools. That does the job? Of course. If it is my will, the things I want shall automatically be completed. Yoo IlHan's creation began. It was a work that created dungeons, as well as new hope. Thanks to the remains of legna that Yoo IlHan's companions had coincidentally met and succeeded in procuring, the fate and history of all worlds had changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 314, You Are the Same as Me, 6. In the past, Yoo IlHan had made several traps of destructions for Heaven's army. Additionally, he modified them in his own way from his experience creating them as well. Of course, that had made the angels shocked, but to the Yoo IlHan right now, he would be embarrassed to claim that the traps of destruction he made back then was his handiwork. It's not just to prepare against God. I need to make a dungeon that easily blocks outside interference, while still freely entrapping all the monsters that enter. Thinking about it, it was an interesting matter. When he made his first dungeon, he was only pursuing a safe, stable life, but right now, he was going to make them of his own free will as the leader of the 5th higher existence faction. Very good. A portion of the hammer that struck against the anvil split from the hammer and liquefied before being sucked into the furnace. And that bit of material was mixed into the metal inside the furnace and transformed. Yoo IlHan's lips curved upwards into a small smile. Yes. What you need to do is not to reject the mana. You need to overwhelm it and store it. The alloy born from the greatest ratio of metals inside the furnace passed freely between the realm of solids, liquids, and even gases. Since it was made from numerous metals and non-metals alike, it would be difficult to call it an alloy, but despite that, it was definitely a metal. Yoo IlHan's dominion over and wealth of experience working with metal reassured him. Until now, I could only transform the already existing entities. Inside the workshop, the dull thud of a hammer hitting metal endlessly resounded. Even though Yoo IlHan himself wasn't swinging his arms at all, the sound did not stop. Not surprisingly, the lump of alloy morphed in shape and was compressed every time a sound was made. Every time the hammer fell, the mana inside the metal increased in density. However, it's different now. Yoo IlHan's declaration skill activated. This skill was a skill that allowed him to etch his intention unto the world as a truth. It was not some absolute order or power word skill that were seen in some of the older fantasy novels. It was much deeper and more profound, only meaningful when one possessed eyes that saw through the world and all matter within. You shall restore and engulf. The alloy emitted a blinding light and started to burn. Eternal Flame, who breathed and moved as one with Yoo IlHan, transmitted his will and mana into the alloy to transform it. Ei. Having received the mana, the alloy twitched while suspended in midair and started to violently pulsate, changing shapes many, many times. Meanwhile, the internal layers divided into hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions of layers, with a magic formation was carved into each layer. You shall bewitch and imprison. Layer after layer of metal appeared as he spoke. It was to imbue the functionality to fulfill its role as an artifact that created dungeons. With Yoo IlHan's vast magic knowledge, experience and mana, the otherwise complicated embedding was completed in moments. You shall resist and rule. This was the final declaration. The hidden knife that he had sharpened in order to screw God over. Since it was the strongest and the most delicate functionality, the change in the alloy was the slowest, but it was something that could only end up being successfully completed in the end. The lacking materials were supplemented from the furnace, while the excess was returned to it, as the alloy spun around in midair and eventually solidified. Inversely, the light that was emitted became even more wondrous. And only after a few moments, when there were no longer any changes, did Eternal Flame detach itself from the product. Perfect Trap of Restoration was complete. Perfect Trap of Restoration. Rank, God. An artifact that Yoo IlHan, Lord of Dragon's Nest, has created with all of his power. It will attract and control their weakening, strengthening, and even reproduction of all types of monsters within his records, and has a strong ruling power over mana. It will not be engulfed by anything other than Yoo IlHan's power. This is perfect by itself, but the artifact is only a part of a whole. Ekjar couldn't endure his exclamation. It was created in an instant. It's beautiful and pretty. Of course, who do you think made it? Yoo IlHan smiled in satisfaction and put the completed artifact onto his palm. However, Mystic voiced out her question after looking at the alloy that was cubical in shape. Master, soul enchant was included, right? But why don't I feel any other thought souls from it? Of course it's because I didn't enchant any thought souls into it, but... Even though you used soul enchant? Mystic pondered for a moment before being shocked. You have reached a level where you can create souls, Master. Not yet. If I could, I would become the new creator already. Though, it was still possible for me to plant a small seed. I think you should be the new creator already. Mystic muttered in astonishment, but then tilted her head. But why does it feel so strange? I feel like my consciousness is being focused on it. Of course. A seed of a soul cannot control this artifact. So I connected you to it as well. In the end, the Flying Fortress and the Guardian Fortress will act as the huge energy supply and will be reborn into the control system of all artifacts through you. Even though it was deeply tied in with her, it was the first time she heard of this. What the heck are you doing? Ha, calm down, Mystic. Mystic sounded as if she bit her tongue in excitement. Yoo IlHan laughed and tossed the cube around in the air. Would I make you a body for free? It's compensation for what you have to shoulder. It's fine, you can do it. You will become a great being that controls all dungeons. Don't randomly make me into some great being as you wish. In fact, it was one of the dreams I had when I first made the Flying Fortress. Don't hide such a weird thing, geek. Mystic went crazy, but Yoo IlHan didn't stop. Since he had a sample that was God-ranked, there was no need to hesitate now. Here I declare, ... When the completed traps of restoration floated into the air, the gigantic hammer and the gigantic furnace emitted light as if they were in resonance. Yoo IlHan looked up at the item and shouted with a smirk. An enormous wave of mana poured out and filled the workshop. Let there be birth, as the first. You sounded cool, but it's just a macro. You are quite sharp. The declaration skill was a pseudo-miracle that made what was impossible to be done by Yoo IlHan's power into possible. If it was something that he could do, it could drastically save time as well. Eternal flame burnt endlessly and the number of cubes increased. Mystic screamed each time. My head hurts from 300. You damned master. Think about your body and endure it. The body that is splendid, pretty, and is capable of controlling an innumerable network of consciousnesses. Aren't you in fact making my body just because you want me to control all the dungeons? Of course I am. You devil. Yoo IlHan's work only stopped after creating around a few thousand of those cubes. In truth, that number couldn't even cover half of Darrow, but Yoo IlHan wasn't worried about that. This is an artifact that I made to go against God. I don't know what he's trying to do with Legni, but he wouldn't be able to interfere with any traps of destructions in worlds where a trap of restoration is planted. Master, thinking back, the first declaration you used when creating these traps of restoration is restore and engulf, wasn't it? Yes, once the trap of restoration is activated, it will actively suck the surrounding mana to increase in size like a creature, and eventually create new traps of restoration by enveloping other traps of destruction. In other worlds, one per world is enough. That was one uncomfortable engulfing process. However, what made her feel even bad was. Mystic asked in a depressed voice even though she knew the answer. And naturally, each new traps of restoration will be planted with a soul seed too? I guess so. And just that won't be sufficient to control the traps of restoration, so they will immediately be connected to my consciousness? Mystic. You're really smart. Choosing you as the central control system was the wisest choice I made in life. You devil. You demon. You Satan. You monster. You pervert. I'm planning to make your body now. Mystic suddenly became quiet at Yoo IlHan's quiet words. Of course, Yoo IlHan was aware of Mystic's desire for a body. It was also the truth that he had teased her using that until now. But I don't plan to use that as bait and make you do some unbelievable things. Then. Your body that I'll be making now is exceptional enough to control all of them with room to spare and even battle while doing that on your own. But here, a retort was made from an unexpected angle. Just battle. What else do you need? Why, you know. Mystic twisted her body after hesitating a lot. The Flying Fortress shook. Wouldn't I look hideous on the outside if I'm so function-oriented? For example, 100 heads or something. What do you mean? Whatever the materials are, the completed body will suit your soul. Don't look down on my creation abilities so much. Although he could barely remember now, it will probably look similar to Mystic when she was born. Mystic seemed to be calmed down after listening to those words before asking Yoo IlHan in a smaller voice. Then. Will I be the same as a normal girl? Didn't I say that just now? Like I said. The other aspects. Just what the heck are you talking about? Oh. Yoo IlHan tilted his head since he couldn't understand for a moment before realizing what she meant, what she was worried about, what she was expecting, what she was thinking about, what she dreamed of, and what she wanted to become. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. You will be born as a perfect, living higher existence, and you will be able to do whatever you want as you want. Is that enough? Yeah. It was a cute voice that he had never heard from her before. Yoo IlHan laughed and asked a question. Do you have a partner in mind? Shut up. There's nothing like that. Yoo IlHan laughed and called out materials that were suited to become Mystic's new body. With the traitorous archangels Dale and Ramiel as the core, he had a lot of other materials from other archangels and fallen angels that would amplify their power. However, what made him really joyful was that Ramiel possessed a 7th-class magic stone. Since he was an expert that had lightning-related skills and the counter-skill, the results would be something to look forward to. However, Mystic's expression became darker after looking at that. They're all men. Well, that's not a problem at all. Well, if you keep watching, your narrow-minded opinion will change. Clicking his tongue due to Mystic's lack of knowledge on creation, Yoo IlHan changed the form of the Cradle of Miracles once again. It had expanded in size little by little and it formed a spherical shape like the time it turned lower existences into higher existences, and inside, the materials that formed the traps of restoration still remained. Of course, this was intentional on Yoo IlHan's part. I was the device that perfectly controlled the traps of restoration. Mystic screamed. What are you doing putting heavy metals into my new body? They'll become your bones. The El-Hadra hammer, that had shrunk so much thanks to being ripped apart thousands of times, was put inside the Cradle of Miracles, and he slapped the bodies of Ramiel, Dale, and the other remains of archangels and fallen angels inside. Mystic's scream heightened. Kaya Wayaak. It will become a monster, a monster. Believe in me. Yoo IlHan smiled kindly and activated creation. I'll make you cute and pretty. Wayawayan. That day, another eternal ranked creation was born. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315, You Are the Same as Me, 7. Mystic looked at her figure in the mirror and voiced out in surprise. The image reflected was the figure of a feeble beauty that had long, silky black hair, coupled with a pair of light purple pupils that glowed mysteriously. It looked nothing like Mystic's normally nonchalant attitude. Even Mystic herself couldn't believe it and stared at the mirror, awestruck. Every time her emotions changed, her expression changed with it, so there was no doubt that the figure in the mirror was hers, but she found it difficult to take in. How did you make such a beautiful woman with the bodies of those stinky old men? Rather than that, this is really me? She was speaking when she suddenly felt an unfamiliarity in her own voice. The feeling of vibration whenever her vocal cords moved was something that she had never experienced before. After all, she had been killed by Yoo IlHan as soon as she was born. So pretty. Even the voice is wonderful. The neck is pretty, the bones are pretty, the chest is pretty and the waist is pretty. Stop showering yourself with praises. Yoo IlHan grumbled to Mystic that was touching random places all over her body in front of the mirror. Since making a new body with 7th-class archangels and a 7th-class magic stone was not an easy thing for him to do, even he was feeling slightly tired after the exertion. At least Orochi shared some common points with him in the aspect that they were both dragonkin, Orochi and Ekjar, but since Mystic, who was born as a higher existence on Earth, had no common points whatsoever with the traitorous archangels that resided in heaven, it was no wonder he had such a hard time. Stop showing off your nude body and get clothed, Mystic. Ah, you were looking at my naked body all the time. Pervert, Master is a pervert. I'm not Pygmalion, so rest assured. The Cypriot sculptor Pygmalion was the man who fell in love with his own sculpture, the first figurine otaku of mankind, to speak of. Of course, Yoo IlHan felt that it was natural to feel some sense of love towards one's creations since every work was essentially the embodiment of the ideals of the creator, but he did not feel that love equated to sexual desire. So, even though he felt a slight attachment to and attained a sense of satisfaction after completing Mystic's nude body, his sexual desire didn't even move by a single nanometer. I made your clothes too. It's one of my masterpieces, so receive it with gratitude. You're going to push me around all the time in the future though. Wow, it's God-ranked. The materials were good, so that's to be expected. Mystic covered her body with one hand and received her clothes from Yoo IlHan with the other. She exclaimed as she couldn't feel any weight from it, but weight was nothing compared to the information on the artifact. Really, it was a simple, sleeveless white one-piece dress, but its actual identity was an armor that boasted tremendous defense power thanks to investing almost all of Dale and Ramiel's feathers. Of course, it wasn't a simple armor either. I brought out the traits of the traitors when I created it. When you focus on controlling the Flying Fortress, the Guardian Fortress, or the Traps of Restoration, it will stay white, but when you enter battle the One Piece will turn black. Read the specific details later. And here, a straw hat. Wow, so pretty. Ugh, this is God-ranked as well. The straw hat that was made with the remaining feathers and El Hadra had naturally become God-ranked as well, and when Mystic put it on, she looked like a rich lady on a stroll. Being satisfied with his creations, Yoo IlHan let out a smile and spoke to Mystic, who was touching the straw hat. You only need to wear that when you're controlling things inside the Flying Fortress. It will amplify your calculation abilities as a whole. I don't get how Master makes all these amazing things like nothing. Oh, my head doesn't hurt at all now. Controlling the two fortresses was no big deal at all now. Not only that, she felt as if she could control 1,000 times more than the traps of restoration that existed now. Though actually, it was the fact that the traps of restoration had their own control function that made that possible, but still, it was an amazing feat. Mystic smiled in satisfaction, thinking that Yoo IlHan kept his promise. Thanks, Master. You really did put some effort in. Though, I don't know what to feel when I think you're the one that made me like this in the first place. At that time you were an enemy, but now, you're an ally. Anyhow, since you're well dressed, go to Orochi. The light words that Yoo IlHan spoke of colored Mystic's face bright red. Bullseye. What are you saying? Why do I need to go to Orochi? It's not like that? I have absolutely no interest in that snake. He only annoys me since he teases me all the time, It's because I'm planning to make proper equipment for him after I made you one. So go call Orochi for me, okay? Ugh. Yoo IlHan had a smile on while he was speaking. Mystic despaired after looking at his expression, which revealed that he knew everything. It was her complete defeat. I'm such an idiot. An idiot who gets fooled by an idiot. She slowly walked out and unfurled 2 pairs of white dragon wings from her back. Although the league of her body was extremely high, her soul hadn't reached that level yet and she remained as 6th class. A white dragon. It's only her image. In fact, I'm rather curious about how Orochi will react to Mystic. Did you not send her to get him? If I wanted to get him, I could have just messaged him directly. Ekjar became silent. That was true. However, Mystic was too depressed to realize that and went to get Orochi herself. Thinking about how angry she would act later, he found it fun. Well, then. Should I just lay out the foundations for Orochi's equipment? Kashin and IlHan's bodies are. Phew, Kashin has a magic stone. Such a lucky one. The former dragon of despair, Ekjar, resolved to never go against Yoo IlHan. His ruler was in an extremely faraway realm both in the aspects of the mind and the body. You fooled me, Masterer. Around 10 minutes later, Mystic, as red as a tomato, came back with Orochi, who was sighing. Yoo IlHan met the two while giggling. With the cradle of miracles folded out for Orochi. 3 hours passed, and this time Orochi was showing off his body in the mirror that Mystic once used. Although Yoo IlHan was only planning to upgrade his equipment, he took a look at his body while he was at it. I feel like I've completely melted into the body. Of course. I worked hard for it, you know? Although he was only a black-haired handsome youth with copper skin and sculpted muscle on the outside, a shocking amount of power laid within. After he became a higher existence with Ekjar's body, Orochi had thought that there were no more aspects to get stronger in, and now he had to take that back. So you even adjusted the minute imbalances in the body? Even if you have become a higher existence, Ekjar's body that was used to make your body wasn't complete, was it? I only supplemented the lacking parts using the remains I had left over from making your equipment. Although it was quite hard to dragonify their bodies, it was much easier than Mystic's case other than that. Yoo IlHan extracted the very essence of Kashin and IlHan's bodies to combine with Orochi, who had Ekjar's body, to bring out its potential to the max. Above all, he had put in a lot of effort to diffuse Orochi's soul fully, so that he would never have to suffer any pain due to inharmony between his body and soul. As something like a side effect, it was no longer possible for Orochi to leave as a thought soul from his body. Orochi was no longer a thought soul but a full whole soul that possessed a body. This was the same with Mystic as well. Of course, she was still the control tower of the Flying Fortress and the Guardian Fortress as well as being the managing director of the Traps of Restoration, but it was no longer possible for her to escape her body and be infused into the Flying Fortress. Since she was reborn as a complete soul and possessed a complete body, it was natural that she could no longer leave it at her convenience. Orochi's two eyes widened after hearing that fact from Yoo IlHan. Isn't that the realm of the creator? I don't comprehend the extent of Master's abilities. I have still a lot of lacking points to be called a complete creator, but I'm better than you think at least. Well then. Go ahead and give me your respect. I do get that you're becoming a lot more arrogant as time goes. Ugh, you really are amazing. Orochi brought out his purple flames and controlled it only to be shocked by the extent of amplification which was much higher compared to before. He couldn't believe that it was possible to perfectly and completely synchronize the bodies of different higher existences. However, Yoo IlHan was worried about something else. How's the pressure on your body, you think you can hold out? Barely. Although I was aware of this before. The league of my soul is too low compared to the upgraded body. I said this before, but since your soul has become perfect, your soul will endlessly experience growth in the future, albeit slowly. Perhaps because you were once a dragonkin, you are one of those that received the most effects in the cradle of miracles. Everyone under Yoo IlHan that had qualifications to become higher existences were all reborn as dragons through the same process, but it wasn't like everybody had an equal rate of growth. The efficiency differed according to how well they synchronized with Yoo IlHan's records that was transferred through the cradle of miracles. Liera, who loved him to the extent that she received a blessing from a god, had the highest efficiency, while Ymir, who reached the realm of higher existences at the same time as him, wasn't that far behind. And after those two was Orochi, who was being shocked in front of the mirror. Phew. Exciting. Away with your exciting crap. Are all of you exhibitionists? I completely remade your original equipment, so wear it. Hey, get it quickly. What are you going to do if there's a peeper outside? There was such a pervert under you? It's a problem because there is. Yoo IlHan mocked Orochi in his heart since Orochi could not sense Mystic hiding outside the workshop, peeking inside, as he gave him his equipment. Orochi tilted his head but still received the items anyway. A set of black underclothes that lined the inner layer, and was very elastic while being tough in defenses. Adding on to that, a thin black metallic armor, it looked similar to the Flame Soul dragon body. This looks similar to your armor, Dot. Although I can't create eternal ranked items like it's nothing, well, its function shouldn't be too far behind. It's a god-ranked artifact. Speaking of god-ranked items so easily, as expected of master who mocks God. Orochi felt anew after thinking about the past. Would he have been able to step on the ground with 2 legs like this with such a strong body if he hadn't expressed his submission towards Yoo IlHan? Of course, the Orochi of that time is dead, and the Orochi that remained in this place could be said to be another Orochi that was born again. But at least it was fun for him that he could be under Yoo IlHan's wing. Master sure is an interesting man. Although it's not like I didn't have fun when I went around destroying cities. This is much more interesting, Dot. It will become interesting to the point of seriousness in the future. I am prepared. Talk about it anytime. Orochi equipped all his gear and stood next to Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan collected all the traps of restoration piled on one side of his workshop, into his inventory, and called for Mystic that was hiding behind a wall. Mystic, let's get to work. Hike. Mystic was startled and walked out stiffly. She never knew that she was found out. Even though it was inside her domain, the flying fortress, trying to hide in front of Yoo IlHan was a foolish thing for her to do. Mystic? Why are you coming out from there? Hike, it's nothing. Even though he was quick-witted in the past, Orochi only tilted his head in confusion, thinking, why is she there? After looking at her, Yoo IlHan sighed after looking at the confused Orochi and the bright red Mystic. It seems like these guys changed in personality after acquiring bodies. Let's first install the traps of restoration in Daru. We need to strike back for real now. Is it a counterattack against those frightening, what was their name again? Legna, thing? No. Yoo IlHan spoke out in an ever more serious voice. It's a counterattack against all foreshadows and plots that exist in the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316, You Are the Same as Me, 8. Since majority of the world's Yoo IlHan that had been to or combined and fused with Daru, the first thing Yoo IlHan did was to install a few traps of restoration in Daru. Since the 6th Great Cataclysm was very intense, the majority of the traps of destruction had lost their functionality and became silent, and in one region, a series of traps of destructions that were coincidentally near each other activated at once and went berserk, causing an overflow of tremendous proportions. Oh, there were a few overflows. Tell the others to give me the fragments of higher metals if they get any. Got it, Master. In the past, when an overflow occurred on Earth and Yamada no Orochi struck the Kanto region of Japan, it was one of the most dangerous things he had to be on the lookout for, but right now that Yoo IlHan and the majority of his companions had become higher existences, overflows were nothing much to deal with. It was just that collecting the Harcanium that was absorbed and mutated inside the overflow monsters were a little bothersome. Of course, the Daru monster extermination quest was still underway, so they should return quite soon. Daru really has become big. Ugh, I wish I could just look around everywhere in detail and clean them all up. No matter how fast you are, that's impossible. I know. Then, scatter. Yoo IlHan launched 5 traps of restoration into the air with his reply. With the declaration skill, those 5 were scattered to various places throughout Daru. After that, he activated the carpet to check on the condition of the traps of destructions already scattered throughout Daru and changed the locations of a few. That was it. Good, it's starting now. The traps of restoration scattered throughout Daru all resonated at once to suppress the power of the traps of destruction. Even the already created dungeons were broken and returned to the original state. The monsters freed from the dungeons, they were mostly weak and dumb to be caught in them, were confused for a moment but all ran after feeling the aura of war in the center of Daru. Like that, all traps of destruction in the continent paused and awaited reactivation. Phew. Good, let's do this thing. Mystic realized that it was her turn and focused after pushing the straw hat on her head, when the flow of mana released from the traps of restoration spread around to the far corners of the world and started transforming the traps of destruction. Absorbing the surrounding mana and matter, the traps of destruction were engulfed by the mana from the traps of restoration and changed on a fundamental level. Orochi honestly exclaimed at Mystic's absurd mana control. Whew. Splendid mana control. It's an item boost. I knew it. I can't focus, so be quiet. Unlike her words, the engulfing process was very smooth. All the traps of destruction scattered around Daru were evolving. From traps of destruction to traps of restoration, a new order was being created after denying the records of until now and one that developed according to Yoo IlHan's intentions. Of course, that process sucked and consumed an enormous amount of mana in Daru, but that would just slow down the birth of monsters, so it wasn't completely a bad thing. The skill, Declaration, has become level 56. The skill, Dimensional Ruler, has become level 85. The skill, Dimensional Adaptation, has become level 83. The skill, Fleet Command, has become level 89. Well done, Mystic. Let's be done and over with this before heading to the next world. Oh, the mana wave is truly a spectacle. Shut up, both of you. Thanks to Mystic's grand actions, even Yoo IlHan's skill grew all by themselves. A thought flashed by Yoo IlHan's mind at that moment. Then if the members of Dragon's Nest kill enemies? Closing his eyes and analyzing his own records, he found the answer quite quickly. Not only the records of enemies, he found out that a little bit of experience was given to him as well. Since the dragons belonging to Dragon's Nest were fighting with countless monsters right now, his records were piling up even though he wasn't doing much. So there's a reason why the leaders of each faction are in a completely different league to the members. He groaned subconsciously. Although he felt this after looking at Greed, the leaders of each faction were all frightening beings. Growing endlessly even while doing nothing thanks to the actions of its members, that would mean that the newest of the five, Yoo IlHan, was the most disadvantaged. Wait. Then how was it possible that Michael was equal in power to Satan, the leader of the army of brilliant light? Or was that BS? No, but from looking at how aggressive Michael acted normally, he didn't seem like someone who would lie about that. Didn't Yoo IlHan let Michael go precisely to hold Satan back? It's possible if God left all of his records and authorities in his charge. But he was too weak for that to be true. No matter how disadvantageous Michael was against Yoo IlHan in terms of attributes, he wouldn't be so easily defeated by Yoo IlHan. Then there's one answer left. Division. If I think about it, although he was killed by me, Raphael was absurdly OP as well. He had a healing ability that surpassed the other 7th class beings by hundreds of miles. If the situation wasn't leaning heavily in my favor, I would have missed the chance to kill him. In that case, the possibility that God's power and records were divided among the 4 great archangels of heaven, Michael, Raphael, Gabriel and Uriel. Among them, Raphael died and Michael could be overcome anytime, so the remaining ones who potentially posed a threat were Gabriel and Uriel. Leaving aside Uriel because I don't have any records about that one, it nags at me that Gabriel has the power of foreknowledge. Foreknowledge, clairvoyance 8. That shouldn't be the case, it definitely shouldn't be possible, but it bothers me. From one moment a doubt that was near assurance twitched inside Yoo IlHan's heart. It was too absurd to be true, but his instincts warned him so much when he tried to reject it completely. So the solution would be to stop thinking about it until he actually confirmed it. But if it was that easy, he wouldn't be thinking about such things. Master, why do you wear such a frown? Look at that woman groaning. Humans call this a spectacle, no? Of course, it's a scene that I can't miss, But she'll have to groan like that even more in the future, so I'll have many opportunities to watch. Orochi, you just prepare some popcorn. I swear I'll deal with you two later. Thanks to the abundant mana in Daru, the evolution of the traps of destruction proceeded unexpectedly quickly. New traps of restoration were being generated, and in the process of being linked in consciousness with them, Mystic had finally met a hurdle. Groaning and grunting while continuing to control all of them did look quite funny and cute. I want to dismantle Raphael's body as soon as possible. But I have something more urgent, I guess. Yoo IlHan had a look at Orochi, who teased Mystic, and Mystic, who bit her lips but still continued to control the evolution process of the traps of destruction, and stopped his thoughts there with a shrug. This wasn't the right time. If only he could activate the hourglass of eternity on Earth, he would be able to cleanly take care of everything that was needed. The problem was that if he went to Earth right now, Earth would become a higher world. Ironically, Yoo IlHan could only go back to Earth after he was fully prepared for war. It's done! At that moment, Mystic cheered. She succeeded in transforming all the traps of destruction scattered in the vast lands of Daru into traps of restorations. Yoo IlHan nodded in satisfaction and ordered her. Good, then let's see if the traps work effectively. Are you looking down on my abilities? Mystic clicked her fingers while curving the tips of her mouth into a smile. At that moment, the traps of restoration scattered around Dara vitalized their domain and released a strong wave of mana. Kook. Kurg, that's a trap. I can't resist. Even though I want to resist. Such tragedy. The monsters that were fighting the dragons and dragonkin immediately reacted to it. Even though they had both high levels and high intelligence, they couldn't resist the aura that the traps of restoration emitted and helplessly rushed in. Yoo IlHan laughed heartily after looking at that. Hide and seek is over. Ha 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 ha. Master is the worst. Whoa, I did know of their power, but this is really. They're all being sucked in no matter if they are level 250 or level 270. I can even imprison higher existences, not to mention fourth classes. Higher existences? Yoo IlHan had just trampled on the technology of Heaven's army like nothing and checked the traps of restoration that were being filled and laughed heartily. Since his companions had taken care of a lot of monsters, the traps of restoration didn't quite get filled, but there was no worry of any overflows occurring. Under Mystic's control, the traps of restoration had worked splendidly to prevent any kind of mana reaction if there were no monsters nearby. Dad, how did it come to this? Ymir, who was having fun leading all the dragons, found where Yoo IlHan was and flew straight towards him before asking. Yoo IlHan stroked his head and explained to him the outline of the situation. The monsters born in Daru will all be sucked into the traps of restoration automatically. So you just need to make suitable teams of dragons and dragonkin and send them to dungeons. Dad is amazing. The common knowledge of Heaven's army was that fourth-class monsters couldn't be imprisoned with the traps of destruction. However, Yoo IlHan made the traps of restoration that ignored such a common knowledge with little to no effort. This new type of prison system that only Yoo IlHan and Mystic could control soon imprisoned all monsters born in Daru, except the dragons and the dragonkin. IlHan, I did hear that you will make something called the traps of restoration, but this is frightening. What do you mean frightening? This is just the beginning. I'll scatter them to other worlds too, so just clean the dungeons while we're waiting. Oh, before that. He needed to fulfill his promise. Yoo IlHan looked at the dragonkin that had lost their enemies thanks to the traps of restoration and looked back at his companions. Everyone pick one dragonkin that you think fought well. Starting from Mir. Oh, Supreme Being, you will really give us the opportunity. Even though they watched the process of first becoming a dragon, the dragonkin still couldn't believe in him fully, but now they became emotional after they heard Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan hadn't lied. They could really become dragons. They could confirm the strengths of all higher existences belonging to Dragon's Nest while they fought together, so the Dragonkin's passion to become dragons had become amplified. So, it was no wonder that they had become emotional after hearing his words. Yoo IlHan made a bright smile after looking at them being honestly happy. Fu, I love Dragonkin. They're so simple. Master, your face. Your face looks like a complete villain right now. The higher existences belonging to Dragon's Nest were Yoo IlHan, Hyena, Ymir, Liara, Erda, Kongmire, Nayuna, Kim Yisol, Pate, Juril, Myri, Irisha, Flemir, Murpha, Orochi and Mystic, a total of 16. Yoo IlHan gave each of them the right to pick one dragonkin, so the number of new dragons would be just 16. However, that was enough. I thank you, my lord. Quo. Dragon, the mana of dragon and the blood of dragon flows in my veins. Me too. I will definitely become a dragon next time. Dungeon. Let's go wipe out dungeons. All dragonkin that saw their kin being reborn into dragons had their eyes flipped. They armed themselves with the resolve that they will definitely become dragons next time. Yoo IlHan spoke to them with a merciful smile. As long as you bring about suitable results, I shall make you all into dragons. Any dragonkin is set to be able to freely enter dungeons, so rampage to your heart's content. Understood. You idiots. Pay your respects to the ruler. The dragonkin instantly split up into groups and charged into dungeons. Yoo IlHan's companions only watched with dumbfounded eyes. Yoo IlHan turned around with a laugh. Then I'll be going. It won't take too long. Oh, can you take the Guardian Fortress and a few of our members to Earth and go over to Earth for me, Miss Mireille? I think it will be better to move the people there to Daru. Of course. Excluding those of you that are going to Earth with Miss Mireille, everyone be on your guard. It's very likely that Legni will invade Daru. I've prepared everything so you shouldn't have any problems fighting them. Understood. Giving out orders was done as well. Now, Yoo IlHan took Mystic and Orochi into the flying fortress and set out. The number of traps of restoration in his inventory was 6,938. Once all of these were successfully scattered across the worlds, it would be his victory. Well, I'd still win even if I fail. Master, you have an evil face that doesn't look like the main character at all. Yoo IlHan and the other two set off for other worlds. This was later known as the Sowing Seeds legend of the leader of Dragon's Nest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317, I'm one that closes the curtain. 1. Yoo IlHan visited each world that did not fuse with Daru and scattered the traps of restoration. One trap per world was sufficient. Once Mystic focused her mind, then the single trap would engulf all the traps of destruction in that world and would subsequently absorb the mana of that world to transform them into traps of restoration. The majority of the worlds were not as big as Daru, so it didn't take that long for the traps of restoration to activate and completely cover the world. Mystic became a little more tired every time they visited a new world, but that was about it. The body that Yoo IlHan had created for her was unbelievably good. Like that around the 26th or the 27th world they visited, Yoo IlHan and the other two found angels. Thanks to Yoo IlHan's actions, the war of higher existences had ended in a vague state and the lower-ranked angels had returned to duty. Wait, I think something changed. Even though they couldn't sense Yoo IlHan entering and throwing a trap of restoration, they could sense the transformation of the traps of destruction. They had planted some kind of detection magic on the traps of destruction in order to operate them more efficiently. They sensed damage being dealt to the traps of destruction first, then the signals from all the traps of destruction in the world simultaneously disconnected. The traps of destruction are being destroyed. Nonsense, the traps of destruction cannot be. No, but there is no dungeon break. No, the traps of destruction are turning into something else. Just what is happening? The angels scurried around in disorder and eventually reported to their superiors, though that didn't work since Yoo IlHan blocked it midway, before rushing towards the traps of restoration. Mystic directed the engulfing process of the traps of restoration while checking with Yoo IlHan. Master, they're planning to investigate something. Is it fine to let them be? Not to mention angels, even God wouldn't be able to do anything. The moment any other higher existence tries to interfere with the traps of restoration in each world would go berserk. Oh yeah, there was something like that said in there. Whichever traps of restoration went berserk in whichever world, a signal would be sent to Mystic and Yoo IlHan. It was fine even if they were late. The traps would all disintegrate before anyone could analyze them. Yoo IlHan explained with a smile of satisfaction. This is a move I learned from God after examining the Legna. Yes. You're becoming more evil than ever. It seems like they realized that. The angels entered a state of panic after realizing that the artifact was made with some technology unknown to them and that they would only be in for the worst even if they tried to touch it. To kick them while they were down, they couldn't even report to their superiors properly. What do we do about this? We need to leave it be. I do not know what this being is trying to do by making these, but we would only cause a disaster if we recklessly interfered with it. We can only return to heaven. But would a high angel, or even an archangel, be able to solve this problem? There's an even bigger problem. That is, if such an item was scattered to only this world. Ugh! Just when a big war had ended. Why did such a thing happen again? We only fight if there are beings that bring disorder to this world. Let us return for now. It seems like the angels in charge of this world were quite capable. Yoo IlHan nodded with a laugh. As long as they didn't do something reckless, the matter they're worried about should not happen. Not only that, there was no need for any overflows in the future, nor was there a need to be afraid of what God may try to them. How good of an opportunity was that? The traps of restoration would instantly sell out if they were sold for just $39.99 apiece. Shouldn't you contact them and persuade them instead? Before they try something bad. What are you saying? In the end, they're just salarymen who have no choice but to obey orders if it comes down to it. What would change just by telling them? No one who shouts revolutionary business has succeeded in the past, you know? The more fundamental problem being that he might end up giving heaven an excuse if he came into contact with them any more than was necessary. What was an even bigger problem was that the self-proclaimed God may still have connections to heaven's army. If he explained the situation and it was somehow reported to the self-proclaimed God, then wouldn't that be frustrating? Everything would go wrong once he was caught up with others, so it was rather more comfortable to take care of everything himself. Even though you made a higher existence organization and became the leader, your thought process is still like that of a loner. Leave me be. Master, it's done. Let's go over to the next world. Strangely, Mystic became more vitalized the more traps of restoration she controlled. It was probably thanks to the records that were gathered through the traps of restoration. Noticing that, Orochi's expression became pale. Wouldn't I be surpassed at this rate? You realized that a little too late. You should fight on too, Orochi. Cheating. Isn't that cheating? Then want to manage the traps of restoration too? That was impossible. Orochi swallowed his frustration and could only watch as Mystic became stronger over time. Master, I'm becoming better and more efficient at this. I think we can go a little faster. Very good. Your proactive attitude will make you stronger. Ugh, being left behind by that woman. That's not acceptable. The engulfing process of the worlds proceeded smoothly. In a mere 4 days, Yoo IlHan had changed the traps of restoration in thousands of worlds into traps of restoration. If they ran out of the traps midway, they could just collect some traps of destruction and make them into traps of restoration, so it was a super easy job. But Master, I think the traps you made will cover all worlds. You're conquering all worlds in an unbelievable way. Master, are you planning to go to even higher worlds after you're done with lower worlds? What are you saying? How many lower worlds do you think they are? How can I go around to them all? Yoo IlHan explained shortly to Orochi. Of course I made the traps of restoration so that it would cross dimensions and engulf other worlds. Mystic, I think it's about time you start to feel something. That's true. I get a signal. Orochi and Mystic once again had to be enlightened. They were too small to comprehend and accept Yoo IlHan. Mystic hadn't received a god-ranked artifact for nothing. It was the 32,918th world that Yoo IlHan and the others met an unexpected guest. Just as when the traps of restoration was in the midst of engulfing, that is, when the angels of that world had realized something and were in disorder, a holy fire covered the entire world suddenly. Michael? No. Yoo IlHan tilted his head at the flame that seemed similar to Michael's, but realized that it was much weaker. Then there was only one answer. Uriel, also famous for wielding fire along with Michael and the four great archangels, was residing in this world. So you are here, Yoo IlHan. Uriel used her holy fire in attempt to detect Yoo IlHan, but not to mention Yoo IlHan himself, it was impossible to sense Orochi and Mystic that was being concealed with him. In the end, Uriel spoke in a loud voice that resounded across the world while looking for him. I have already heard from Gabriel. You should be here, no? He would have just headed to another world if there was no mention of Gabriel, even if the opponent was one of the four great archangels. There were three that Yoo IlHan was the most concerned about right now, and one of them was Gabriel. I wish for conversation. This shouldn't be a bad thing for you as well. Will you not talk with me for a moment? Master, what are you going to do? Yoo IlHan thought, whether or not this is a trap, whether or not this would lead to something annoying. Whether or not he would encounter with the truth that he was worried about. After considering all of them, he raised one hand towards the sky. From his hand an enormous amount of mana was released and covered the world. The skill, Dimensional Ruler, activates. Just with that, the gate to this world was temporarily closed. With that, Yoo IlHan and the other two were revealed for all to see, and Uriel immediately noticed his position and flew to him. It really is hard to see your face. Your title of Pan-Cosmic Loner is really apartment. Why are you giving me damage when you just appeared? And that title already disappeared by now. Uriel was female. And one that possessed blindingly beautiful white blonde hair and golden eyes. Of course, it would be a joke if Yoo IlHan's spear became blunt just because the opponent was a woman. Yoo IlHan had already slashed many beautiful women in the past. Moreover, the preemptive strike she dealt to Yoo IlHan made his hostility rise to the max. I wish you didn't make such a hostile expression. I have lost a companion that I have been with for millions of years. Should I send you to his side? It's not that I'm boasting, but there aren't that many men that could raise their eyes in front of me. Truly amazing. Poof. Even IlHan couldn't do anything about unshakable heart, but you? Was contained in his snort. Uriel made a bitter smile at his attitude and raised her two hands to tell him that she had no hostile intent. As you know, the flames I wield cannot surpass yours. Although I wield the power of earth a little, but that would not work on you either. You know, right? That I have no chances of winning at all. Yes, I know. That is why I'm more curious as to why you scattered your presence so much in search for me. I wish to request your accompaniment. Accompaniment? Yoo IlHan's accompaniment when he killed one of the four great archangels and became the leader of the fifth faction? This was the most absurd thing he heard after the alliance offer from Greed. When Yoo IlHan tilted his head in astonishment, Uriel laughed and continued speaking. I am vaguely aware of what you are doing right now. You are moving in order to not cause collateral damage from the battle of higher existences to lower existences. Are you not? No, I'm just moving in order to survive. Even while saying that, you are looking for a way so that as many people as possible are saved, are you not? Yoo IlHan start feeling uncomfortable. It wasn't that he was purposefully acting evil or anything, and was indeed just trying to protect himself and the ones close to him, but he was annoyed at the fact that someone was making him out to be some saint that saved everyone. Uriel seemed to have realized that and shrugged her shoulders. What is important is not that. I have come looking for you according to Gabriel's words, and wish to observe your actions as the representative of the Heaven's army. With me around, you need not worry about clashing against the Heaven's army. Why is it that her words just sounded like an excuse? Yoo IlHan felt like he became the main character of a play and replied to her. However, it does bother me for you to accompany me when I don't know what strange beings are hiding amongst you. I am one of the 4 great archangels. I do not leak information and records like the other angels. At least against other 7th classes. This proved Yoo IlHan's assumption. God had shared his important records from the 4 great archangels. Otherwise, they shouldn't be so arrogant and say that they will not leave any of their own records behind. I knew I should have analyzed Raphael's remains first. What will you do? Will you accept my request? Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders. It was because he remembered what happened when Raphael accompanied him in killing the traitors of Heaven's army. However, the situation was very different from then. Uriel had no methods to interfere with Yoo IlHan, and the current him could also. Very well, I will accompany you. Also, I'm not sure if you know this, but there aren't many lower worlds left. Yes, I have already heard that your traps have a tremendous ability. However, your job is not yet completed, right? You're right. Yoo IlHan sighed. Perhaps she looked for him at this time after realizing all of that as well. Was there no way out of this? Then he could only accompany her until the curtains were lowered. There's still Haishia. Yoo IlHan bit his lips and activated warp with Orochi, Mystic, and Uriel in his range. It was time to meet the epilogue of this stage, the truth of the matter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 318, I'm one that closes the curtain, too. Haishia, which he hadn't been to in a long time, still remained as a lower world. After Yoo IlHan cleaned up last time, the situation of the people there had become slightly better, and were still resisting against violent hordes of monsters. And the most surprising thing was that this world might come under me at any moment. How did it come to this? I have heard that you have shown miracles in this world. The entire world of Haishia now worships you as a god. It might trigger the phenomenon if you show yourself now. Even though he hadn't shown himself at all during the cleanup. Just as he thought that, he also realized that such a thing did not matter. Once he showed himself and show a similar kind of miracle to the people here, the people will follow him. The faith spread around the mankind in this world will instantly change to deep-rooted belief, and Haishia will come under his rule. It will probably be immediately fused to Daru as well. To think such a thing had happened when he was just ensuring the safety of his father, Yoo IlHan felt quite astonished due to the flow of worship that was transmitted to him from this world, and Uriel spoke with a smile. The 5th and the brightest shining star, was it? That is definitely true. No other transcender could fuse lower worlds with higher ones. What do you think? Do you still think that you are an egoistic person? Even though your light actions brought salvation to many? Yup. It's fine as long as I and the ones around me are safe. I couldn't care less about anyone else. Even if there are many people who I have saved until now, it is because I'd feel awkward if they died in front of me. I'm no hero. I'm sick of that kind of role play. Foo-foo. You should have acquired the qualifications of a transcender precisely because you can say that. It really is like a certain person I once knew. Uriel smiled. Was it his mistake? Uriel's figure was definitely friendly towards him now, unlike her attitude in the previous world. Yoo IlHan judged that it was because this world no longer contained any traces of Heaven's army. In other words, she had become more honest than before. The Heaven's army has abandoned this world. No, they missed it? Or was it purposeful? The Heaven's army is in management of countless worlds. A simple trick from one of the 4 great archangels is enough to make a blank shit. She just basically admitted that she was the one who did it. Isn't that a perfect crime? This is why authority shouldn't be given to those in power. Yoo IlHan muttered. Why did God believe in such beings and share his power? It is not that we were bestowed with parts of his power. It was expropriation. In that process, Lucille became Satan while God went missing, and the 4 great archangels reigned supreme in heaven. His random grumble resulted in an unimaginable answer, and so Yoo IlHan momentarily doubted his words. However, when he thought about what the self-proclaimed God said to Kong Mirai, he could somehow naturally accept that as a fact. So it's not like what you said was completely stupid and unbelievable. At that time we were all of one mind. But what could have happened? The same mind we shared fragmented into pieces. Michael wished to maintain God's rule of the past while Raphael wanted Michael to replace God. I could not watch as they walked down that path even though they knew it was wrong. And Gabriel couldn't accept that? Uriel's mouth curved into a faint smile at Yoo IlHan's question. You are smart as expected. I want to hear the next part from Gabriel himself. Yoo IlHan raised his hand. As a supreme being that exposed all falsehood and concealment, he swung his hands lightly when someone who hid behind the sky showed himself. He was someone who Yoo IlHan knew very well as a person that he had never met before. So, you'll tell me about it, right, Dad? One of the 4 great archangels that was hiding himself, Gabriel, simultaneously, the leader of the Garden of Sunset, at the same time, a father of one certain loner. Yoo IlHan was there. I will, my son. I'll have to tell you everything now. You have worked hard, Gabriel. The work that was done by my son. Sorry for worrying you all this time. Even while feeling something welling up inside him, he suppressed it and laughed. That was nothing. You had such a faint presence that I forgot about you more often than not. That is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the matters that you had to take care of because of this unworthy father. You too should have suffered a fair bit. He had a lot of insults piled up that he wanted to say when he met his father again. However, somehow, meeting his father and seeing him in such a tattered state made IlHan forget about all that. In fact, he kinda knew that this would be the case. He doubted from the moment that he simply became an insane concealment master from birth, from how the angels supported him at the right time, was assured when he couldn't find any traces of his father from Hyshia, realized something new when he met his mother in the world under the Garden of Sunset, where time and space were halted, and realized the identity of his father as he went against the Heaven's army. However, he didn't want to believe it. He wished his father was ordinary. He wanted his father to be unaware of the tremendous pressure on his shoulders that even made his legs numb thanks to becoming the pillar of support that so many beings relied on. He wanted his father to live an ordinary, happy life. It was just that. He was only turning his eyes away from reality and was complaining. Yoo IlHan asked. The power of foreknowledge is only possessed by you across all worlds, right? That is correct. This is something I was born with when I was a lower existence. I almost burst out laughing when Michael asked me if I can surpass the leader of the Garden of Sunset. When his father laughed, Yoo IlHan giggled as well. Orochi and Mystic stood back quietly, and Uriel was smiling while watching the reunion of the father and son. When did you make the Garden of Sunset? It is when I realized that Michael had changed. Satan created the army of brilliant light to go against him, but Father felt that it wasn't enough. But you know? Running 2 jobs was a lot harder than expected. There was nothing that went as I wished to. Of course, you even had a hard time raising a family. His dad was triggered and retorted. But I still fulfilled my objective. What was your objective? Confronter of God, the brightest shining star, that is you, as well as the elimination of as many variables as possible. And finally, the protection of my family. Leaving aside the confronter or start of whatever, the reason he created the Garden of Sunset was to protect his family? And one that will be made far in the future? Wasn't that too much of a lie even if he had the foreknowledge ability? Yoo IlHan's eyes narrowed. Whether it's me or Mom, we remember a lot of times when we received damage from the Garden of Sunset, and you want me to believe that? Moreover, variables? The Garden of Sunset was the biggest variable that no one could account for, duh. Foreknowledge is in no way omnipotent, and I can only believe that the results of the foreknowledge are true and move accordingly. That is why I made you and your mother suffer. There were a lot of things that didn't go as I intended. Yoo IlHan was flabbergasted after listening to his father's confession. However, thinking back, the Garden of Sunset was related to almost all the incidents that got him caught up until now, in one way or the other. Isn't Daru, that was the biggest source of power for him, affected by them as well? Even his precious son Ymir was a child he received from Lacidna, a follower of the Garden of Sunset. His mother too acquired a large power in that halted word, albeit spending a frightening amount of time there. Yes. Just looking at the results, that was the case. I can't forgive you either way. You're guilty. I grit my teeth every time I think about how I was left out on Earth. I will gladly receive any kind of punishment. I'm sorry, son. It frustrated him even more since he didn't make any excuses. If it wasn't his father and was anyone else instead, he'd have beat him half to death and beat him up the remaining half after that, but he couldn't really do that now, could he? That was because Yoo IlHan himself knew how fathers thought of their son. His father had acted in consideration of Yoo IlHan and Kim Yi-sul. That was why it was more frustrating. Your methods are insanely wrong. We're not Superman. I thought it was better than death. And I didn't think you'd be put through so many serious situations. I'm really sorry. Better than death, the words that he couldn't deny since he had watched the deaths of many. Yoo IlHan thought about where he had to hit his dad to inflict the most pain, but eventually loosened his shoulders. Let's get back on topic. Did you accept it with just that? It's not acceptance, but delaying the inevitable. Got it. Fearing that he may end up making his son commit a grave sin at the expense of his own life, Yoo IlHan immediately shut his mouth. Yoo IlHan sighed once more and took out a trap of restoration and showed it to him. Oh, this is that. Your son's capability. Although no one could analyze the already installed traps of restoration, it was possible to see through its functions if someone saw it in its inactivated state. And as he had expected, Yoo IlHan exclaimed after seeing that. A really amazing artifact right there. It's an artifact that fully counters the Legni. Moreover, it has an ability that I cannot completely see through. Just what happened to God to become like that? That was the important question. He would find out why Yoo IlHan had to act as the leader of the Garden of Sunset at the same time as being Gabriel, as well as the reason why he himself had to give up living as a loner all his life and become the leader of Dragon's Nest. Yes, I still hadn't told you that yet. Gabriel, Yoo IlHan, seemed to hesitate for a moment, before blinking his eyes deeply once and started talking. Let's see. That's it. I need to reaffirm this fact before I start. And that is that the God of Heaven's army is not the creator. God in the truest sense does not exist. Yoo IlHan remembered, during the time of the God of Love's message. The message definitely stated that God did not exist. So that meant that God, really, did not exist. So you mean to say that no one knows who the Creator is, or actually, whether he or she exists or not at all, right? Yes. And the God of Heaven's army wants to become that Creator. Yoo IlHan asked while thinking about Legna, as well as the God that came into contact with Kong Mire. He said he made mana, is that a lie as well? It's a lie. Well, he did definitely reach close to the realm of creation, but he did not. All of that is false. What he can make is at best those Legna golems. In one sense, he's even inferior to you, son. Just like this trap of restoration, there are numerous things he cannot create. He's inferior to me when I only trained for 1 millennium? That's one sloppy guy. Yoo IlHan burst into laughter after he heard Yoo IlHan's words. His son had reached a realm that no one had reached ever since the dawn of creation, and he didn't seem to know how amazing the realm he reached actually was. Why is he trying to erase mana? He can only erase mana since he's trying to erase all existence. However, son, as you saw, the God of Heaven's creation is not true creation. He just burns countless souls as fuel to do something similar to it. Like that, everything will eventually reach destruction. You know that this is wrong, right? Yes, I do. In one meaning, that meant the death of worlds. Greed's words, of course probably unintentional, had seen through the truth. I have many other questions to ask, but I'll ask just one more. Yoo IlHan sighed while he asked. Why does it have to be now? That is. Yoo IlHan, Gabriel, closed his eyes after hearing his question. He didn't know exactly what his son had been through to reach this position. He only predicted that his son will become the brightest shining transcender, and that he will become the confronter of God. However, his son had experienced many more things than he had thought, and had grown a lot more. He was no longer being swayed by the worlds and was leading the situation. The vague foreknowledge had finally become clear. Earth shall become larger than heaven. The fifth and the brightest shining star that rules Earth shall appear. Born from an angel, raised as a human, reborn into a dragon. Feeling a conflict of disappointment and satisfaction at his son's growth, Yoo IlHan told his son the truth. It's because you have appeared, son. With your appearance, all other factions have shrunk back, and the moment that God had waited for has arrived. And in the end, he will become the sole God. He spoke the line that Yoo IlHan had already predicted. Harmageddon is coming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 319, I'm one that closes the curtain, 3. Yoo IlHan was slightly annoyed since it looked like everything was going just as he had predicted. No matter how good he was at predicting foreshadows, wasn't this a little too much? Was this a type of foreknowledge too? Just as he was thinking about such childish things to escape reality, Uriel spoke to him. You have nothing to fear. Gabriel has already predicted that you shall be safe until the very end. Of course, the foreknowledge isn't always correct. But we shall help you so that it will become as such. You could have done that until now. We did a lot. However, Yoo IlHan, you do not think that the worlds you have been to are all the worlds, do you? Ugh, it feels bad since I sound like I'm making excuses, but you're right. There's no way the things I have seen are everything. I'm not God, so I can't see everything. Thank you for being understanding. Right now, she was saying this, while Yoo IlHan was cleaning up the mess that the Heaven's army had made. Gabriel, Uriel and some other angels were concentrating their efforts into places unknown to him. Annoyingly, he couldn't really deny that. However, Uriel's words hadn't ended yet. However, you are right. The blame is ours. I am not going to deny that. I will receive the price for all of it. If my puny life can set everything straight, I would have done so already, but precisely because that wasn't the case is why I lived on and struggled. And right now, I could finally meet you in this place. Yeah, sure. Even while listening, Yoo IlHan didn't stop grumbling. Yoo IlHan's greatest objective in life was to churn the guts of all beings that he has grudges with. I'm so thankful. Countless beings were fighting for my sake? That sounds harsh. Hey, didn't I say that foreknowledge isn't omnipotent? Uriel has really suffered. Gabriel. I haven't suffered at all. The one to suffer was you. Very slightly, Uriel blushed at Yoo IlHan's, no, Gabriel's words. Yoo IlHan, who saw that only Uriel out of the 4 great archangels was indifferent to him and thought that she was quite special among the 4, realized that it wasn't entirely like that, and continuing. Cheating? While your son is in a world of trouble you leave mom and go out with a pretty woman? I do not know anything like cheating, son. I don't. He felt like there was an emphasis on I, implying don't you know already? And made him annoyed. However, just as he was going to say he didn't know about anything like that either, several faces of women popped up in his mind so he could only stay quiet. Gabriel spoke as if his son was adorable. Give it up and accept all of them. This dad does think that love which extends between each other is very beautiful, but I also think love takes many different forms apart from that, especially with someone as bright and brilliant like you. The new child with the blessing of the God of love should also know that and will understand it. I'm going to destroy everything you know from your memory. If you say later that you saw my first night with Liara, then I'll overturn everything even if it's you. Unfortunately, I can't see such detailed things. Yoo IlHan put 5 hostility points onto his father. Seeing the father and son having an embarrassing conversation, Uriel interfered between the two with bright red cheeks. Well, it is not long until the final showdown. If you have cleared up your talks, then it's time to act. First, you stay 100 meters away from Dad. I'll extract 1 drop of blood from you every time you smile at him. You. Even while being on guard against Uriel, he took the trap of restoration from his father and passed it to Mystic. Mystic didn't receive it willingly and narrowed her eyes instead. Weren't you high and mighty from birth, Master, eh? Never did I imagine that you were the young master of one of the 4 great archangels, . But unlike a certain someone who was born a higher existence, I was born as a level 1 human who couldn't even use mana. Earth Spoon should shut up and activate the trap. Who the hell's an Earth Spoon? You Dragon Spoon. Wait, Earth Spoon. Since it's come to this, let's do one more thing too. I'm not Earth Spoon. Damn you. T/N, the spoon is reference to the proverb born with a silver spoon in the mouth. Yoo IlHan immediately activated his creation ability to add something new to the trap of restoration. Receiving that, Mystic immediately realized the change and whitened her eyes. Really? Really? I'll nag you to death if there's any unnecessary casualties, okay? Just do it already. Mystic threw the trap of restoration and activated it. At that moment, a strange wave was released from the trap of restoration and engulfed all the traps of destruction in this world. Then, it released all the monsters inside. Yoo IlHan. Master, what is this? Son. Not to mention Uriel and Orochi, even Gabriel hadn't seen this with his foreknowledge and called out to him in shock. However, Yoo IlHan just snorted at them and stepped forward before activating manifestation and declaration simultaneously. Of course, he had already dispelled his concealment. Look at me. With the support of manifestation, the range of declaration expanded to all of Hyshia. His voice resounded across the entire world, and the monsters that were released from the dungeons, the humans that were shocked at the sight, as well as the ones that were just living their own lives in secluded places all discovered Yoo IlHan. Those with malice against humanity. Those with hostility against the continuation of mankind. Those who wish to grow as you lust for the flesh of those I desire to protect. His declaration continued. The huge mana he possessed instantly neared depletion, but drinking breath made of Ekjar's blood, he finished his words. You shall all die. That was enough. The living monsters in the mountains, hills, skies, seas, volcanoes, caves, everywhere, had all collapsed and died on the spot. The skill, manifestation, has become level 32. The skill, declaration, has become level 57. Everyone watching lost their words. However, Yoo IlHan didn't care about them at all. With the annihilation of all the monsters, mana instantly filled the world, and the traps of restoration absorbed all that mana and spread it to the other traps of destruction in an increasingly shorter intervals. All the traps of destruction changed into traps of restoration in an instant. In the future, neither dungeon breaks nor overflows would happen in this world. No, not only that. I am the god you have been waiting for. Shamelessly shouted Yoo IlHan. So obey me. His mana was already nearing its limits, but the endlessly filling mana supplemented the mana consumed in the declaration skill. In other people's view, he looked like he had an endless supply of mana. However, Yoo IlHan was in fact nervously checking the time that he could maintain the two skills simultaneously. In the first place, it was a miracle that he could stay standing in a lower world that wasn't even in his own domain. It was more so considering that it hadn't been long since he had ascended into his place as a leader of a faction. Son, you really are. Why are you so surprised? You can do it too. Gabriel was the leader of the Garden of Sunset at the same time being one of the 4 great archangels. Yoo IlHan estimated that his father's concealment had deceived everything and pioneered a unique realm for him to become a higher existence, and it was in fact true. It was just that he was mistaken about one thing, the limits of Gabriel's ability. I'm not sure about a world under the Garden of Sunset's rule, but in another lower world, I can't really do that. Moreover, it also takes quite a lot of time to change from the Gabriel form to the Garden of Sunset leader. Don't say it like you're some transforming robot. Interrupting his narration of his backstory, Yoo IlHan firmly received all the gazes of all the people that looked up at him. The people all seemed to be confused, but the ones that experienced the miracles eventually reacted. He has come. He has really come for us. In place of the angels that abandoned us. He has come. No, the one looking down at us from up there is God. He has come to take us all in. Of course, there were many that felt hostile as well. However, the vast majority had shining eyes while they looked at Yoo IlHan. Even the ones that held some hostility could not deny that the monsters were annihilated thanks to him. Like that, Yoo IlHan showed them overwhelming power and amplified their minute hope with the following words. I shall lead you to a place with a new hope. Civilization would probably collapse. Every one of them will be put in the middle of battle. They will meet a big threat to their lives. Perhaps they may need an even more frightful and cold environment than this place. Perhaps they may regret their choices and may wish to return. However, Yoo IlHan forced them to choose nonetheless. Although he couldn't stay here and protect them, he could take them in and head to Daru. Will you follow me? I shall take you all in when all of your wills turn into one. He uttered some cool words, probably taken from a book somewhere. Mystic thought that he was like a drug dealer, while Orochi thought that true scammers were really different. Meanwhile, Uriel was still slightly out of it thanks to the grandeur that Yoo IlHan showed with his declaration skill, while Gabriel was slightly depressed because his son had surpassed him. I shall follow. Someone spoke. He was one of the generals that fought against monsters in the front lines with the surviving humanity. I shall follow you. Someone else spoke. He was a lonely man who stood at the peak of what little humanity left here, and could no longer be called emperor. Please lead us. Someone else spoke. She was an old woman who lived as a mercenary all her life fighting monsters before dropping out after she had lost a leg and the people important to her. I hate those that try to step above us. Damn it, I guess I can't help it. And someone despaired. He was the knight captain of a ruined country that felt disgust for being swayed around by higher existences at whim, but could only grab the thread of hope that was given to him. Yes. Yoo IlHan nodded his head with a smile. His figure filled the eyes of all of mankind in this world. I shall lead you all to my world. You have received the obedience of all surviving mankind from the lower world Hyshia. The world of Hyshia enters your domain. The world, Hyshia, fuses with Daru. Well, let's return to Daru first. Yoo IlHan looked back at the others while the entire world of Hyshia was being twisted and spoke. Dad, you prepare an excuse for Mom. Ugh. Was it really a good choice that I ended up making her give birth to IlHan? I knew I should have had a daughter instead of a son. Gabriel, fight on. Uriel's shy cheers did not help Gabriel at all. While Gabriel heaved sighs after sighs, the fusion of dimensions finally happened. This was also the moment the first stage Yoo IlHan had aimed for in the scattering traps of restoration, at the same time being the moment that solved one of his doubts completely. It was also an unprecedented time where a combined front of higher existence factions had formed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 320, I'm one that closes the curtain, 4. Chapter 320, I'm one that closes the curtain, 4. Having entered Daru and laying their eyes on the vastness of the land that the world encompassed, Uriel and Gabriel's reactions were as follows. How can this be? Son, do you like playing The Sims? Yoo IlHan watched the survivors of Hyshia being incorporated into the world of Daru and replied in a light mood to Gabriel. I did like it before, but I don't like it now. Games are only fun when they're enjoyed as games. It's like how racing games are fun, but the morning commutes feel like trash. But you didn't play racing games nor did you ever drive on your morning commute. Shut up, Earth Spoon. Dad. IlHan. The ones that were waiting for him while he visited over 30,000 worlds soon rushed to where he was. Yoo IlHan made Ymir stop at a suitable distance before stroking his head, and embraced Liara without any resistance from her. I was a little late, wasn't I, Nut? You were too late, you idiot. You could have taken me along as well, why do you always leave me behind? Bad guy. Sorry about that. Liara rubbed her face in his chest for a while but then realized that Yoo IlHan was accompanied by a man and a woman who were not Orochi and Mystic. This aura is Lady Uriel and Lord Gabriel of the 4 great archangels. How did this happen? You took another 2 as hostages after killing one. Yoo IlHan smacked Liara lightly on the forehead and spoke while looking at Gabriel. And your human form? Fine, I'll do it. I just have to do it, right? Gabriel grumbled and closed his eyes. Following that, the 3 pairs of wings, the halo unique to angels as well as the imposing mana that radiated from him all disappeared. No, it wasn't correct to say they disappeared. It had just all disappeared into a realm of concealment so deep that it couldn't even be recorded by anyone. With the mana gone, wrinkles started appearing on his skin. But unlike before, he looked to be in his mid-30s. As he naturally lost the power to maintain himself in mid-air, he should have fallen down immediately, but Uriel moved to receive him before that happened. When she was interrupted by an aegis that appeared and supported his father. Liara finally realized the identity of this person. IlHan's dad? He was Lord Gabriel until just now. He's the same person. Oh, he's also the leader of the Garden of Sunset as well. That trash? What? Liara's eyes were filled with question marks. Gabriel laughed awkwardly. Yes, I'm the trash that made you suffer all this time, child. I'm so sorry. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Lord Gabriel is my father-in-law? Father? Oh, father. That's a nice word to hear. Why don't you call me father again? Dad, shut up. Yes, sir. Ha? Ho? Liara's brain halted all activity as it overheated from trying to but not being able to accept the sudden change in situation. Yoo IlHan patted his lover that was perfect in every way but one, which made her lovelier, and spoke to Gabriel. Dad, you can go to Mom first. I'll take care of some things before I follow along. Ha, I guess I can't avoid it. Okay, fine. It really is depressing. Gabriel. If Kim Yi-sul joined the Garden of Sunset before, he could have explained everything to her, but thanks to her rejection in one go, he had to live apart from his wife without any time to explain anything to her. His wife was such a firm-willed person. Though, that was also why he truly fell in love with her even though he was one of the 4 great archangels. But precisely because of that, did he fear meeting his wife? However, the aegis that Yoo IlHan had called out completely ignored his hesitation and feelings and led him to where Kim Yi-sul was. Uriel followed him until she received Yoo IlHan's glare and fell back. Since 2 of the 4 great archangels have left their position, this should have been revealed to the heaven's army as well. But why aren't you falling down to a lower existence even though you went against the laws of heaven? Because the ones in charge of making angels fall into lower existences are the 4 great archangels. That was so OP. This is why corruption never disappeared in politics. Since the ones that had to punish corruption were corrupted themselves, there's no way the lower ones would stop. Of course, this helped him right now. But I cannot stay as an angel forever. If you shall allow it, I wish to join Dragon's Nest. I can retain my power so it won't be a bad deal for you. That's a nice suggestion. But what about Dad? Gabriel just needs to transfer all his powers into the Garden of Sunset. Once that happens, it will become possible to gather all the power of the Garden of Sunset that was scattered across the stars until now. Moreover, no one across all the worlds can steal his power. Hike. Uriel, who was making an expression filled with love while explaining about Gabriel, shrunk back after being glared at by Yoo IlHan once again. Yoo IlHan interrogated her more. Is there something you did against this Harmageddon or whatever? Both Gabriel's and my actions were extremely limited and secretive. It is not that we did not act to persuade those in the Heaven's army, but because most of them are loyal to Michael. Sure. Although he lost completely to Yoo IlHan thanks to his affinity with fire, Michael was the biggest power that allowed Heaven's army to maintain its presence everywhere and still be stronger than the others. Rather than betraying him, the angels would probably choose to commit suicide. If there was one way to change their thoughts, it's to slash Michael's neck and have a calm conversation with them, but I can't just kill him because of that. I left Michael as a means of stopping Satan. Can we completely trust in Satan? When we first went against God, he was definitely on our side. I think that is the case. But now, I'm not so sure. Perhaps, like Michael and Raphael, he may already be. I kinda thought this was the case, but you guys don't help at all, but... Uriel shut her mouth. However, Yoo IlHan ignored the useless Uriel and fell deep into thought. First, he was done preparing against the self-proclaimed God, or the God of Heaven. He had scattered traps of regeneration in all lower worlds that he had been to at least once, and even made them so that they could encroach on other lower worlds by crossing the dimensional wall, so it wouldn't take too long for all traps of destruction to disappear from lower worlds. Of course, he had to do the same thing to higher worlds. Although this was something that was in progress, it was smooth sailing at least until now. What he had to guard against next was the rest of the higher existence factions that didn't care about what the God of Heaven was doing, and were just moving under the assumption that Earth is important so it's mine. A clash with the Heaven's army couldn't be avoided since they treated Yoo IlHan like he was their archenemy, while the army of brilliant light was on hold since he didn't know what they were thinking, and fortunately the Garden of Sunset looked like they'll become his allies since Gabriel was the one leading them. Just the Destruction Demon Army was a mystery. Auriel, how would the Destruction Demon Army move? Didn't Dad say anything? As you know already, all they are thinking of is the destruction of everything. As such, they are also the most dangerous beings as well. Not only are the battalion commanders and their forces threatening, the most frightening of them all is their leader, Greed. Satan and Gabriel were both originally from the Heaven's army, but only Greed formed his own organization after reaching the realm of Transcenders with his own power. Of course, thanks to Yoo IlHan's mess, the powers of each faction did decrease a lot. Despite that, Greed's power was still overwhelming, and was even increasing right now. In other words, if there was another being that he had to be wary against on top of God of Heaven, it was Greed. TCH, so in the end, I can only do one thing. Greed told Yoo IlHan to become God. Yoo IlHan did not believe in his words and ignored him, but in order for them to survive, and to live on, he knew that they have to go to war with the original higher existence factions. Well, then. What did he have to do first? First, he had to lock the doors of Earth and Daru, and let's invade heaven and get some supplies of higher metals. You're calmly uttering some amazing words. After that, I'm going to make them into traps of restoration and steal higher worlds that the other factions possess. Are you planning to cause Harmageddon yourself? Auriel asked in surprise. Yoo IlHan liked her words and let out a hearty laugh. Yes. I hate being attacked. Fights are all about attacking first. That's something I like. Fights are all about attacking first after all, but while Yoo IlHan and Orochi were in sync with each other, a loud slap could be heard from the horizon. A voice of pain that filled the world came after. Where do you think you're going? This is just the beginning. Honey, please take it lightly on me. Lightly. Ack. One of the four great archangels, Gabriel, was suffering against rapid fire slaps from his wife. Seeing Auriel twitch every time skin met skin and caused a melody, Yoo IlHan muttered in satisfaction. Slap him 1,000 times more in my stead, Mom. While Gabriel was undergoing a world of suffering, Yoo IlHan checked for any events and changes that might have occurred while he was away, and vitalized the carpet since it became somewhat unstable after the addition of Hyshia. He didn't forget to supplement his mana. Mr. IlHan. Not so long after, Kangmire came looking for him. As she knew the reunion of Kim Yi-sul and Gabriel, she seemed to be more confused than ever. Is what I heard and experienced all real? If you're talking about how my dad is Gabriel at the same time as being the leader of the Garden of Sunset, then, yes. You're indeed right. What? He's also the leader of the Garden of Sunset. Oh, she didn't know that bit of information. Yoo IlHan just smiled at her. Kangmire smiled awkwardly after finding out that Yoo IlHan felt the same as her. Although meaty slaps could be heard throughout their conversation, Kangmire ignored those and spoke to him. I brought all the people on Earth to Daru. Although they're feeling slightly panicked due to the sudden change in spacetime, they should adapt soon. Oh, I kind of felt that was the case, but you brought them all. Thanks for the hard work. Since the people of Hyshia had come as well, he might as well take care of everything. Yoo IlHan saw that his mana pool was full and activated the declaration skill to explain the current events to all beings in Daru. Mic test. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of Daru. I am your god, Yoo IlHan. That sounds like an in-flight announcement, Master. Have some more grandeur. However, the following announcements from Yoo IlHan to the entire world didn't sound that much different from an in-flight announcement either. The current Daru only spawn third-class monsters and above, so they would act within designated areas, not be outside too late at night, have a nice time in Daru, and other stuff like that. Everything other than that was meaningless. They were either meaningless for them to know, or would scare them even further. Oh yes, how about Legni? Did they invade? It seems they can't completely ignore Mr. Yoo IlHan's influence quite yet. We weren't invaded even once. It's about time they came. The God of Heaven was not the first transcender for nothing. No matter how strong Yoo IlHan's defenses were, Yoo IlHan didn't think that they'd give up on this world and just let it be. Well, it doesn't matter when they invade. Well, let's start our next project. Mr. IlHan, will you really be fine? You are moving without having any time to rest. There's not a lot of it left, so we should have a final sprint. He was going to act once his mother calmed down a little, but the meaty slaps never seemed to cease. By his side, Uriel looked very worried. Even while sighing, Yoo IlHan went to the Guardian Castle with them. Kim Yi-sol and Gabriel were there. Son. Save me. Son. Son, Mom's angry right now, so leave us be. Got it. Son. Even though his mother was now a true dragon under Dragon's Nest, and Yoo IlHan was the leader of that faction, Yoo IlHan couldn't go against his mother. Wasn't that how parent-child relationships were? More so if his mother's rage was directed at his father. Not only could he not go against her, he had no thoughts of doing that either. Yoo IlHan decided to calmly wait until his parents finished their reunion event. But at such a good time, he could feel the insolent things that tried to invade Daru. Irregulars, the largest hindrance to the plan. He orders, eliminating irregulars. Execute, eliminate, destroy. How can this be? Executing God's orders, the group of Legni lightly ripped Yoo IlHan's shield apart as if it had been made of paper. Yoo IlHan was really surprised after meeting them. That's really a villain android's line from the 90s games. Even their timings are so lame. That's what you're surprised about. There were over 20 Legni that invaded Daru. 23 whole beings that were over level 500. Moreover, considering how they possessed power to restrain mana, these 23 could probably wipe out the majority of higher worlds by themselves. Good, I got another source of metals before I go to heaven. Of course, Yoo IlHan's perception of them was slightly different. He smiled and faced the rude invaders in midair. He shouted towards the God of Heaven that was definitely peeking at him behind them. If you want to defeat me, then bring around 3,000 times more troops than this. Come at me. Author's notes. Not applicable. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokusaitsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 321, I'm one that closes the curtain. 5. Eliminating irregulars. Traitor, betrayer, the largest obstacle. Emanate. Yoo IlHan extended his hand into the air. The first thing he did was to revitalize and control the carpet to redirect the maximum amount of mana into himself before activating the dimensional ruler skill with that power. No more shall enter. The world closed. With that, Legni could no longer receive orders from the God of Heaven, nor could they receive any additional energy. You cannot acquire anything here. You cannot resist. What glowed next were the traps of restoration scattered over Daru. What did the traps of restoration do? They ruled, amplified, restored, engulfed, and resisted mana. They weren't simply artifacts that imprisoned monsters into dungeons. They contained Yoo IlHan's meticulous magic formation, and were a sort of booster that supported him. Why? My head hurts, master. My head hurts. Hold it. Orochi, you console her. To think you'd make me babysit her. Who the hell's a baby? Hey, don't stroke my head. Foo. It's rather awkward for me if you really end up calming down with this. Yoo IlHan activated 2 rounds of declaration and lightly drew his hand across the air with the remaining mana. Just that was enough to activate Transcendent Trajectory. But somehow, despite the fact that his supreme skill that showed such grandeur before, the 23 Legni were unfazed in the slightest. Impossible with mana. The prophecy is wrong. You are not a leader. It seems like the will of God still remained inside them as they uttered some strange words. Yoo IlHan snorted and asked them. What else did God say? That you came to Darrow so next up is Earth? No, there's no way he can so easily enter Earth. The magic formation on Earth has been upgraded after all. However, even though he talked to them, he received no reply. Well, obviously, since their bodies were being sliced apart. Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical. CRI. Horizontally, vertically, diagonally, from the bottom, from the top, like knives pressing and sliding against vegetables on top of a cutting board, countless trajectories assaulted them and diced them. Impossible with mana? The power of mana differed vastly according to who used it. How could they endure it when they were turned into honeycombs under Kong Mirai's dimensional magic? Moreover, as long as the energy they used were sourced from souls, they will not be able to ignore Yoo IlHan's power that wielded the essence of souls. Just you aren't enough. But the God of Heaven will still not move, right? To move himself, the leaders of the other factions should weigh on his mind. G. GG. GGG. The last of the Legni emitted some strange sounds. However, it was merely an array of vibrations that did not possess meaning. Yoo IlHan laughed and drew his finger across the air once again. Its body was sliced apart. With that, the short uproar was finished. You have earned experience. You have become level 536. 5 strength, 2 agility, 2 health, 6 magic increases. The skill, Transcendent Trajectory, has become level 24. The world became quiet once more. The ones aware of the existence of Legni had resolved themselves for a harsh battle the moment 23 of them came to Darrow, but they were left in a daze after realizing that they were merely mobs that the Lord of this world, Yoo IlHan, only needed to sweep his hand from left to right to exterminate them all. It was a kind of relief on top of being overwhelmed. The relief that it would be safe next to him. IlHan, you really became a lot stronger. I don't even know how strong you really are. Even Miss Mirai can do this much. No, without Yuna's miracle backup, I wouldn't be able to deal with them at all. Spoke Kong Mirai stiffly since she thought that Yoo IlHan was overestimating her. However, Yoo IlHan spoke as though he knew what she was thinking. It will be Harmageddon soon, so we'll be in a fix if Miss Yuna doesn't cause miracles like you are eating food. So don't worry about that part. You just said something that made me very worried. Yoo IlHan turned around, leaving the shocked Kong Mirai be. The important members of Dragon's Nest were all there. His mother Kim Yi-sul, who was shocked at Yoo IlHan's unbelievable power, and Gabriel, who rejoiced that he no longer was hit by the chain of continuous slaps, were the most comedic of the bunch. Dad, as you saw just now, it seems like it's finally starting. We'll need to move quickly as well. We should. I thought he'd send Arch-Legni, but from how it ended with just Legni, it seems like you grew up much faster than God had anticipated. It looks like we dealt a big blow before we even started. The father and son moved busily. Gabriel threw away his form as Yoo IlHan as well as his archangel form, and transformed himself into the leader of the Garden of Sunset, while Yoo IlHan urgently gathered the mana of this world to pour into the Cradle of Miracles. He also put inside a portion of the dead Legni inside. Then, he pointed at Uriel and flicked his finger. Here. Here, you say? Do you perhaps mean for me to enter that lump of red fire where those strange things just went inside? Exactly. Here. Uriel shivered after seeing Yoo IlHan's flawless fresh smile. Legna. I saw the traces of God entering that. Even though I can ignore everything that composes heaven, I am not free from God's power, if I came into contact with them and something unexpected happens. Sheesh, you're noisy. With those Legni that just entered, they recognized you and Dad. Before God does anything strange, you need to strip your angelhood completely. Yoo IlHan flicked his finger again and declaration skill activated. Even though she was one of the 4 great archangels, she was merely a feeble lifeform that could only choose to obey Yoo IlHan's law while inside Daru. Please wait a little, I believe in Gabriel, and don't trust you completely. I'll do it when kayak. Huh, I think I saw this scene somewhere. The mill bell? 1. Shut up. Uriel was helplessly thrown into the cradle of miracles. Her scream was eventually buried inside and could no longer be heard. Kim Yi-sul, who instinctively felt Uriel's deep feelings towards Gabriel, quietly whispered to her son. Son, I think it's fine even if that angel doesn't come out from there forever. I also think that, but I still need her power so I can't really help it. It is such a sad thing to feel powerless. It looks like Mom should become a lot stronger quickly. Even while a frightening conversation was exchanged between the mother and son, the evolution inside the cradle of miracles was going smoothly. The corpses of Legni simply amplified Uriel's power and increased her resistance against those type of golems. Not only that, the higher mana that the 4 great archangels and Lucille expropriated from God was wholly absorbed by the cradle of miracles and turned into the power of dragons, and with the records and energy that Uriel had to push herself to retain until now, being shared with Yoo IlHan, his level instantly increased by almost 20. You have become level 554. 41 strength, 11 agility, 25 health, 23 magic increases. The skill, declaration has become level 71. What an upgrade from just analyzing and transforming the power of God. These records were shared to Yoo IlHan's subordinates through him, and their levels would increase as well. Uriel's words weren't wrong. Just by going under his wing, she gave him tremendous help. With this, I'm looking forward to what Raphael's body holds in store. Mom also looks forward to it. Everyone's so bad. Eventually, the cradle of miracles cracked. To exaggerate a little, an even larger aura than when Helena was reborn into a 7th-class dragon, was thumping inside. Well, a being that possessed a portion of God's power had been completely reborn into a dragon, so it was no wonder that she emitted an overwhelming aura, But the next moment, a completely unexpected line of text appeared on Yoo IlHan's retina. LV-600 Uriel was born from your nest. Huh, she crossed the bottleneck. A bottleneck? Don't tell me it's 8th class? No way. Phew. The cradle completely shattered, and 4 pairs of dragon wings unfolded from the inside. This was the moment one of the 4 great archangels, Uriel, had been reborn into an 8th-class dragon. The power she stole from God transformed into a dragon's and caused an unexpected synergy. But the first words Uriel spoke with that intense force coming off her was a complaint. Lord, Dragon's Nest has too few rules. Other than the fact that they cannot go against you, there are no rules that controls and restrains them. Well, Gabriel could propagate the Garden of Sunset this way, but you should have seen for yourself how they work right now. Like this, you will not be able to rule them unless you step out and supervise them yourself. Yoo IlHan gave a chic reply. After I erase everyone that caused trouble for Earth, I'm not going to care if the members of Dragon's Nest go on a world conquest, or have a relaxing farm life on the countryside, so it's fine. Father once said that you should enjoy life. It's fine if Gabriel said that. Miss Angel, no Miss Uriel? Shall we talk about that for a sec? I was also thinking that I should have a conversation with you, Next to Gabriel, who was under the process of transforming into the leader of the Garden of Sunset mode, Kim Yi-sul and Uriel were glaring at each other. Kim Yi-sul quickly realized that she was at the disadvantage in terms of power. Ladies. Yes, mother. Yes. Yoo IlHan paled when he saw that the female members including Liera were standing behind her and shouted. Attention to all true dragons of Dragon's Nest. We'll now be entering Operation Codename Final Operation. Son, give me 10 minutes. I have objections on the codename. Even though the enemy is acting like a villain from the 90s, I don't think we should go with a 90s naming sense too. Final Operation Commence. All objections were ruled out. Yoo IlHan looked around at the true dragons gathering around him and gave orders. Although there was a series of annoying events until now, the most annoying event of them all will begin soon. You can consider all higher existences not in Dragon's Nest and the Garden of Sunset as enemies. As ever, there was no dream nor hope in this plot. First, Dad said that he will make the mobs of the Garden of Sunset into a somewhat useful force. Son, I think you're mixing some inherent bias in your words. Be off then, Dad. Phew, I really raised my son wrong. The unseen figure of the leader of the Garden of Sunset appeared in front of everyone for all to see. The figure was surprisingly a handsome youth with white skin and a mysterious blue hair. Of course, his facial features from when he was Yoo IlHan still remained, but now that he had exposed his presence, he was unexpectedly really handsome. If he wished, he should be able to hide from everyone other than Yoo IlHan, but he no longer concealed himself. Now that he had completely thrown away any traces as an archangel, there was no need to hide himself anymore. Seeing that, Kim Yi-sul coughed awkwardly and nodded his head. You look quite young in that state. Wife, didn't I say so? That I don't need to level up. Don't bring up such a useless foreshadow from ages ago. Gabriel was hit once again after saying useless words. Even while being hit, he activated warp magic. I'll be off then. It's time to gather the power of the Garden of Sunset into one large force. I'll be unsettled if I send you alone, so I'll go with you. Okay then. Ah, Gabriel. I too. Auriel, you stay here without moving. I'll need you for something later. Understood. This was isolation no matter how you looked at it. However, even though she wanted to resist, she could not go against the Lord. Auriel folded her wings as if to contain her frustration. Kim Yi-sul stuck out her tongue as she disappeared beyond the dimension with Gabriel, as if mocking her. Watching that, Auriel felt very difficult on the inside but still smiled after seeing her act like a youth, alike her appearance. Yoo IlHan sent the two off until they completely disappeared and ordered the three elves and Murpha. You will be in charge of Earth. Unlike Daru, Earth won't so easily be penetrated, but it will be penetrated once before I finish. That is why I'm sending you for. I'm sending you because it's an important matter. Pate, you can do it, right? Of course. Having become a true dragon of 5th class, Pate could easily control undeads of the 6th class and above. As such, Yoo IlHan had left him with all corpses that he hadn't made use of until now. In fact, other than the main members that were at 7th class, Pate was practically the strongest. He handed Pate a feather decoration that he made in his spare time. It's not much, but here's a God-ranked artifact. It's God-ranked. Your Majesty, I'm honored to tears. You might lack power against lightning that restrain the use of mana. I mixed the materials I got from higher existences along with Harcanium and El-Hadra, so it will enable you to focus the traps of restoration on Earth on you. The will of the Guardian will also support you, so you should be able to defend against the Archlegna somehow. A power that can defend against Archlegna that I've never heard about before, and not just Legna. By this point, it made people wonder whether if Yoo IlHan was the true last boss or not. Yoo IlHan threw a trap of restoration into the gate that Kong Mirai opened, and engulfed the traps of destruction on Earth through Mystic. With this, all the unstable variables were eliminated. Well then. You should get going as well. We shall be back with no casualties. Having sent off the elves, Yoo IlHan turned around. He could see two pairs of ears twitching. The next are you two. We have been waiting for Master's orders. As your command, Lord. The next was Irisha and Flemir. Although the two were merely 5th class, Irisha possessed an incomparable might to before she had been reborn as a 5th class with the help of the blessing of the moon. Moreover, she could now bless and strengthen dragons, which she became one of, and in the case of Flemir, who was originally one of the Wolfkin, the strengthening ratio was so high that it even made Yoo IlHan shocked. With these two, the stronger of the dragons, like Ruby and First, should be able to bring out a power that surpasses ordinary higher existences. You can protect Dara with the other dragons. The other higher existence factions shouldn't have any time to screw around because of me, and they shouldn't come to Daru, but Legni and similar things that are slightly stronger may invade again. Orochi and Mystic saw what I did just now, so you should know what to do. Got it. I just need to stroke this woman's hair, right? Idiot. You idiot, Orochi, . Even while saying idiot so many times, Mystic didn't deny his words. Yoo IlHan watched as romantic feelings arose between his creations and felt very strange sensation on the inside, but did not retort to them. All's well that ends well. Miss Mirai and Miss Yuna should stay here as well. They'll need the power from the holy region. Understood. Mr. IlHan, do I really need to continuously use miracles? I think I can do it, but I will be really exhausted, you know? Really, really exhausted. I'll grant a wish later, so do your best. Okay. Not the one you're thinking of right now, but something else. How was my pink-colored delusion found out? Yoo IlHan called all the members that weren't called until now and made them board the Guardian Fortress. Yoo IlHan himself, Ymir, Liara, Urta, Hyena, as well as the dragon's army. Like I said last time, everyone is an enemy. Heaven's army are enemies, the destruction demon army are annoying enemies, and the army of brilliant light, well, we'll beat them up first because we don't know what they're thinking. Anyone doesn't understand? No one could misunderstand this operation. It was just that some of them couldn't really accept it. However, there was no way Yoo IlHan would listen even if they grumbled. Liara spoke in despair. Uriel by her side had a dejected expression as well. Let's go to heaven. Yes, let's go. Yoo IlHan's lips twitched into a smile as he activated warp. His destination was obviously heaven. His objective was the expropriation of Harcanium, Fessenam, and El Hadra. Really, he was no different from a highway bandit. Well, here we go then. UAA, we're really going. Yufufu, this is the best. The Guardian Fortress completely disappeared from Daru. The curtains to Harmageddon had finally risen. 1T/N, the Emil Bell has a myth that a mother let her child be cast into a bell, literally put the baby in molten metal that eventually made the bell. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322, I'm one that closes the curtain, 6. It's a beautiful day outside. Clouds are floating under the endless skies, and the birds are singing, but on days like this, angels like you. Yoo IlHan extended his hand into the air. Eternal Flame and Ekjar's breathing synchronized, and the two of them released mana simultaneously. The energy of dragons and the energy of flames fused into one to form a huge wave of force. In the very next moment, Yoo IlHan's domain was declared in this world that had lost its master. Should be burning in hell. Along with the declaration skill, the manifestation skill activated and colored an extremely small portion of the vast world into the color of Yoo IlHan's aura. It was a dominating scene, but Liara, who was watching, screamed. Dangerous. We'll really be sued. I rearranged it so it's fine. Yoo IlHan was no longer a lower existence. He was the master of the vast world known as Daru, and was also the lord of all dragons. His records were depthless and vast. Naturally, the reserve of mana which he possessed was also in a completely different dimension from before. With such mana taking over a portion of heaven, what would happen? All beings, that is, all the angels of heaven, recognized his presence. This, absurd. A leader has attacked directly. Emergency. It's an emergency. A leader of a higher existence faction. Yoo IlHan. My God, Yoo IlHan from Earth has. You didn't know I'd invade the last stage first, did you? All plot foreshadows in the world can go eat shit. However, what Yoo IlHan was doing wasn't anything new either. Until now, that is. Yoo IlHan shouted in satisfaction after seeing the angels rushing towards him. He brought up his ruling power through the declaration skill. From this moment on, and for only this moment, there will be a grand event for the announcement of Dragon's Nest's existence. Such light words were not something anyone would expect from a leader of an entire organization. But recruiting new members to join Dragon's Nest. As long as your records are intact, it's fine even if you completely fall to a lower existence. From an angel into a dragon, an opportunity to be reborn into a cooler self. There are not that many chances, nor there is much time. Grab your tickets now while they are still available. What? Thought light words, his meaning behind them struck heaven strong. Of course, the majority of the angels snorted at his words, but none thought that he was lying. Angel to a fallen angel to a gatekeeper. There were plenty of precedents. It was just that they thought that Yoo IlHan was struggling to increase his forces since his faction was relatively new. This world is the main camp of the Heaven's army. I can commend you for having the talent to become a higher existence on your own, but how dare you try to drag angels into becoming mere reptiles? In God's name, we the angels shall pierce you until you die. Stab the eyes of that cretin and pull his heart out. Envoys of God, it's time to execute. So there were so many angels in the main army. Yoo IlHan made a bitter smile while looking at the angels that couldn't be counted with just thousands or tens of thousands. Well, he did know that it was a rather crucial time, but why were they all stuck at home when they had so many lower worlds to attend to? It seems like these guys needed a rather striking awakening. Yoo IlHan resolved himself and brought up his mana once again. I shall bind myself with the power granted unto me. I thus declare, I cannot lie. Nonsense. He bound himself through declaration. With this, he could really not lie. Using his power to restrain himself, such a foolish thing to do. However, he needed that right now. God is no longer in heaven. Your God is creating a new army in order to erase everything. You are all abandoned as a failed project. To the God of heaven, you are merely luggage that will get in his way. Nonsense. How dare you try to taint the name of the Lord? I shall speak again. Yoo IlHan's lips curved into a thick smile. With the ensemble of declaration and manifestation skills, his expression could be seen from anywhere in heaven, and his voice was omnipresent. I do not lie. The God of heaven has abandoned all of you. Why, you? Kill him. Punish the evil cretin that taints the name of the Creator. The 7th class archangels that were so hard to see normally appeared all of a sudden here and there. As expected of the biggest faction. Even though Yoo IlHan had killed and stolen away many of them, there were so many high-ranked angels left. They were one frightening force, all right. How dare you lie? He's a leader that just ascended. Bring down that false god and butcher him. Such as God's orders. I declare in the name of Archangel Muriel. He's an evil that we must eliminate, more so than Satan. There's no way Yoo IlHan's voice could reach them so easily when they denied everything. However, he could still see ripples here and there. Now, it was time to deal the strongest strike. Open your eyes and see for yourselves. Open your ears and listen carefully. Yoo IlHan's lips still retained its smile. Mocking their foolishness, he extended one hand toward his side. From where did your so-called orders come from? I can guarantee that they were from the 4 great archangels rather than God. Isn't this true, Uriel? Yes. What? Lady Uriel. He had the strongest trump card that could strip all their falsehood, namely, Uriel. Under Yoo IlHan's orders, she stepped forward but still glared at him once. Quite the vicious person you are. You could have told me about this beforehand. That's no fun though. You really take after Gabriel. She finally realized what Yoo IlHan needed her for, accepted it and joyfully played her part. Poaching angels. There was no way she would refuse this. In fact, this was natural. Since she had revealed her identity and left heaven, what was there for her to fear? What was there for her to hesitate? If she could draw on the feeble and ignorant companions to her side without killing them, what was there for her to be indecisive about? A ripple spread around to all angels that formed the heaven's army. No way, there's no way it's her. It's a lie, she's a fake. There's no way Lady Uriel of the 4 great archangels has joined that evil cretin. It's a lie. It's false. It's Yoo IlHan's deceit. I am Uriel. Everyone, I could not reveal my true feelings until now in fear of Michael's power. However, please listen. Uriel looked down at everyone with her brilliant looks so that anyone could realize it was her. 4 pairs of dragon wings being unfolded behind her was a grand spectacle. Everyone could feel her league, grandeur, and mana. 8 wings? That's a lie. That is not Lady Uriel. She isn't in 8th class either. It's a dragon. There's no way a dragon's wings can represent her league. Uriel's nonchalant, yet firm voice broke all suspicions and doubts. I am Uriel herself, one of the former 4 great archangels, and am now a dragon of the 8th class. I am here to prove the absence of God. The God of heaven is in no way the creator, nor was he a good ruler. He's merely a tyrant attempting to erase all worlds and create a garden of puppets. No. That isn't true. There's no way that is the case. Please, Lady Uriel. Please tell us that it isn't true. Ooh, please. Whenever Uriel spoke a line, angels could be seen struggling in various places. They could probably no longer reject Uriel herself as the angels, and even high angels and archangels no longer tried to attack them. Yoo IlHan thought that it was about time where he could enjoy some popcorn. This is quite interesting to watch. Darling. I thought that too. How did I end up falling for such? I keep feeling like we're the bad guys. However, Uriel's mass-range mental attack had just begun. Please listen to my words. The Lord of Dragon's Nest, Yoo IlHan, that you see right here is very rude, arrogant, and egoistic, but is a person that tries to protect all who enter his service. Just with that, he is worthy for us to serve. What the hell was that? The mental attack did a collateral damage. However, Uriel ignored Yoo IlHan's sharp glare and continued. We had to endure too much sadness until now, and had to watch as countless lives were sacrificed. Order was broken, while law had collapsed. God is attempting to bring doom to all worlds for his desires. Uriel gave a glance to Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan understood her intentions and took out an intact body of Legna from his inventory. A deformed ring of light and twisted pairs of wings made the angels drink a gasp of air after looking at it. None of them had the record skill, but could vaguely estimate what power it possessed and how it was created. Uriel's voice maxed out in rage after looking at Legna. This is his new army. We were abandoned. He was never the creator. He requested sacrifices for the greater good, but his ideal of a greater good was merely for the sake of furthering his own trivial desires. Angels of the heavens army. Please listen to my words. Uriel's eyes glistened in tears. She could probably win the leading actress award with that. Please, do not accept any more sacrifices in vain. By the side of this immature ruler, please protect this ugly yet oh so beautiful world. Hey, I sense thorns in your words. Uriel ignored his words again and wiped away her tears again. With that, the world temporarily regained its peace. The flames that composed Yoo IlHan's domain was still burning, but the angels no longer felt a sense of rejection towards them. Was Uriel's heartfelt persuasion transmitted to them? Little by little, some angels threw away their hostility and approached Yoo IlHan and the others. Of course, they could not achieve their objective. I will not accept it even despite that. A voice that snapped the wills of all resounded across the sky. Yoo IlHan felt that it was his turn and raised his head. He was there. The one that ruled fire, and was the greatest in this godless world. I knew you'd be here around this time, Michael. I never knew you'd so fearlessly rush into heaven. However, Yoo IlHan, do you not know that this place is where all power of heaven is focused? Do you really believe that I only have the power to brawl mindlessly? Michael was inferior to Yoo IlHan in all aspects. His flames obeyed Yoo IlHan instead, and all of his artifacts were influenced by Yoo IlHan. However, that was different in heaven where God's power ruled. Holding on to the name of God's executor, he possessed the largest fragment of God's power and would possess a power and mana that equaled any other supreme being, but... However, Yoo IlHan's expression was still calm even after feeling that vast power. I'd be disappointed if that were the case. You lived countless times more than me, but there's no way you can only get into brawls. Then you came here knowing all that? Even accompanied by a traitor. Michael's gaze on Uriel glowed strangely. Oh, from his sticky gaze, it seems like they weren't in a simple relationship either. Yoo IlHan instinctively felt so. The fact that Uriel, you are there means that Gabriel is also a traitor. Yes, Gabriel. So he's the one leading the Garden of Sunset. So you too deceived the Heaven's army, the world, and even the Akashic record. It is you who deceived us. Why did your mind change? You were shining brightly and purely when we promised to protect the world with our power and declared God as wrong. Shouted Uriel. All angels looked at Michael. They requested an answer from him. I am the same as that time. Claimed Michael. God has definitely chosen a wrong path. I had to turn my back on him in order to protect his dignity. And yes, I still haven't changed my mind about that. I will protect the current world. Then why? And I will stand above him. What was that? Uriel asked back. At that point, Michael's body was wrapped by a mysterious brilliance. I have been enlightened after a bout with that trivial being. I have realized the power I need, and took it. With that, I have become anew. Yes, now that all are looking at me, this is the right time. Michael. Uriel panicked. In her scenario, she had no line to counter against Michael's craziness. However, Yoo IlHan made a thick smile after looking at him. Good, now this is done. What is done, Lord? I shall stop being an angel, Uriel. I will transcend fire and become light. I am God. Michael released a blinding brilliance. As he had said, everyone could see the fire around him subliming into light. Everyone realized. It wasn't just pure magic power. It was a phenomenon when a being stepped onto a new realm. Michael was now reaching the position of God from being just an executor who worked for him. He took in God's power, and absorbed all the records necessary for him to ascend and reach the realm of supreme beings. The God you want is here. You need not doubt, nor worry. You shall follow me. 5 wings of light sprouted behind Michael's back. It was a dominating scene. Realizing one's own powerlessness and growing, that was only allowed to main characters though. So Yoo IlHan wasn't a main character after all? Lord, everything has gone wrong. We need to run. What do you mean run? It just became easier to differentiate between ally and enemy. However, Yoo IlHan was still as calm as ever. His gaze towards Michael that ascended to the realm of transcenders even looked like a girl in love. I was worried that he might not hold out because he was so weak. But with this, I'm relieved. At least he won't die until I kill him. His calmness even dropped Uriel's nervousness into naught. She asked, given up. Lord, do you have anything that you're afraid of? Of course I do. Mom being angry is one of them? So don't go seducing my dad, okay? Uriel gave up on understanding. At the same time, Michael held up a spear of light and pointed it at Yoo IlHan, while Yoo IlHan leisurely created a spear of flames in retaliation. I shall kill you and bring order to the universe. You must have killed me 1,000 times over using words alone. Why don't you come at me for real this time? As you wish. Die, Yoo IlHan. Two spears swung against each other. With a vast distance between the two transcenders clashed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 323, I'm one that closes the curtain, 7. Michael was originally inferior to Yoo IlHan attribute-wise. Even before he became a transcender, he already had enough power to go head-to-head against the leaders of other factions. However, he couldn't do anything against Yoo IlHan, so he had no other option but to retreat the moment he realized that. Moreover, he knew that Yoo IlHan had let him go willingly, so how could he not feel insulted? He gritted his teeth in vexation, and finally became a transcender with the indirect records he received while fighting against Yoo IlHan. He substituted all the power he got from God into his own, and pioneered his own path into a higher realm, exiting angelhood, just like how Satan did in the past. But, how? Shouted Michael while biting his lips. His spear and mana were all blocked before he could even fully extend them, almost as if it was blocked by a huge wall right in front of him. The cold sweat that formed on his forehead was quite unbecoming of his stature. How can I still not overcome you? You think that you sublimed fire into light, but you know? Yoo IlHan swung his spear of flames to counteract Michael's movements. The spear of light that Michael wielded held out much better than before, but the spear of flames didn't just stop at the clash and tried to spread out to attack Michael's body. Yoo IlHan's fire, as the lord of all dragons and flames, could easily damage the body of a transcender. Michael groaned. Light, in the end, is a part of fire. Of course, it's a good thing that you tried to take just one aspect of it and raise it to the extreme. Your method of growing into a whole new, independent transcender was the second most suitable method after Satan's. But that doesn't amount to much in front of me. Nonsense. You minor being. Michael was enraged and created magical formations of light everywhere. He was so vile in the sense that a portion of them aimed for not only Yoo IlHan, but the others next to him as well. However, just before the 5 pairs of wings of light directed mana into the magic formations and before the magic formations could transform it into destructive power that could decimate an entire world, Yoo IlHan covered them all with his own flames and activated counter. The skill, counter, has become level 73. Critical hit. Ka-ah-ah-ah-way-a-walk. How does it feel to be struck by a minor being, Michael? And oh, do you know that minor and Michael starts with the same 2 letters? Thousands of strands of fire struck through Michael like sharp lasers. Michael's body was riddled with holes that would bring death to anyone, but he drew on the endless mana in heaven and recovered. I shall. Michael's golden eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, unlike his expression, the words he uttered were relatively calm. Yes, I shall acknowledge you now. You are my equal as well as Satan's. You are greed's equal, and Gabriel's equal. Coming to your senses now, are you? After everything that was said and done, you are a transcender after all. You shouldn't show such an embarrassing side, right? Trying to attack my companions instead of me. Even petty villains don't do that nowadays. Yoo IlHan moved with a smile. Michael was forming chakrams in each hand while replying. Senses? I really did. That was a brutal wake-up call. Giving up trying to face him with pure attribute powers or wide-range magic, he decided to compress his magic power. This was the wisest choice he could make right now. His uncontrollable rage and embarrassment were washed away with pain, and his reason that befitted his status as a transcender finally came back. Yes, you are amazing. You overwhelmed all the techniques that others had piled up in a mere millennium, and ascended to a great realm by greedily devouring all their records. I finally realized my own lack of power after looking at you. I could finally reach the realm of transcenders, the realm of God, thanks to you. If you praise me that much, I'll get embarrassed. Even while praising Yoo IlHan, the two chakrams were being swung fast. However, Yoo IlHan had long since mastered physical combat mastery. He could read Michael's movements without difficulty and block them before he could put his full power into the attacks. I shall acknowledge you as my master. As God once was in the past, you too deserve to receive my respect. God once was, eh? So you want to steal my power this time? Coup. Yoo IlHan said his next line. Michael stiffened due to the sudden panic, but still burned his will to fight after seeing Yoo IlHan smirking. You probably don't know who made it possible to expropriate God's power and chase him out. Do not only think that only greed has the power to devour the strengths of others. Yes, anybody has that kind of power. I know that. Overwhelming magic power, formed into light and fire respectively, clashed against each other and caused blinding sparks to shoot out at every point of contact. Michael, as the ruler of light, even used those as means of attack, but Yoo IlHan blocked them without much difficulty. Such petty tricks wouldn't even leave a dent on the flame soul dragon body. If you utilize your records as weapons, then so have I. I have become the sole ruler of heaven. All beings worship me. Why don't you try to snap my light with your oh so mighty fire? The moment it no longer gives way is the moment you will lose. Well, let's see about that. Really? Yoo IlHan mocked him. His manifestation was still maintained. Although this region was under Michael's domain, it was simultaneously under Yoo IlHan's domain. The fifth and the brightest shining star, Yoo IlHan was a star that shone brighter than anyone and from anywhere. More. Not yet. Not yet. Michael charged against Yoo IlHan with a massive light. The chakrams that contained his dominating power spun rapidly as if to grind apart Yoo IlHan at any moment, but Yoo IlHan blocked all of Michael's attacks without much effort thanks to God force that strengthened his body beyond the limits within the domain of manifestation. Not only that. I have an interesting artifact I made before, you know? Kook. The spear made of flames suddenly rotated. It seemed to be equal in power with the chakram's rotation, before eventually completely grinding apart the magic power that formed the chakrams. Michael released light while gritting his teeth to block the attack, and activated counter to deflect Yoo IlHan's spear while calling out another pair of chakrams. Yoo IlHan blocked the counter with Aegis and let out a smile. Push yourself a little more. You are over level 700, you shouldn't be losing out to a level 500 like me, no? Spear versus chakram, leg versus leg, once again clashed. The 5 pairs of wings on Michael's back shot out feathers in various angles as if they had their own will to attack Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan deflected them without difficulty with transcendent trajectory and left wounds all over Michael's body. Yoo IlHan's attack techniques as a new transcender was beyond any original transcenders. How? How can this be? Michael gritted his teeth. Even after the chakrams multiplied into 4, 8, 16, 32, and even 64, the one that was overwhelmed was still Michael. How could you have reached such a high realm of might in such a short time? How can you have become so strong? How can you stand for so long? How could you have been enlightened by mana and rule over it? How are the flames worshipping you? How could you comprehend the Akashic record? You know? I think I need to admit to something at this point. After a short bout, Yoo IlHan kicked Michael and swung his spear. The moment he shouted, a streak of translucent flames appeared in the air, and the next moment, the abilities of all the spears he had made until now started being strengthened in the spear of flames. It looks like I'm a genius. Ah, he's my man, but he's so evil. Still so cool though. Even Liera, who was with him for 1 millennium, admitted that. Yoo IlHan lightly ignored her and unfolded his arms. His character was still the same as before, wasn't it? There was no need to hesitate now. The trend nowadays was to act arrogant after all. Do you see this? The current me can even do this. Be reborn into one. You. The limitations on the number of options or the conflict in magic power did not exist with him anymore. Everything in Yoo IlHan's records gathered into one and sublimed into the spear. Within the domain of manifestation, Yoo IlHan possessed absolute influence, and had used the declaration skill to cause creation with his own mana. Creation is activating. A new realm of creation is pioneered through the combination of records. God? Eternal? They were merely existing ranks until now. Right now, the spear that was being created within Yoo IlHan's hands was beyond the realm of having a way of description through language. Executing the power of the god of smithing. Executing the power of the god of fire. Creating a miracle. Characteristics and form lost their meaning in front of the vast quantity of records, and it could not be called by any name, but to bestow a suitable name to it, it would only be known as the God Spear. Why, you? That's. Yoo IlHan threw his spear without hesitation or the slightest shred of mercy to Michael, who was at a loss. Michael retreated as he knew that he wouldn't be able to do anything to it, and the world of heaven, which was his domain, rejected the spear, his mana, and his breath. Critical hit. Yoo IlHan's spear didn't reach Michael, but with just that single strike, he weakened the entire world. Every time the spear moved, the world itself was wounded and shrank back as a result. Accordingly, Yoo IlHan's magic power was being drained rapidly, but he would be able to kill Michael with leisure before it was completely drained. That is the new transcender. The brightest, shining star, you say? God, my Lord. Lord Michael has declared to be God. That God is absent. Then do we need to serve him as the new God? There is only one God that we serve. However, Lady Uriel has. Michael wouldn't have earned sufficient trust even had he overwhelmed Yoo IlHan in battle, but with him being forced back repeatedly and mercilessly, seeds of hesitation and distrust began to sprout in the hearts of all the angels. Their reactions were mostly split into 3 groups, and they were those that rejected reality, saying that there's no way God had abandoned them, those that followed Michael, and finally those that were shaken by Uriel's heartfelt persuasion and Yoo IlHan's overwhelming power. Well, here's one last advert. Yoo IlHan didn't follow Michael, but instead winked towards the surrounding angels. Don't lose this last chance. You can enter Dragon's Nest smoothly without any trouble. Don't miss this opportunity. Magic stones of higher existences? Higher metals? Well, don't be surprised. Right now, you can come and join us even if you're empty-handed. Why do you keep saying it like it's some home shopping advert? At that time, a heavy voice covered the field. If I surrender myself to you, will you accept me? Yoo IlHan chuckled. The voice was of someone he knew. Of course, Rachel. You gave us the perfect artifacts once before. Right now, you can even earn some bonus points. His identity was the archangel Rachel that guarded the treasury of the Heaven's army. Although it was only according to the contract, he gave Kong Mirai and Yoo IlHan the artifacts they needed. Of course, the Heart of Fire was tampered with by Michael and Raphael, but he had no role to play in that fiasco. Thanks to that, Yoo IlHan could ascend to the realm above higher existences, so he could be considered an indirect contributor to Yoo IlHan's strengthening. There was no way Yoo IlHan would reject him. Will you really accept me? No, would you please accept me? Rachel, you dare. Welcome. Here's our first customer. Yoo IlHan's spear once again blocked Michael's attacks, and the Cradle of Miracles appeared when Rachel joined the group successfully. Everyone fell back in fear after seeing that it was surrounded by a dominating mana, and the Cradle of Miracles greedily opened its mouth to swallow Rachel whole. He died. An archangel died so easily. No, he didn't die. Lord Rachel right now. Lord Rachel? No, he's a traitor. A defector that abandoned heaven to choose mere reptiles. Rachel's change didn't take that long. Yoo IlHan already specialized in maintaining the power and records of other factions from the time he revived IlHan, so now that he became the Lord of Dragon's Nest, that ability had been amplified even further. The Cradle of Miracles cracked, and Rachel, who appeared from the inside, had become a complete dragon with 3 pairs of wings, and in fact, possessed a stronger power than before. I can tell the truth now that I've been liberated from the shackles of heaven. Rachel glared at Michael with frightening eyes and shouted. He is false. He is a false god that only chased out God who was in the wrong and vied to take his place, and a coward that fulfilled his greed for power under the greater good and delusion that it was all for heaven. I now found the truth, and now discovered true freedom. Angels, open your eyes. Look at the eyes of the self-proclaimed God, the rotten wings that is hidden behind the light. The world froze. Yoo IlHan added with a smile on his face. It's today's popular product. Telephone inquiries are flooding. Hurry up if you want your order fulfilled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 324, I'm one that closes the curtain. 8. The angels broke out in whispers. It would be extremely abnormal for them to be calm after seeing a 7th-class archangel becoming a 7th-class dragon. They had finally realized. Yoo IlHan was in a different league from them. He was a being that could revolutionize existences. Michael, do you still feel like this is your own world? Yoo IlHan smiled. In the process of becoming the Lord of Dragon's Nest, Yoo IlHan's figure came to possess a mysterious sense of dominance, but the image of him making a playful smile exuded a strange charm. Of course though, Michael was feeling somewhat dejected while facing him. You are shaking everyone. You ignored the rules and the law, and now you're ignoring the very order of life and even the insurmountable records. Who made those rules or laws and order? Whose records were it? Not yours, is it? Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan smiled once again. Even the Cradle of Miracles seemed to be pressuring Michael right now. Michael felt dejected after feeling inferior physically, mentally, and even in words. Even though he was higher in level, and this world was his domain. Refugee angels were appearing here and there even all this while. Escape heaven. Then you shall become stronger. Do you know why I'm strong? It's because I ran away from organizations. You mean you were dropped out, not by choice? He ignored Liara's retort as he always did. The advantage had already tilted to his favor right now. Above all, Rachel being the first ripple to start the wave was extremely effective, as many higher angels and angels were coming over to his side. What? The fall to a lower existence? Don't worry about such things. It's fine, no matter how much you lose, I'll get them all back for you. Stop saying it like you're dragging them into doing drugs or gambling. Stop. Stop. Look at me, your God. You will follow a mere reptile and not this Michael. No, wait. At that moment something even bigger happened to kick Michael while he was down. The wall of chaos that separated heaven and IlHan started shaking at this time. Damn it, how can this happen now? My word, the wall of chaos is... Why were there so many vibrations in the wall of chaos recently? Is this all because God left heaven? I became the new God, but how is that wall still unstable? Now that heaven's forces are at its lowest, it was a very good opportunity for the destruction demon army. Once they made one mistake, the heaven that Michael precedes so dearly would collapse. That became a trigger for both Michael and the other angels to change their thinking. Even so, we need to protect heaven regardless. It's not that I want to follow Michael. However, we need to protect heaven. We need to go against the monsters. I'll get that back for you as well, so don't worry about it. At that moment, Yoo IlHan spoke. With confidence in his thick smile, he declared to all the angels, I cannot become God. I cannot become the sole supreme power. I am not merciful, nor do I think that I will sacrifice myself for everyone. However, I can hereby swear that I will need to acquire heaven in order to survive. So I will acquire it. Whether it's Michael, the destruction demon army's leader, the god of heaven, or Satan, whoever it may be that takes over heaven, I shall take it back from them. Yoo IlHan threw a special variety of trap of regeneration that he made in the extremely short time before he came here. It eventually disappeared deep inside the clouds that composed heaven, but the potential was already blossoming. It was the seedling of hope that no one other than Yoo IlHan could discover, and was one that only he could reap. Block them. But how? Lord Michael, we need to block them right now. Yoo IlHan may be an enemy, but the ones we need to defeat right now are the predators that are crawling up the wall of chaos. The angels that were on Michael's side, or those who denied the entire story, were against Yoo IlHan anyway and could not block his actions, nor could they recover the trap of regeneration. No, even if they could, they had no time to waste on Yoo IlHan. Phew. IlHan, are you alright? Of course I am. That was a lie. He felt as if his head would burst at any moment. If Mystic was here, she could scatter the traps of regeneration in his stead, but she was not with them right now. So, Yoo IlHan had to control the trap of regeneration with his own mana, and after a few rounds of manifestation and declaration, as well as transcendent trajectory and a few other skills, the creation of the trap of regeneration took a final hit on him, and the vast quantity of mana he possessed started nearing the bottom. Although he was utilizing his powers as a supreme being now, the moment his mana was completely depleted, the fight would not go his way. However, Yoo IlHan didn't show any signs of that at all. In fact, he instead consumed his mana once more and used declaration. Lost lambs. Yoo IlHan struck a final time while the angels' minds were spinning due to Michael, the god of heaven and the destruction demon army. Follow me. I will show you the path, the only path where you will not have to face me as an enemy. You sound a little cool now, muttered Urta while blushing. Yoo IlHan smiled after listening to her words and held his hand upwards. The guardian fortress opened its entrance accordingly and let the angels that submitted inside, while the ones that tried to attack his companions were simply pushed back before they could enter. Despite Yoo IlHan's overwhelming dominance, he could only take 1/10 of the angels belonging to the heavens army, but among that 10th were Rachel and Takiel, 2 archangels, so it could also be considered that he had taken 1/3 of heaven's battle force with him. There was one person who came that made Liara very happy as well. Liara, I shall go with you now. I understand that your eyes were right. Titira, welcome. New dragons are always welcome. But you know. What kind of women does the Lord prefer? I'm just curious. You're not needed anymore. Go back now. Yoo IlHan saw that he was almost finished and looked back. The one that only he could sense right now in this entire heaven was standing there. Mir, are you done? Yeah, Dad. The sixth-class dragon that went on a sole, but very important mission after they came to heaven, replied in a confident voice. I robbed them clean. Harcanium, Fessinum, El-Hadra as well as other higher metals and the entire treasury. Thanks to Rachel's absence, I finished it even quicker. Good boy. As expected of my son. It's all because I learned it from Dad. Yes, yes. You wonderful little thing. Quite the satisfying father-son relationship there. Erda even lost the will to retort and muttered powerlessly. Even meanwhile, heaven was becoming a mess. The angels fell into a state of panic after realizing that God was indeed absent. The angels that thought to follow Michael after they saw him ascending to the realm of transcenders, the ones that were nervous thinking that they had to defend against the destruction demon army and didn't care about anything else right now. Of course, the most panicked was Michael himself. Hey, Michael. Yoo IlHan, this is all because you. Don't die until I see you again, okay? Your experience is mine, so it will be frustrating if you give it to someone else, but... You dare to speak those words in such a situation. Even though Yoo IlHan didn't have the slightest intention to taunt him and just said that out of goodwill, Michael was enraged. Sheesh, it was so hard to get along with him. Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders and swung his spear. Michael shrunk back thinking that Yoo IlHan was about to use transcendent trajectory, but obviously, Yoo IlHan was just acting. When Michael realized that he was fooled, he threw a spear of light, but by that time, Yoo IlHan's warp skill activated and enveloped everyone inside the Guardian Fortress. The spear of light was deflected by Uriel. Yoo IlHan eyed her in thanks and swung his hands at Michael and the other angels. Well, then everyone. Have a nice day, Dot. Does that look like they'll have a nice day to you? Yoo IlHan's leisurely farewell greeting and Liara's retort struck Michael's ears. And that was the end of them. They melted into thin air as if they didn't exist in the first place. The angels, including Michael, felt as if they were all made into the biggest fools in history. Just, what are they? Lord Michael. We need to defend. This kind of trembling from the wall of chaos is unprecedented. Gather all angels that are dispatched outside. It's the biggest emergency yet. Perhaps the destruction demon army may actually invade heaven. The angels all moved about busily. Yoo IlHan was a walking disaster and a villain that took away their forces, but it was no time to speak bad about him. Michael also moved while gritting his teeth. The destruction demon army, huh? In fact, this is a good opportunity. You there, bowing your heads to me but not for real, keep watching. I shall show you the power of the new god. Michael's power was a level 700 transcender. Although he was pushed back against Yoo IlHan thanks to being inferior in attributes, he wasn't so easy to be mocked by others as well. Now that he had completely transcended angelhood, he had the confidence to not lose against anyone except Yoo IlHan, be it greed, Satan, or even the God of heaven. I shall show you. I shall engrave into all the worlds that I am God. Lord Michael. Follow Lord Michael. Our only remaining hope, the new God. Like that, heaven was reborn. After experiencing many things, such as the eradication of traitors, and the insulting incident of angels being poached by Dragon's Nest, they could finally gather around Michael as the central pillar, albeit imperfectly. He showed himself by suppressing all the predators directly by going to the wall of chaos, and with that, everyone was known of the birth of the new transcender. Simultaneously, the fact that God was absent in heaven was also made known to all higher existences. Meanwhile, Yoo IlHan, who had temporarily returned to Daru after a successful mission, refueled his mana from the world and activated the Cradle of Miracles rapidly. However, he found out about one important aspect of the Cradle of Miracles soon, and it was that there wasn't much of a problem when there were a few beings that were being reborn into dragons, but was unbelievably annoying when there were too many of them. Gosh, it's annoying. You guys, go all inside at once. But how? Wait, my new lord. Get in already. Yoo IlHan and the Cradle of Miracles turned into fire after receiving a huge quantity of mana from nature, assaulted the angels at once. Without any context, anyone would think that they were going to be burned alive. However, the fire eventually turned into a red cloth, and was ripped apart again soon, and the ones that turned into true dragons poured out from within. Lord Rachel underwent such a fancy process, but why were we herded like sheep? It's fine since you guys are nameless extras. I'll put you guys up on the ending credits if you survive Harmageddon. Yoo IlHan ignored all the complaints from the ex-angel now dragons and activated the Cradle of Miracles once again. Even though he took care of many of them at once, he still had more of them to evolve. The dragon's army grew a lot while facing higher existences and soon would produce exemplary specimens who would evolve into true dragons, and with more time, Yoo IlHan thought that it would become simple to wipe another faction with forces armed with god-ranked artifacts. And then, he realized that his father had contacted him. What is it, Dad? I'm working at the factory. I mean, evolving others, so I'm busy. Ah, I'm calling since something happened. His father, Gabriel, spoke as if nothing much had happened. It seems like my movements were read. The Legni teamed up with the fallen angels and are invading us. Oh, I see Satan here as well. Kaya. I never would have known that those two would team up. Wait, why the hell was Satan teaming up with God when he protected Yoo IlHan once before? Life was truly full of mysteries. Author's notes. At this point, I don't really have to tell you the title of the next arc. Translator's notes. Okay, next arc is literally titled Harmageddon. And I think I need to clear this up. The word Harmageddon is a mixture of the words Harcanium and Armageddon. Not something like harm. Harcanium is the main ingredient that makes up the traps of destruction, the traps of regeneration, as well as the strange angels aka Legni. Harmageddon is basically apocalypse that involves those three. I know, it's a bad pun by author. And Book 13 is now over. Chapters 325-348 will be Book 14, the last book. There are 4 side stories as well as an author's note as well. Please support this novel until the very end. Sponsors will no longer count towards the queue, and there will be 2 chapters per day except Sundays. Sponsor button is still open for the generous people that still wish to donate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 325, Harmageddon 1. Even though the saying that life never goes as expected made sense to IlHan, why was it that he had to react after something had happened? Every single time? And this time, he was dealt a heavy blow right on the head. He had relaxed, thinking that he could finally fight on even ground with the rest of the Transcender factions, but things turned out like this. Just why would Satan team up with God? Were Greed's words that he's truer than anyone else a foreshadow for this moment? Damn, that was a resentful mistake. 1. No, but why was this Satan guy helping God out when he helped the other archangels drive out God? Why was this damned guy so frivolous, switching sides like summer rain? This time, his mother was there with his father too. What was he to do now? No, this isn't good. I need to calm down precisely at times like these. Yoo IlHan, the earthquakes in Darrow right now are your fault, isn't it? I get that you're nervous, but please stop the shaking. Gee, Gabriel. What do I do? There's no way Gabriel can face both God and Satan together. Gabriel, oh, my Gabriel. Hey, there's another one with quaking legs. Yoo IlHan ignored all the noise around him and fell deep into thought. The Heaven's Army, Destruction Demon Army, Army of Brilliant Light and the Garden of Sunset. Now that he knew the status of all four factions, what course of action would leave him in the most advantageous position? What did he need to do in order for his father and mother to be safe? At that moment, a miraculous thought appeared in his head. Not only could he save his father and mother with this, he should also be able to sweep up the higher ground in this war. It was such an absurd and insane thought. Dad, how long can you hold out for? Let's see, around 2 days. I'll barely make it. This is the limit against those frightening guys. Don't you know that one of Dad's specialties is slowing down time? IlHan, you might not know, but you should have the talent as well. Of course he knew. He had to spend 1,000 years on Earth because of that. The fact that he could utilize the magic formation he made on Earth with the help of his mother, and the fact that he could become the master of the hourglass of eternity, wouldn't just amount to the fact that Yoo IlHan had talent in wielding artifacts. It's just that it's really difficult to consciously use it, so I need some time until I can activate it. The world needs to be closed, and there are other insane conditions as W. Dad, close the world first and hold on for as long as possible. Oh, and tell me the location of your main world. So you have something planned out, son? Tell me quickly. I really raised my son wrong. Unlike his Sai, Gabriel immediately told Yoo IlHan the main world of the Garden of Sunset. Where could it be? It was none other than the world where space and time were halted, the same world where his mother Kim Yi-sol was sent to. It's that one? You probably didn't realize when you went there before since you weren't a transcender yet. But it was definitely a lower world though. I definitely read that with the record skill. The leader of the Garden of Sunset is a genius that can disguise himself as a level 3 civilian. That's not an exception with worlds either end. Yes. Sure it is. It was just the lack of ability on my part. Sure. Yoo IlHan's boasting attitude when he was in the advantage must have been inherited from his father. Yoo IlHan immediately cut the connection with his father and looked at the others. Everyone, a trivial problem came up and things are a little urgent now. It's neither trivial nor a little urgent, isn't it, darling? Why was it that everyone's retort skills rose when they spent time with Yoo IlHan? Yoo IlHan pouted at Hyuna's remark and nodded his head. A clash happened between the factions much sooner than I had anticipated. Everyone listen carefully. Right now, the Heaven's army is going against the Destruction Demon army, while the army of Brilliant Light is clashing against the Garden of Sunset. Also, God's forces are allied with the army of Brilliant Light. Just why does everyone split up and team up and then split up again? That's what I want to ask as well, but that's not important right now. The two important matters right now are that we need to rescue the Garden of Sunset for sure, and the second being, T. The words that no one expected came out of Yoo IlHan's mouth. The factions I just talked about left their homes empty. Wah. The Heaven's army had even called their dispatched forces back in order to defend against the Destruction Demon army. And naturally, the Destruction Demon army would have focused their power there in order to not miss this opportunity, while the God of Heaven sent his forces to punish Gabriel, who was behind the birth of Yoo IlHan, and ambushed the Garden of Sunset. And the one with God was none other than the army of Brilliant Light. Since Satan was with them from what they heard, there is no doubt that all the forces of the army of Brilliant Light were there. So to sum up, none of the above factions were currently managing their higher worlds properly. You're right. That's true. This was the power of reading between the lines. Although, in other words, their tails were just set on fire, but to Yoo IlHan, who had already decided on the course of action in his head, adopted a leisurely attitude now. He looked around at the shocked companions and spoke again. Well, then. What course of action do we take here? Dad, I know. Special Agent Ymir, who had just undertaken a similar mission, shouted the correct answer with shining eyes. Robbing empty houses. Correct. This father and son pair are doomed for. Liara shook his head. Ignoring her, Yoo IlHan activated the communication device to call together all those who had scattered, and settled the Guardian Fortress and the Flying Fortress in their respective positions. The engines of the two fortresses started resonating with Daru, and their functions started being drawn up to the limits, and then the holy region was vitalized and covered the city. The plan that Yoo IlHan had in mind from the moment he created the city was finally blossoming. Miss Yuna, it's your turn now. Do I need to strengthen you, Mr. IlHan? No, you need to strengthen Miss Mirai. Me. Kang Mirai, who was suddenly placed precariously as the centerpiece of the plan, panicked and shrunk back, but Yoo IlHan's eyes were very serious. The only other time he was this serious was when he guessed 3 as the answer for the last 2 questions in his college entrance maths exam. Of course, he got both of them wrong. There's no way he'd get it right when they weren't even multiple choice questions. By massacring many higher existences until now, I'd perfectly discovered which higher worlds they came from. Excluding the Garden of Sunset, there are around 23,000 higher worlds. 23,000 higher worlds. Kang Mirai creased her expression since she already estimated his net words. She wished for her worries to be for naught, but that was for naught. Yoo IlHan's kind gaze proved that her worries were indeed correct. From now, you need to create gates to all of these worlds, Miss Mirai. Around 50 at once for 5 minutes each would do. With that, we'll be done in less than 40 hours. Dad said he'd be able to hold out for 2 days, so we should have plenty of time left over. I'll die with plenty of room if I do that. It's impossible, I may rule over mana, but there's a limit to that. Kang Mirai objected in shock, but Yoo IlHan didn't back out. Not only Kang Mirai's, he grabbed Na Yuna's hand as well and stared at them passionately with his red eyes. You can do it if it's the current you, Miss Yuna, and Miss Mirai. Everyone else will help. Of course, that includes me. Oh, okay. I guess I can't help it if you request it so dearly. Originally, he wasn't going to do something reckless like this. This wasn't even a plan per se. He was originally going to make traps of restoration and engulf each of the worlds one by one. He would erase the biggest pressure on him, and let the others stay as safe as possible. However, it seemed that his attitude as a leisurely villain was a problem, and the situation suddenly started taking a turn for the worse, so he didn't have a choice now. Everyone had to push themselves. Mystic, you can consider yourself dead. You're the subsystem that will manage Daru after me, so you'll have it the second hardest after Miss Mirai. I'm already preparing for that. Mystic had already vaguely caught on to what Yoo IlHan was thinking about and stood at the edge of the flying fortress in a depressed expression. Orochi was standing next to her, and it was extremely frustrating to her that Orochi being there was able to console her quite a bit. Do you actually know how I feel? Yes. I know everything, so don't worry about that. Oh, Orochi. Really? After this Harmageddon thing is over, I'll never touch your head again, so bear with it for a while. I'm not doing this because I like it either. Master, let's start now. I really want to see some bloodied corpses now. Mystic's will to fight started burning. Seeing Orochi chuckling, it was obvious that he provoked her even while knowing that. Yoo IlHan chuckled after seeing that and activated manifestation. A region of overflowing flames first enveloped the Flying Fortress and the Guardian Fortress, the city, and eventually the world. It was a very mysterious and grand scene, and was also a proof of Yoo IlHan's growth in this short while. Sorry for putting pressure on you, everyone. We will head straight into a slightly harsh battle right now. Perhaps some may die. After all, the enemies are all higher existences. Yoo IlHan's voice entered everyone's ears. Liara, Erda, Kang Mirai, Na Yuna, Helena, Oriel, Rachel, Takiel, Irisha, Felmer, Orochi, Mystic, Pate, Jurel, Myri, Murpha, Ymir, Kang Hajin, Michael Smithson, Karina Malatesta, Takagaki Asua, as well as the numerous humans and dragons and dragonkin that followed him. What I'm even more sorry about is that this is merely the preparation for the final battle. You can say that we're doing the last boss battle only to know that there's a hidden boss behind it. Let's just settle with the fact that we already know who the hidden boss is. The holy region was vitalized. The holy region was influenced by Yoo IlHan and instantly spread to the domain of Yoo IlHan's manifestation skill, and in the center of it all, Yuna bit her lips in pain. Kangmire opened her eyes and raised her hands. With her as the center, an enormous amount of mana rippled. Yoo IlHan had already transmitted her the records of those worlds. What was left was to open the gates to those worlds. I promise. If you survive, you will all experience tremendous growth. Perhaps all of you here many become higher existences. At that time, we will definitely win. When Yoo IlHan raised his hand, a gigantic spear of flames appeared in his hand. The biggest battle power in this place was Yoo IlHan, but he had to focus on fusion rather than the battle. Meaning, it was difficult for him to enter the battlefield himself. There was no way they could avoid this fight, and there was no way there would be no casualties. Despite that, he had to force this through. In order to strike the backs of the enemies, to regain the lost advantage, in order for everyone to survive, to laugh, and in order to screw all four shadows. Then, Yoo IlHan closed his eyes. Kangmire clenched both of her hands. Dimensional magic, which already blossomed beautifully when she was a lower existence, and evolved even further in the process of becoming a 6th-class dragon, activated against several dimensions simultaneously to create 100 gates in mid-air. All of them were connected to different higher worlds respectively. He opened his eyes. Looking through the gate and towards the higher existences, he spoke. Commence battle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 326, Harmageddon 2. Even though all the factions were having a gigantic brawl, it wasn't like there were no personnel remaining in the other worlds. However, Kangmire had created not one, but 100 gates connecting to 100 different worlds that contained higher existences. What is that? Lord Satan has just... Damn, that's a man I know. Yoo IlHan, it's Yoo IlHan. Damn it, they realized what's happening. 10 higher existences in each world would make a total of 1,000 higher existences, and 100 per world would make up 10,000. Too large a number for the current forces of Dara to face. It was fortunate that there was Uriel, who was now an 8th class, as well as many others that had power which rivaled 7th class beings. From this moment onwards, your mana supplies will not run out. Looking at the higher existences that still hadn't grasped what was happening, Yoo IlHan spoke very seriously. So, do not consider the side effects and just keep attacking. Rip apart everything that comes at you. I will do the digestion for you. Yoo IlHan finished his words and threw the spear of fire in his hand. It reached in front of the 100 gates and was divided into 7, and each spear entered one gate and killed the higher existences inside. Just one strike had such an effect. Acquired authority over the higher world, fallen at it, ruled by the army of brilliant light. Commencing fusion. Acquired authority over the higher world, Dicky, ruled by the heavens army. Acquired authority over the higher world. A tremendous movement in the continental crusts could be felt. The gate to 7 worlds that instantly lost their owners closed, and the higher worlds that had a new owner appeared next to Daru and began to fuse with the land. The great fusion of dimensions that no other leader of a faction could dream of. That was what Yoo IlHan was doing right now. Waiya, my head hurts sis. Hold it, Mystic. There are still 22,993 worlds left. Orochi, you idiot. 7 worlds, higher worlds, no less, were being fused into Daru. There was no way there was no load on her mental processes. Yoo IlHan took on the majority of the load himself as far as his rule could handle. He only gave Mystic what he could not. It was good that he had upgraded her beforehand. It was also good that he had made her God-ranked artifacts. The world is becoming wider. My word, I finally understand what the Lord is doing. This is. The carpet expanded at an insane rate and absorbed the new lands that were fused into the world, and the mana that sprouted from the continent was absorbed by the carpet before being given to Yoo IlHan, Mystic, and the others. The carpet activated one final magic. It was suction that forcibly dragged all the higher existences within the 93 worlds that the gates lead to, back to Daru. No one shall escape. They probably didn't want to hear that from you. It was an unbelievable scene. All higher existences beyond the gates leading to 93 different worlds could not endure the suction force from Daru and were dragged in. They were panicked and shocked. They also realized that something was wrong after seeing the members of Dragon's Nest sending them murderous gazes, but it was too late by then. Everyone urge. Wo awa ea. Krea ea. With Liera's shout as the signal, everyone charged forward. It was quite the spectacle to see thousands of them throwing their bodies with as much force as they could muster to battle against higher existences without so much as a trace of fear in their eyes. These insane seedlings. Do you intend to make all other factions your enemy? We may fall here, but the army led by Lord Satan himself will soon. Come back after you contact that leader of yours. No. Right now, Lord Satan is. Yoo. Spears caused shockwaves, magic froze flesh, fire from dragons burned bones, while chakrams of water cut apart muscles. The angels and the fallen angels also fought back since they didn't just want to die, but the problem was that the location of the battlefield had long been shifted to Daru. Kurg. You have become strong, charge. We really did. This is the power of the carpet. With the dimensional ruler skill, Yoo IlHan shaved away at the abilities of all intruders, though he did drag them here by force, but they still counted as intruders, and strengthened all who guarded Daru. Moreover, there was the support from the manifestation skill and the carpet, so even dragonkin who were barely over level 250 were strengthened to the point that they could bite higher existences to death. We can do it. We can win. Drive them back. Kill them. Daru is being expanded. Every time the higher existences belonging to one world were annihilated, the authority over that world was transferred to Yoo IlHan, and it would immediately be fused with Daru. The carpet increased in effectiveness every time it expanded in size, and as more mana sprouted in the process of the fusion, the stronger the others became. And my head feels like it will split. Waiya. Orochi, Orokaithii. TCH, Master. I think this woman will die soon. I think I will die sooner, damn it. Waiya. It's a mess. There's more work to do. By the time around 30 gates disappeared, that is, around 30 higher worlds were fused into Daru, it finally happened, repeating fusion many times and producing too much mana, as well as the endless expansion of the world caused Daru to rapidly evolve and undergo the 7th Great Cataclysm. Yoo IlHan looked at the trembling crust of the world and realized that it was time to use his first trump card, and shouted without hesitation. Maintain the form of a fortress. The world shall evolve into a battle fortress. Only I shall decide on the direction of your growth, and hence you shall maintain the current state of the world. Yoo IlHan's declaration didn't seem to do much on the surface. However, that was what made things more frightening. The world was undergoing the 7th Great Cataclysm and nothing much was happening. The world just expanded in size as Yoo IlHan had ordered. The atmospheric mana concentration increased and was producing even more mana to supplement Yoo IlHan's consumption of it through the usage of declaration. The city expanded in size by itself, and the flying fortress and the guardian fortress, which were connected to the city, evolved and were strengthened as well. Mystic, who could be considered the central system of all of this, had to clench her teeth to endure. Yoo IlHan consoled her. It will be better afterwards if you endure this. Lies. You liar. The already vast world was being widened real-time and the mana density was increasing, so how could anyone facing them not be scared? The ones fighting on Daru's side were being strengthened with each passing moment, while the ones dragged to Daru were weakened by the moment. At that moment Kong Mirai uttered scream-like shouts. It's been 5 minutes. Mr. IlHan, we didn't even digest half of these gates. Do we really proceed? Please, Miss Mirai. Yoo IlHan covered his aching head and shouted. Open them. 100 more. Eek, okay. Lady Late Naowa. Please do something. Everything's gone insane. Kong Mirai activated grand magic while Nayuna called out to her goddess, and the next moment, 100 more gates actually opened. Just what happened so suddenly? Don't tell me the enemies are invading this world as well. What, are those? No, that's a man I remember seeing before. Yoo IlHan. Don't tell me this place is. The ones in front of you did all the intro so you guys can skip ahead. Daru was still emitting a tremendous suction force even while undergoing the 7th Great Cataclysm and dragged the enemies in the newly opened worlds without exception. Of course, they were thrown into Daru while they still didn't grasp the situation. Liara shouted. Fight! Do not die and fight. We must do this around 200 more times. We'll die. We will really die at this rate. Amidst the 7th Great Cataclysm, the valleys and the city that Yoo IlHan had created acquired an even higher density of mana and started becoming independent from their surroundings. The mana within the city recovered not only Yoo IlHan but the other members within as well and supported them. A hot fire burned on the bodies of all enemies that intruded. What is this now? Damn it! Damn it! Kill them! Yoo IlHan knew what caused this phenomenon very well. Like how the Flying Fortress and the Guardian Fortress settled in this world as independent entities, the entire city was becoming independent and was being divided from the whole world as an artifact with special options. The city was literally becoming an aerial fortress. Of course, there was no time to check each and every one of the options it had. Whether it was fully independent or not, he would just fuse it back with the world. The important thing is that you are now stronger. Charge! You crazy my IlHan! You bastards! How dare you play with us? I will not forgive you, I will punish you in Satan's stead. Oh, it seemed like they called a 7th class being from the army of brilliant light from one of the 100 newly opened gates. Moreover, he immediately realized what the situation was and even cast grand magic after throwing himself into Daru of his own will. Burn in the flames of hell, doom flare. It will not work. Ha! Hap! Of course, Uriel could block the attack without much difficulty, but that was what he aimed for in the first place. In the moment when Uriel was tied down due to casting defense magic, he immediately bypassed Uriel, whom he knew he wouldn't be able to face, and attacked Mystic. He knew that Mystic was the center of all this along with Yoo IlHan. Kaya Wayak. TCH, receiving attacks for someone else isn't something I like. Ha! However, Orochi blocked the attack without being too late. The purple flames burning on his body drove back the magic power of the fallen angel and forced him back as well. Orochi was still 6th class right now, but since he was being strengthened by Yoo IlHan in many ways, he could go against battalion commanders head-on. But this strange mana is a dragon? You're not a pureblood but of a mixed race. Yes, I'm a mixed race of all sorts of things. But it seems you don't know, eh? In whatever media, the ones that nag about purebloods is always the one that dies first. Orochi's fist split into 8 branches like his tail when he was alive and struck the enemy all at once. No, to be exact, it was a stab rather than a strike. At the moment of contact, a fatally poisonous fawn protruded from his fist and imbued curse and poison into the enemy's body. The 10th wing of brilliant light, Lemaire, who was struck with the attack, widened his eyes in disbelief and staggered. A curse that penetrates my magic resistance? No way, I can't accept this. You don't have to. You just need to die. Mystic's heart pounded while watching Orochi fight for her sake when she was focusing on controlling Daru, but she didn't say it out loud. It was obvious that Yoo IlHan will nag her to focus. However, the situation was changing rapidly even while her girly emotions were sprouting. I cannot accept this. Me? The 10th wing of brilliant light will fall so easily. I'll recover the death flag that you just raised. No. There was no need for anyone else to help. Orochi was not foolish enough to let Lemaire recover after he had been paralyzed by his fang poison after all. He charged with his full might for the first time after acquiring Ekjar's body, and put a blade of concentrated purple flames on his foot to slice Lemaire from head to toe. Critical hit. You have earned experience. Silence pervaded the battlefield, albeit temporarily. Although numerous higher existences had died until now, this was the first time there was a 7th-class casualty. Orochi roared loudly amidst all the attention. At the same time, a bright purple light covered his body. From within, his entire body was being twisted and purple flames were rising high. All records that comprised him took a step forward and lead his very being, and added an aura of pressure on him while concentrating his mana. Whoa, don't tell me. No way. Yoo IlHan knew what this implied very well. He didn't know Orochi would be even faster than Liera, but Orochi had finally reached the 7th class by defeating a 7th class being and proving his league, but fight more. It was at that moment that Yoo IlHan took out his second trump card. This would be very effective against the others that became excited after seeing Orochi advance. I shall evolve anyone with the qualifications in battle into true dragons. The cradle of miracles levitated into the air before scattering without any sound. Of course, this was not its destruction, and was merely an expansion of its domain while hiding its true form. It melted into the atmosphere of Daru, which had a very high density of mana after experiencing the 7th Great Cataclysm, and allowed for its ability to be realized anywhere. The ruler has spoken. True dragons, of 5th class. I will do it. I will definitely do it. Needless to say, it was very, very effective. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 327, Harmageddon, 3. The battle intensified. In the midst of that, yet another 5 minutes passed and Kong Mirai opened another 100 gates. Yoo IlHan annihilated the inhabitants of around 10 more worlds using spears of flames that he made with the excess mana he had, but any more than that was impossible for him. The moment the magic power escaped his control, every bit of mana in Daru would boil and go berserk. Daru is undergoing the 7th Great Cataclysm. Daru is undergoing the 7th Great Cataclysm. I know that already. TCH. Yoo IlHan switched to controlling Daru again. He used several declarations in a row to calm down the world and take some of the load off Mystic. When it became impossible to release the energy outside or for the world to increase in size any further, the world started focusing on adding durability to the already existing matter rather than bringing about a big change in size, and this was the ideal change that Yoo IlHan had been aiming for. The mana density is becoming tremendously high. The blessings will get stronger as well. Don't hold it in and release it all towards your enemies in front of you. Kaioo. Thanks to Orochi becoming 7th class at the right time, their allied battle force became stronger. Casualties in the relatively weaker dragonkin and dragons couldn't be avoided. However, the ones that survived swallowed the flesh of those that died and became even stronger, which in turn allowed them to attack the never-ending flood of higher existences with stronger attacks. Following Yoo IlHan's orders, Bite the enemies to death. Become stronger. For that, they would even put their lives on the line. Yoo IlHan's second trump card worked perfectly. Look at me, children. I have what you want, the sweetest of the very sweetest of rest. IlHan, who was strengthened in all fields after becoming a 7th-class dragon, fought proactively at the front lines. Mana of charm spread around to the surroundings and halted the movements of the enemies that tried to deal fatal blows to the allied dragon's nest members. No one could avoid IlHan's charm. The instant their concentration drifted or lapsed for the slightest moment was the time of their death. Like moths to fire, the ones that invaded Dara died, drunk on IlHan's charm. Here, it's here. I will not run. Aren't I standing here and not moving? Kook. Damn, my mana is moving against me. I need to resist. IlHan was beautiful. Viciously beautiful. That became power for the allies, poison for the enemies, and a source of relief for Yoo IlHan. She knew that Yoo IlHan was sensitive to the injuries and deaths of allies, and hence did not rest even for a moment. She seduced others not for her own amusement, but to prevent others from dying. How long had it been since she put others in front of her own desires? She didn't know this yet, but she was reaching a higher realm of power the moment her heart, which had halted for tens of thousands of years, finally moved once again. Father! Ah, Father! Amidst this chaos, the first advancer appeared among the dragons. It was Ruby who stood out among the lower existences. The cradle of miracles that was already on standby enveloped her without any delay, and not long after, a girl with red hair and crimson eyes walked out. The girl was cute as if she was from an anime, but her power was frightening. Aya. Thank you, Father. My beloved Father. She really became a higher existence. I can feel it. A true dragon. Uhu, we can also become true dragons. If I can reach that realm, even if I have to burn out my soul. Their situations weren't that bright, but their morale was at their peak. All dragons, all dragonkin wished to become like Ruby. Their yet untainted heart since birth was filled with admiration for power. Ruby achieved that goal, and now it was their turn. 5th class, 6th class, 7th class, they feared none. All the dragons charged on. Dragon's Nest roared louder in the face of adversity. Liara grumbled while looking at that. Their births and advancements. Make it look so easy. Who said that higher existences were once the peak of their respective worlds? It was you, Of course, as their lives and depths of training differed, it would be impossible to compare Ruby to other higher existences. However, since she was being supported by the world right now, her firepower overwhelmed the majority of 5th-class beings. The lacking depths could be filled later. Right now, it was time to rampage without thinking. The 7th Great Cataclysm of Darrow is ending. Everyone, prepare yourselves! Shouted Yoo IlHan while biting his lips. It was the same moment that Kong Mirai opened another round of 100 gates and thousands of higher existences were dragged into Darrow, and it was the same time that Na Yuna clenched her teeth in order to maintain the holy region, and it was also the moment when Liara's spear pierced the heart of a 6th-class fallen angel. Here comes a big one. Gather. Do not scatter, and focus. The 7th Great Cataclysm was successfully finished. The world shook. Countless worlds fused, and many more were in the process of fusing, but now that Darrow increased both in density and size, it finally finished undergoing the 7th Great Cataclysm and emitted a bright glow. Mana was concentrated in the center of the world where the Flying Fortress, Guardian Fortress, and the city was. Mystic spat out insults. Damn master, how the hell is this any easier? Substitute. Boiling rage does not become creation, but destruction. Shouted Yoo IlHan. The next moment, translucent flames appeared in the visions of all of his companions and burned the enemies within their sight, but The absolute retribution that neither 5th nor 6th class beings could avoid reaped their souls, and what remained were only piles of ash and magic stones. Critical hit. You have earned experience. You have earned records. Collecting their souls. What the hell? Master. A dominanteing silence, one that was incomparable to when Orochi killed Linaire, pervaded the field. Well, the ones that could make the noise had all died, and the ones facing them could also only stop and become silent. The worlds now under Yoo IlHan's rule all closed their gates in order, and no more gates remained. Yoo IlHan's companions that were watching were all enraged. I won't ask how you did it, but you could have done this from the beginning if you could use such an overwhelming magic, but wouldn't it be fine if you did it by yourself? You just wiped nearly 200 worlds, didn't you? However, Yoo IlHan laughed awkwardly at them. You know how hordes of monsters are born every time a great cataclysm occurs? I only used declaration at the right time to change the mana that would have been used to make all of them into flames. It's a super attack that I can only use once every great cataclysm. Is it supposed to be that easy to use? Nah, perhaps only I can use it even among the leaders. Oh, there's one more important thing. The world. The world. The world. The world. The world. The world. Yoo IlHan grabbed his head and shouted as he watched over 200 worlds appearing from everywhere around Daru and being fused into it. And it's that we need to fuse all of those worlds into Daru. How the hell is it easier, you idiotic masty ear? Help. Help me somehow. And even more intense than the 7th Great Cataclysm, in a way, found itself over to Daru. A fusion with not 10, not 100, but 200 higher worlds was unprecedented since the beginning of time. Do not expand and compress. I said compress. Please, I beg you. Don't lose to W***NR. Who the heck uses winner**R anymore? Wow Aowea. Mystic's straw hat emitted a brilliant glow. The straw hat amplified Mystic's ability beyond her limits and controlled the fusion of the continents. Skies with skies, lands with lands, seas with seas. Everything found their places infused, compressed, concentrated, and sublimed. See, creation of the world. Big Bang. I know, and L***gan. Don't make jokes and be quiet. Everyone that had the power to lead mana helped Yoo IlHan and Mystic to tune the world. The busiest one right now was of course the carpet. Absorbing the different mana possessed by different worlds without discrimination, it dissolved the mana inside it, and expanded its territory using that as fuel. At this point, Daru was physically bigger than heaven in pure size. Is the prophecy really right, darling? Isn't Daru becoming the best and not Earth? Nah, I'm going to fuse Earth too later. That's nice. Streams of mana went berserk everywhere. Explosions that could destroy a planet the size of Earth happened 5 or 6 times every second. Of course, the aftermath was all absorbed by the carpet and went to the members of Dragon's Nest as mana, but the ones residing within the holy region of the city were making frightened expressions at the disasters that occurred in front of them. Wouldn't any random stray lump of mana kill all of us? My God, it's way more intense than when Michael fought Satan. Just what is the Lord thinking? Just how is he going to take care of all of, oh my God? The world you rule interacts with you and brings your league up. You have become level 600. Oh. Shit! Exclaimed Yoo IlHan. He was busy tuning the world, but his mana and records resonated with his soul and body and was causing a change from within. However, it was kind of natural as well. The evolution of a world meant the expansion of records, and would bring about an awakening in the master. Before, he thought that only killing monsters would give him experience to level up, but that was either his mistake or a lie someone spread on purpose. You bamboozled me, world. All status increases. Additional 500 increase in magic. When he was fusing the worlds, there wasn't much change in Yoo IlHan's records, but the 7th Great Cataclysm and the fusion of 200 worlds dealt a serious blow. Yoo IlHan's records synchronized with Darrow and dragged him to a higher position, reflecting all records until now into growth. You possess the endurance to experience the pain that comes with change. Commencing physical body evolution. Woof, I don't have the endurance. Don't act weak. Along with the soul-splitting pain, Yoo IlHan's body twisted, and an even more extreme change than what Orochi and Ruby experienced found its way to him. It would be good if he could just let go of his consciousness, but annoyingly, Yoo IlHan had to fine-tune the fusion of Darrow with many worlds, the expansion of the carpet, and the flow of mana within the city, so he couldn't just straight up faint, and so instead chose to close his eyes. IlHan. Darling, do your best. What do I do? Another 5 minutes passed. Mirai, let's wait a little more. All bones dissolved into nothing and new ones grew. Cardiac muscles were ripped apart and a new heart appeared, devouring the old one. All of his blood vaporized and gathered in his heart, and new blood sprouted from the seedling. New flesh, muscles, skin, and mana sprouted. It was brilliant, yet depressing, mysterious yet horrifying. Even after entering a state that was nothing near a normal human, Yoo IlHan did not stop utilizing his mana. It was to the point that no one could believe that he was the same person that acted weak just now, as he showed a tremendous amount of endurance and focus. And when some time passed, and another 5 minutes passed after the first 5, and Kong Mirai was at a loss of what to do. Yoo IlHan finally opened his eyes and started breathing. After the intense pain, his body was perfectly reconstructed. At the same time, Darrow perfectly melted, absorbed, and compressed the worlds that clashed with it. The world was resonating with Yoo IlHan. With this, everything became a lot easier. Without the help of the carpet of the declaration skill, he felt like he could move everything in Darrow as if he would his own limbs. Yoo IlHan realized that his judgment was indeed correct. Master. Oh, ruler. It's fine. I'm fine now. A new pair of wings sprouted on his back as he answered calmly to Eternal Flame and Ekjar's worries. They were the same as Ruin Calling, but if the first was burning in flames, the second pair were perfectly reflexive and metallic. Both of them showcased Yoo IlHan's characteristics clearly. If Darrow was accepting all external sources of mana and records and was compressing them internally, Yoo IlHan was displaying his growth from the compressed records within externally. Both of them became stronger, but their growth methods were completely opposite. This probably wasn't the end. As long as Darrow grew even further, Yoo IlHan will also continue to grow. And the moment Earth, the origin of his being, was combined. Heaven Mr. IlHan, are you really alright? Miss Mirai. Yoo IlHan smiled at Kong Mirai, who was worriedly looking at him. Please open the gates. Got it. Yoo IlHan escaped his thoughts and raised his head. When he raised his 2 hands, the world started emitting a suction force once again. Gates opened, and the higher existences were all met with a despair known as Yoo IlHan. He still had numerous worlds to fuse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 328, Harmageddon, 4. There was a world where directions did not exist, neither front or back, up or down, left or right, before or after, wind nor water could be distinguished. It was the crystallization of the ultimate concealment that Gabriel, a former member of the 4 great archangels of the Heaven's army, and was now the leader of the Garden of Sunset, had made with all his heart and soul, and the same space that he used to hide his wife and made her grow, and simultaneously the main world of the Garden of Sunset where most if not all of its power resided in. It was unknown since when it became like this, or how long it would remain as such, nor was it known when it began or where it would end. In this space where everything was illusory, 2 leaders were facing each other. I didn't know I'd have such a hard time dealing with you, Gabriel. A handsome man with golden hair and a pair of bat-like wings behind him, Satan, made a bitter smile. Feeling the strong magic power that pressured every inch of his body, he let out a deep breath. Strong, it wasn't like he didn't expect this level of resistance since he came straight to the main camp of an enemy faction, but this kind of restrictive force was way beyond his imagination. The fact that the origin of this pressure was neither from physical force, nor magic power but from a unique ability made him even more shocked. If you have a hard time dealing with me, you won't even be able to lift your hand against my son. The handsome man who replied in a straightforward posture was none other than Gabriel. With bluish-green hair, he did not possess any wings. He blossomed God's power anew into his own, escaping angelhood completely by pioneering his own new realm. You're quite proud of your son, eh? But yeah, I knew that. You two were similar in so many aspects. Oh yeah. Did you know that I helped him to open his eyes properly? Go on, thank me. It was unnecessary help for my son. And strictly speaking, you didn't help but enjoyed watching, didn't you? You always tried to enjoy whatever comes at you, from way back then. Oh my, you really know me too well. The two men seemed to be having a friendly chat, but in fact, the quantity of mana exchanged between them was overwhelming. The will to destroy and the will to protect were close to each other in power, and considering how this was the main headquarters of the Garden of Sunset, Satan's strength could be discerned. Of course, there was the issue of affinity as well. Gabriel's strengths lay in concealment and controlling time, while Satan possessed the ability to scatter any magical structure with brute magical power. It's really interesting. I'm stronger than you, but weak in front of Michael. But Michael is also weak in front of your son from what I heard. Yes, then is your son weaker than you? It's nothing interesting, but my son is strong against anyone. Moreover, he's very sneaky too. Oh, well. He is your son after all. The two weren't the only ones here. Satan led an army of Legnian fallen angels and invaded the Crevasse Garden, the main world of the Garden of Sunset, and Gabriel called all gatekeepers to this world. The world was closed and no one could enter anymore, but within, a battle unknown to any was occurring. Amidst the group of foes were the Arch-Legni that Gabriel was so worried about, and there were also beings that were of even higher league than them. The mutated angel Legna that originated from souls but were no longer one. Their power to restrain mana had a very vicious side, and if it wasn't the main world, the Garden of Sunset would have been pushed back already. They only gained a slight advantage thanks to Gabriel freezing their movements and slowing down their time. They were still having a difficult fight. Why are you cooperating with God again? You helped us when we drove him out. Aren't you being too whimsical here? What? You know already. I always preferred fighting for the disadvantageous side. In the past, I helped you because I felt that it was dangerous to go against God, and now I've decided to help him since he looks like he's in the disadvantage. Oh yeah, do you know? That guy holed himself up in his world without moving at all. He's scared of you. You should have seen it too. It was so funny. He thought that this would be the case from the very beginning. After all, when the four great archangels and Satan drove out God and expropriate his power, he was ruined to the point that it made them wonder why he hadn't died already. However, they still couldn't kill him in the end. It wasn't that they didn't, but they couldn't. God's influence on them that they thought they completely escaped still bound them and blocked them from dealing the final strike. God barely survived and hid himself while cursing at them. Even Gabriel didn't know where he was hiding. However, the guy laughing in front of him, Satan, probably knew. God also should have recovered the majority of his powers after that time. If not, there was no way he would act now, utilizing so many Legni. It was the same time when I went against heaven, and it is the same now. Thanks to the actions of your son, aren't things becoming more interesting? The evolution of worlds that appeared in your prophecy will arrive in not too long, too. Everything is something that you've set up. You shouldn't complain to me when I'm playing your game. My own game, you. That was nonsense. However, Gabriel closed his mouth when he was about to say something in return. Being provoked by an enemy? That would make him a laughingstock later if his son found out. We had enough conversation now. Let's fight, Satan. No, should I call you Lucifer? That's a nostalgic name, but it's also one that I've thrown away. I don't really like that name since it sounds like a loser's. Gabriel raised one hand to call out a sword made of water to face against Satan. Satan also called out a sword sculpted from magic power and smiled. In the past, you weren't so proficient in moving your body. I don't know which past was that, but to defeat the current me, you'll need at least 20 years. 20 years, eh? Who knows, I think 20 minutes is enough. The two leaders clashed. Gabriel bound every inch of Satan's body with the magic he drew from the Garden of Sunset, and Satan severed all of them with his overflowing magic power and attacked Gabriel. Offense and defense, the two clash between the two polar opposites would not decide an outcome soon. Movement control impossible. Lord Satan, please save. Kook. The skies of this world was neither night nor day, and could be considered sunset or dawn that was the crevasse in eternity. The things that filled those skies right now was none other than Legni and the groups of fallen angels. Due to Gabriel's grand magic, all of their actions were restrained, but their sheer numbers and magic power were still a big threat. Defeat all of them. Once the world collapses, we will all meet with doom. It's not the problem about us. The structure of this entire world, the pillar that makes us possible, will collapse. The Lord has said so and his words are absolute. We cannot collapse here. The Garden of Sunset had basically been raised for this day. The gatekeepers of the Garden of Sunset that endured a long period time collecting information and tuning worlds, mostly followed their leader truthfully, although there were some that went berserk and did not comply to orders. The fact that the majority of 7th class chief gatekeepers didn't act recklessly and were being cautious until now was also to accept orders from their leader when needed. And this was precisely at that moment. All gatekeepers that arrived here on the orders of the leader faced against Legni and the fallen angels without retreating. Honey! Don't get hurt. You'll be in for it if you do. Gabriel's wife and Yoo IlHan's mother Kim Yi-sul were also among the gatekeepers, fighting against the enemies. The spirits that contacted her in the past were all actually higher existences belonging to the Garden of Sunset that protected the main world, so her teamwork with them was flawless. However, even while dealing massive damage to Legni and the fallen angels with her spacetime magic, Kim Yi-sul's gaze was fixed on Gabriel, who was battling Satan. No matter how hateful of a husband he was, he needed to be alive for her to do anything to him, but everything changed from the day Earth met its Great Cataclysm, but if there were two values that she could never let go of, it was her husband and her son. In the time that was pointless to count how long, everything rotted away, but her emotions towards her family, and her relationship with them were shining like jewels without withering away. No, there's the girls now too. The son that she reunited with after a harsh time became a very capable man. She also discovered that her husband was also a very capable man, but that didn't matter now. The important thing was that there were many girls that liked him. She may not accept her husband cheating on her, but it was very satisfying to see many girls with her son. She knew that she was being hypocritical here, but she couldn't help but be happy about it. Until the moment she saw those children uniting, no, at least until the moment she fulfills her dream of seeing her grandsons make up a baseball league, she wouldn't die even if someone killed her. God damn it, we have Shiro again, KKS. So I need to live. She couldn't be the only one to survive. Her husband, her son, and the girls, and her grandchildren, all of them needed to live on. Kim Yi-sul activated the artifacts that her son gave her all at once and glared at the front lines. She sensed a group of Arch-Legni that couldn't move properly thanks to her husband's magic. Each one of them possessed a power that rivaled an 8th class being, and possessed restraining powers against mana. Just how did he render them so helpless, she couldn't even imagine. But, I can at least help my husband. She raised her staff and vitalized all the mana she had. Her trademark magic, and one that she realized thanks to the conditions of this world, and the magic that she evolved to a new direction thanks to her son, was emitted from the artifact and hit the enemy squarely. Critical hit. As she had trained her magic in this trapped space because of her husband, she had awakened similar abilities to her husband as well. From her husband's words, he didn't even expect this much from her, but perhaps her talent was special. Well, he did prophesize that his son would be even more capable than him, so her potential as the son's mother should have been great as well. Gabriel did foresee the birth of his son, but did not foresee the growth of Kim Yi-sul, his wife. To speak of it, she was a variable, and a joyful miscalculation indeed. And the artifacts that Yoo IlHan forced on her also added another part, and a completely unpredictable outcome was made. You awakened a new magic. You may not be able to create the beginning, but possess the power to twist the already existing flow. You can destroy cause and effect by manipulating and interfering the already twisted spacetime. You have learned the spacetime magic break. Your level has increased. A single archlegna was twisted and disappeared. Watching that, Kim Yi-sul found it slightly exaggerated and somewhat unrealistic, but still smiled happily. An overwhelming quantity of experience poured into her, and she even recovered her mana thanks to leveling up and could prepare another round of magic. The Garden of Sunset and the Army of Brilliant Light toward the pits of destruction together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 329, Harmageddon, 5. While the Army of Brilliant Light and the Garden of Sunset were waging a war of an unprecedented scale, the Heaven's Army and the Destruction Demon Army were also partaking in an intense battle. Surprisingly, the situation was overwhelmingly leaning towards Heaven's favor, and it was naturally due to the newly transcended Michael. I always felt uncomfortable when looking at you. Every time Michael's spear of light flashed, hundreds and thousands of predators lost their power. Going beyond just defending heaven, the angels had already invaded beyond the wall of chaos, into Elo-Katra. Disappear, maggots, you insects that nibble on the fabric of heaven, dissolve into light and turn into nothing. Lord Michael, you need to calm down. No, his actions are correct against the predators. We were too defensive until now. Right now, Lord Michael is doing the correct thing. The ones that appeared next to him were those that acknowledged him as the new god and followed him. Meanwhile, the ones that did not acknowledge him but still did not follow Yoo IlHan resided in heaven, protecting it. They were no different from dogs guarding their owners' graves. However, Michael thought that was well too. As long as they remained in heaven, and as long as he became the ruler of heaven, they would eventually have no choice but to acknowledge him. Michael acquired heaven. He shall make everyone else kneel and stand above all to become the perfect God, the Creator. And the start shall be the complete extermination of the destruction demon army. Disgusting predators, you are never productive and only continue to destroy and devour. You maggots. Ka-ak. The ugly hypocrite has finally thrown his masquerade away. Kaya hack. Light scattered every time Michael uttered words, and every time that happened, predators screamed. However, to Michael, their voices were merely the screams of ants. There was no one who walked while trying their best to avoid stepping on ants? How many people even tried to listen to their pleading and try to protect them? To Michael, they were merely obstacles that annoyed him and he had to put some minor effort in to push them away. Get lost, out of my way. If you have eyes, then poke them out, and if you have a heart, then burst it to commit suicide. If you can reason, then stop all cerebral activity. If you feel me, or if you can see me, then do not dare leave your disgusting traces in front of me. There's the words, go home and kick the dog. The current Michael was exactly like that. Even though he retreated with humiliation against Yoo IlHan, he was taking out his anger on the relatively weaker Destruction Demon Army. Well, in the Destruction Demon Army's shoes, it was quite frustrating. He possesses dominant power. Our choice was not wrong. Lord Michael has truly become the new god. However, that's merely his physical might. Will that really lead to true creation? In the future, we need to create and protect countless worlds. Will Lord Michael be able to lead us properly? However, it is indeed thanks to Lord Michael that we can maintain our power even after we entered the Destruction Demon Army's main headquarters. The angels who were still skeptical while following Michael had no choice but to acknowledge his power. As he was at such a disadvantage against Yoo IlHan, they thought they were doomed, but he was bringing out such power as a supreme being in ELO. Bring me your leader Greed. Drag that insolent beast who dared to try to bite heaven, and dared to attempt to erase everything, here. How dare you mention the Lord's name? Does he look so easy now that you acquired a little power after hiding behind the clouds all this time? The Destruction Demon Army also couldn't stay quiet at Michael's provocation. The first one to face him was the 10th Battalion Commander IlHan. Anyone below the battalion commander level couldn't stop Michael for so much as 1 second. Michael did not retreat and mocked her instead. The Lord? Referring to such a beast as the Lord, you are such a lowly being. Yes, is the only one that can satisfy your giant body that man, Greed? You speak ill words even though you refer to yourself as an angel. I am no longer an angel. I am God in the absolute. There is no wrong in my steps, no hesitation in my words, and no mercy in my actions. The light Michael threw out expanded and completely enveloped IlHan. She tried to release all her cold energy in an attempt to block it, but she lasted less than the time a droplet of water evaporated would take to evaporate in front of the sun. Cook, you. Erg. Humph, your mass is a waste of matter. You. Oh. In the end, she could not even leave behind any proper final words and was destroyed, turning into a strand of vapor that disappeared as fog. It was the price for fearlessly going against him despite being completely disadvantageous in affinity. Michael had confirmed his overwhelming dominance against the others and became more arrogant. Who is next? Who will be the next one to bark at me? Or will it be Greed? You are listening to my words after all, are you not? However, what kind of boss appeared when there were still mobs around? It wasn't like there aren't any unpredictable bosses that appear randomly and deal a blow to the main character, but the Destruction Demon Army kept true to their ways. The enemy's attacks continued from within the fog of vapor that IlHan created as she died. You are being overly arrogant, Angel. Kook. With a creepy voice, the corpses of dead Destruction Demon soldiers exploded and attacked the angels. Michael blocked the attacks without much difficulty, but the angels accompanying him didn't have such an easy time. Their attacks were very delicately timed, and there were casualties before Michael could extend his barrier to all the angels. To be exact, it was only possible because Boomeroel aimed for the angels and not Michael in the first place. Kick. You are quite merciless, not taking care of your companions. You are ignorant, idiotic, rude. Yes. You are pushing yourself past your boundaries. Angel Michael. Michael gritted his teeth as the figure of the 5th Battalion Commander Boomeroel appeared amidst the rain of flesh and blood. I said I am not an angel. Yes, the current you is no angel, but a mere traitor that's rampaging around without knowing your own position. The past Satan is very similar to the current you. Is the rumor that you two are brothers true after all? Ha! It wasn't just Boomeroel. 4th Battalion Commander Telzader, 6th Battalion Commander Belkatu, 8th Battalion Command Zanusva, and the remaining survivors of the battalion commanders had all teamed up to block his way. The few angels that remained with Michael also stepped up to face them. The archangels were full of faith in him from the moment he dealt with IlHan so easily, But what was mysterious was that the battalion commanders that were facing them all had joyful expressions. What is so enjoyable? Even after ascending to the realm of transcenders, Michael still had a complex. And he asked, "What is it that makes you laugh? Blocking my path means that you will be destroyed without even enjoying the destruction you enjoy so much, but how can you make expressions that imply you are truly having fun?" You should know the answer already. The 9th Battalion Commander Sifari answered. He was a giant that had an even larger body than the now deceased IlHan, and had horns on his body as though they were armor. Going by pure physical force, he was the second strongest after greed within the Destruction Demon army, and was also the one that would probably last the longest if he fought against Michael. We love destruction. The reason we were taken under his wing is also because we felt the onset of larger and larger destructions in the future. And he was right, and now we get to face you. How can we not be joyful? Michael, you are a maggot, but you possess power that I have never experienced before. How can I not look forward to this? Humph, I was a fool for expecting something from you. You guys are all completely insane. Michael threw a spear of light. Befitting the name of light, it struck the giant at blinding speeds, but the giant received it without flinching an eyebrow. Michael thought that he was too much stronger than IlHan, even though it was true that he was advantageous in terms of attributes, and in the process, he realized one thing. It was that the fog of vapor that IlHan created as she died still had not disappeared completely. That it still remained by Michael and the angels. Sifari twisted his lips into a smile. IlHan was a woman that loved destruction. She enjoyed the destruction of herself as much as she did others. Destroying herself in order to destroy others was the greatest bliss for her. She told me, her brother, that the speed of light slows down in water, and refraction occurs. It would be a different story if it was all vaporized, but the curse that IlHan activated at the cost of her own life wasn't so easy to deal with. It was a powerful curse that not only weakened the light that Michael wielded, but the movements of the other archangels as well. In the past, Yoo IlHan also had a hard time thanks to the 13th Battalion Commander Ekjar's curse, but IlHan's curse was just as vicious if not more frightening. Cook, do you think I'll be done in by merely a curse of a 7th class? You were driven into such a corner by Yoo IlHan even when he was merely a lower existence, and you are still restrained by League. I'm wondering how you even became a transcender. Despite the fact that Michael spat out blinding light from every inch of his body, IlHan's vapor still held on. All the light he emitted were weakened, and all of his magic power decreased. While he was attempting to erase the vapor, the battalion commanders assaulted the immobile archangels, and one archangel ended up losing his life. Lord Michael. Eek. Ka ha 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 ha. Ka ha 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 ha. A transcender brought his mobs. And lost one right in front of his eyes. Laughable, it's truly laughable. Michael, you are truly laughable. You will all face death. I will scatter your blood on the ground as I open a new era of heaven. Without a single exception. I will also rip apart the limbs of greed and Satan and scatter them as snow. While Michael was still in the process of erasing the cursed vapor, another archangel lost his life. The 9th Battalion Commander Sifari threw his body directly at Michael and stood up all of the horns on his body, his eyes filled with madness. Harmageddon, it's Harmageddon. Everything will be destroyed, and the curtains to the world shall close. As Michael's light touched his body, his horns dissolved, his blood scattered, and his bones corroded. Despite that, Sifari did not stop. Looking at things now, extreme poison was flowing in his blood, and they crept up the light instead and tainted Michael's body. A being on Michael's level would not die merely thanks to extreme poison, but unless he mastered extreme poison resistance, he would not be able to stop from the poison weakening him. Ones who do not dream of eternity have no right to discuss tomorrow in front of me. Oh, foolish one, meet your death. Michael finally realized that Sifari, too, had sacrificed his own life to block him. It was truly inexplicable. However, Sifari mocked him instead. You are the one who is truly foolish, angel. It is because I do not believe in eternity, because I can accept my impending death, that I can enjoy today. That is powerlessness and an excuse that mortals give as they have no choice but to accept death. If you believe that the value of time changes according to how much you have, then I can admit that the next second will be the most valuable to you. Michael's magic power went berserk. IlHan's curse was finally completely lifted, and light enveloped the world. Sifari laughed heartily as he faced Michael's burning magic power and died. Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. You are right now is the most enjoyable time for me and it is the most precious. I am joyful. I thank you, Michael. I thank you, my master and the soul god. Ka-hi-ai-ai-ak. With the final words that made the listeners creeped out, Sifari's body exploded and scattered poison on every angel present including Michael. The scene was so gruesome and desolate that everyone became silent for a moment. Damned seedlings. Eventually, Michael spat out spit that contained poison and raised his head. What appeared in his golden eyes were none other than malice and rage. I shall erase everything. The Harmageddon that you dearly wish for, I will bring it grandly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 330, Harmageddon, 6. Now that all worlds were swept up in Harmageddon and lost any semblance of peace, there was a world that was experiencing the most intense of battles, and it was none other than Daru. That was the world that the Lord of Dragon's Nest, Yoo IlHan, ruled, and a terrifying world that was bigger than any other, after fusing with numerous higher worlds. Kill him. Even if I die here, the soul god shall punish you. Lord Satan, why have you? Hundreds of gates opened even now in this worlds and were pouring out angels, fallen angels and predators, and after experiencing the same thing tens of times, the true dragons of Dragon's Nest were now used to this horrible scene, and gathered where gates opened, and were having a relatively easy battle by pouring out attacks into the gate. Miss Mireille, another 5 minutes passed. Okay, I'll open them now. Yuna, I'm running out of miracles. One more shot. Mireille, I want to rest now. Don't rest. Don't rest. You aren't even consoling me now. Yoo IlHan and the others stopped their thought processes after the number of worlds fused with Daru was over 2,000. They could finally understand what kind of torture would make someone want to stop thinking altogether. You shall never achieve your objective. The Lord shall end everything that you own. Oh, fine, I get it. The number of higher existences that died at Yoo IlHan and his subordinates' hands now were in the 100,000s. There was no way they all uttered different lines, and the ones belonging to Dragon's Nest thought random things like, oh, this is only the third time I heard this now, or I already heard that more than 100 times, I should put that in the book of most used villainous lines ranking, oh wait, were we the villains? And other random things. Father, I think I can evolve too now. Yes, you don't have to report it to me anymore and just evolve on your own. Since they fought against so many higher existences, dragons, or dragonkin, or the dragon's army under Ymir's lead gave rise to 5th-class true dragons, and this eventually became a not-so-surprising matter. The one that received Yoo IlHan's attention was only first, after the case with Ruby. He paid the rest no heed. The Cradle of Miracles had absorbed so many records and executed the ritual so many times now that it could evolve lower existences to higher existences without materializing. Father, me too. Ah, Father. Oh, Ruler. I am being reborn now under the bless of the Ruler. Captain, me too. I'm also becoming a dragon like the hero. I said you don't have to report to me. The Cradle of Miracles sent energy to the ones that had the intention to proactively follow Yoo IlHan and had the qualifications, and evolved them to higher existences, be it wherever. Moreover, Yoo IlHan was no longer needed in this place, so perhaps the dragon's nest was becoming more of a proper higher existence faction. The 8th Great Cataclysm of the higher world, Daru, will commence. Ah, it's here. Everyone watch out for continental movements. Kuhu. The moment everyone was prepared for had arrived. It was the 8th Great Cataclysm of Daru. Originally, a world would experience several hundred changes in era after the 7th Great Cataclysm before grasping the slightest chance of the 8th, but this damned world had absorbed so many worlds and compressed them and established the world record of 10 hours, the time that it took from the 7th Great Cataclysm to the 8th. That was a record that will be unbroken even if the multiverse was to start 36 times more in the future. Ah, dragons are being born again. Dad, we got more of them now. You're right, damn it. Although Yoo IlHan had consumed all the mana that would otherwise be used in the creation of creatures after the 7th Great Cataclysm to wipe out the higher worlds, but by the 8th Great Cataclysm, the quantity of mana was so large that even the master of the world, Yoo IlHan, could not control all of it. All the changes were occurring simultaneously, so it was a miracle that he was barely in control of anything. He reached the conclusion that he would be finished first before the fusion was finished at this rate. So he clenched his teeth and turned his head around. There was the never-seen-before genius dimensional mage Kong Mirai in his view. Miss Mirai, how many more gates can you open at once? That's... I think I can manage about 570, This was obvious, but Kong Mirai had also reached 7th class in this battle. After all, it was all thanks to her that the others could fight like this. Right now, she was acquiring the second most experience and records after the leader Yoo IlHan. Naturally, the number of gates she could manipulate had also increased exponentially and her level of power was incomparable to the her of the day before. Open as much as you can. You shall become able to do more than you imagine. You shall execute my power in my stead. The mana density of this region had become so high that the lower existences could barely breathe, so he needed to do something to consume the mana. Yoo IlHan saw that the region of death where only higher existences could survive becoming larger and activated declaration while closing his eyes. Mana is amplified. Transcending your league temporarily. Your lord is executing his power through you. The more you synchronize with him, the more powerful the magic you can use. In a situation where Nayuna's miracle power was already focused on Kong Mirai, Yoo IlHan activated declaration to give her an additional buff, so Kong Mirai felt as if she had become godlike, albeit temporarily. She did not lose the feeling of this moment. Embracing the sweetness as though her lips were touching Yoo IlHan's, she released all of her power, Open. Open and open again. Any and all worlds that reject the rule of our Lord and hide shall all be brought here. The power that the Lord of Dragon's Nest possesses strengthens your dimensional magic. You are creating gates that lead to all hidden worlds. Absorbing insufficient mana from the world, the grand magic succeeds. At that moment, an even more quantity of mana than what Yoo IlHan had used through declaration flowed into Kong Mirai, and was released to become 6,891 gates that each lead to different worlds. Kong Mirai just thought I did it, when she realized that something was wrong. What? 6,891? The next moment, a very unfamiliar line of text appeared on her retina. It was very similar to what Yoo IlHan had once seen before. You have realized the extremes of dimensional magic. You have acquired a magic that the Akashic record cannot record, galactic trajectory. This magic cannot be activated by your power alone even in the future. You require help from the being that cannot be recorded, and you may receive help from him at any time. Ha! Kong Mirai lost her words. A unrecordable magic? An unrecordable being? When he turned her gaze around, Yoo IlHan realized what happened and turned his head away. Mr. IlHan, just what declaration did you use on me now? Half responsibility. Mr. IlHan. Yoo IlHan and Cataclysm-Re's psychological unification and the absurd quantity of mana in Daru that appeared as a result of the 8th Great Cataclysm ended up making such a miracle. Moreover, galactic trajectory wasn't simply a magic that opened gates to other worlds, but created half-permanent gates that would never close unless one of the two worlds was annihilated. Just what? The world is opened. My word, this place cannot be stolen. No, wait, Yoo IlHan. Just what is happening? Looking at the thousands of large gates and the over 100,000 higher existences inside them, everyone temporarily halted on the spot. It was a surprising matter to the enemies, but more so for the allies. Kang Ha-jin, who managed to reach 5th class, but had no confidence to face hundreds of thousands of higher existences, ended up screaming. I thought you could only do 570. I guess you didn't say only, I think you heard just now, but it's a joint responsibility for me and Mr. IlHan. I didn't know it would come to this. But it's actually better. A situation where they had to face thousands of worlds at the same time was closer to a disaster than a miracle, but right now, Yoo IlHan was happy. He finally found a playground for the mana that was rampaging in this world without a place to go. Everyone buy me some time. Yoo. Everyone lend me your strength. That was a generic line. The ultimate technique that only the good people could use was now going to be used by the evilest guy in the multiverse. Yoo IlHan, that guy is shaking the world. We need to stop him. We need to stop whatever he's doing. We can't prevent him. Any faction possessed a group of secret forces. It was not that much different with the higher existence factions that existed before Dragon's Nest, and the leaders prepared a backup higher world just in case their main world collapsed, and dispatched their core forces there. Some of them contained secrets that could not be let out into the main army. All of these worlds were unrevealed to any outsiders except the ones dispatched there. There were even 9 places that underwent the 7th Great Cataclysm. However, with Yoo IlHan's power and Cataclysm-Re's gate combining with each other, the worlds that were closed and unrevealed until now were all mercilessly tied to Daru. What was more vicious was that their attempt to close the gates were all for naught. Halt the gate. Ha? It doesn't work? I can't stop it. No. Then we can only kill the source. This is madness. I will leave this place. However, they were way too late. Not only was it difficult for them to resist the suction force of Daru after when it was undergoing the 8th Great Cataclysm, they were lacking in order to pierce the defense line made by true dragons and above all. Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. Hi guys. No, oh no. Yoo IlHan, who had gathered all the overflowing mana of Daru, had successfully turned them into flames and threw them all into the gates. Ultimate attack. Final buster. You have a horrible naming sense. Critical hit. The world was colored in white, and everyone closed their eyes. A tremendous quantity of mana vibrated and messed with their minds. Records went haywire, worlds were shaken, and mana was consumed. What existed died, and what didn't exist was born. Recorded things were erased while new records were created. Horrifying screams resounded across all the worlds. Listening to the screams that sounded as though they were cursing all living creatures, Yoo IlHan thought that it was a voice that he had heard before. At that moment Yoo IlHan heard a voice amidst the screams. Liberator, I thank thee. We have finally met our end. The path to death hath finally opened thanks to thee. We were recorded by surviving, and could finally escape the records by dying. I wish thee luck for the world you will create. I praise the realm of being that thou shalt reach. I shall curse the ones that thou shalt defeat. Savior and Punisher, Destroyer, and Creator. We dare to call out to thee. Now thou art the new God. What? Yoo IlHan abruptly raised his head. However, the gates in Daru's atmosphere had already disappeared and became clean. He had actually succeeded in simultaneously calming the chaos resulted from the 8th Great Cataclysm and destroying nearly 7,000 worlds at the same time. Soon, all these worlds will commence fusion into Daru and deal massive damage to Yoo IlHan and mystics' minds. However, that wasn't what was important now, but the voice that Yoo IlHan had heard just now. Right now, that was definitely Mr. IlHan? Are you alright, Mr. IlHan? Even though she was right next to Yoo IlHan, Khan Mirai hadn't heard the voices, and called out to him in worry. It wouldn't be abnormal for something to happen to Yoo IlHan's mind since he had released mana that annihilated several thousand worlds. Thinking like that, she called for Yoo IlHan, but his mind was very clear. That, just now, was definitely IlHan? Wow, amazing. They really disappeared. And it will begin soon, my headache that is. Master, I hate you. I hate you. The others only exclaimed in joy at the fact that the 8th Great Cataclysm was successfully finished, and that the nearly 7,000 gates had completely disappeared. No one reacted to the voice just now. Yoo IlHan was sure that the voice could only be heard by him and muttered. That just now were the recorded gods, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 331, Harmageddon, 7. Why were there traces of recorded gods in a world under a higher existence faction's rule? He had realized that these so-called recorded gods weren't just lumps of intelligence in the Akashic record, but never did he imagine that they resided within the hidden worlds. No, did they really reside in a hidden world? They referred to Yoo IlHan as liberator and savior, so in other words they were. However, there was no more time for Yoo IlHan to think. With nearly 7,000 worlds fusing with Daru at once, Mystic ended up experiencing death while she was still alive. Master, what the hell are you doing? Fine, I'll do it. You stick there, you just go underground, you just go inside the trap of restoration. I said no more increase in size. Compress, equalize the density of mana in the world. The only exception shall be our city alone. Yoo IlHan put all other thoughts aside and fused the worlds desperately. Fusing several thousand worlds at the same time as fine-tuning the 8th Great Cataclysm wasn't such an easy thing to do, but as the number of worlds he had to take care of was decreased dramatically thanks to galactic trajectory, he could do things at a relatively leisurely pace. It was quite doable. Quite doable. Orochi. Yes, I get it. Orochi just patted Mystic on top of her straw hat, as Mystic was about to explode at any second. Mystic had the urge to beat up both Yoo IlHan and Orochi half to death, together, at once. It was frustrating that she couldn't do so, since she was rendered immobile thanks to the worlds that were still not yet perfectly fused. Damn side jobs. Mr. IlHan, the city became a pseudo-holy region now? In fact, the region is expanding as well. Until now, the battles were mainly centered around the Flying Fortress, the Guardian Fortress and the city. Moreover, these places were the locations that received the most influence from Yoo IlHan's records within Daru, so it wasn't so impossible for there to be traces of evolution in the city thanks to the newly acquired mana and records, on top of Yoo IlHan's influence from creation. A trivial problem was that the region was expanding continuously, and the holy region had expanded to the point that the area it encompassed should be classified as an empire rather than a city, but he decided not to think too much about it. I don't think that's trivial at all though. We got more dragon fellows, so it's all good. Whoa, we were just having a battle, but the world is changing drastically in the meantime. Liara was shocked while looking at the ever-evolving scenes in Daru. Well, absorbing over 10,000 worlds and on top of experiencing 2 great cataclysms. It would be really weird if there weren't any changes. The atmosphere changes again. I think I can see rainbows in the air. That's because the mana density is too thick and they became half materialized. The feel of the land is also different. It's as if, due to the influence from my records as it evolved, the aura of metal and dragons are now mixed into the dirt. Snapping a branch off a tree got me a rare ranked artifact? That's... Yoo IlHan carefully turned around to Liara and asked carefully since everyone was filled with shock. All worlds are like this after the 8th Great Cataclysm, right? You do know that they aren't, don't you? Okay, my bad. In Liara's knowledge, the world that experienced the most number of great cataclysms is heaven. She heard that it only became a world fit for angels and God to reside after 9 rounds of great cataclysms. But compared to Darrow right now, heaven was merely a slightly larger world with some peculiar traits. In fact, I'm surprised that it remained a world that can still be defined by us. With this much mana, I wouldn't be surprised if it turned into some dark space or something. That's what I and Master are trying to stop. I and Master work. Sorry, I meant to say that it's just that amazing. Oof. Liara apologized formally at Mystic's irritation. She had no experience nor skill in managing and controlling a world, but she could still see how much effort Yoo IlHan and Mystic had to exert in order to stabilize Darrow like this. Raising her head to look at the sky, there were clouds made of mana floating around. At a glance, they looked like ordinary clouds, but it was actually a magical trap that changed form to restrain enemies and deal damage to them once they came into contact with an external source of mana. Everyone that invaded Dragon's Nest became a target of those traps. The rainbow of light that hung underneath was a nature version of the destruction mirrors. Anytime Yoo IlHan wanted, they would attract the surrounding energy and shoot it at the enemies. Not only that, the countless dots of light that appeared like stars in the sky were all mana bombs, and the hurricane of metal dust that stormed in various parts of Darrow was a natural trap that ground apart all beings that possessed malice to dragons. Other than that, naturally occurring traps that even higher existences couldn't escape unscathed, began to cover various parts of Darrow. It wasn't like Yoo IlHan specifically intended for this to happen. It was just a result of evolution after countless worlds were fused with Darrow and the great cataclysms occurred and reflected his records into the world. As all of these traps were fatal, they looked very wondrous and beautiful from the outside, and the members of Dragon's Nest that were unexpectedly given a time to rest after an intense battle, ended up exclaiming in surprise when they looked around the world. It's truly beautiful. It's more beautiful with you here, Karina. Michael. These idiots. Karina Malatesta, Michael Smithson, and Takagaki Isoha had all safely become true dragons amidst the heated battle. Originally, it wasn't like it was so easy to become 5th class purely through piling experience, but were any of their experiences normal? They survived amongst countless higher existences, higher magic, and advanced techniques, so it was perhaps only natural that they grew into 5th class beings. Michael. Karina. The battle still hasn't ended yet. Let us do our best for a little longer. Even if it's for our child that will be born later. Yes, Michael. Definitely. I wish they exploded. That's it, Lord Susanoo. Takagaki Isoha was fed up with watching these two lovebirds say cheesy lines all the time even on the battlefield, and turned his head around to Yoo IlHan, her sign of peace and salvation. Lord Susanoo, I, too. Lord Susanoo? She tried to approach Yoo IlHan but halted midway. Yoo IlHan was atop the highest place in the flying fortress, his 2 eyes were closed, and a translucent membrane of fire was preventing anyone from interrupting him. She decided to give up trying to approach him and retreat. She just thought that it should be fine if it was watching. Fu. The person in question was currently breathing slowly and watching inside him, as well as the world. The violent trembles that came with the 8th Great Cataclysm and the fusion of many worlds were also beginning to settle down. As an effect of that, Yoo IlHan had acquired a tremendous amount of experience again, and became level 650 after wiping out several thousand higher worlds. Fortunately, there was nothing like the recreation of his physical body or anything like last time. It was just that an insane amount of magic power began to emanate from his body. It made him feel very uncertain about himself. He felt as if he would become drunk on this sense of omnipotence and go wild with his power. With 50 levels rising at once, he even doubted and wondered if it was fine to level up so fast, but the change that came along wasn't light at all. The strengthening of his bones, the thickening of his blood, the toughening of his muscles and the hardening of his skin was all too noticeable and so clear that it made him shiver in anticipation. The higher his level became, the feeling that each and every level had an enormous power increment that came with it. He even admired his past self for killing beings that were several tens of levels higher than him. Level was the most fundamental differentiation in League. When he was bound by League, he was blocked by the wall of League known as class, but the foundation of League was in the end, levels. The proof was that it was impossible to level up once an individual hit the threshold without surpassing the League. Leveling up didn't simply mean an increase in physical ability and mana, but that he could exercise more power in the world, comprehend more of the world, and fundamentally change his view of the world. It was not a sudden realization but a deeper understanding of what Yoo IlHan had learned and acquired before. He understood how to swing the spear, which slight adjustments to make to metalwork better, and comprehend the meaning of the texts he had read before, but couldn't understand fully. So, levels were one's own records, and level up was the increase and accumulation of records. So, it's not like one's training is deeper in the mind just by becoming a higher level or a higher existence. Level ups aren't something that give you something that doesn't exist, but strengthens what you already have. Insolence will bring about more insolence, and dictator-like beings will become even more like a dictator. I finally understand why greed turned about to be like that. Now, he organized the truths about leveling up clearly. Yoo IlHan ordered his internal mana and resonated with the world to breathe fresh air, when he thought up of the question that he had put on hold. Yes, recorded gods. He forgot thanks to the fusion of the worlds and the Great Cataclysm, but when he erased all the worlds that appeared through the galactic trajectory, he could definitely hear the voices of recorded gods. Yoo IlHan's final buster, though no one else called it that, the moment 7,000 worlds were erased, if they were alive, then they should have died then and there. And they called Yoo IlHan Liberator. Meaning, they were bound. But then, by whom? First up, Greed of the Destruction Demon Army was an idiot who only knew how to eat, so there was no way he would have left such a delicious treat like recorded gods alive, and the current Heaven's army didn't have that ability, so that leaves the army of brilliant light. He felt as if cold water was just poured on him and abruptly raised his head. His father was in danger. He said that he was going to be fine, but if Satan really had the power to imprison recorded gods, then he was currently the most dangerous person with the most mysterious objective right now. Thinking about it, it was all clear. He had met with all other main forces of other factions, but he had never met the first wing of brilliant light, lazy air. Why did he only realize that fact just now? Danger, his father and mother were in danger. More than Michael, and more so than Greed, perhaps Satan was the most frightening being, more so than even the god of heaven that sent out Legni. Warp. Yoo IlHan activated the warp skill while having his eyes still closed. It wasn't that he was going, but that he was calling them here. In whichever world, even if it was a closed world. If it was a being that he could contact through his records, then he could bring anyone here. If he summoned his parents right now, then the confrontation between the Garden of Sunset and the combination of the army of brilliant light and God would end, and their target would turn to Yoo IlHan, but that was still better than letting his father and mother be in danger. Also, Yoo IlHan was confident that he could fight against anyone since he had grown so much stronger. However, just as he was about to ditch the fusion of worlds or anything and call for his parents, a message he had never encountered before while using warp appeared on his retina. The target is rejecting your summon. Summoning a part of the warp skill's targets. A severed world has opened and you receive proper records and mana. All status increases, and magic increases additionally by 700. What? Son. Yoo IlHan definitely summoned both his mother and father, but only his mother, Kim Yi-sul, stood in front of him. It wasn't like she was fighting against thousands of worlds like what Yoo IlHan and the others were doing, but she had reached the 6th class in such a short time. That was shocking, but there was something else that really shocked him. "Mom, what about Dad? I called both of you together." Well, it wouldn't be too surprising for someone on Gabriel's level to be capable of deflecting his warp magic, but the problem was why. Kim Yi-sul replied to him with a dejected expression. "Your dad said that he will hold the enemies back." "Why? Why, Dad?" That's a blatant foreshadow. What was more frustrating that wasn't the only problem that came to him. "IlHan, one corner of the world is looking really strange. Father, that's as if I'm looking at hell. Aawa, sheesh. It really feels like something bad will happen with so many things happening at once." The foreshadow Meister Yoo IlHan screamed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332, Harmageddon, 8. An unknown amount of time passed in the crevasse garden, the halted world, as the two armies fought. The majority of the gatekeepers of the Garden of Sunset had disappeared, and the Army of Brilliant Light was no exception. The insane number of Legni and Arch-Legni were also beginning to reach their end. However, frustratingly, and surprisingly, Gabriel was at a disadvantage right now. "It was your son, wasn't it? You noticed?" "Well, a strong aura pierced through the wall of dimensions and took a single person. There's no way there's another one capable of doing that other than your son, is there?" Satan smiled as he finished talking. Gabriel also let out a smile while taking a step back. On their bodies, wounds that couldn't be healed through normal means were inflicted, since all of their attacks had bet their records on the line. At the level of the leaders of each faction, they didn't simply use skills but their records to fight. It was such a method of attacking that caused this. "Why did you only send your wife to him? You know already, don't you, Lucifer? Someone needs to stop you. My son is growing up rapidly, so I can't really stop him midway." Growth, eh? Satan, aka Lucifer, looked at his arm and made a bitter smile. He could feel his power and records disappearing even now. Gabriel's son was one heck of a monster, alright. In the moment that the wall of dimensions was breached, he expropriated an enormous amount of energy from Satan. It was the records and mana that Satan possessed as the ruler of many higher worlds. Just how many higher worlds did he take from me while I was occupied? He didn't know, since this dimension was severed from the rest until now. He had believed that they would remain as his forever and wielded their powers without holding back. However, the moment Yoo IlHan used warp magic and breached the wall of dimensions, the records and power that resided in Satan had left him for their proper owner. As a result, Satan was weakened. Unbelievably, he was feeling powerless for the first time ever since he fought and chased out God from heaven. He looked at Gabriel with a face of absurdity and spoke. "This is no growth, Gabriel. It's a desire that's beyond greed's. He's devouring all the higher worlds." "No, he is not devouring them. He's fusing them into one. Lucifer, my son, will become the new creator. The realm that God did not reach, and the realm that we could not ever reach, he shall reach it, I am sure of it." Gabriel made a satisfied smile, but Satan mocked him. "That's impossible. Even God fell without ever being able to reach that realm. Do you think a prophesied being could reach such an unpredictable realm? There are many ways that miracles occur. I still cannot find an explanation for my foreknowledge ability. Concealment is the same. But my son even surpassed me in this regard. Lucifer, what I could see is merely the starting point of that path. Where it reaches, even I cannot see. In that, you're correct." Satan gathered his power into his palm. although he panicked due to the sudden loss of power, but that was it. Unless his main world disappeared, the source of power for Satan would not decrease by too much. Indeed, no one can observe the end of that path. Yes, that's why, it won't be too surprising if his path just snapped midway, right? Though, you won't live to see that. Dark magic power blossomed from Satan's body. Behind him, 5 pairs of bat-like wings sprouted. However, his change didn't stop there. Surprisingly, he had a single wing that consisted of pure white feathers. Right now, Gabriel and Satan differed by that one wing of power. Prepare yourself, Gabriel. I will be lenient with my hands, but... Eek! Satan's voice hit Gabriel's ears. Gabriel realized that it was time, and hurriedly released his energy to the surroundings, but what he could erase were only the group of Legni that invaded the crevasse garden. Although he wiped out all the small fries, there will be plenty more of Legni unless God was dealt with. And the enemy in front of him, Satan, was... It will hurt quite a lot. That's what I should be saying, Satan. I won't let anyone disturb my son so easily. Well then, shall we have another dance? Satan's eyes glistened mysteriously and strangely. The moment he faced that, Gabriel clenched his teeth and released all of his energy. Gabriel has been dealt with, and the crevasse garden is now under the rule of the army of brilliant light. Well, this is a splendid ending, right? Spoke Satan. His leisurely attitude didn't change, no matter who it was, and the God of heaven that he had once betrayed, and met again, was no exception. Though it's a little insufficient to pay for your betrayal in the past. But very well. We got rid of that prophet, so the only remaining one is that eyesore. Well, then. Give me Gabriel's corpse, Lucifer. Ordered God in a grand and firm voice. However, Satan laughed and shook his head. Think about it, old man. Do you think Gabriel, who was smart enough to drag everyone in the whole multiverse into his stage, would foolishly leave his precious body behind? I think his son splendidly inherited the concealment ability, but the prophecy was only his power. And it will remain as such forever too. I should have told you to bring me his corpse. Well, I didn't even have the time to recover it, duh. If you're so unsatisfied, why didn't you go get it yourself? God lost his words at Satan's reply. It wasn't that Satan didn't know his current state. In other words, Satan was making fun of him right now. God gritted his teeth. Although he did put Satan onto his side since he was cooperative, but there would be no other man as unfaithful as Satan. Did you erase the Legni? Did you hog Gabriel's corpse yourself after getting rid of my watch? Why would I attack my allies? And old man, you two should have recovered their records, right? Don't you know that it was either Gabriel or the gatekeepers that killed them all? God's eyes narrowed. Lucifer, you bastard. You didn't lie, did you? And you have a way to find out if I lied? No. God was neither omniscient nor omnipotent as the other angels thought. See? So just believe me. Believing in me will be better for you. He was sure that Satan was thinking of something else in his heart, but God couldn't interrogate him right now. He bared his teeth and said in a voice lined with malice and wrath, If you keep doing things like this, I may not accept you in the new world that I will create. Well, as you know, I'm a hedonist, so it's fine if it makes me joyful even if it leads to the bottom of the abyss. But you, sir, shouldn't be talking to me like that right now, should you? You still can't move your body as you wish right now, no? You need him, don't you? God shut his mouth. Satan's words were completely correct. Right now, God needed Satan. His limbs were still not free, and the strange angelic beings, Legni, were still much weaker and feebler than he had thought. For now, he needed the help of this devil. Satan smiled as though he knew all that he was thinking. His smile was truly disgusting and unpleasant. Just what are you afraid of? The curtains to Armageddon have successfully been raised, and everyone is clashing hard in their respective positions. Although Michael's light became more brilliant, but that's all within our expectations. They are all merely deliciously grilled meat. You just need to step up and bite them apart. Lucifer. Satan and God exchanged fierce glances. Both of them were not completely open with each other, and both sides knew that. However, they each had what they wanted from each other, and so they could not be honest. They could not return to the master-servant relationship of before. The two were currently utilizing each other as being at the same level of power. However, one sure fact was that Satan cannot betray God. He was a being that originated from God, and no matter how hard he struggled to escape, he was bound by God after all. Going against the heavens was not possible. At that moment, God's internal injury suddenly burst and agonized him. Cock. You heard now? Yoo IlHan. That bastard. Aha. Satan chuckled. Gabriel's son, right? Ain't he amazing? He stole a lot of power from me as well. Just how did he give birth to such an amazing son, I wonder? It's good that he was born then. If he was given more time, the new world might not have opened. You sure like that new world very much. Why don't you make a song about it? Let us make a new world. Though, that will be a horrible one with God in it. Satan turned his head around as he mocked God until the very end. What he could see was a poisonous atmosphere, vicious life forms, vicious mana, and vicious everything. Beyond that, he felt a faint aura from beyond the huge wall of dimensions and chuckled. The curtains are rising. Well, then. Are you ready to step onto the stage, old man? Shut up, Lucifer. Replied God as he gritted his teeth. I was ready from a long time ago. What the heck is this? Who knows? A slice of hell? Replied Liara in a calm voice. Right now, they were at a place where the skies and lands had reversed and were boiling. Turning their heads around, they could see the normal Daru, but only this portion of it was like this. It's like someone swallowed a whole world and vomited it back out with all the stomach fluids on it. Thanks for the vivid description, Miss Yuna. Thanks to you, I feel slightly more disgusted now. Hey. Yoo IlHan waved his hand as he scolded Na Yuna. Mana and wind came along and covered both the skies and the lands, and they melted into the world after becoming pure records in mana. While he was at it, he also took care of all the strange-looking regions and fused them with Daru. In that process, he could gather more concrete records about them, and it seemed that the galactic trajectory had opened worlds not only belonging to the Heavens Army, the Army of Brilliant Light and the Destruction Demon Army, but a few subspaces that were well hidden beyond their control. Of course, Yoo IlHan's final buster mercilessly destroyed all of them and dragged them to Daru. And by now, God, greed, and Satan should be having a painful time. Yoo IlHan received and analyzed the records of countless worlds and sorted out his thoughts again as he raised his head. Kim Yi-sol was watching him with worried eyes. Are you alright, son? I'm alright. I'm rather worried about Dad. Satan is no ordinary guy. Your father will be fine. He's lived much longer than we have. Oh yeah, that's true. Neither Kim Yi-sol nor Yoo IlHan could be considered young in age, but compared to Gabriel they were like newborn babies. Yoo IlHan thought about that and looked at Kim Yi-sol's expression. And Mom? Are you alright? Of course I am, son. Though, it'd be a lie to say that I wasn't surprised. Kim Yi-sol chuckled and added. Looks like Mom should level up hard now. Phew, I fought higher existences for several years, but I'm barely 6th class. Just when did your father become so strong? Several years? Did you perhaps fight for many years in that main world? Yes. That's one heck of a magic against an enemy like Satan. Yoo IlHan marveled at his father's capability. Yes, since his father could utilize a magic of such a scale, he should be fine even now. He had to be, he believed that it was as such an. Okay, let's finish up what we were doing. I wish I could do another round of galactic trajectory. Final Buster was a special technique that he could only use at the moment of the 8th Great Cataclysm. Truly unfortunate. It's not unfortunate at all, shouted Mystic. Kong Mirai made a bitter smile as she raised her staff. Hundreds of gates appeared in midair once again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 333, Harmageddon 9. The 9th Great Cataclysm of the higher world, Daru, has successfully concluded. Absorbing records and mana from the world under your rule. All status increases and mana increases additionally by 300. Yoo IlHan. Lord of Dragon's Nest LV 748. Strength, 1754 agility, 1545 health, 1443 magic, 3559. Active skills, Manifestation, Falling Down, Dragonic Blood, Dragonman Resonance, LV87, Transcendent Trajectory, Great Cosmos Severing Spear, Spear of Untraceable Trajectory, God Force, Dismantling, Excavation, Absolute Accuracy, LV65, Mana Crafting LV Max, Declaration, Rule, Record, LV88, Warp, Leap, LV97, Dimensional Ruler LV99, Counter LV87. Passive skills, Blacksmith LV Max, Magic Engineering LV Max, Cooking LV Max, Dimensional Adaptation LV99, Fleet Command LV99. Kong Mirai raised her head and spoke. There aren't any more worlds. Really? Yoo IlHan checked again with a worn-out expression. Kong Mirai firmly nodded his head. Absolutely none. Not even a single one left. If there are, it's only the main worlds. Yoo IlHan sighed deeply at the reply before lowering his head and raising it again. Everyone was looking at him. Nearly 30 hours ago, the majority of the ones here were lower existences, but right now, it was instead difficult to find any that weren't higher existences. He could guarantee that the past 30 hours were absolutely, most intense 30 hours that the multiverse experienced since the beginning of time. Everyone's tired, right? Yes, replied everyone honestly. Especially, Mystic, who had almost become a pile of flesh on the floor. She had reached beyond the 7th class and into 8th class thanks to managing the central pivot of the world and coming into contact with countless records, but no matter how strong she became, her exhaustion seemed like it would be endless. How the heck did I survive all of that? It's all thanks to the artifacts that I made you. I'll beat you up, Master. She threw a fist at the same time she spoke, but Yoo IlHan dodged as if he had seen it coming. Although this was like this before as well, there was an insurmountable wall of the 4th dimension between the two. Especially in Daru. Damn it, Oroki. Even if you look at me like that, I'm weaker than you. Just obediently eat some popcorn. Let's see, Dad is. Yoo IlHan left Mystic to Orochi and activated Warp again, but again, the only message that came back was that the target was refusing. Yoo IlHan thought that this would be the case and shook his head with a sigh. Right now, he believed that Satan had something to do with the recorded gods. Assuming that Satan was the most dangerous enemy of them all, even his father wouldn't be fine even with all of his trump cards. Damn it, had he come back with his mother in the previous warp, then at least they could have stomped on Satan together. Damn his stubbornness. If you're dead, I'll tease you to death again. How do you tease someone who's dead? Ha! Yoo IlHan only laughed without much of a reply, but Liara felt a shiver running down on her back. 23,000 higher worlds. Simple to say it, but this meant that he had absorbed 23,000 entire worlds that had countless records piled up over the course of the longest periods in history. As the ruler of Daru and the lord of Dragon's Nest, their essence should have flowed into Yoo IlHan. Liara would probably believe even if Yoo IlHan said that he could create a whole world from scratch. Eventually, she asked him in a careful voice. IlHan, you aren't God yet, right? Nope, not yet, probably. Hike. She shouldn't have asked. It got her more scared. Yoo IlHan chuckled after seeing Liara shivering. At her age, she should be more than mature enough, but somehow, this ex-angel was becoming more immature as time went on. Of course, though, that's what made her cute. If taking over many higher worlds makes me God, then any other transcender would have become God long ago. The God of heaven, for example. Of course, I can't say that there's no effect in fusing all the worlds into one, but no, Liara. I still can't grasp it yet. I'm an imperfect creator, and a halfling that can't even make mana by myself properly. Liara's lips pouted. The more she spoke with him, the more distant he felt, and she became worried. In the past, you always denied that, but right now, you didn't. Halfling means that one half is already completed, no? No one knows when the other half will be filled. It may come within the next second, but it may not come even after countless eons. Perhaps all transcenders are at this stage. That was a lie. Yoo IlHan knew that he was quite special among them. The fusion of worlds just had that special meaning. Every time a world was added to Daru, he felt something fundamental change within him. This was possible only for him. Perhaps this was not evolution but a process of regressing to the very beginning of time? If everything fused and fused, and eventually became one, then perhaps a new path may be finally open to him? Yoo IlHan was both afraid of, and expectant of that. If there was one thing for sure, it was that he had nothing to fear now. There was only one reason he didn't end everything now, to try to finish everything with no casualties. Anyway, we absorbed all the higher worlds possessed by other factions other than the Garden of Sunset, right? Except the main worlds? You do know that the beginning of all factions are their main worlds, right? Their main worlds are literally where all the power of that faction, and their leader stems from. I know that Daru has evolved beyond the extreme, but there are things that can't be surpassed with just the quantity of records. You especially can't look down on heaven. Elokutra and the netherworld are the same. Liara, there's no need to be so worried. I'm not saying that you should not be careful, but rather to not undervalue yourself. It's plenty possible. Just open your eyes, and look at the current darling. He's no longer the kid that you once knew, Liara. He was 20 the first time I saw him. You foolish lady. IlHan's view on this situation slightly differed from Liara's. In her eyes, the power Yoo IlHan possessed was stronger than anyone else. More so than even greed that she once thought to be supreme. This meant that Yoo IlHan was the strongest. The strongest, quite the sweet ring to it. She believed in Yoo IlHan, and was sure that he was an absolute and unshakable pillar. Darling, are you going to do it now? No. However, Yoo IlHan shook his head at IlHan's question. I don't like gambling that much. I don't know if it was just my life on the line, but in a situation where my dad's and other people's lives are on the line, I can't just recklessly charge into enemy lines. I'm going to follow Darling's words. Please ask for anything that you wish for. Yoo IlHan only had 2 hands and 1 body. If he could have dragged all the leaders of the factions in fight, then he would have done it long ago. If Gabriel was by his side, then the two would have thought of a plan together, but he wasn't even here. His companions became strong enough to fight against any higher existences, but in the end, they couldn't fight the leaders. Yoo IlHan knew that much. He didn't have that high of an expectation from them in the first place. In fact, he was rather surprised that they grew so much until now. In the end, the final strike had to be done by Yoo IlHan himself. And Yoo IlHan had planned everything out presuming that was the case. That was because he was born a loner. He had learned to do everything with his own effort. You're being too much. We put so much effort into helping you, IlHan. I'm not saying that you don't help at all. In fact, you're supporting me and are of more than just some help to me. Yoo IlHan pushed out his hand and grabbed at the sky and spoke to Liara. This is just my personality. A personality I cannot throw away even after discarding everything else. What if something happens? Or something else? Shouldn't I prepare for that eventuality? And that other one too? I'm worried that if no one helps me and I make too many preparations. And having done everything alone since no one was willing to help me. Even after doing everything like this. I'm afraid that when, having missed something. With a pessimistic outlook purely because I don't want to get hurt. Expecting to fail. I try to act like I'm calm. And prepare desperately in order to be able to act calm. I end up being clumsy since I learn nothing from anyone else. I'm afraid I'll end up really embarrassed if someone discovers me then. That I will want to die. That I will want to give up on everything. But being unable to run since there's no one to run to. No one to leave my burden to. I will still eventually have to do everything by myself. I dread being laughed at by the people who treat those that act like fools, even though they themselves did nothing. Ah, the dark side. No matter how many people met and however many people he was loved by many, the dark side of Yoo IlHan that could not be erased, and was right now exploding out. What was even more grave that his words hadn't ended yet. That's also the reason I always talk about foreshadowing. Ever since I was young, I had great eyes in determining and predicting negative possibilities. And in fact, experienced many of them too. Please stop, IlHan, my heart will melt at any second. It was my bad. I'll do everything for you. Smooch. Mr. IlHan, I'll give you a smooch. Bad memories should fly away. Not to mention Liara, even the others didn't know how to act while listening to his dark history that they couldn't listen to without crying. Even Kim Yesul momentarily forgot about the worry for her husband and seriously considered patting his back. My word, what was this? Subordinates were trying to console a nearly level 750 Superman. Sungdine Bolt. However, Yoo IlHan laughed and shook his head. But thanks to that, I learned something. I became able to breathe, became able to hide, became able to put in more effort, became able to endure, became able to prepare, and became able to laugh back at them, I don't think the last one was necessary though. I became able to not request help to anyone else. I became able to prepare everything myself. I raised my abilities to erase all negative possibilities and to bring a happy ending. So, in conclusion, I don't plan to lose even if everyone else is an enemy. This is a loner's final form. Everyone was struck dumb. Just what kind of growth must one experience to reach such a stage? Yoo IlHan had a look at his companions and gripped the hand in the air into a fist. Explanation was over. Time for work. We'll need one more gate. Miss Mireille, please use galactic trajectory again. This time, I need something much more than simple gate, a giant bridge that connects two worlds. Just what world are you going to connect? Kong Mireille estimated the answer but still asked anyway. Yoo IlHan replied without hesitation. Earth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 334, Harmageddon, 10. If you connect with Earth right now, then the people scattered to various other lower worlds will be able to come back to Earth again. I can stop that. For around 3 hours. That's meaningless though. It is meaningful. That's enough time to destroy all the other transcenders from other factions. 3 hours is enough? Khan Hajin looked at Na Yuna and pleaded to stop that madman, but Na Yuna replied to not interfere with someone else's marriage business. In the end, Urta was the one to nitpick with him. IlHan was the same. Do you have to connect with Earth right now? Really, really, really? You don't have to keep to the prophecy, darling. You said you hate prophecies, but are you really going to act in accordance to it? No, the prophecy is correct. Not because Dad prophesied it as such. The current dragon's nest is still incomplete. Our main world needs to be Earth. That's because the world I was born and raised in is Earth. This is still incomplete? Yoo IlHan's will was firm. Everyone already realized that Yoo IlHan was looking at a completely different realm from what they were experiencing by themselves. They could no longer go against him. He was the leader of the faction and the supreme being, so they had no choice but to comply. Good, let's say that we make Earth our main world. Then can't you just summon Earth and fuse it like you did with other worlds? If that happens, Earth will be permanently subordinated to Daru. Then can't you just go over to Earth and fuse Daru with Earth? If that happens, Earth will be crumpled to bits without any traces left. Then. And so. Spoke Yoo IlHan seriously. I have no choice but to open a gate and fuse it directly. Okay, Mr. IlHan. Kanmire found her calm first. Let's do it. I'll help to the best of my ability. I just need to make a really, really large gate, right? I just need to make it so that Earth and Daru are facing each other, right? Everything else will be handled by you, right? You are always quick to understand, Miss Mireille. As expected of a genius. This is in the field of instinct. I still half doubt that it would work. However, to not believe him, the things he had achieved now were all completely insane as well. They were already riding on the back of a tiger. It was too late to turn back, and had to accompany him wherever he went. Kanmire utilized the crown of wisdom and raised her staff, while Yoo IlHan agitated his mana with a smile. Miss Yuna, please take care of the holy region. This time, you have to strengthen me on top of Miss Mireille. I knew you'd say that. Fine, fine. Holy region goofers should do their job. I really hate this side character treatment. But no one other than you can do it. I know. I just complained because I want you to care about me more. At this point, she was shameless to the point that she was rather adorable. Yoo IlHan patted her hair as she wished and turned around to Mystic. Mystic will support me. Don't forget that this is a parallel connection between Earth and Daru. What are you going to do about the fact that Earth is relatively too low in league, Master? I'm going to pour Daru's power into Earth to balance it. That's absurd. That's absolutely impossible. Mystic became speechless midway her sentence. Although she thought that was impossible, she also felt like Yoo IlHan could do it. In the end, she also closed her mouth and pushed her straw hat onto her head, covering her eyes and breaking her line of sight with Yoo IlHan. I don't care. You were the one who said support. Whatever happens is not my responsibility. That's enough. Anne? Mom? Me? Kim Yi-sol never knew she would be called out and widened her eyes. Yoo IlHan smiled and nodded his head. Instead of a concrete explanation, he added another sentence. You'll need help from Urta and IlHan. Me? The only thing I'm better at than the others is magic formations. Darling? Urta and IlHan's help? Oh. The three women had the same expressions. They finally realized what Yoo IlHan was talking about. Sheesh, son. You're always dreaming of absurd things. I would have gone with a different method if it was me alone. So Mom, I know how to ask help from others now. I'm different from the me of before. Even though he uttered all the dark history he had, it seemed that nagged on his mind. Kim Yi-sul found her son so cute when he hurriedly added since he thought that the thing from last time may bother her, and ended up giggling. Of course, my son. You make me proud. You've grown up well. Darling, is this really a perfect plan? No matter how I think about it, this is too unstable. Actually, the rest of it is guts. Shit, we're doomed. Yoo IlHan smiled at IlHan and breathed deeply. When he gave a glance to Nahyuna, she bit her lips and extended her two arms. A thick pink aura rose from her body. Lady Leet. No. She shook her head mid-chant and stopped. Was she about to play around at such an important time? Everyone thought that as they looked at her, but Nahyuna's eyes were more serious than ever. Then why? The next moment, a new chant was uttered from her mouth. All mana shall obey me, the one that raises the beauty of all matter. Yoo IlHan abruptly raised his head. It seemed that she had also discovered the loss of the recorded gods. The ones that received the blessing from other gods will probably realize in the future as well. However, it was very like her to realize that first. Envelop all that I love, bless, and strengthen them. To the one that is qualified to monopolize my beauty, with all my love, I shall execute my miracles in God's name, everything shall become as you will it to be. The holy region enveloped the entire city. The two focal points of the aura were none other than Kong Mirai and Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan had a lot of things he wanted to complain about Nahyuna's chant, but for now, he had to do what he had to do. He opened his mouth, and declared while gathering the mana of Dara that had a higher mana density than any other world after the 9th Great Cataclysm. Thou shalt be the master of the miracles, and execute my power on my permission. Thou art the master of magic, and shall stand as the connector of dimensions. Two strands of declaration raged violently after it became mana. Kong Mirai abruptly opened her eyes in the midst of the turmoil. The crown of wisdom flickered wildly while releasing light of varying intensities and accelerated her thought process. Eventually, when all her magic power was focused into one point, Kong Mirai's mouth opened. Surprisingly, the structure of her magic power was similar to Yoo IlHan's when he used declaration. Connect. Mana was concentrated before it sublimed. Three beings that surpassed the records combined their powers to create a miracle. The atmosphere opened in Daru. The skies of Earth could be seen. It was really connected. It's beginning. The two dimensions had only become connected. True fusion had yet to begin. Kong Mirai maintained the gate with all her power, and Yoo IlHan started his next process. A message appeared on his retina. Earth had been waiting for the moment to be subordinated by you from a long time ago. You are prepared. Will you declare Earth has a territory of Dragon's Nest? From this moment onwards, he could feel all the mana that filled his body, the resonance with Daru, and the strand of connection he had with Earth. Yoo IlHan spat out a deep breath and uttered the fateful line. Earth is the main world of Dragon's Nest. Earth is leaping to a higher world. All restrictions on Earth are lifted. The higher world, Earth, is fusing to D. The message that was appearing on his retina disappeared with an almost inaudible noise, and a new message appeared. The two higher worlds, Earth and Daru, are fusing. The skies of Earth and Daru burned as they faced each other. The mana and matter that comprised Daru were rising into the air like mad. The only thing that remained intact was Yoo IlHan and the city they were in. Master, is this really possible? Mystic, who never talked about what was possible or impossible when fusing 7,000 worlds at once, now screamed. However, Yoo IlHan called for Kim Yi-sul instead of replying to her. Mom, I'll connect you with that thing. Please take care of the rest. You really are making me work hard. Okay, let's do it. Yoo IlHan declared with a smile. My subordinate who has the same objective as me, shall have the same thoughts as mine. The moment Yoo IlHan's declaration was fulfilled, a deep voice of a man's rang in Kim Yi-sul's head. Just what is this? Why is the concept of Earth being shaken? It's a long story. Kim Yi-sul smiled and called Erta and IlHan to her side. They had to make a masterpiece of mana and magic formation crafts in the fastest time possible. A magic formation of spacetime that contained all of their essence. I think you will have to change your corporeal form according to what we say. Let's see. Can I call you Will of the Guardian? My God, that world is. The Will of the Guardian that finally recognized Dara screamed without being able to hold back. It also realized what was happening right now. Fuck. You insane madman. Let's hurry. I don't think failure is allowed after all. Yoo IlHan hadn't even begun properly yet. Kong Mire's role was more important than Yoo IlHan's infusing Earth and Dara through a gate. Synchronizing the records of Dara with Earth's could be done by Mystic alone. Predicting the world after the fusion of Daru and Earth was the job for Kim Yi-sul, Erta, and IlHan. There was only one thing Yoo IlHan needed to do. To fuse Daru and Earth together to create a perfect world. Yoo IlHan knew very well what kind of abilities he needed to utilize in order to do that. Blacksmithing. IlHan? Liara, who could only cheer from the sidelines, was shocked after hearing Yoo IlHan mutter. At that point, she thought no way, but couldn't stay like that after hearing his next words. Mana crafting. Dad, is that perhaps soul enchant? He had plenty of materials. The crafter was here. There was more than enough mana. The life force also existed as well. In this time and place, Dragon's Nest. The power of miracles that Na Yuna made was finally consumed this moment. Yoo IlHan brought out all the power he could bring out. The cradle of miracles that was scattered in the atmosphere of Daru had decreased into the size of a bean and appeared on Yoo IlHan's palm, before disappearing without a trace. Shall be created. An unrecorded record. A technique that was already completed the moment it was made. A miracle that was allowed only to Yoo IlHan. An incubator that incubated possibilities into reality. The cradle of miracles appeared once again. This time, it enveloped both Daru and Earth and formed a humongous egg that could not be fully observed with the eyes. The prophecy was finally fulfilled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 335, Harmageddon, 11. When Kim Yi-sul opened her eyes, she was met with an endless sea of flames. Her front, back, above her, below her, left and right, each and every side was tinted a bright red. She was momentarily afraid that she would be burnt to death, but ended up being confused since it felt more comfortable than anything. She remembered having felt this once before, and realized that it was during the process in which she became a higher existence through the cradle of miracles. She finally realized what was going on. Yoo IlHan had definitely activated declaration along with creation and threw the cradle of miracles high up into the sky, and due to that, Daru and Earth started being tied into a single entity. Just what exactly happened after that? She was scared because she couldn't see anyone else in her surroundings. However, it was mysterious since she could clearly feel IlHan's hand and Erta's hand in each of hers. Wait, hands? She muttered carefully. Erta, IlHan, can you hear me? Probably. It seems like Darling is doing his best to protect all of us, but... so that's what's happening. I wish he could have done it in a calmer way. This was probably a type of interspace created by the Cradle of Miracles. Even right now, a horrifying scene of mana going haywire and matter and non-matter being assimilated with each other. Yoo IlHan had chosen this method to protect all the members of Dragon's Nest. You have stopped your calculations. The great leader is wishing for the completion of this magic formation. Oh, mage, please hurry up. Yes, let's keep going. Kim Yi-sol held onto her faint consciousness and continued calculating the magic formulae. She had to calculate the total mass of energy as well as the surface area and epicenter of the world that would be born after Yoo IlHan compressed the entirety of Diru, and had to complete a spherical magic formation before then. The two magic formations shall become one. You shall mark the center of the world. His son's declaration could be heard from an unknown place. The creation abilities it possessed instantly amplified the power of the will of the guardian. Kim Yi-sol soon realized what the two magic formations were referring to. It was the ancient elven magic formation that covered the entirety of Daru, aka carpet, and the body of the will of the guardian. Just what is this insane lump of power and records? Before I am a magic formation, I am a golem. You gave me such a huge burden. Yoo IlHan, my master and my most detested enemy. You force upon me unspeakable pain even after I stood on your side. Please hold on for a little. I'm calculating now. But it's still too hard. Unless Yoo IlHan forms the vague outline of the world. You know that it isn't so easy to do, lady. We can do it. We only need to formulate a universal magic formula that can be applied anytime, anywhere. Don't we? That's easy for you to say. But fine. We have to do it. Good, let's do it. The two mages gathered their heads. The will of the guardian accepted their intentions even under the intense pain that almost made its mind go black and changed form continuously, while clenching its teeth in order to settle down in the incubating world. What I wish to protect, what I wish to see is Earth. Let's see whose will is stronger. Kong Mirai too was thrown into the red interspace. She made a bitter smile while feeling a string of mana that connected her to the gate. The gate was pressuring her as if it would shrink and close at a moment's notice, and maintaining that with massive amounts of mana without resting for so much as the smallest fraction of a second made her feel like her mind would shut off first before the gate did. However, Kong Mirai didn't give up. She was the Lord of Mana, and a dimensional mage. If she couldn't maintain a single magic, then she wouldn't be qualified to call herself a mage anymore. Because no one helped him, that he prepared everything so that he could do everything himself, Kong Mirai ended up laughing after muttering what Yoo IlHan said last time. She once wondered why she was so attracted to Yoo IlHan, but thinking about it now, it was so obvious. Kong Mirai and Yoo IlHan were similar fundamentally. Everyone flattered me and tried to do everything for me because of my family backing, so it was hard to properly judge my own value. She wanted to be acknowledged with her abilities alone. Without any assistance from her family, her father, her brother, or her friends, she wanted to stand with her own power, and put the best of her efforts in everything. Although their motivations were the complete opposite, Kong Mirai and Yoo IlHan's actions ended up following the same pattern. Quite ironic. So that's why I was attracted to him. I finally get it now. Honestly, she thought that the reason didn't matter much, but still felt refreshed after knowing exactly what happened. At the same time, an assurance of some kind, or the thought that leaving things this way was fine, smeared into her body. Even though maintaining galactic trajectory brought her a tremendous headache, Kong Mirai made a bitter smile. She raised her staff high, and closed her eyes after putting one of her hands onto the crown of wisdom. It was possible to connect two separate dimensions, so it should be possible to make two into one. Please let me be of help to Mr. IlHan. My will shall blossom into hope. Rainbow-colored magic power was added on top of galactic trajectory. Her outrageous attempt at going beyond just connecting two dimensions but to fuse two dimensions into one became another small miracle. Yuna, who had also been thrown into the red interspace as well, did not panic at all. Her power of miracles was currently closely connected with Yoo IlHan, and she could feel vividly what he was doing. Rather, what surprised her was a strand of thought soul that approached her through her miracle. She was very familiar with this thought soul, and it was very warm, and exuded a sense of beauty simply with its presence. Yuna, I'm not dead yet. Huh, Lady Leitna. I thought you were completely dead. Just how can you be so rude with every single sentence you speak? Well, you were born pretty, so I guess you can't help it. This was the moment the reason behind Na Yuna's blessing was clearly revealed. Na Yuna went a step further. I think I'm prettier than you right now, Lady Leitna. I admit that. It's not only that. You saw my man, right? He's so cool. He's probably one of a kind, whether it's the past or the future. Well, yeah. In the current world, that man was indeed the best. But that man still isn't yours though. He will be soon. Leitna seemed to ponder a bit before speaking. You can't just go at such a man with just a face. I thought that was enough before, but it didn't turn out to be the case. Then what do I need to do? You can't go with just a face, but an insanely pretty face. Ah. Na Yuna gained enlightenment after hearing Leitna's weird advice. So that's it. If Na Yuna was way at a prettier than Liara or Hyena, to the point that she was pretty enough that no one could not look at her, then Yoo IlHan would have shown a reaction much earlier on. Leitna's teaching came down on the foolish Na Yuna, hard. No matter how pretty you think you are, you got to make yourself up a little more, and bless yourself with miracles every time you wake up, before you eat breakfast, after you eat breakfast, as you brush your teeth, as you put on makeup, as you do your business, as you walk, before you eat lunch, after you eat lunch, and every other bit of time you have, and try to make yourself prettier. You are still too naive, too arrogant. How can this be? I was so foolish. I thought I was the top beauty since you died, but I still have a long ways to go. If you keep my words in mind, then you will be able to seduce that man. He's a good man, so you can't let go of him. It will be an embarrassment for the goddess of beauty if you let go of such a man. I'll keep that in mind, Lady Leitna. At that time, a strand of warm energy entered Na Yuna's body. She realized this was the final bit of power that Leitna possessed. Thanks, Lady Leitna. I'll really go and die now. Oh, can you tell your man that we thank you for liberating us? Then I can't listen to your voice from now on? In the future, when your man can sense records that are unrecordable, perhaps we may be able to meet once again. Records that are unrecordable. So that's it. It works like that. Recorded gods? How funny was that? Akashic record called them gods because they surpassed the limits of what it could record because they were too exceptional in a single field, and there would likely be no successor to them in the future. But the ignorant could not accept that their vision was narrow and degraded the beings that transcended records by referring to them as recorded gods. There couldn't be a more foolish thing. I think that much will be able to work on Mr. IlHan. Yes, that's it. Your faith will make the impossible possible, and become your man's power in the name of miracles. Do your best, the new goddess of beauty. I'm tired after all this time. I want to rest now. See you later, Lady Leitna. Na Yuna bid farewell with a bright smile. That voice didn't go anywhere and only remained in Na Yuna's consciousness. Leitna's will had appeared in her consciousness after all. Yes, see you later. Then she disappeared, as quietly as she had arrived. Na Yuna made a smile, and added more miracles with her newly acquired power. Mana that follows me, all creation that has fallen for my beauty. Please help the one I love, please make everything that he wishes to do, possible. Yoo IlHan closed his eyes. Fusing two equal worlds into one is already hard enough, but right now, he had to drag Earth's position up to where Dara was, when it was overwhelmingly inferior in comparison. If he could just mix in any way possible, then he wouldn't have used a difficult magic like galactic trajectory. Neither would he have had to ask Na Yuna for miracles. You are both mine. Perhaps what he was doing had similarities to cooking. Since the results of cooking differed a lot according to the amount of ingredients put in. He had to be delicate, precise, and sincere. Though, this wasn't something he should say since he learned cooking through trial and error, but since he understood the essence of cooking with the help of the Akashic record, he was, in any case, at the very peak of cooking. So you shall become equal through me. Just why did I do a declaration like this one? The moment he uttered that line, Yoo IlHan regretted it. Well, yes. Through the ruler, Yoo IlHan, it was indeed possible to equalize the two worlds, but didn't that mean that the power of Daru that was completed would assault Yoo IlHan once again? However, this was the only method, screw it all. Either all of his thoughts will halt, or the two worlds will be complete as one. At that time, an unexpected source of support came. The dimension magic that Kong Mirai used synchronized not just Earth and Daru but the two dimensions that they were in and made the flow of power between the two worlds more natural. It was a perfect assist to the point that it made him wonder if she read his mind or not. Miss Mirai, she's amazing indeed. To think she'd enhance galactic trajectory, which was a miracle in itself. Yoo IlHan chuckled since this was so absurd. However, that wasn't the only help. The miracles that Na Yuna emitted had become significantly stronger and started protecting his body. Ha! He would have poured kisses on her if she had been by his side, though perhaps it's fortunate that she wasn't, because he'd get beaten up by Liara later if he did that. Yoo IlHan sighed in relief and raised his head again. He could feel that the pain that assaulted his body from the moment he uttered the declaration, decreasing slightly. The assurance that he can actually succeed came to him for the first time. The incubation process for Earth and Dara fusing into one. Although this was a very short time that didn't even last even a millionth of a second, that instant would dictate their fates. Good, with this. With everyone's help. He raised his hands. The mana that comprised the two worlds entered his body and flowed out again before being synchronized at an incredibly slow pace. No, the two were already one. If he was the world, then the world was him as well. A smile appeared on Yoo IlHan's lips. Thinking about this world in the future, and the expressions of his enemies, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Let's do this. Why was he called God? Why was he called the Creator? He finally understood why. He was now ready. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336, Harmageddon, 12. He once learnt about the universe. The Sun, and the planets that orbited it, as well as Earth that was just one of those few planets, the galaxy that surrounded the solar system, the universe that enveloped the many galaxies. What did Yoo IlHan feel while learning about those? He was afraid. Very, very afraid. He was afraid of his small span of recognition being widened, and was afraid of the fact that he was worth less than a speck of dust compared to the universe. Then, he was left on Earth alone, met Liara, learnt the truth about other worlds, broadened his horizons and finally came to see the world in a new light. And now, he became able to fill the entire world just by himself. He was no longer afraid. He was in perfect control of everything, so he had nothing to fear. If I worried about the distortion of the atmosphere due to the size of the planet, or the change in solar gravity, then I wouldn't even have started all this. The world changes so much according to how you see it and at what angle you are viewing from. Thinking about it, it was funny. Yoo IlHan looked down at the two worlds while chuckling. The two were both planets but at the same time not planets, separated by many, many galaxies yet coexisted in the same space. Perhaps he could glance up and look at the ceiling of the universe, or crouch down to see the floor of it. He extended his hands to connect the two worlds and laughed. So what if he could or couldn't reach them? The universe shall be redefined based on his recognition of it. I shall repeat, but the two shall become equal. Become equal to each other, harmonize, and become one. What if he had headed to Earth instead of Daru at first? Of course, not everything would have been over even if that were the case. Earth would have immediately ascended into a higher world, and he would panic due to the sudden influx of the people of Earth, but he would have looked for a way to fight against the enemy while protecting them regardless of the outcome. There would not be new dragons in Dragon's Nest, there would have been a lot of enemies invading Earth, and a lot of people he had to protect, and so he would have a hard time, but that would also become a precious experience. There was no wrong choice in the first place. It was foolish to think that a right choice had made everything different. Whichever path he chose, a variety of different outcomes will be produced depending on how much effort he put in. So, foreknowledge, prophecies, and all that were all meaningless. If he wished to, then he could make them come true, and if he wished to prevent them, then he could prevent each and every one of them from being fulfilled. Everything could be decided by him alone. No, that's not it. Everything could be decided by Yoo IlHan, and the ones by his side, all of them, together. I shall repeat, the two shall become equal. No imbalances shall be allowed. Face each other, and give each other dirt, water, skies, mana, and all other things that exist. Right now, Yoo IlHan was a creator who stood on top of countless miracles. According to his order, the two worlds started synchronizing without much difficulty. The moment a double-sided scale with each of the world in its arms were truly balanced, the fusion evolution of the two worlds would finally begin. The skill, cooking, can evolve. It was at that moment that a completely unexpected message filled his retina. Yoo IlHan momentarily forgot about the balance of the two worlds and absent-mindedly stared at that message. Wait, why was the cooking skill evolving at this point? There should have been no advanced version of cooking, just what could be created from this opportunity? Wait, something new could be made with two different skills? When he realized that, a lightning struck past his head. What he also remembered was the moment when he became the leader of Dragon's Nest. What did he do then? He created himself with the creation ability, and made new skills by fusing other skills, didn't he? Yes, that was it. What else was creation if that wasn't? Yes, he already had the ability to create skills as he wished. He was so bound by the original method of soul evolution and fusion evolution that were recorded on the Akashic record and missed the crux of his foundation. How foolish. How idiotic. There was a much faster and easier method, but he had come such a long, roundabout way simply because he didn't realize he could do this. But it's not like all of this was meaningless. All steps have their value, and are recorded. He became able to understand Kong Mirai deeper than before, got to meet the true Nayuna, and had acquired without doubt, the loyalty and hearts of everyone else here. The current realization was all thanks to them as well. Yes, it wasn't too late. In fact, this was the perfect moment. Using your creation ability, fusing all of your skills into one and creating a new skill. A message popped up. Even though there was not a speck of emotion within that message, Yoo IlHan felt as if the Akashic record was mocking him. It threw him the message the moment Yoo IlHan realized that he could do it, even though it knew that he had long since been capable of that. Of course, it was merely telling him what he could see, but he still didn't like it so much. Fusing cooking, blacksmithing, mana crafting, soul enchant, and magic engineering into one. Soul enchant should be impossible to be used in fusion evolution since it had already fuse evolved before. Well, it was according to what was recorded. But how was that important? He had already surpassed records once, so why not twice? An unrecordable skill creation is activating. Restructuring the Akashic record. Creation is newly added. You have acquired the active skill, creation. Now you have understood the method. Yes, now I know the method. Yoo IlHan pouted and replied to the Akashic record. Not that there would be a reply from it. Akashic record was merely a mirror that accurately reflected Yoo IlHan as he was. Creation. Activating creation. Daru and Earth were now at an equal level. The scale that weighed the two worlds did not tilt to one side anymore. Once he raised his hand, the fusion of the two worlds would finally commence. Yoo IlHan checked the states of the others before he implemented the skill. He had already separated the city that possessed an insane mana density, and operated with the two fortresses as the core. His companions were being protected in that place. Everyone was safe. Although they were having a hard time, they were still safe. Ah, it seems like Kim Yi-sol did it. He could see the will of the Guardian completely gaining control of the carpet and preparing for the transformation. Really, it couldn't have been at a better time. Will of the Guardian, I shall grant you a new name. Even without purposefully activating the skill, his words that contained his will became declaration and entered the ears of the will of the Guardian. It didn't reply back, but he could know that it was paying attention to his words. You are henceforth Earth. You are the Earth itself. So you finally admit it? Yes. I admit it. Smiled Yoo IlHan. The will of the Guardian, now called Earth, also smiled. After that, everything found its way to their respective places. The two words fused, and became Earth. Everything progressed at a rapid rate as if all the difficulties they had faced until now were a lie. No matter how much mana flooded the world, it could no longer harm Yoo IlHan. Everything was his, and at the same time, the world's. There was no differentiation on their ownership. The cradle of miracles that enveloped everything cracked, before eventually splitting apart with a cracking sound. The cradle of miracles that became one with Yoo IlHan, fulfilled its mission and spread around to the world. The world was his, and the cradle of miracles was also his. A beautiful, attractive, yet huge world appeared in the place the cradle of miracles disappeared. Yoo IlHan uttered a chic line. The earth is blue, and here is the god. Earth was complete. The skill, creation, has become level 2. Phew, a single level up after all this insane stuff. It will be a long and arduous path to mastery. Even while grumbling at the message that appeared, his lips were still held in a smile. Then, he immediately lowered his altitude and landed on the city. The city was still suspended in midair without being fused with Earth, and the others were exclaiming at the state of Earth after they opened their eyes. Wow, it really is Earth. I think it became huge. Though, I'm too small to recognize any of that. Mr. IlHan. We succeeded, right? Asked Kong Mirai with conviction in her eyes. Yoo IlHan smiled and nodded his head. Of course. Everything is perfect and complete. Then why is our city still floating in the air? I can fuse it back any time, but now's not the time. We aren't quite done yet. Yoo IlHan pondered for a moment. At this point, everything would go his way, but he still thought that it would be for the best if he did things the way he wanted. Then I should do what I was originally going to do. What is this thing that you were originally going to do, son? Care to tell me? There's no way Kim Yi-sol was completely aware of the changes that occurred in Yoo IlHan, but she seemed to vaguely notice the fundamental change in him. Her calm words made Yoo IlHan refreshed. He playfully winked and spoke. The hourglass of eternity. Ha! That comes in here at this point. While everyone was flabbergasted, Yoo IlHan uttered utter nonsense with shining eyes. We could slow down time so much when we were lower existences, but now that we became so strong, and became able to utilize artifacts better, and the will of the Guardian, Earth, became perfect as well, so how far can we slow down the flow of time? Isn't this fun? Aren't you looking forward to it? Wayo! Uttered Na Yuna. Liara sighed and palmed her forehead. My heart never stopped pounding ever since I met IlHan. In a bad way. Ladies, have you heard of the words, it's better to be safe than sorry? Yoo IlHan's voice was uselessly serious. Hyena nodded with a joyful smile. It means that we need to prepare enough to be safe rather than doing something vaguely and be sorry for it later, darling. Yes. It's a great idiom meaning that I should not act until I am convinced that I can defeat the last boss, the true last boss that comes after that, the hidden dungeon that comes after the true last boss, and the hidden last boss that comes out at the end of the hidden dungeon, and the true last boss that can only be met when I install a super expensive downloadable content later, even after I have the strongest equipment and maxed out all my levels. Yoo IlHan took out the hourglass of eternity and gripped on it. Earth reacted and started emitting light. Naturally, he could now create a barrier that could cover the whole Earth and have plenty of room left over. Earth replied, "I am prepared." "Good, let us prepare then, so that we can remain leisurely even if the true last boss appears." The barrier activated. This was the longest instant that someone stopped time, since the beginning of time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337, Harmageddon, 13. While Daru and Earth were still in the process of combining, the ones that were isolated in the aerial city weren't just the members of Dragon's Nest. The people who Yoo IlHan had brought back from the various worlds were all there as well. As such, they could all watch the transformation process of Earth, and how the flow of time changed outside Earth. So he was God after all. I won't have any regrets even if I die now, since I got to see something so amazing. Time stopped. No, were we thrown into the gaps of time instead? Even the most foolish of humans could not help but feel a sense of wanting to worship Yoo IlHan and his companions after they showed them this astounding scene. Two worlds combining into one, a giant city levitating in the air, a magic that envelopes the world with not much more than a wave of his hand. It was no wonder that they subconsciously felt admiration for Yoo IlHan. Decisively, Yoo IlHan's current figure had an aspect that differed from everyone else's right now. Trivial to the point that he may disappear at any moment, yet brighter than anyone in that place, his very existence right now was a contradiction, so who else could be called God if he wasn't? Please answer us, God. What do you demand of us? Yoo IlHan, who only thought about what he had to prepare from now on regardless of what others called him, glanced at them and gave a short reply. Just go anywhere and don't die in a ditch. You just need to live well. Live. Yoo IlHan gradually lowered the city and put all the people back on Earth. The world that looked both like Earth and Daru at once was rather chaotic due to the scenery taking on characteristics of both Mother Nature and the remnants of human civilization, but it still looked exceptionally beautiful. Every place was a mystery, and every place was now their land. Go to wherever you want. The final battle will not occur here. You are becoming my source of power just by being in this world. Wherever we want. This was why he had left the aerial city levitating in the air. The city was definitely a part of Earth and was bound to it, but for now, it was possible for it to move according to Yoo IlHan's intentions. Well, if Yoo IlHan wished to, then he could actually bring Earth anywhere and go to Satan or Greed or whoever, but why would he do that? A tiny portion of it was enough. A portion was the same as the whole and the whole was the same as a portion. Yoo IlHan returned to the city with his original members. Of course, the dragons that resided in the city before were also with them. Some said that they wished to look around Earth and were flying around with their wings fully outstretched. Really, a great spectacle. Mirai, I can see a tree that's growing bigger than the 63 building right next to it. 1. The people will probably cut it down because it blocks the sunlight. How pitiful. You're worried about the people cutting the giant tree instead of the fact that such a big tree can actually grow? Yoo IlHan looked around and explained to the speechless companions. The internet should be working as well. Can you explain more logically? If you explain mana to me logically, then sure. Then can you explain it simply? The entire Earth entered the barrier of the hourglass of eternity. No matter how much time passes within the barrier, it will be a mere instant once we exit. It's different from the time I was dropped out. Aha! Dropped out. Yoo IlHan and Liera exchanged their regular banter, but Kong Mirai reacted sensitively. Na Yuna also perked her ears up. In fact, they still hadn't heard properly about the story of Yoo IlHan's past. The higher existences that Yoo IlHan clashed with all knew of his millennium dropout period, so they weren't that surprised at this point, but the majority of people here weren't aware. Son, will that be fine? Kim Yi-sul had noticed that Yoo IlHan had started talking about this on purpose and looked at him with worried eyes. However, Yoo IlHan nodded with a small smile. It will be rude to keep it a secret forever, and the people here are all qualified to know anyway. It's strange for some to know while some don't, isn't it? Being left out is not a good feeling. I know because that's the emotion that was with me my whole life. No, this wasn't what he was truly thinking. He just said that because he was too embarrassed to say the truth. The reason Yoo IlHan started talking about the dropout period himself, in front of everyone, is because I have the courage now. I felt that it would be fine to share more about myself with others now. And so, I want everyone to listen. I want to listen. Me too, I was always curious about you. I was always waiting for you to say it. Kim Yi-sul felt stifled and closed her mouth. The emotions she felt as a parent that watched her son grow splendidly without much of her help weren't just pride and affection. And also, worried that his mother would burst out crying, Yoo IlHan playfully added, "We have a lot of time now. Well, we might as well film the epilogue, the afterword, and even season 2 before we head to the last battle." Me. I want a second season about Yoo and my son in action. While Na Yuna was being punished by Liara for that, Yoo IlHan headed to the flying fortress within the aerial city. No, before that he declared with the monsters as the focus, since all of Earth is within the barrier, the innumerable monsters that arose in the fusion of Earth and Daru were walking around. Such that they couldn't attack humans first. Isn't that a cheap move? Non-aggressive monsters always make the player's heart rest easy. I've already set my mind regarding the right to survive for monsters. You really haven't changed your mind about that ever since. At this point, he was shameless to the point that he was cool. Yoo IlHan brought the speechless companions to the guest room of the flying fortress. A single wave of his hand made a teapot on the side boil water by itself, before pouring tea for the others. Yoo IlHan sipped his tea and heaved a great deep sigh. Then, I guess I should start from the Great Cataclysm on Earth. Not before that. Before the Great Cataclysm I was a normal. Well, a little serious loner. So he was conscious of it. The story that started continued until Na Yuna had her 7th cup of tea. Since the time outside had completely stopped, the color of the sky didn't change at all, so it was unknown how much time had passed, but it was for sure that it was incomparably short compared to the duration that Yoo IlHan experienced, alone on Earth. So that's what happened. After Yoo IlHan finished his story and silence flowed for a while, Kang Mirai eventually raised her head that drooped very low throughout the story and stared at the unchanging sky before muttering. So you stared at the halted sky like that one for one whole millennium. Even the clouds didn't flow back then. He wasn't alone. I was there too. I was there by his side all the time. Liara Uni, you're cheating. Meanwhile, Na Yuna nitpicked with Liara with a pouting face. With a whole 1,000 years, I could have seduced Mr. IlHan with room to spare. Why weren't you born early and ascend to angelhood before then? No, wait. Then are my preferences older male? No wonder I felt nothing of my peers. It was a preference problem? Even while talking, Yoo IlHan was concerned about the potential change in attitude towards him, and so, he was relieved that they still looked calm. Kang Mirai understood what he was thinking about and accepted the current him, and Na Yuna wasn't acting serious as ever. He laughed and clapped once to gather attention. That's the end of my story. Well, I did wonder if I was a genius or not since I became so strong with just 1,000 years of training in a world without mana, but it seems like I am one indeed. It actually does feel like life is all about bloodline and talent. That's it, finished. It was an emotional and a sad story, but the ending was the worst. Well, then. Let's get back to work. Yoo IlHan placed the hourglass of eternity on top of the large table. The sand within the hourglass was moving ridiculously slowly and made people wonder if it was even moving at all, but just looking at it would make anyone stifled. I'm going to allow all of the people of Earth to see this. By the time all of this falls, we will gather in this city once again, and finish off the ones that disturb our slow life. Please remember that nothing is over yet. I won't give orders on how to act other than that, but let's make it a well-lived life without regrets, if possible. Yes, Dad. I'll make Dragon's army stronger. He sounds like the principal of a prestigious school. The only one that listened to his words seriously was his son Ymir. Other than him, all of the others were falling asleep without replying, as though it was the first day of school, after a long and relaxing break. Well, then. You shall be visible to everyone. Yoo IlHan's declaration skill activated and projected the hourglass of eternity into a huge video in the sky. Since everything would go his way if he wished to, this couldn't even be called a miracle anymore. Wouldn't this last about 1,000 years as well? But I'm fine with only one experience like that in my life. Yoo IlHan smacked Liara's forehead lightly and stood up. Although he ordered free action to the others, he himself had a lot to do. Although he was a little bit self-aware that he was now perfect as the god of Earth, that did not necessarily lead to might. Like how the strongest chef cannot win against the strongest fighter, the two fields differed slightly. Of course, the strongest chef may be able to win by lining the stomach of the fighter with poisoned food. What Yoo IlHan was about to do now was like that, to create an environment where only he would win. This was a specialty of loners. Good, let's start with Archlegna and Raphael's bodies. Oh, how joyful. I'm going to watch IlHan like I always did. Like what I did for that 1,000 years. Wow, you're making it so obvious that you monopolized him for 1,000 years. Then I will also be by Darling's side. Foo. You still have areas where you can become stronger in. Kim Yi-sul, you will cooperate with me in researching magic, won't you? Of course, Erta. Since the long story was over and they were given orders to scatter, they had no reason to remain here. The others all found their work to do. Yoo IlHan also went to his workshop with Hyena and Liara that attached to him like bugs. And Mireille? Kim Yi-sul, who was about to leave the guest room with Erta, noticed Kong Mireille, who was still sitting by herself, and called out to her. We have a lot to learn from you, Mireille. Can you help us? Of course, Mother. But for now. Could I rest for a bit? Spoke Kong Mireille in a voice that didn't project her emotions. Kim Yi-sul nodded with a warm smile. Okay then. Ufufu, at the time you became the Lord of Magic, your aura is completely different. I also want to be enlightened on the truth of magic. Even after a long time had passed since Kim Yi-sul and Erta left, Kong Mireille stared at the skies. She stopped and stared indefinitely, along with the halted time. I thought I understood everything, but in the end, I did not know how to see him, but was only looking for my own figure within him. Ah, so embarrassing and painful. A teardrop rolled off the side of her cheek and fell into the empty teacup. Kong Mireille stayed there until Kim Yi-sul came back to call for her. Meanwhile, Na Yuna was bawling her eyes out on her bed, with her face buried in the pillow, in her private chamber. Although she thought that she did good by not showing it because Yoo IlHan may get worried, she couldn't stop her emotions from overflowing. Sob asterisk, I can't let my eyes be swollen. I'll become ugly if my eyes become swollen. It was very like Na Yuna to be worried about her looks even while crying. She wouldn't be able to appeal to Yoo IlHan if she cried the whole day. Even while making such useless worries, she bawled her eyes out. In the end, it took almost an entire day before she could calm down and exit her room. Meanwhile, the lord of the city, and at the same time, the owner of the flying fortress, Yoo IlHan, became really embarrassed after unintentionally watching all of their actions. Although he cut his connection as soon as he saw them, but he had already seen some of it. IlHan, why are you rolling on the floor like that? I'm cleaning my workshop using my body as the mop, so don't talk to me for now. Yoo IlHan could only start working after the workshop floor was speckless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338, Harmageddon, 14. Yoo IlHan first decided to analyze the composition of Raphael's body. In the process of accepting Uriel into Dragon's Nest, he did get to know a lot of information about the extent of God's powers as well as that of the 4 great archangels, but in the end, Uriel had become a dragon midway. The records he acquired from her weren't complete. However, Raphael had died as an archangel. My dad completely threw away his position in the 4 great archangels, and Michael surpassed that and became a transcender, so the only remaining member of the 4 great archangels is Raphael. Though, he's the worst in terms of performance. Added Liara. Yoo IlHan picked up his tools with a bitter smile. Well then, let's start the analysis. His wings, skin, brain, flesh, muscle, bones, he dismantled everything perfectly and delicately extracted the shoulder blades. In a scene where other people would mistakenly assume to be a murder investigation, Yoo IlHan eventually came to a conclusion. This guy's a miss too. A miss? He has almost no power as one of the 4 great archangels. Compared to the Uriel from before she became a dragon, he's almost weaker by 2 entire classes. Isn't it because he died? No. Yoo IlHan remembered that Raphael's specialty lay in healing. He had a tremendous self-regenerative powers, but his power to heal others had also reached the extreme as well. And at the moment where he healed Michael, he definitely did possess a tremendous amount of power. But he was so easily killed by me. Isn't it just because you're absurdly strong, IlHan? Considering how the 4 great angels stole power from God, they should practically be leaps and bounds stronger than the battalion commanders of other factions. However, Raphael's death was in vain, much more so than that of any other battalion commander. That was because he was insta-killed by Yoo IlHan's transcendent trajectory. Not only that, he didn't die alone, but was killed together with the 1st Battalion Commander Kashin of the Destruction Demon Army. Even the buy one get one free packages of cookies at the store wouldn't have such a vain ending. Raphael's power were transferred to Michael before he was killed by me. I'm sure of it. There are traces here. Is that why Michael could become a transcender easily? It would have been impossible if he didn't have the qualities at all, but, Yoo IlHan pondered for a moment. Too many things appeared on his head. I made a countermeasure for Michael and whoever that was backing him, but I guess I've got another weapon now. You thought of something with just that? Didn't you say Raphael gave Michael his power as one of the 4 great archangels, darling? Do you mean that you can do something with this empty shell? No, IlHan. I did say the power of the 4 great archangels was transferred from Raphael's possession to Michael's, but never did I say that Raphael willingly gave it to him. Ha! IlHan soon realized what he meant. Michael stole it. Well, it's not surprising for you girls to not know since you weren't there. But before Raphael charged towards me, there was a brief moment where Michael was healed by Raphael. And immediately after that, Raphael charged at me, and Michael pretended to hold him back. Pretended to hold him back? What do you mean? He only called him back with words. If he really wanted to hold him back, then he would have beaten him up then and there. They became speechless. That was actually true. I didn't think much about it since I don't have a lot of interest in Raphael, but Raphael made an expression as though he wasn't supposed to die in a place like this. It wasn't that he was overconfident in himself, but a natural kind of confidence. But He instantly died with one transcendent trajectory. Why? Because he had lost his healing powers by then. I can even remember his last words. Ah, how can T/N, chapter 296 for those who are interested. How can this be, to think I'll be betrayed? I shouldn't have trusted that damned bastard. Or so it could have been. Raphael should have had complete faith in Michael, but Michael splendidly betrayed him and even stole his power. He had already realized something the moment Yoo IlHan awakened as a transcender and was preparing something. And he stole Raphael's power for that reason. Wait, darling. I get that it's very likely for that to be the case. IlHan still had some questions remaining. But that doesn't change the fact that this is an empty shell. Just what are you going to do with it? The important part is the origin of the body. I guess you don't know yet. What is more important about an artifact than its functionality is its history. Sorry, darling. I'm a complete idiot in that field. Good, then I shall put it in words that even elementary schoolers can understand. Yoo IlHan picked up one of Raphael's resentful eyeballs and made a refreshing smile. What could have this guy thought the moment he died, realizing that everything he had was stolen? He harbored deep resentment. Not that one. I want to kill everything. Similar, but not that one either. That was way too simplified. After Liara's parade of wrong answers, the one that gave the correct answer was IlHan. I want to take revenge in the exact same way. A smirk appeared on Yoo IlHan's lips after hearing her answer. That was the most destruction demon army-like answer, and at the same time, the most human of answers. That's it. Do you now get what I'm trying to make? Yes, I understand. So that will become the greatest weapon. Damn it, you won't normally think of such a creepy thought. When you are almost dead and dying, you can naturally think of such creepy thoughts. Yoo IlHan separated the unnecessary parts and the less sturdy parts from Raphael's body and melted them down. This process allowed the flames to be more synchronized with the materials and raised the league of the completed product. Well then. We have the fire and the materials, so I guess I should begin. Where's the anvil and the hammer? I don't need such things anymore. Yoo IlHan chuckled and activated the creation skill. Activating creation. Achieving what you aim for, in this place. Creation embodied both life and non-organic materials, and since he was not the inferior self of before, he didn't have to try and infuse a soul every time he created something. However, it wasn't like there wasn't a being that was suited to this weapon. Raphael? Well, of course, since it was his powers that were stolen, he would have the most resentment towards Michael, but the most enraged was someone else regarding this incident. The most upright, angelic, beautiful, yet tragic person to Yoo IlHan's knowledge. Yoo IlHan took a deep breath. And carefully, very carefully called her name. Spira, are you awake? IlHan, what did you just say? Darling? Having heard his voice, Liara's and IlHan's eyes both widened. They still wondered if things could get any more surprising than this, but this really took the cake. What do you mean Spira, IlHan? Don't tell me you. Yeah. After Yoo IlHan fought and killed Spira, Yoo IlHan had never voiced the word Spira even once. That was because he knew that he had to kill her, but he still felt unpleasant for having killed her himself. Every time he thought of her, he even felt that he was facing the inhumane, cold, and utterly merciless side of himself. The others also didn't voice her name out in consideration for him. That was why it was hard to believe his words right now. You possess Spira's thought soul? I got over half of your soul, IlHan. You don't suppose that I couldn't take Spira's, did you? I thought you didn't take it. What are you saying? It seemed like the others still didn't know what kind of powers Yoo IlHan possessed as a death god. Yoo IlHan chuckled and corrected their misconception. All actions that end a life have an inerasable responsibility behind it. For others, it may be a debt to their heart or sin, but for me, the responsibility for killing, after a certain point. Worse souls. IlHan, those words. Liara's eyes trembled. Yoo IlHan made a merciful smile and finished his words. It's impossible to not take them. They are all here with me. They are all together with me. Darling. The two higher existences became speechless. And as if having waited for that moment, a streak of a clear voice entered Yoo IlHan's ears. I am awake, Yoo IlHan. After I was taken with you, I did not close my eyes even once, and have not covered my ears even for one instant. Her voice could be heard by Liara and Helena as well. The two became quiet as they remembered Spira's final moments. Only Yoo IlHan replied to her. You have not called out to me even once, have you? I tried to leave heaven with you, and tried to teach you the spear. The former you have rejected, and the latter you have achieved an even higher realm than me, so I no longer had any matter to tie myself to you with. Moreover, I did not wish to give more burden to you who already bears such a huge cross on your shoulders. You are really such a kind person. Call me foolish instead. The two exchanged conversation as though they had never battled to the death in the first place. Perhaps others may view them as weird, but that was the relationship the two had. This did not change even after she had died. But you called out to me first. You must have really met with yourself. Escaping the you that treated everything you did as wrong in fear of the contemptuous gazes of others, and now you truly reflect on all of your actions, admit the right and wrong of all of them, and accept them while proceeding forward. You are completely right. Honestly, I think I did plenty to wrong you. I apologize. Same goes for me. I always enforced my views on you and did not listen to yours. I apologize. To think Spira, whom he considered to have possibly broken but never to bend, would speak such a thing. No, well, perhaps she had broken? Yoo IlHan made an awkward smile and continued. Not everything is revealed yet. Perhaps calling you out like this may put you through more suffering. However, I wanted you to confirm with your own eyes. I wanted to pay you back for teaching me the spear even if it was like this. Now you became able to not only reflect back on yourself. However, as a side effect, you started cherishing all of your acquaintances too much. Be careful. Women may misunderstand and fall deeply in love with you all by themselves. That hit a sore spot. Looking at the world with his newly founded eyes, his love and appreciation towards all of them overflowed and couldn't do anything about it. That was also the reason he called Spira back to them. However, in my position, that does not sound unpleasant either. Did you just mention that it may put me through more suffering? That is not the case. I am thankful and grateful because I finally have a path to vent my emotions in. So Yoo IlHan, please ask me. Please ask me the one thing you wish to ask. Yoo IlHan gladly complied. He was happy that Spira understood him, that he could communicate with her again and let himself reveal a great big smile, but uttered a question that was in complete contrast to his expression. Spira, what do you want to do with Michael and the one called God that played around with the lives and wills of countless beings since the beginning of history? The reply was even crueler. I wish to rip them apart to death and then some more. Then may I decide on your temporary residence? I would like to request that instead. Good, I heard your request. Yoo IlHan raised one hand with a smile. In his hand was a spear of pure white that was the result of creation. Strangely, it was completely identical in shape to the spear that Spira had used in her long life. If I wish for it, I can make their start, but I still cannot comprehend the essence of souls properly. Though, I have vaguely grasped on how to treat them. The point is that they are extremely rare and complicated compared to other materials, but they are, in the end, a being. In other words, materials. I really wish to slap myself for thinking that you have become slightly better. You are now just accepting everything as is into your arms and going forward recklessly. That's exactly it. I sometimes do nice things, but I'm fundamentally a bad guy. You became more evil. Spyra couldn't enter the spear right away. Although it was somewhat sorry to say this after he had seduced her into doing this, but the current Spyra's thought soul was too weak. As such, Yoo IlHan prepared a special enhancement process for her. It was none other than a super luxurious buffet composed of specially selected thought souls. Spyra, it's mealtime. Somehow, your way of saying it irritates me to no end. Even while regretting the moment where she had exchanged a kind conversation with him, Spyra faced the thought souls that he had prepared for her. What kind of karma had he piled up until now? There were an innumerable number of pitiful thought souls, and there were still a lot even after he had handpicked them. Painful. Kill. Me? I do not want to think anymore. Facing thought souls that spoke eternally traumatic lines for every line they spoke, Spyra fell into a truly tragic feeling. However, Yoo IlHan's will was firm, and since she had decided to grab his hand again, she couldn't escape reality at this point. TCH, I guess I can't help it. Spyra resolved herself. Then she opened her mouth. I shall bear all of your resentment and karma. Now leave everything to me. Ka-o-wak. Spyra's thought soul hunting started. Like how Yoo IlHan said he was able to treat souls now, he could directly feed her thought souls that were even stronger than her when she was alive without much difficulty. This was the biggest difference between the past Yoo IlHan and the current him. How much suffering did Orochi go through in order to face thought souls stronger than him? But Spyra became much stronger with no effort whatsoever. Is this the path of an Asura? Yes, going against God will require me to become the devil himself. Fufu, so I fell to such a point. Hey, your words are hurting me. Spyra may have a strong sense of justice, but to Yoo IlHan, treating thought souls as food and ingredients wasn't even considered evil. Even though they said they understood each other, there was still the width of the Rubicon River between the two. Ooh, I can feel Spyra's thought soul becoming stronger. Hey, wouldn't anyone become the strongest if they get killed by Darling and come back after eating all the thought souls? It's near impossible to completely take in a dead soul. Yoo and Spyra belong to the relatively whole faction. And as for Orochi and Mystic, they could be considered to have been completely reborn. I'm scared now. Spyra regained her former might by preying on the thought souls recklessly, surpassed it, and eventually acquired a power that rivaled the 7th class in League. However, that was not the end. The special buffet course that Yoo IlHan had prepared still had one remaining. Raphael. This cannot happen. Raphael's thought soul that he had imprisoned so that he could never again see the light of day ever since he took it, also awoke deep within Yoo IlHan's consciousness. If Yoo IlHan interrogated Raphael's thought soul in the past, he would have realized that his powers were stolen much earlier, but in the first place, he never treated Raphael as someone worthy to be his enemy, so he didn't even see the need to interrogate him. Raphael, thank me for putting you on the show twice even though you are a side character. I am not thankful. I am not thankful at all. You dared. You actually dared to. Fu. Raphael, I shall take your last bit of emotions with me as well. Pour it out with no regrets. I am currently in need of your disgusting and sticky emotions. I think she really became evil. Yoo IlHan tilted his head and utilized his power. Raphael, who struggled to escape from Spyra, could not resist Yoo IlHan's dominating power and was restrained without being able to do anything. He could only shout while cursing his own vulnerable state. Damn it! I only believed in the Lord and followed him. Why do I have to meet such a tragic end? I am one of the 4 great archangels. One of the 4 brightest ever since God, and still should be. Why has Lord Michael betrayed me? Why did Gabriel not mention anything to me? Why is Uriel in love with Gabriel? It seems like Uriel received the affection of both Michael and Raphael. Though, the person in question loved Gabriel. Even the 4 great archangels that lived countless years have a mourning drama-like relationship. Yoo IlHan acquired a new realization. Thank you for the meal. Spira ignored Raphael's words and ate him whole. At that moment, a strong shockwave was emitted from within Yoo IlHan. Spira had succeeded in absorbing everything of Raphael and growing. It feels more stifling the more my power grows. Don't worry. I am still in possession of your body. Once everything is over, I'll return it back to you. You are being unpleasant when you act overly kind. Just be the trash that you always are. So that is why I never saw Spira's body when you disposed of the other angels' bodies. Liara would have persuaded Yoo IlHan to give her Spira's body if he was going to use it somewhere, but it seemed that Yoo IlHan had just left it alone. She just thought that he didn't want to be related to Spira in any way anymore, but Yoo IlHan also seemed to be agonizing over it. Liara smiled, and Spira entered the pure white sphere even while feeling somewhat unpleasant. Once all materials were in place, Yoo IlHan activated creation once again. A delightful message appeared on his eyes. Blade of the Avenger was completed. He saw the name of the artifact, and put it inside him. Since he had made it perfectly, he would be able to call it out in the form of flames whenever he wanted. Spira, adjust to your condition in there for a while. Understood, I shall wait for the necessary moment. Please call me then, Yoo IlHan. Ha! Looking at him, Helena tilted her head and asked. Don't you have to check the artifact rank or the details of it? I made it the way I want, so why should I look at something that I already know about? It possesses the functions that I need, so what good is the rank? 1. Oh my, dot. That was a cool line he always wanted to say. Helena's heart skipped a beat due to the sudden intensity of the line, while Yoo IlHan proceeded to the next job without hesitation. Since he had limitless amounts of all types of materials, he could make limitless things. He had to take a look at the equipment that the others would use, and had to make a one-time artifact that would protect them in case of emergencies, and had to make specialized artifacts that contained Yoo IlHan's declaration power just in case something outside of his expectations arose, and hearing Yoo IlHan's perfect plan without any gaps at all, Liara asked him in a defeated voice. IlHan, is there any method to win against you? Nope. Now, I will probably win against anyone and everyone. Wayo, dot. Yoo IlHan firmly replied to Liara and activated the creation skill once again. He put a flame in midair as in resolve to erase all the materials that he had gathered until now. Just like that, a year passed. Author's notes. That's strange, why is it so long now? Eyes shaking. Translator's notes. Yeah, this chapter is suddenly 50% longer than usual. Dun. Spira is still here. And also, 10 chapters left of the main story. 1T/N, I bet author actually just didn't want to make up new stuff all over again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339, Harmageddon, 15. Yoo IlHan used up all of the materials in his possession. When he finally came around to thinking about it himself, he realized it was a miraculous achievement. He was aware that his power rose exponentially within his domain, ever since he was acknowledged as the new god by the recorded gods, but just as Nayuna Beauty had, it seems like Yoo IlHan's ability as a blacksmith also matured. I'm finished. How much sand has fallen from the top half? Judging that he could provide arms to not only the core members but the secondary army and even the civilians, and possibly still have some left over to weaponize the entire planet at this point, he swiped all the artifacts into his inventory and raised his head after a long time while stretching his neck, and asked, The one he could see was not Liara or Hyliana but Erta. Around 1/10. A tenth already. And oh, it's Erta. You didn't even know that I was here, did you? Well, I was grabbing onto my creation skill all this time. Though, it's only level 5 right now. You used the skill for 1 year straight and it's only at level 5. It's already been a year. The two exchanged shocked looks. Though, Yoo IlHan regained his calm soon while Erta still had an expression of flabbergastedness even after a period of time had passed. Just how can you not notice the flow of time? Didn't you get hungry? Didn't you want to go to the bathroom? How are you still so handsome even after not washing up for an entire year? It's been quite a while since I surpassed normal human metabolism, answered Yoo IlHan as he thought. 1 year equaled 1/10. That meant that there was still about 9 years to go. Although he did think it will be quite a long period of time, to think it was that long. Yoo IlHan was emotional at his own growth. Oh, if anyone feels bored then send them out for a little bit. I can just warp them to another world and call them back later. It's a tremendous privilege to own a decade that others do not know about. I will ask the others, but there should be no one that wishes to leave. Well, Yoo IlHan also didn't feel that 10 years was long when he was first left out on Earth. Perhaps the others felt similar to him. Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders and changed topic. Any progress on your magic? No. Erta suddenly shouted. Her voice was filled with frustration. Kongmire, that woman, is a genius. She achieved a realm I couldn't even when I trained for thousands of years, in a mere 2 or 3 decades. How can it be so unfair? I couldn't even understand half of what she said. Don't get mad at me. It's scaring me. It seems like her frustration piled up when she came to Yoo IlHan to vent it but saw that he was doing his work without even glancing at her. Yoo IlHan thought that he stepped on a landmine and patted her on the back to console her. You can do it. Although, the position of a recorded god shouldn't be possible because Miss Mireille is there. You aren't helping at all. Erta shouted while pouting, but it seems like the patting did work. Yoo IlHan thought that she was such a simple woman, but didn't voice that out audibly. It's good that you're here now. I was just about to start researching into archlegny. Didn't you say you just finished working? Sheesh, your ability to look for work is really top-notch. Laughing, Yoo IlHan took out several bodies of archlegna. Although he couldn't acquire many records from the bodies of Legni during the period where he was very much inferior to the himself of now, it was currently a different story. He was going to discover every single bit of information on how these Legni golems were made, as well as what this so-called god did in order to imitate the creator, and nullify all of his efforts. Well then, from now on, this guy must be, However, when he was about to start analyzing by putting his hand on the archlegna, he intuitively realized one thing. These things, they are recorded on something else other than the Akashic record. Akashic record is the record of everything at the same time being the multiverse itself. Yoo IlHan did not know what form it possessed, but did not think that mattered. The multiverse existed as Yoo IlHan was aware of, and what meaning he gave to it was up to him. However, it seemed like there was one being that didn't think so. So that's it, God considered the Akashic record as a hindrance. What does that mean, IlHan? It's quite clear if you think about it. I should have started from questioning the reason that prompted him to reject mana. There are 2 changes that inevitably arrive in a world after the Great Cataclysm. One is mana and the other one is the Akashic record. Wherever mana exists, the Akashic record did as well, and wherever the Akashic record existed, mana could also be found. So, rejecting mana meant the denial of the Akashic record, and to escape mana, one would need to escape the reach of the Akashic record. Yoo IlHan, I just had a lecture on incomprehensible magic until now. Are you going to lecture me about incomprehensible Akashic record too? I will assault you if you do. If you wish to renew your family register, then let's see you continue. I'm both happy and sad that you became aggressive while I didn't know about anything. Yoo IlHan explained it in simple terms in order to maintain his fidelity. Middle school uniforms differ by schools, right? Right. The school uniform that the Akashic record has decided on is Mana. There are no other middle schools nearby. Well, then. What do you needs to be done in order to wear another uniform? Make a new middle school. That's what God was trying to do. He was trying to make a new form of universal recording other than the Akashic record. Erta became speechless. She eventually asked him in a careful voice. Is that possible? Look at the corpse of this archlegna. Did these guys manage to completely and perfectly reject Mana? They did not. Correct. So he failed. It wasn't the case that it failed completely. Legni did have high resistance to Mana after all. However, that was it. God tried to make a new record storage, but that storage ended up being incorporated into the Akashic record. A lamentable matter. Moreover, the way he tried to make that new storage is, oh my. Yoo IlHan realized one thing when he continued analyzing the archlegna and groaned. One puzzle piece entered its correct position as well. He finally understood the reason why he could hear their voices at that time, why they referred to Yoo IlHan as the Liberator, as well as why they gave so many blessings to Yoo IlHan and the others around him. Recorded gods. That's it. Why did they come out here as well? Didn't you liberate them all? I did liberate them with the help from Miss Nire. So, Yoo IlHan claimed while seriously nodding his head. I now reclaim the title of the Foreshadow Master. I am the one who creates and destroys foreshadows. Erta licked her lips and was about to viciously assault Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan, why don't we discuss the name of our future child right now? I erased it already. Yoo IlHan hurriedly pushed Erta's face away and shouted. It was even scarier since she looked absolutely serious. The storage that God was trying to make. I erased it already. With the galactic trajectory that Kong Mirai first used? And with the final buster that I poured into all of them. I didn't know that it would actually finish it off. Wait, so you're saying? Erta had finally understood the situation and shouted in shock. So the God of Heaven created a replacement Akashic record by imprisoning the recorded gods. The term recorded gods isn't correct in the first place. They are ones who have transcended the limits and surpassed records. So this God tried to make a completely new system, record, that is outside the influence of the Akashic record by gathering the ones that surpassed it. I still don't get it, but that means. How horrifying, cruel, insolent and shocking of an action. Erta felt as she was hit on the head by a hammer. All this time, a length of time where all of our ages added up together won't possibly match, they were, You said how the Legni talked about they were loading records, right? That means that God tried to win against Mana by records that have transcended the realm of Mana and are unrecordable. With that as the engine, and the fuel sourced from completely crumpled and deformed souls. My word. The recorded gods resisted but were captured by God in the end. They were imprisoned in a world that couldn't be found, and became a portion of the new storage as God had intended. However, God's misconception started there. Just transcending the records didn't mean a complete separation from the Akashic record. In fact, they blessed the ones that came close to their own realm and their own fields through the Akashic record, and the ones that grew splendidly with their blessings would become enemies of God. Of course, God would have gritted his teeth and cursed at the recorded gods, and may have wished to beat them up to death, but couldn't do so easily since they were integral to achieving his goal. In the end, he could only proceed as planned. Some time passed and Yoo IlHan appeared, and God, who thought that he grew up way too fast, created Legni and Archlegni with the help from the incomplete storage, and started cleaning the other worlds along with Satan. However, the record storage that God made somehow ended up being connected to Dara through a gate thanks to Kong Mirai's miracle, galactic trajectory. At that point in time, Yoo IlHan didn't have the slightest clue about this new record storage, but he coincidentally found it, and cleanly destroyed it with his final buster. Now, God couldn't even make Legni even if he wished to. Even if he wanted to make a new record storage, there was neither a world to hide it in, nor a target to capture and imprison. The only thing he could do was to appear in front of Yoo IlHan and be completely screwed before dying a pitiful death. Such a tearful story. Perhaps a person who saw that the failure rate for an item repair was 1%, and so clicked repair all for his thousands of items, and found out that he failed the repair for all of them, might feel like this. I now understand why you call yourself as the Foreshadow Master. So you erased the greatest weapon of the final boss when you only got to know a tiny bit of his might. That's exactly it. He's completely doomed now. Completely doomed. Yoo IlHan's voice sounded distant for some reason. Erda didn't know how to reply and became silent. My word, the final objective of the final boss was destroyed before the last battle. At this point, anyone would sympathize even though he wasn't someone worthy of any sympathy. He just had to have been on Yoo IlHan's wrong side, Yoo IlHan thought about what he had to do, but eventually loosened his shoulders and spoke. I think I can just put away the barrier now. Ah, you're making an expression that you are annoyed of everything. Can we just jump straight to the epilogue now? Please restrain yourself. Yoo IlHan waved his hand to lump all the bodies of Archlegni into one. They became a lump of white. It looked like metal, at the same time, wood, mud, clouds, or even just sweets. This is the only one. How is it the only one? Unrecorded, unrecordable matter. The record storage was destroyed and the Akashic record does not accept it, so this lump of things is a contradiction in and of itself. I now get what you're trying to do. Erda made a smirk and asked. That's a very good material, isn't it? Yeah. I was just looking for the materials for the cannonball. I don't think I'll find anything better than this. Cannonball. Ah, of course. Erda chuckled. You possessed a very splendid cannon, didn't you? Well, then. Let's finish off my work then. Yoo IlHan activated the creation skill. After knowing that there was an independent record storage from the Akashic record, his comprehension on creation increased, and so was able to process the lump although the material wasn't properly recorded. Of course, he couldn't add or take away anything from it, but forming a shape from it was enough. The cannon possessed everything else, after all. Good. Yoo IlHan stored away the only cannonball in the world and exited the workshop with Erda. At that time, Michael Smithson, who was running in the corridor, immediately ran to him and grabbed him. Mr. Eunuch, Keck. I hate that name, so call me Yoo IlHan. What is it? Karina. See, Karina is about to give birth. Wayo. The moment he heard that one line, he felt as if all the time he spent until now was meaningless. No matter how long the barrier was, someone even made a baby. But Michael Smithson didn't just come here to boast it in front of him. I was looking for you. Could you become the godfather of the child? Me. Michael Smithson nodded his head with a serious face. If the master of the world, you, become the godfather of my child, then there would not be a better thing. Thinking about it, his encounter with Michael Smithson was the funniest and the most mysterious. How could they have known that it would come to this? Michael Smithson was a man who could commit any selfish actions for the profit of the group he was in. Perhaps he was similar to Yoo IlHan in that regard. Their clash was inevitable, and Yoo IlHan thought that he would kill Michael Smithson if he did something that annoyed him, while Michael Smithson also resolved to kill Yoo IlHan if they ever met again. However, the situation didn't come to that. Yoo IlHan became rapidly stronger and found leisure, and asked Michael Smithson for cooperation in protecting Earth rather than fighting him. Meanwhile, Michael Smithson succeeded in widening his perimeter and found something that he started to protect by himself, his clan members and other precious people. He fell in love with another clan master, and accordingly suppressed his hostility to his enemies. After that, a long time passed before the two entered a relationship of a leader and a member of the higher existence faction known as Dragon's Nest. Although they couldn't be considered close friends, they were in a position where they could understand each other to a large extent and cheer for the other. Perhaps he might be able to have such a relationship with other people as well, thought Yoo IlHan before shaking his head. Regretting the past only gave him sighs. If he acquired something, then he could only step forward once more using that as the basis. Yoo IlHan asked carefully. I wasn't baptized, you know? It's fine. You are the god of this world. Okay then. I'll do this godfather thing. Michael Smithson smiled brightly at Yoo IlHan's smile. A healthy voice of a child could be heard from one corner of the flying fortress. Possessing brilliant golden hair and emerald-colored eyes, a healthy dragon was born. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 340, Soul God, 1. Just what is going on here? Michael complained to Yoo IlHan while looking at the loveliest princess. Well, dragon rather, in his beautiful wife's arms. Yoo IlHan asked him some questions. Mr. Smithson, what is your current race? True dragon. And Mrs. Smithson? True dragon. And then your daughter will definitely be? A dragon. There were no problems at all. They accepted it all naturally. Only the princess in Karina Malatesta, no, Karina Smithson's arms had a bright smile. Kya ha. She probably understands what we're talking about right now. You need to be careful with her education, but a child that understood speech immediately after birth. Considering how her foundation was extremely high since she was born as the daughter of two true dragons, her growth wouldn't be ordinary either. Karina Smithson thought that she chose a good godfather and asked him, Godfather, please take care of this child. You will accept her into Dragon's Nest, right? Of course, as long as she fulfills the qualifications. So, what's her name? Yoo Smithson. And if it was a boy? Nick Smithson. 1. Yoo IlHan became speechless. Yoo, in her mother's arms, probably did not know how her name came about, nor would she want to, probably. Please let her grow up without knowing the origins of her name, Yoo IlHan prayed to the non-existent gods while patting her forehead. The child smiled even brighter. But she's really pretty. She must take after her mother. That's true. Ha, she looks completely like her mother. Since it was the birth of new life, almost everyone other than Yoo IlHan were already gathered at that place. Yoo, who still didn't like Michael Smithson that much, indirectly dealt damage while stroking Yoo, but Michael had become really toned down after he became a father and just laughed about it. He completely changed as a person. IlHan. Looking at Yoo struggling in Karina Smithson's arms, Liara's eyes glistened. Let us make a baby too. I wondered why you weren't saying that earlier. No. Why? I want to have a baby. I want to have a baby. Not yet. Liara clung to Yoo IlHan, but he firmly refused. And the reason went like this. I hate it because it feels like the epilogue is coming soon. She wanted to retort, but couldn't find a way to do so and became silent. Yoo IlHan tapped her shoulders and received Yoo from Karina Smithson. Since he became her godfather, he had to at least do his job properly. Yoo, you shall become beautiful and happy. You shall become someone who can share joy and bear the burdens of sadness with others. You shall have a warm heart as strong as your sturdy claws, and as much emotions as your clever smarts. You shall become one that's loved and one that shall love. Yoo IlHan's declaration became a heartfelt wish that enveloped Yooni. It was a wish that would grant upon her a bright potential, though not absolute. Wow, look at all that mana. Amazing. Beautiful. Only he can wield mana so beautifully like that, can't he? Would Yooni know how much of a blessing Yoo IlHan's declaration was? Yoo IlHan grabbed Yooni's finger before giving her back to her parents. Congratulations. I was so absorbed in work that I didn't even know you two got married. We will do the marriage ceremony later. So that is. After everything is over, once Earth is back in orbit, with both of our parents. Please visit us at that time with everyone. I pray for their survival. Yoo IlHan smiled, saying that he really wished it was so. It would be a lie if he said that the figure of his father didn't flash past his head. No matter how strong he became, it would all be meaningless if Gabriel had met with grave misfortune. He should be fine. He convinced himself that his father was all right. Nothing would change just by worrying. As he always did, he only had to do what he could do right now. Then the Smithson pair should busy themselves with raising their child. And we create our own child, ouch. And we shall train. Smacking Liara's head, Yoo IlHan retorted in a serious tone. It became like this after he realized that there was 9 years left after making artifacts for an entire year. Liara asked with a crying face. When are we filming the epilogue, hey? I will blow the whistle when it comes down to it. That's a very suspicious foreshadow. Are you going to question the origins of my birth at this point? 2. Time flowed very quickly after that. While Yoo IlHan was absorbed in training along with the other main battle members, while the other, more ordinary people actually lived a very joyful life, much more so than he had thought possible. There was no threat from monsters, and they were living in a world where civilization and nature were mixed into one, so in fact, it could be said that they were living their most peaceful life since before the Great Cataclysm. Of course, regardless of what they were up to, Yoo IlHan did his own thing like a loner. Although he took the first step as the creator, he still had long ways to go. And he until reached the end of that path, his steps would not halt. Originally, Yoo IlHan was very skilled in not noticing the flow of time, but since there was someone who showed clear changes among the ones he was constantly in close proximity with, he couldn't stay unaware of it now. Godfather. A pretty little girl with brilliant golden hair tied into a ponytail shouted while the end of her hair fanned out like a sunflower, as she zoomed past him in the training zone within the flying fortress. Yoo IlHan waved his hand with a bitter smile. So it's you, Yooni. Yay! I can go in, right? Yoo IlHan's goddaughter Yooni grew rapidly as expected of the daughter of 2 true dragons. Since there were masters of all fields around her, she had plenty of opportunities to learn techniques, and she, like a dragon, had very difficult to satisfy thirst for knowledge, and tried to learn as many things as possible in a short amount of time. This was top-tier talent in Yoo IlHan's view. Dragons are really the best. Godfather, please spar with me. Again? And the one that Yooni admired the most, like all other dragons and dragonkin on Earth, was Yoo IlHan, the manager of Earth. Well, his strength was the highest too anyway. From the first instance that she was able to hold a weapon in her 2 hands, she has picked up the spear like it was the most natural thing to do, and now that she possessed an outer appearance of a 15-year-old girl, she had developed a pretty high level of technique. I think I might be able to grow if I go against you just once more. Please? Please? Okay, come then. Yes. Iowa. Erg. Of course, she didn't even last 3 seconds against Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan was a man who was merciless to anyone regardless of ages or genders, after all. The reason she could even last 3 seconds in the first place was because he went easy on her. Yooni collapsed on the floor like a dead frog, grumbled while rubbing her nose that became red. Damn it, I thought I would be able to last longer since I got to the 4th class now. Huh? Wait, she is actually 4th class already. Yoo IlHan asked her in shock. Uni, how old are you again? HM? It will be my 9th birthday the day after tomorrow. That means that the barrier will disappear soon. Yoo IlHan was shocked, and he despaired. I still haven't mastered Transcendent Trajectory yet. What level is it? 99. Wayo. Thinking that he should punish Nayuna for spreading unpleasant habits around, Yoo IlHan retrieved the spear that was floating in the air. When he looked at the sky, the projection of the hourglass of eternity indeed revealed to him that there wasn't much time left. It looks like I'll be busy for a moment. Is it a fight? Unfortunately, there's no place for you in it, Uni. I want to help you though. Let's think about it again after you become a higher existence. The world would be a beautiful place if everyone was like her. Sighing, Yoo IlHan patted Uni's head. Uni shriveled, saying it was ticklish, and made an innocent laugh. Good, then shall I go out? We need to be back safely for your birthday party, Uni. That's such a cool line. Of course, I had that line at the ready ever since you were born. Yoo IlHan replied in cool words and exited the training zone while retrieving his spear. As though having read his mind, his companions were already waiting. It will be soon, IlHan. There isn't even 1 hour left. Darling, will it really be over in 3 hours? It might take a little longer than that. If there's no hidden last boss, then 5 minutes, if there is, then 20 minutes, and if there's another one after that one is defeated, then 1 hour, and an extra 30 minutes for each one that appears after that. His trump cards were uncountable. Yoo IlHan left them speechless and exited the flying fortress. Perhaps everyone knew, but the non-battle members had already gone down to Earth and the others were already on the aerial city. I greet the Lord. Auriel, with 4 pairs of dragon wings, greeted him. She was the only 8th class other than Mystic, and had the most amount of mana among his subordinates. She was one of the 2 people that were most motivated for the matter that was about to come. I know. You want to go save Dad, right? That is true, but not only that, Gabriel is. It's the same for me, so it's fine. You settle things with Mom on your end. What's important is the mindset to clear up the important things. Sometimes, people make the impossible possible. Though, what laid in front of Yoo IlHan were all possible things. Yoo IlHan consoled Auriel, who still had a worried expression in worry of Gabriel. Don't worry so much. Everything will go as I planned it out. The Lord's amazing point is that you can make me accept with your speech alone, but... Understood. I believe in the Lord. Let's go save Gabriel. Let's go stop God. Let's bring an end to our bad karma with the destruction demon army. Let's interrogate Satan on what he is doing. Let's bring peace back. Auriel raised her head after saying that. Behind her were all the official members of Dragon's Nest lined up. They were already armed with the gear that Yoo IlHan had handed out, and were ready to fight against any and all enemies. Everyone should know this already, but... spoke Yoo IlHan in a voice that was neither loud nor small. At this point, he could make his voice be heard by everyone without having to use the declaration skill. There's not much of the enemy forces left. While they were foolishly whittling away at each other, we created Earth, and they widened the gap all by themselves when they would have lost even if they came at me head-on. So, our victory is pretty much set in stone. Wayo. I will take care of the leaders, so I will ask you to take care of the remaining ones. Honestly, if you get so much as a scratch on your skin while fighting with the equipment I gave you, you probably don't have the qualifications to be a higher existence. I will immediately strip your qualifications if that happens. How can he make others so unmotivated? Disregarding what everyone was saying, Yoo IlHan finished his speech off quickly. We will invade the enemy main world immediately, as soon as the barrier is dispelled. Oh, and before that, someone send Uni back to Earth. Ah, Uni, this girl, how dare you sneakily come here? Me too. I want to fight. Godfather. After Uni was chased to the ground by the others, Yoo IlHan really confirmed that everyone here were members meant for, and ready for battle before speaking once again. If you're ready, then I shall immediately warp after the barrier dispels. Wait, darling. Asked IlHan. I get that we're invading enemy main worlds. But which one are we going to first? Of course, we need to rob the emptiest house first. Yoo IlHan winked and spoke to her. The Netherworld. Translator, Chamber. Proofreader, Kokasaidsu. 1. Uni plus Nick equals unique. Remember how Michael Smithson calls him Mr. Unique? 2. T/N. I don't know, but apparently a reference to the Boogie Pop series according to comments on Munpia. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341, Soul God, 2. The barrier shattered. The aerial city that contained the flying fortress and the guardian fortress instantly floated up toward Earth's atmosphere. The people who remained on Earth watched as the city levitated further and further away from them and finally realized that time had started flowing again. Below that, Uni was jumping around. I'm going to marry Godfather when I grow up. So you have to stay safe. You can't get your face injured. Stop dreaming, kid. Liara, who punished anyone and everyone who aimed for Yoo IlHan, firmly rejected that. Yoo IlHan activated the warp skill while wondering what she was doing to a little kid and why she took her seriously in the first place. Come back after eliminating all who aim to inflict harm upon Earth, O ruler. The one that was born of chaos, became a guardian, and eventually was reborn into Earth itself, spoke in a grave voice. Yoo IlHan nodded his head with a laugh. Don't worry about anything, just leave it to me. He had long since mastered the dimensional ruler skill. Since all the worlds he had to protect became one, the barrier that he cast over Earth also became incredibly sturdy. That was also the reason he could prevent the original population of Earth from returning for a few hours. I'm going to end everything before that. It's not like Earth is 100% complete either. It still isn't. Shouted Erda in shock. Yoo IlHan tapped on the ground he was on and nodded his head. Didn't I say so? This city must be fused back into Earth before the end of everything. Oh yeah, speaking of this city, just what is this city? I can feel that it's supposed to be a part of Earth. You can consider it a part of Earth, but at the same time, a small, independent world. It's simply a matter of perspective. No one understood his words, but they could understand that Yoo IlHan was about to use that concept to do something interesting. However, the warp skill activated before they could ask him more about it. Yoo IlHan had mastered the warp skill as well, so the others were all moved to the netherworld before they could even feel anything weird. They were all taken by the surrounding scenery, so they couldn't even ask the details of the aerial city. It's the netherworld. It is indeed. It's the first time that I've ever come here. An endlessly dark and ominous world. It was the world that Satan came after he fell from heaven, and the world that contained his foundation. This world does not have Satan right now? Yoo IlHan nodded his head without hesitation when Kim Yi-Sol asked. The battlefield should be somewhere else. Satan apparently teamed up with God, so he's probably going there right now. That world is unknown as of yet. However, it's not something absurd like an unrecorded world or something. The God of heaven isn't capable to that extent. So, I'm planning to find more information about it here. Lord, if possible, Gabriel must be saved as soon as. Uriel was looking left and right for Gabriel with a nervous expression plastered onto her beautiful face. He wondered how she lasted all these 10 years. Yoo IlHan nodded his head with a bitter smile. At my level, I can do a lot of things even while I'm talking. I'm scrolling through the records of this world as fast as possible right now, so don't worry about it too much. Dad should be safe, and we will be able to find him. Though, you won't be able to get him for yourself. Regardless of Uriel's dejection, Yoo IlHan continued searching through the netherworld. As expected of the main world of the Army of Brilliant Light, the netherworld was extremely vast and had a frightening density of mana, but what was weird was that there was not a single fallen angel in this world. How can it be so clean? The most important world for the Army of Brilliant Light is the netherworld. Even though Satan may have left, how could they have left it completely empty? Was Satan such an idiot? Well, I don't think so. Since he discovered the connection between the recorded gods and the Archlegni, the possibility that Satan was a schemer beyond Yoo IlHan's expectations became non-existent. Yoo IlHan still didn't think that a leader in charge of a faction, and the one that first found a way out of God's reign, was such an ignorant man. If this was an important place, they should be guarding it. But they aren't. That means that this place is not that important. It's not so simple. How can a main world not be important? Yoo IlHan answered. It can be that there's no longer any meaning to the main world anymore. No. Meaning to the main world. They just talked about how the main world was the most important for a faction, but he just straight up denied it. And he was a leader of a faction too. Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders and explained for those who didn't get it. He teamed up with God, didn't he? God said he'll make the world anew, so wouldn't he erase the netherworld as well? But once that happens, Satan's power would be, He won't be able to perfectly erase the main world unless he does something about the leader, so to be exact, God will erase the netherworld under agreement from Satan. You can say that he will be making himself weaker. Then does that mean that Satan really believes in God and has taken a place next to him once again? Wasn't that the most foolish thing to do? However, Yoo IlHan shook his head and did not give them the answer they wanted. It's not like there's absolutely no guard after all. Moreover, this one's even aware of me. Where? In the center of the world. I'm going to go there now. When Yoo IlHan's mind drifted there, the aerial city received his intentions and immediately started moving. Thanks to the warp skill, the members in it couldn't even feel the slightest turbulence despite moving absurdly fast. They were only exclaiming while looking at the changing surroundings. Ah, I can feel it now. That's an amazing aura. I would have been scared if it was the past me. Muttered Urta. That meant in reverse that she wasn't afraid of it at all right now. Really, the number of the days she spent with Yoo IlHan could be clearly seen here. After a blink of an eye more, the aerial city arrived at the destination. There was a truly huge palace, and there was another one that was sitting alone on top of the rounded roof. You came here earlier than I expected. The one there was a woman who had an impressive head of black, long hair. Wearing a black silk dress that did not seem suited for battle, and even black silk gloves, she was a lady that exuded a deep aura of luxury. However, the 8 wings sharply protruding behind her back made them rethink about the true extent of her power. Lazy air. So you were a woman, said Yoo IlHan. The others all flinched for a moment after finding out that the woman in front of them was the first wing of Brilliant Light, but the person in question actually just nodded her head nonchalantly. That is so. I am the first wing of Brilliant Light, Lazy Air. And you must be Yoo IlHan, the Lord of Dragon's Nest. I am he. Lazy Air glanced at Yoo IlHan very carefully as though she was afraid that she might seem rude. Even while knowing that they were enemies, she was very polite. I have heard that you were someone who became strong rapidly, but I never imagined that you became even stronger since then. I cannot fathom the depth of your power even with my powers as an 8th class being. My lord may be a good opponent for you. From what Yoo IlHan had seen until now, Yoo IlHan was sure that Satan wouldn't be his match unless he somehow became at least 5 times as strong since they last met, but it would be embarrassing if he said it and it turned out to be wrong, so didn't say it out loud. Instead, he asked her. I have something I would like to ask. As long as it's within my knowledge. Is Satan really my enemy? The world stopped. Or at least it felt so. Everyone was looking at Yoo IlHan in shock. What do you mean? You were preparing to kill him up until moments ago while steeping in rage. You nailed a straw doll to the wall 3 times before you slept while shouting Satan's name. You resolved that you will break him if you couldn't have him. You looked so expectant and excited while saying you were going to rob an empty house. Please put away all those false information and BL delusions. Yoo IlHan just nonchalantly corrected the mistakes. His gaze was fixed on Lazy Air, but he found it cute that she was making an absurd expression. He urged her to answer. And so? How is it? Do you think that way because Lord Satan has protected you until you became a transcender? Unfortunately, Satan is your enemy. Perhaps not if you were not a transcender, but you are already complete. Bakers may wait for the bread to be baked, but... Yes. You mean to say that there are none that will watch the completed bread in satisfaction? I know, I heard that before. Did you accept it now? Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders and replied. In some way. Then that is fine. Lazy Air slowly stood up. I am aware that I am not a match for you. However, I shall block you until the moment my life disappears. At that point, Lord Satan will return and take your life himself. No, I'm not going to fight you. What? Ha! Yoo IlHan extended his hand and let out a short shout. With just that, Lazy Air was bound to the spot. He had subdued an 8th class battalion commander that received the largest share of support from the world after Satan, within the domain of the Army of Brilliant Light. How can this be? Even though you are a leader of a faction, even though you may be a transcender, you shouldn't be able to so easily. When I lacked power, killing all my enemies was the best way. That's because I felt like my insides were burning every time main characters in novels were humiliated because they let an enemy live. I could never understand why they would leave a potential problem be. In fact, there were some novels where I just straight up liked the antagonist better. Isn't that because you're a villain too, IlHan? Shut up. Anyway, that's why I maintain my philosophy of killing enemies as soon as I see them before I decide to think about anything past that. But living like that had some annoying bits to it as well. He killed anyone that he found difficult to distinguish between enemy and ally, killed the ones that were enemies, but could potentially have been future allies, and even erased numerous future possibilities in fear of potentially pessimistic future possibilities. That's natural. You have chosen the correct choice in order to survive. I will not resent you even if you kill me right now. Enemies should be treated like that after all. Of course, there are many kills that I do not regret at all. Sons of bitches, bitches that I wanted to kill, bitches that I had to kill, bitches that must be killed and so on. But it's not like all my victims were like that. There are too many that I killed because I was afraid of the consequences. So, Yoo IlHan said to her with a refreshing smile. If I could erase all negative future possibilities, perhaps such an unpleasant act of monotonous killing might not be necessary anymore. Are you saying that you will not kill me? Lazy Air asked back in shock. Surprisingly, Yoo IlHan nodded his head. Yup. Especially in your case, you need to die after stalling for time even though you don't specifically hate me. I really hate killing harmless ones like you. Especially because I feel like I'm being toyed with by this scenario. But if you let me go, you will definitely regret. I won't. Didn't I just say so? I'm going to erase all negative future possibilities. Yoo IlHan took out a small cube from his bosom. Lazier titled her head while looking at that. What is that item? Yoo IlHan replied. This is called the Trap of Restoration. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 342, Soul God, 3. Lazier did not have the slightest bit of power to impede Yoo IlHan's advance. He threw the so-called Trap of Restoration, and it settled down in the center of the palace before encroaching onto the far borders of the world. Lazier shouted as if to deny its power even after having estimated its might. That's useless. Whatever you do, as long as Lord Satan exists, you cannot do anything to the netherworld. So you want me to kill Satan? Because he's my enemy, and I cannot solve this matter without killing him. Lazier denied that while biting her lips. I am his follower. I do not doubt his certain victory. You have made a few mistakes just now. And these 2 mistakes all stemmed from one misconception, your misjudgment of me. Yoo IlHan snorted at Lazier. Who are you to estimate my power? Who are you to know what I am thinking? Who are you to force me to select a single choice? I'm going to do everything my way. I have destroyed all foreshadows, so the only thing waiting for me is the oh-so-generic happy ending. I cannot understand you at all. You don't have to, I didn't expect you to anyway. We all know that both of us are wearing masks, what is there to talk about? Yoo IlHan turned around. Lazier still couldn't move an inch. She looked quite funny, but Yoo IlHan really didn't do anything to her anymore. Let's go. Our business here is over. Didn't you say you were going to rob an empty house? I just did, didn't I? The only thing Yoo IlHan did, though, was to restrain Lazier and throw a trap of restoration, and that was all to expect from robbing an empty house? Just as Liera was about to ask, she changed her expression after feeling the ripple of change in the netherworld. My! IlHan exclaimed. She asked Yoo IlHan while feeling the warmth that spread out from the center of the netherworld. So this isn't just any trap of restoration, is it? It's a special edition. Main world version. I focused its function on restoring and engulfing, seducing and imprisoning, to resist and rule over all there is in this world. He wouldn't acquire the netherworld just by scattering one seed. But then, what changed? IlHan watched the world while thinking, and realized that the trap of restoration didn't just stop at taking over the netherworld. It's connecting to other places. I have connected all places to here. I do not need to make any more traps of restoration. All places. Yes. The traps of restoration had the property to bloat up in size gradually, and eventually transfer itself to other dimensions. It didn't just stop at erasing the effects of the traps of destruction, but would proliferate at a frightening speed as if trying to conquer all worlds. To all lower worlds as well? So, even the worlds where the people of Earth live in? Whether there are people of Earth there or not, whether the world has undergone the Great Cataclysm or not, whether it's a higher or a lower world, any and every existing world will be affected. A shivering sensation ran down IlHan's back after she instinctively realized what that meant. Although she claimed to be a woman who understood Yoo IlHan's true value as soon as she met him, she realized that it was just her unsubstantiated arrogance. So Darling's objective in making the traps of restoration laid somewhere else in the first place. Yoo IlHan did not bother answering the question and activated the warp skill. Liera asked. Is it IlHan now, IlHan? No, it's heaven. But according to the order, it should be IlHan next. What are you saying? Didn't I just say so right now, Liera? Stroking Liera's hair softly, Yoo IlHan spoke. Whether it's a lower world or a higher world, all existing worlds will be affected by the traps of restoration. That's why IlHan should. Ha! So our next destination. Yoo IlHan activated the warp skill with a smile. Is heaven. Everything will come to a close there. The poison that invaded Michael's body was extremely vicious, to the point that he found it painful every time he breathed in or out. However, Michael was a proper transcender and the one that would become the soul god. There was no way he would be defeated by a mere poison from insignificant battalion commanders. Who is next? Who shall compete against my light next? The only surviving battalion commanders after a harsh and drawn-out battle were the 4th Battalion Commander Telzator and the 8th Battalion Commander Zanusva. It would be ideal if they attacked together, but for some reason, Zanusva retreated and Telzator stepped up first. Please show me, Michael. The power of a transcender, show it to me. Both of you come at me, it's annoying. I will take care of you two together. If I did that and you somehow got injured and become weaker, then that would be no fun. We have waited for this moment, how can we deprive ourselves of the joy? What? Michael gritted his teeth. How can they say such things in front of sure death? You look down on me. Too much. The brilliance around Michael became thicker. When even his figure couldn't be made out, hundreds of strands of light pierced the space where Telzator was. No, your light should be faster than that. I have bet my entire life all for this moment, Michael. How dare you say that? You are a mere idiot that only knows how to destroy the things in front of you. Ooh. The light pulsated violently, almost as if it were enraged. However, Telzator dodged them all with unbelievable speed and even found the timing to attack Michael with his magic power. Michael clenched his teeth after realizing that he had become slower due to the poison. He couldn't even kill a lowly battalion commander below level 600. Michael, you are preserving your energy. Telzator's voice became louder. Are you saving your power in order to fight the Lord? Is that why you cannot kill me? Shut up. I have no need to use my full power against the likes of you. Taking out a god-ranked artifact, Michael's two eyes glowed with a vibrant light as he swung it. Telzator didn't manage to avoid it in time and allowed a hit to land. A fountain of blood sprayed into the air before forming a magic formation that tried to bind Michael. A curse again? Away with it. I have seen enough of your petty tricks already. If you are so strong, if you are a transcender, why do you still need to preserve your power? Telzator taunted Michael with a mocking smile. Michael was triggered by the provocation as he was already very enraged after 2 rounds of this and raised the output of his light. I said shut up. What are you so afraid of? You have already called yourself as the soul god with your mouth, but your actions are like a rat in front of a... Telzator's words could not continue. The light that Michael released had covered the entire world and erased him without a trace of his existence. Michael felt the poison acting up a little more as he spent some of his energy, but he eased himself by spitting out some of the poison. The energy that he stole from Raphael in the past was assisting in his recovery. Looking at the few angels that still survived, he ordered. It's over. Let's go kill greed. It is not over. Michael stiffly raised his head when he heard a voice, even though he did not doubt that he annihilated his enemies. The firebird Zanusva was still there. I have not died yet, Michael. Does your power amount to only so much? The other transcenders will mock you if they find out. Are you really the same Michael that overwhelmed Satan head-on? Are you sure Satan didn't exaggerate your abilities? You really make me enraged. Perhaps if rage had a corporeal form, it would be the current Michael. He held a spear of light in his hand while glaring at Zanusva. Zanusva mockingly laughed as it saw that. I am flame. The light you have acquired is, in the end, a part of flame. I have already heard that once before. He felt as if Yoo IlHan's face was overlapping Zanusva's. Michael threw his spear in rage, but Zanusva didn't look that much injured even while receiving that head-on with its body. I will not die as long as a single speck of my fire remains. Even the Lord will not be able to kill me, much less you, Michael. Just send out another archangel instead. Ah, were they all dead? Yes, everything is impossible for you, isn't it? Among the angels, the 7th-class archangels had all passed on during the battle with the other battalion commanders since he couldn't protect them in time. Zanusva was just mocking him in various ways with that one sentence. Impossible? However, ironically, that instead made the enraged Michael calmer. Light cannot erase fire? Light is merely a part of fire? Yes, there was definitely someone who said that other than you. And he was strong enough to back up his arrogant words. However, although it surprised himself as well, Michael decided to admit to Telzator's words as well. Yes, Michael was a transcender. A whole being created from light itself. There was no need to save his power in preparation for greed. He was acting cautious because he still hadn't fully escaped his past self. You are not Yoo IlHan. Your fire is neither solitary nor perfect. I am the essence of fire made of the purest flames. However, I am different. Michael interfered Zanusva and uttered. I need not look back. I need not prepare. I am absolute and I am solitary. Vapor? Poison? Flames? I do not care. I did not see the present as I was bound by my past, but now I have realized thanks to you. I have realized thanks to the imperfect you. Michael's brilliance became thicker. No, it was at the point that it couldn't be defined as existing anymore. It was unknown if the bright light stemmed from Michael or if Michael originated from the light. I am whole, declared Michael. Nothing is impossible for me. Even if there is anything currently impossible for me, I shall, with my power, make it possible. Nonsense, this is, no way. No, don't tell me it's actually. Zanusva took steps back while uttering words that flagged defeat or death. But somehow, he could not move. It was as if he was bound by Michael's brilliance. Power is subdued by an even stronger power. Light is erased under stronger light. Your flames are weak, so weak that it cannot dent my light. Ah, yes. Light once again enveloped the world. It was a qualitatively different light than before. I am light. How, I am also. Feeling its body melt down in the blindingly evil yet pure light, Zanusva despaired. At its last moment, it could see that Michael went beyond just becoming one with light and manipulating all light at will. Zanusva's eyes twisted after looking at that. I also had the qualifications. Why couldn't I become one? With final words filled with despair, Zanusva cleanly vaporized. Since the ability was so strong, the other angels with Michael also melted into nothingness, but Michael didn't care about such trivial matters right now. You have awakened yourself. All light shall obey you. You are the God of light, and now possess a record that has surpassed the Akashic record. God. Michael was drunk on power. He had finally reached the realm he dearly wished for. I am the one and only, and whole. I am God. Since he became whole, he no longer needed anything else. Finally, he could slightly understand why Yoo IlHan was so strong. Get out here, greed. I have come as you wished, shouted Michael in confidence. Who would be able to win against Michael now that he was light itself? Now he didn't even fear Yoo IlHan. Nor greed. Nor Satan. Even if the God of heaven came back. The winner of Harmageddon shall be him. At that exact moment, in a corner of this world, that was chaos, that was Elokatra. A voice replied to him. Yes. The owner of the voice, Greed, replied. I have been waiting for you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 343, Soul God, 4. Michael proceeded onward. Advancing through the world filled to the brim with curses and poison, he erased everything that ticked him off with his searing light. There was not a strand of light that originated from IlHan, but that did not matter. Michael was light itself, and he could generate light by absorbing magic power. Putting mass into light, adjusting its speed, and even increasing their destructive power by focusing it at a point was all possible for him. Just why was he focusing on other magic or martial arts related research until now? He could have just focused on one thing. Greed. Come. Greed. You are almost here. Greed. The moment after Michael shouted while releasing light, the curtain in front of him was lifted and a giant castle appeared. It was the first time Michael had seen such a strange thing. I have always longed for you. I was waiting for you to be complete all this time. Foolish. You're a mere greedy beast and you're even arrogant. I can see where this is going. You can? Ah. The world shook. It was probably the influence of greed's ruling power within his domain. Michael finally realized that this was the main world of the enemy, and he was going against the leader of this world by himself. However, he did not retreat. He would kill greed and subordinate IlHan into heaven. Heaven will become his, and he shall put an end to Yoo IlHan's rampage and take Satan's life with his very own hands. He would not let any other faction do as they wished. Heaven needed to be the one and only faction. Since he was the sole God, all beings had to follow him. He had to stand at the very peak of existence. Show yourself, greed. Come in yourself. Why? Are you scared? Scared? Michael laughed. Is that the trait of you destruction demon army? Taunting others shamelessly? It seems like only your tongue has gotten training, insolent beast. Fear is something that the weak feel when going against the strong. Your actions of running away the moment you came to heaven, even when you had come to heaven as if you would swallow the entirety of heaven itself, that was the action of a coward that is scared. Then enter. The castle opened. An abyss. Even a seventh-class being will be deflected without being able to do anything here due to the pure density of mana. However, Michael received it head-on with his prideful countenance, and melted it away with his light. I shall face you head-on. You do not need to. You can call me a robber. Michael's light melted the very darkness of the world. He burned every curse and poison, purified them, and made them his. And in the next moment, I shall take away everything from you forcefully. Michael charged at the speed of light. The darkness that seemed to devour him whole all disintegrated the moment it came into close proximity with him, all spatial distortion within the castle melted down. Eventually, Michael met greed face to face. A hideous monster whose entire body was bound to the wall. A lump of greed with unknown origin, a fusion of nearly every species. He subconsciously became enraged. He didn't like the fact that he had to use his power against this vile thing. It has been a long while since you tried to bite at heaven. Time has passed and you have turned even more hideous. Ah, you mean that time. It was such a pity. If the other factions didn't help out heaven at that time, I would have regained everything without a hitch. Michael's eyebrows twitched. Yes. Heaven didn't block the destruction demon army with their own power. The Garden of Sunset and the Army of Brilliant Light helped them. To be exact, they had helped out all on their own accord. Leaving aside Satan since he originated from heaven, he didn't know why the Garden of Sunset helped them out at that time. However, now he knew. The leader of the Garden of Sunset was Gabriel. Without even knowing that, he was played the fool until now. Asterisk crunch star dot. Michael channeled his rage for Gabriel into hostility for the enemy in front of him. Gabriel could be taken care of later. Right now, he had to kill this freak of nature. Fight me, greed. It's time to deliver divine punishment unto you. Why don't you just try it? Along with Greed's shout came tens of strands of metal chains from the castle ceiling. It was unknown what it was made of, but the blood that had turned black, and the blackish-purple poison made Michael feel unpleasant. He immediately released light in order to block it, but Leader's attacks weren't ordinary. It didn't disappear so easily. Greed mocked at Michael after looking at that. Your light only amounted to so much? Didn't you shout about how you were the one and only, or something? Greed. The light Michael emitted became stronger. High-energy light spread around to the surroundings and blocked the metallic chains that came from the ceiling, the floor, and the windows. Child's play. Kook. Along with the sounds of chains, Greed threw out his left hand. It wasn't just the physical force that was overwhelming. The suction force within it was devouring all mana around it. The light that Michael released was no exception. The ability to devour energy just by moving. This is what made Greed the leader of the Destruction Demon Army. But Michael punched out a fist enveloped in light. His fist was like a toothpick compared to Greed's, but it actually managed to absorb energy from it and push it back instead. You aren't the only one that can steal, you foolish beast. The reason the 4 great archangels, plus Satan, could push God out was not because of Satan's defection, not because of Gabriel, not because of Raphael's healing, and not because of Uriel's restriction power. It was the power of stealing that Michael had been born with, like the prophecies of Gabriel, one that he refrained from using because it did not suit his position, but was stronger than any other. I know very well. Then you should know that your specialty is useless against me. Not at all. I shall devour everything, both the alive and the dead, and even the records of this world. Fist clashed with fist as the duo exchanged countless blows. It was also a competition of power as well. The metallic chains that sprouted from various parts of the castle continually aimed for Michael, and he erased them without difficulty with his 5 pairs of wings. Your power is weak, Michael. You became weaker. Did that power work against you, IlHan? Weak? Me? How dare you say that when you can barely match me after devouring everything with that insatiable greed of yours? Michael snorted, but couldn't help but be shocked internally. How did this guy know that his power was weakened? When we chased out God, I lost a portion of my power in compensation for the treachery. Though, I could finally recover thanks to acquiring God's power. But yes, my ability has definitely weakened. Even with the power of stealing, it was impossible to completely steal God's power. However, the fragments of God's power he acquired in exchange was stronger, so he wasn't aware of that until now. Since God's power was what triggered him to be able to become a transcender, he didn't worry that much. However, this is more than enough to face the likes of you. I shall devour everything of yours. The castle exploded. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, and tens of millions of chains assaulted Michael. The ancient metal that composed the castle crumbled and morphed into countless spears that attacked Michael, and even the wall that bound Greed until now had collapsed and he had become free. The gigantic freak big enough to fill the entire world assaulted Michael from the top. Since it is the Harmageddon, I do not need to hold myself back anymore. Insolent beast. Less than a heartbeat later, light was released and covered the expansive region. A brilliance that made Greed unable to open his eyes properly. Metallic chains melted, the spears melted, and all the fragmented remains of the castle melted down. Thanks to the strong shockwave from the two's magic power, the surrounding environment was utterly devastated. Every time parts of IlHan's lost its shape, a part of Greed's gigantic body melted down as well, but there was seemingly no end to his gargantuan body. The two did not even look directly at each other, they only clashed with their full power in order to take the other's life. "You and I are similar, no?" Greed suddenly said. Michael snorted and denied that. "Comparing a firefly to the sun? You have mentioned a good analogy. Yes, our current relationship is truly like that of the sun and a firefly. The firefly emits light with its rear thinking that it's the very brightest, but how ephemeral is the light? The tiny bit of light that can be devoured by the sun only lasts for a few days. The life of that tiny insect cannot even handle its emission of light and is fated to die." "Thanks for the explanation, Firefly." Michael abruptly widened his eyes. The past him may have shrunk back in the face of strong magic power. However, not now. The main world of the enemy? How was that important? He was here, and he was shining brightly. Where Michael was his own domain. Light existed everywhere, and light was his to command, all creation was his. "I shall have you know, that I am that sun." Michael became light. He who had surpassed records used all of his magic power and was transforming it into light. The speed at which Greed's body melted down became faster. Despite that, Greed could not hide his joy. Since Michael was rejecting his original power for the sake of pursuing stronger light, Greed's own power of devouring was successfully pushing his power back even further. And when that power reached the peak, melt into nothingness, Greed. Foolish firefly. Awaya. When Greed shouted that, the light that filled the entire world instantly disappeared. Michael panicked and tried to release light once again, but he found it to be impossible. No, it was possible to release light, but it was disappearing the moment that it was emitted, almost as though he was being sucked into a black hole. "You have committed a grave mistake. You should not have desired what you could not acquire. You should have focused on what you already own." "What?" It took another moment for him to realize his light had been devoured. Devoured? His light? By greed? This was so confusing for him that he couldn't even speak properly. How was that possible? How? At that time, he recognized the existence of another man who remained within the original confines of the castle even after Greed's body melted away. Possessing Michael's own light around him, but still vehemently trying to devour everything that Michael possessed. "Father," muttered Michael in disbelief. Greed, that is, the former god of heaven, opened his mouth in an evil fashion and replied, "Yes, my son. It is me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 344, Soul God, 5. When was it that they realized God's change in attitude? God, who was supposed to look after and take care of all worlds, was aiming for something beyond that. When was it that they realized it? The only concrete fact was that Gabriel was the first to talk about it. "This won't do. Did you see something again?" Michael, who didn't like Gabriel's foreknowledge so much, but still believed it with certainty, creased his brows and asked him. The five, that were known as the strongest archangels who got along with each other, all returned from their duties and had met up in a moment of impossible coincidence. Of course, Gabriel probably gathered them here precisely because they were all off duty. Gabriel saw that everyone had gathered and glanced at one man. "Luciel, please. I am Lucifer. Do not address me with the name that God gave me." "Yes, you are right. Lucifer. Please. Phew, you annoy me." At their level and league, they could reason freely without being interfered by God, but if they were somehow heard by God, and God misunderstood them, that would be bad. However, what allowed them to do here was Luciel, or rather, Lucifer. He was the most exceptional of the five, had the least reliance on God, and even twisted God's power with his own ability. It was natural for him to create a gap in time that was outside God's knowledge. It's fine now. Speak of whatever you have in mind. Fu. I did not want to doubt him, but I'm sure now. I could see it. Mr. Fortune-teller, please get back on track. Uriel, who didn't even have the slightest intention to hide the fact that she liked Gabriel, poked his cheek and urged him on. Michael and Raphael felt awkward while looking at that. Gabriel, who had the power to see the future, but had zero wits and delicacy, continued on with a serious voice. God is looking at somewhere else. I am staring at your cheeks right now. They look really ripe for a beating. He is looking for something that does not exist. He wishes to become the creator. Michael widened his eyes and retorted. He is already the creator. No. That isn't true. Lucifer and Gabriel denied that simultaneously. The things he creates are twisted. They cannot become whole, and are close to destruction upon birth. Everything has an end, but he makes things without looking at their end, so they can only be twisted. He cannot become the creator. You guys, are you denying God? In fact, I wish I could. However, the problem is that he is God and is an extremely strong being. Gabriel's voice deepened even further. At this rate, everything will be over. It won't be long before then, and it will happen for sure. All worlds will come to an end. Exactly why? Because he is trying to destroy every existence and to fill it anew. Michael became speechless. He wanted to deny Gabriel's words, but he couldn't do it so easily since he heard something similar during his conversations with God. He groaned while palming his forehead. Gabriel spoke once again as he saw that Michael was hesitating. He needs to be killed. How would we dare kill the Lord? Our Father. Lucifer, can we do it? We won't know until we try. Replied Lucifer nonchalantly and flapped the 5 pairs of wings behind his back. While he was pondering, the wings flickered between black and white. He was already capable of easily escaping God's domain of influence. He stayed like that for an unknown amount of time, before a small smile hung on his lips. But that sounds very interesting. Let's do it. No, I'm going to do it. Even if any of you disagree, I'm going to do it. I wish it could be fun for us as well. Gabriel, I will help you. As I always have. Everyone else will too, right? Even Uriel. Then I guess I can't help it. Gabriel succeeded in persuading Lucifer, and Uriel, who was going to follow Gabriel in anything he did, persuaded the others, so Raphael, who was weak to her smile, ended up nodding. Their gazes now headed to Michael. Michael, please help. This would be impossible without your help. You guys, really? We'll really? Michael. Gabriel looked at him head-on and asked. The eyes that saw through into the impurity of Michael's heart. Michael hated those eyes. Do you still think that he is in the right? No. Michael bit his lips. He did not think that. In fact, he thought that something was wrong all this time. Alarm bells had been going off in his head all this while. That the God he was looking up to shouldn't be like this, that the one who had to stand whole could not show such a side. But please let me watch for a little more. Do as you wish. Nothing will change though. Gabriel, then let's go back now. I'm already thinking of what I need to prepare for that. Do not get found out because you act cocky, Lucifer. When I get found out, it will be my time to go against heaven. Laughed Lucifer as he dispelled his magic. The 4 angels headed to their positions with a sigh, but only Michael remained in place and pondered over it. Does God really have the qualifications to be the creator? Michael observed God's state after that. He watched as God dispatched angels to look over lower worlds, widen heaven's domain by going to worlds that were ready to leap into the higher realm, and as he managed the worlds. And one day, it is unsatisfactory. Father, what is it? Mana is too irregular. The Akashic record doesn't have a standard, and life always carries a threat with it. Isn't that the result of you loving the world? Yes, indeed, it was. God nodded his head before clicking his tongue. It seems there is a need to set it right. I follow your orders. Michael, my adorable son. Go back for now. I shall call you to my side the day I need you. It was that moment that Michael decided to go against heaven. He immediately looked for Lucifer and Gabriel. Lucifer laughed his heart out, while Gabriel met him with a dejected smile. The core members are you and me, uttered Lucifer in arrogance. I'm going to make God unable to control us. His restriction is not perfect, and is also merely a portion of the Akashic record. Once you know that, escaping him is almost as easy as pie. After that? Only then can we stand in the ring. Even after all that, the cold hard truth is that he is still tremendously powerful. So, as the strongest among us, I shall defend against him. Lucifer's fingers that pointed at himself until now pointed to Michael. Meanwhile, the source of God's power, his league, and his records have to be stolen. By you. I cannot manage such a thing. You just need to share it with all of us. Dividing it by 5 should be possible. Michael urged him on while clenching his teeth. Then, next. We need to kill him, spoke Gabriel. This will not be over unless we kill him. Unless he dies, the world will encounter the same fate once again. So, we need to put an end to all of this. His voice entered Michael's ears like thunder. Kill God, and we shall manage all the worlds ourselves. We manage all worlds. Right, properly. That was the moment a burning passion and a dirty desire blossomed in Michael's heart. Lucifer realized that and laughed. Ooh, Michael. I quite like the expression that you're making. Shut up, Lucifer. I only came to a realization that the God I was looking up to did not exist in the first place, and that I need to attain what I wish for by myself. Good, splendid attitude. I always liked that part about you. Like, what meaning did that have? Michael wanted to ask Lucifer about it, but there was no time for that right now. Let us go, everyone. To kill God. Gabriel stood at the front. The great prophet and the sacrifice, the man at the center of all of them despite the fact that he could not top anyone in terms of physical might. The man who made even the arrogant Lucifer listen to him. However, Michael did not hesitate in being swept by the flow even while clenching his teeth. Since he realized that he had to make what he wanted with his own hands, he was only going to carry it out now. The plan succeeded only halfway. Lucifer successfully pulled the group out of God's domain of influence, and Michael also successfully expropriated God's power and shared it between the 5 of them. However, they had failed in slaying God. God escaped in a pitiful state, while Lucifer headed somewhere else while laughing. Michael, the one who possessed the most of God's power among the 5, referred the 4 remaining as the 4 great archangels and became the de facto leader. Michael made it look like only Lucifer had gone against God, and hid as much of God's disappearance as possible. And the 4 all started acting like they still believed in God. That was the end of the era where Heaven's Army was the only higher existence organization. Having changed his name to Satan, Lucifer eventually became a higher existence on his own and created the Army of Brilliant Light, while the Destruction Demon Army, a group of monsters that only aimed for total and utter destruction, formed not long after, and the ever-mysterious Garden of Sunset formed silently. Everything fell into chaos, and Michael lamented. Then, he started dreaming of becoming the sole God. Wishing that he will become God and will set everything straight, he proceeded forward. Like that, with countless years having gone past, he became similar to God. To be exact, the power he absorbed from God had changed him from the inside. He managed the worlds, widened heaven's domain, slew all kinds of different beings, calling them heretics, picked new angels, and pulled out the roots of all that threatened heaven. He met with Yoo IlHan, and was even humiliated by him, but in the end, he still became God. Now, this was the time he was waiting for, so all he had to do now was to eradicate all heresy and create his ideal world. He thought that he would be able to do that. But how? Michael asked the one in front of him, Greed, at the same time as being God. How can you be here? How can you be here right now? Did you not notice? I was using the power I have stolen from you. Stolen from me? Just what? Michael naturally realized midway. Yes. Michael had never met a being that used the same power as him before meeting Greed. He realized that his power wasn't the only one capable of depriving others with the rise of greed, but that wasn't actually the case. Powers were unique. However, in compensation for acquiring God's power, his own power split and flowed into God. That is the restriction I have cast when I received you as my subordinates. Lucifer also struggled to escape that, but failed. Michael, my son. Were you aware of that? I was not. Yes, you were ignorant. And still are. God made a merciful smile. However, the magic power that pressured Michael from all sides was not merciful at all. He spoke firmly, as if scolding his son that has made a mistake. So you need to be punished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 345, Soul God, 6. The strength God possessed as Greed was mostly exhausted from his clash with Michael. However, thanks to sacrificing that, God could regain his very own powers from Michael. And now, it was time to steal Michael's power as well. How, but you? How? The 5 of you, in the end, were still unable to surpass me. That is simply because you are bound to me. You, Lucifer, and Gabriel too. Lucifer has expressed his subservience to me once again, and Gabriel has passed on, so you are the only one left. And unfortunately, my child, I do not plan to leave you alive. I need your strength. So offer yourself up to me. How can you be here? Child, my naive child. Let me ask you one thing. God pointed at one object. It was the wall of chaos that separated IlHan from heaven. The final wall that protected heaven from the predators. Who put up that wall? Who? What do you mean who? Of course, it was. The wall was built by. Who? The wall was built around the end of the Great War, and the destruction demon army could not invade again. With that, the war came to a halt and. But how? Michael momentarily could not find the answer. God smiled and told him the answer. It was me. How did you? How exactly could IlHan be right next to heaven? God's eyes flashed with a glint of sadism. All this while, Michael's power was being stripped away little by little, but his realm wasn't something that was lowly and easy to manipulate. Although it originated from God, Michael, like Satan, had become able to stand whole by himself. He wouldn't so easily go down just because he lost God's power. That is you utilizing your powers as a predator. Wrong, you are wrong. It is because both of them are my worlds. IlHan is just an imaginary world that I made up. They are both part of heaven. They are one and the same. Michael gritted his teeth. He couldn't hide his frustration at the fact that he was played the fool from beginning to end. Even so, I have become God. You were wrong, and I am right. My father, I do not consider you as my father anymore. I shall not serve you as your son, I will not kneel in front of you, nor will I harbor any hope for you. Yes, you are completely correct. I was wrong. However, that does not mean that you were right either. We were both wrong. God's lips twisted. By peering into his mouth, all that one could see an endless abyss of nothingness. Mana is wrong. I should not have relied on it. I should have walked a different path from the beginning. I should have acquired something else, and should have created more creative things. I have finally recognized my mistake. That is why I intend to fix it. I will erase everything that I have done wrong, and make them anew. That's impossible. It's possible. God put his arms wide. Michael sharpened his light with the intent to pierce through his body, but the tide that had changed wouldn't come back so easily. Yes, my children. When I fell thanks to you, I thought that all was over. However, it was ironic that you also gave me hope. The power you gave me in compensation for my divine power. The power of stealing. With that, I regained my will to surpass records once again. He devoured everything in sight. The power of stealing that originated from Michael had evolved in a completely different direction thanks to his evil intentions. He gathered all records, and dreamed of making a new record with it. He intended to comprehend the entirety of the Akashic record, and dreamed of an improved Akashic record. And I have regained my power. I have found a new path. I have gathered not those who harbored will to betray me like you, but monsters that only aimed for one thing in the first place. I have long since fallen from the ever-glorious and sacred position and had to take in those maggots. Michael, can you imagine the dejection, the despair I felt then? The feelings I had when I had to console lowly monsters that praised my hideous body. Do you understand? Not my problem. I don't care and never will, you damned monster. Michael's light brightened. His power was endless. As his power was stolen by God, Michael instead actually started gaining enlightenment into his own unique realm of power. Since what was God's went back to his possession, Michael only had the light left. The light that he had wished to acquire for all his life, it still remained his. It was solitary, but retained its brightness and assaulted God once again. No matter how much of it was devoured, it continued to burn even more brightly. I am God. You are merely the God of the past, a record that cannot return to prominence, the sun that has long since fallen below the horizon. I am not the past, but the future. What you are grabbing onto is but an illusion, and what I shall acquire is true creation. God's body expanded. The stronger Michael became, the stronger God became as well. Then, the tide was reversed again and God pressured Michael again. The era of humiliation is over. I have endured for a truly long time, working to raise my power, went berserk, erased, prevented myself from being discovered, and lay hidden while crouched in a corner. In my long years of waiting, Lucifer understood me, came to me and I regained what I had lost in the past. So, I no longer need that wall anymore. Just as Michael was about to counterattack, he heard something of tremendously large size crumbling. He instinctively knew what it was and turned around. The wall of chaos that separated heaven and IlHan was collapsing. The border between two worlds that were part of one, but still separate, had already disappeared. Mixing without harmony, attacking each other amidst the chaos that was left behind. Despite that, the two were one. God's past and God's present were unwilling to accept each other but still homogenized with each other. It was as if one were looking at the figure of God now. Power drained from Michael's body. Because the world he reigned over was being ruined? No, his magic power was actually decreasing. He could feel the league of his soul decreasing. Just, what? Heaven and IlHan are one and the same. They are all merely illusions that will disappear soon, but it is a suitable object to crush you with. So, my child. Do you feel it? You have become alone. God's power was becoming stronger. As heaven and IlHan mixed into one, power was stripped from Michael and flowed into God. Michael finally realized why God was in a hurry to regain his power. Heaven obeyed whoever possessed God's power. Since that power returned from Michael to God, this was a natural flow of events. Michael lost his world. Now, all of this was God's again. Not even aware of the tyrant that will destroy the world, this world was granting power to that man. God opened his eyes. With the unstable, but strong body, he pressured Michael and spoke again. Where are the angels that was with you? Where are the ones that followed you? Where is the world under your management? What is the source of power that gives you strength? I am light. I am wholly complete and luminescent. I do not need a place to call home. In that realm which you believe to be wholly complete, many have ascended to it. What? Michael lost his final bit of will as well. However, God mercilessly forced the cold hard truth onto him to rip his morale to shreds. You have merely reached the realm of recorded gods. Recorded gods. The original owners of those blessings that Yoo IlHan and his group use all the time? The unique power that is granted unto a single being through the Akashic record? Michael clenched his teeth and denied that. Are recorded gods. They are merely records. They are merely agglomeration of records and are not real. And who was the one that told you that? You. It was you. None other than you. Yes, it was indeed me. So, my child, I will correct it for you. God's lips twisted hideously. Mana gathered and covered his body, and became a murky armor that escaped the boundaries of mana due to the integration with countless mutated soul fragments that he had devoured until now. That is a lie. What? That term is the biggest insult and arrogance in front of them. They are not recorded gods. In fact, they originated from records but have surpassed it. I estimated that the answer to surpassing mana would lie within them. That is why I captured them. Because they were beings that could not be bound with records, I attempted to capture them with something that were not records. I put them all into one world and bound them there. Just, what are you saying? Can't you even imagine? You are foolish, my child. I have attempted to make a new record storage for the multiverse. I wish to become the creator and the manager of that multiverse. If Yoo IlHan was here, he would have been annoyed, saying something like, don't mention something that was mentioned before already, but unfortunately, God didn't even realize that Yoo IlHan not only saw through his schemes, but had even obliterated it into tiny pieces. I have attempted to make them into a new library to store new records. Gathering soldiers that obey only my will, to gather information, reflect on them, manage them, and create them. Although I temporarily lost my power thanks to your interference before I could finish, I have in fact been able to complete a more perfect record storage after my fall. Thinking back on that, I should instead thank you. Michael took a step back without knowing. Recorded gods were real, making a new Akashic record by capturing them. These were things he actually knew of before, but this man was definitely insane. He mistook his emotions for reason and was enforcing them on others as well. And now, I have gathered many beings that have surpassed records. Although some of them escaped and dreamed of rebellion, that's merely a portion of them. I can just get them back later. I can just fill the empty slots again. The new world will arrive soon. Though, I had to test it before it was fully complete because the situation became urgent. Thinking about the Legni and Arch-Legni that weren't fully satisfactory, God shrugged his shoulders. All of this was due to Yoo IlHan. He could only shift his plans forward as his growth was much too fast. However, all is well. Yoo IlHan has grown and acquired power that is close to creation. This is what it means to reverse the tides. Although the power that Yoo IlHan had acquired was that of creation, one that surpassed God's by miles, God still looked down on him. That was why he could be at such a leisure. And then I reunited with you again. Now I will devour you, and devour Yoo IlHan as well, in order to become more perfect than before. I will create a new world, and a new set of records. You're looking down on my power. A being that is in the wrong, a relic of the past, you can only boast with the powers you have stolen from me, and you insult me for desiring something that was not mine. Michael brought up his power for one last time. However, what he chose was to escape. He judged that there was no hope of victory head-on. What did he have to do, and how? He thought that he had to ally with Yoo IlHan, albeit unwillingly. Yes, since God was aiming for Yoo IlHan right now, Yoo IlHan would also have to kill God. With their powers combined, someone that just fell from power in a hideous and unsightly manner should easily be dealt. My child, where are you going? Kook. God appeared again in front of him when he tried to cast magic to flee. Michael tried to activate warp with his eyes widened in shock, but his hopes didn't come to fruition. God's hand was already right in front of his head. Truly foolish and unfortunate. There wasn't even a 1% chance of victory for you in the first place. Just, what? T/N, quotation marks in the Ross as well. Didn't I already say it, that you have been left alone? God chuckled and twisted his hand. Michael's head split into two with those movements. There is nowhere for you to go, my child. T/N, back to brackets for this one. Michael died, and God devoured him whole. The rightful ruler of heaven had returned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 346, Soul God, 7. I had a feeling that this would happen. Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders the moment he arrived in heaven. What spread out in front of them was the limitless skies, along with the clouds that filled it, as well as. It's the first time we meet like this, is it not, Yoo IlHan? Satan was standing amongst the mountain of angel corpses. The 13 wings behind his back flapped loosely as if mocking Yoo IlHan and the others. My word, all the angels were. Satan, what did you do? All of these innocent angels. Although Yoo IlHan did something similar in the past. But even so, I still believed in you in one corner of my heart, Lucifer. The ex-angel dragons became enraged and Uriel shed tears filled with sorrow and disgust. Satan made a bitter smile for a moment after hearing Uriel's words, before shrugging his shoulders. You should have trusted someone else who you could place your trust in, Uriel. I was your enemy from the moment I created the army of brilliant light. Didn't you know that? Why? You and the 4 of us were of one mind. Me, as well as Gabriel as well as ... Stop dreaming, lady. Satan sighed. With a voice that sounded neither like the truth nor the falsehood, he blamed Uriel. It was only you that thought like that in the first place. All of us 5 were aiming for different objectives. Lucifer, no, Satan. I am sure of it now. You are our enemy. Unforgivable, a treacherous existence that has to be killed. Uriel abruptly turned around to Yoo IlHan. She felt like a little child that asked her parents to scold her opponent after having a quarrel, so Yoo IlHan ended up laughing even though the situation was urgent. Then, he scratched his head and spoke. I would have been able to minimize damage if I came here a little earlier. I hurried a lot, but it still turned out like this. It hasn't been that long since you came here too, no? You are quite smart, fellow. Well, you can hear that loud noise over there, right? Satan pointed his hand beyond the wall of chaos. Yoo IlHan nodded his head. He already knew who were clashing there. Michael and Greed, no, the god of heaven, I guess? I think they're still fighting with each other. What? IlHan, what did you just say? The others doubted their own ears after hearing Yoo IlHan's words. The leader of the destruction demon army was actually the god of heaven? What sort of connection did the two have? Yoo IlHan just replied nonchalantly. What? It's nothing surprising. Even the ex-archangel Satan made the army of brilliant light, and my old man Gabriel made his own faction too, so there's no way their master, God, couldn't do the same thing? Hey, even I could have done it. Can you really do it too? No. That's not the important thing here. So did you just say that God is the leader of the destruction demon army himself? What, did no one actually realize that? There will never come a day where I'll hand down the mantle of Foreshadow Master to you guys. Such a pity. How? Why? My head hurts. The others all fell into confusion at the same time. And Satan wasn't an exception either. You? How did you know that? I wonder if I really have to tell you, but fine. It's a special service from me. Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders and explained in a warm and kind voice to Satan. There are quite a lot of capable people in my group. There's even one that can discover worlds that each factions have been hidden away, or even interspatial dimensions. Discover hidden worlds. And I happen to have the ability to erase them and bound them to our world. That's definitely an interesting topic. Yes, I also had a time when I found fun in hiding things. So you're saying that you erased them all and made them yours? Correct, and among those worlds, Yoo IlHan nonchalantly uttered, was Greed's, that is, God's, flesh. Flesh. Ah. Yoo IlHan's group also understood when he phrased it like that. Nayuna widened her eyes and exclaimed. The one that looked like someone swallowed it whole and vomited it back out with stomach fluids splattered all over it. Thanks for the reminder of that disgusting scene, Miss Yuna. I wasn't complimenting you, replied Yoo IlHan with an unpleasant expression as he raised his hand. Inside there was a small vortex, and everyone realized that it was a very small interspatial dimension. At my level, creating such an interspace isn't hard at all. Whoa, so cheeky. Of course, this means that it isn't hard for Greed to, right? And inside his own stomach too. Indeed. That should have been the safest place. Even Satan didn't know about this. God did not reveal everything to him after all. If he knew everything, then Satan would have already found numerous ways to screw God over. Satan didn't know the process of making Legni and Archlegni, and did not know what mechanism God's so-called new world will run with. No matter how capable he was, there was a limit. However, if he thought about it, it was actually quite possible. Yes. Perhaps someone like him can do that. And you and your comrades open the doors to that hidden world. Yup, the mage on our side is amazing. Kong Mirai blushed. She might die of happiness if he praised her anymore. Yoo IlHan smiled at her and continued explaining to Satan. No matter how amazing I am, there was no way I can see through his real identity just with one meeting with him. But then, I got a piece of his flesh, and something that was deep inside his body, so wouldn't it be strange if I didn't know anything about him? Moreover, there are plenty of samples around me that contain traces of God's power. That may be from him devouring angels and acquiring a tiny portion of God's power. Not that one, God's power that the 4 great archangels and you shared. A portion of that was with him as well. So, who else could it have been apart from God himself? Greed is the fallen god, the same god that was chased out by you 5, and the same god that vowed to avenge the betrayal of his children. Satan decided to give up on this battle of smarts with Yoo IlHan. It would in fact be better for his mental health to converse with him under the assumption that Yoo IlHan knew everything. He was the worst kind of monster since Genesis. He was a talent that could achieve everything he wished for and still have room for more. He would truly stand with his chest held high, in a place where the God of heaven, Michael, Gabriel, nor Satan, could stand. Satan felt his heart thumping. With the existence of Yoo IlHan, his plan would be a success. Without hiding his joy, he stopped Yoo IlHan, not doubting that he would speak of even more amazing things. Then I ask, Yoo IlHan, what was inside? Recorded gods, and the new record storage that he tried to make using them. No, but even so. Satan became speechless because he didn't expect this. Yoo IlHan finished off with a bright smile. So, God can't do anything now. He's doomed. Legna or Archlegna, he can't even make a single one of them, much less anything else. Even if he tries to make a new record storage by gathering new gods, they're all within my group now. So, in the end, he will have to kill me, but he wouldn't be able to win against me even if he dies and revives 3 times. So, it's game over. PFF. The dumbfounded Satan burst out in laughter. Po ha 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 ha. Kiki. Ki ha hee 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 hee. Oh, my stomach hurts. Ko ha 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 ha. Wee wee. Was that so funny? The best. It is the best. Yoo IlHan. You just gave me the greatest joy of my life. This is really amazing, I will admit it. You are the best across all worlds. Aya, I knew I was in the right to have let you go. I would have been in so much trouble if I killed you by mistake. That Lucifer actually praised someone else this much. Uriel, who knew the past Satan, muttered in a voice of disbelief. However, Yoo IlHan nodded his head in satisfaction. As expected of a leader, he knows his stuff. Yes, of course I do. That is why it's even more funny. Lol, I want to show you the serious expression he made when he mentioned the new world he was going to make. Yes. And so? Are you forfeiting because you know everything? Yoo IlHan's cold words run inside Satan's ears the next moment. Satan stopped laughing and raised his head. The 13 wings reflected the ripple inside him and trembled slightly. Forfeit? Me? Forfeit what? I'm not forfeit at all, fella. That's the 3rd time already. What I meant is that you have already given up on yourself. I did? On myself? Satan asked back and concentrated mana on one hand. He, who was greater than any other mage in the world, had the ability to manipulate magic that was twisted to the point that no one could tell the original source of, or type magic. The magic in his hand was also a high-leveled one that looked extremely difficult to block or dispel. I don't know what kind of misconception you have, but my fellow young transcender, I have never stopped believing for one moment. I've been proceeding towards my destination all the time, and I'm planning to arrive there soon. And that is why you are wrong. Or should I let you experience it for yourself? The sphere disappeared from his hand. It was a magic that could strike anywhere with unknown effects. However, Yoo IlHan extended his hand as if he knew what was coming. Then, he pulled Uriel into his arms. Whoa! Uriel, hugged by the son of the man she likes, thought perhaps it would feel like this to be hugged by your own son? And was slightly happy even while feeling awkward. The sphere that appeared where she was disappeared after being gazed at by Yoo IlHan. Satan's expression turned strange. You? What could have made you aim for Uriel and not me? What could have allowed you to kill my father Gabriel by yourself? Why is it that you are trying to get yourself killed by me at this point in time, especially now that Michael is being killed by God and victory is oh so close? Yoo IlHan, you. Although I was suspicious, I'm sure of it with that attack just now. I would be an idiot if I hadn't realized with all these hints. Yoo IlHan spoke with a strange conviction. With the sharp and cheeky expression of the high school boy trapped in a little kid's body, 5 minutes before the ending of an episode of an anime, he asked Satan. T/N, Conan probably. In order to kill God, the ones that stole God's power must all die, right? That is why, you 5 were unable to kill God in the past. Satan closed his mouth. Uriel widened her eyes. The others were shocked. Satan eventually nodded his head. Yes. Like the culprit confessing his crimes, he admitted to Yoo IlHan's claims powerlessly. You are correct. In just the right time, the wall of chaos started collapsing. Soon, Michael's aura could no longer be felt while God's own presence increased. He had managed to recover his powers and became slightly stronger. The final battle was coming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 347, Soul God, 8. Wait. I didn't know anything. I didn't know about this. Uriel exclaimed in a panic. Her eyes were trembling. How? Wasn't it because we were lacking in strength? Wasn't it because God slipped away nimbly? Isn't it because your final attack missed him that he was able to escape? Michael's ability was not perfect. He could not steal God's power completely from him and ended up leaving a slight trace. He ended up foolishly giving a part of his own power to God, and we, having received a portion of God's power, became unable to kill God. That included Michael as well. Are you serious? Uriel was flabbergasted. They failed for such a stupid reason? They finally came back to this point after countless sacrifices, but what was this? They were toyed with like clowns. They did all that in vain. Yoo IlHan asked in her stead. Michael doesn't know about that, right? If he did, he wouldn't have foolishly charged towards God. I'm the only one who realized this until now. Uriel shouted with an expression as if she would vomit blood at any moment. You should have said something to us. You should have explained it properly. No way. Will you obediently give up your life if I said that you needed to die in order for God to die? Uriel became speechless. She couldn't do that. She couldn't give up. She couldn't give up on herself, or Gabriel. Satan nodded as if he knew it all along and continued speaking. That is why I needed to prepare a more perfect stage. I had to aim for an opportunity to kill God as well as everyone who possesses God's power. I thought such an opportunity will never come, but Gabriel's son, that is, Yoo IlHan, came and the opportunity arrived. I was sure that you will accomplish our goals for us. And you tried to kill my father because you knew I wouldn't kill him myself. Right? So you even know that I failed to kill him. Color came back to Uriel's face after hearing that Gabriel was alive. Kim Yi-sol was relatively calm-looking though. As though she was sure that he had been in no real danger from the beginning. Yes, he ran. That is also why I blocked your path. He's not a man who would hide when his own son is in danger. So you were going to kill Uriel, and kill my dad as well, using me as the bait and be insta-killed by me in a fit of rage. Even third-rate movies don't have that kind of generic plot nowadays. When Yoo IlHan mocked him, Satan started becoming enraged. Yoo IlHan's ability to tick others off was top-notch as well. Although the scenario didn't go as I had anticipated, since you know everything, can't we do this smoothly? It's a good news that you erased God's final objective cleanly, but that guy just became stronger after eating Michael over there. You seem to believe in yourself very much, but God isn't such an easy target to deal with. 8 things. Yoo IlHan suddenly uttered. When Satan asked back what? Yoo IlHan explained nonchalantly. I have 8 different methods to kill God for sure, even if he is stronger in physical terms than I am. You seem to take me lightly, but unlike you, I can easily kill someone even if that guy has God's power, or a predator's power, or even if they are a monster that manipulates the Akashic record. So shut up and listen to me. Wayo! Na Yuna exclaimed. Such charisma! There was no way she wouldn't fall for that. Seeing Yoo IlHan uttering words with even more arrogance than Satan himself, he was stunned for a moment when Yoo IlHan pushed one hand in front of him. Space distorted and Gabriel popped out. Satan shouted with his eyes open wide. You were hiding in heaven. Sheesh, I can't even hide properly. When he lost the fight with Satan and ran away, he would have been found out if he maintained the world of the Garden of Sunset. So, Gabriel had currently let go of his power as an archangel and the power he possessed as the leader of the Garden of Sunset, and was currently an ordinary human. Of course, with a portion of God's power, his might wasn't anything to scoff at. Yoo IlHan blared at his father and spoke. You heard that, Dad? It seems like you need to die in order to kill God. TCH, I guess I can't help it. Do I need to die? You can foresee everything and still didn't see that? If I could read the future and know everything, I would have beaten God's ass long ago. The father and son were just having a casual banter as if nothing serious was happening. That was what was more shocking. In order to kill God, Gabriel had to die, so why was the person in question making such a peaceful smile, and why was Yoo IlHan, the one who had to watch his father die, still making such a calm expression? Of course, Gabriel's smile was fundamentally different from Yoo IlHan's. Gabriel's smile was one from someone who had resigned himself to fate and gave up thinking about everything, while Yoo IlHan's smile was that of desire that only those who did not let go of anything could have. Dad, you want to live, right? Sure, who would want to die? At least the only one I know is Lucifer right there. But wouldn't I need to die in order for you to kill God? Good, I'll give you 70 points. That's AB grade. Son, you're so harsh. Yoo IlHan groaned and estimated the distance between God and them. It seems like he still needed a little time to fully absorb Michael's power, but sooner or later he would come. So, in fact, there wasn't much time left. As Satan said, we're in quite a hurry, so let's get this over with quickly. Yoo IlHan pushed Uriel, who was in his arms, forward. Satan and Gabriel instinctively looked towards her. Yoo IlHan spoke to Uriel. Hey, you still have God's power in you, right? I do. Use it. Uriel felt strange, but still obediently extended her hand and used her power that was stolen from God. Beautiful red manna flowed out and burned up as flames. What? Now that I think about it. However, Satan and Gabriel became pale after looking at that. Uriel also soon realized why they were making such an odd expression. It was partially God's power, yet it was something fundamentally different. Listen carefully, you two. When they were busying themselves by being shocked about the scene in front of them, that hadn't been possible when they stole God's power in the past, Yoo IlHan spoke as if to boast. I'm the Lord of Dragon's Nest. I'm the closest person to the Akashic record as of now, and a person capable of changing whatever comes at me as I wish. What I mean is that, everything that enters my hands will all dash. When he put his hand towards the flames that Uriel had made, the flames divided into countless little butterflies of fire and scattered. The power that was Uriel's but not under Uriel's control, easily obeyed Yoo IlHan and flew around in the air. Become mine. The surrounding quietened down. Everyone knew what he was talking about and the implications of such words. Gabriel had to admit that his prophecy was wrong, and Satan had to admit that he had misjudged Yoo IlHan to a great extent. He had long since surpassed both Gabriel and Satan. There was no way he wouldn't be able to surpass Michael. Unlike Michael, who had to leave God's power alone as it is, Yoo IlHan made God's power his own and even evolved it to a higher level. Would he fear God? Would he really be unable to kill God? You surpassed my prophecy. You are beyond what I could have possibly imagined. The two that harbored a similar train of thoughts ever since their rebellion against God had failed, the two who made the Garden of Sunset and the army of brilliant light in an attempt to stab at God's heart once again, uttered similar words and looked at each other before laughing. Just like the flow of a river, new water would constantly replace the old. The two painfully realized and admitted that it was their mistake to think that everything would go their way simply because they wished as such. Son, let's do it your way. Yoo IlHan, do as you wish. I was waiting for those words. Yoo IlHan raised one hand and shook it. It didn't matter whether if it was in heaven or Elokatra. Right now, they were within a portion of Yoo IlHan's domain of Earth, the aerial city that resonated with the Flying Fortress and the Guardian Fortress. Without any delay, the declaration skill activated his abilities as a leader of a faction. Of course, there would be no need to say what that was for. At that time, God, who had regained most of his powers thanks to devouring Michael, laughed out in a joyous mood. Now, there was no need to be bound to anything anymore. There was no need to skimp and save on strength anymore. There was no need to hide himself or hesitate. Fu, kohahaha. I can finally move freely. It is now the time of judgment. I shall destroy everything and create them anew. However, there was still one more thing he had to do before that. The man who possessed the key to opening the new world, Yoo IlHan. That damned son of Gabriel that grew up too rapidly. He is here. Satan too, and Gabriel? That bastard still hasn't died yet? No, this was for the better. Gabriel's soul would become a great material for Legna. In order to punish them all at once, God moved forward and called out his loyal Subwa. Called out his loyal Suber. Subordinates? God stopped in place. He tilted his head and tried once again, realized that something was wrong, and the next moment, he thought that there was a need to check up on it himself. Then, he realized. Wait. How? Gone. He couldn't feel it. How did he not know until now? Well, he thought that there was no way it could disappear, so he never noticed it until now. Yes. There's no way it could have disappeared. No one could possibly have entered his stomach. But why? And how? Critical hit. A message that he hadn't seen in a long time filled his vision. However, he didn't remember attacking anyone, so this message meant that. Hi, greed. Oh, should I call you loser? Anyhow, hi. Isn't it such a good day with wonderful weather to die for? It was him who got hit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 348, Epilogue. You. Shouted God at Yoo IlHan, the one who had thrown the blade of the Avenger right through his head. However, Yoo IlHan didn't even pretend to listen to anything and aimed at God with a long cylinder in his hand. An enormous amount of mana, that couldn't even be described with the word enormous at this point, had agglomerated, and in the very center of the tube, a white metallic cannonball could be seen. Can you please be honest here? Asked Yoo IlHan. Are there any hidden bosses, true bosses, hidden dungeons, or expansion packets after I kill you? If there are, I'll kill you less painfully, and if there aren't, Yoo IlHan, I'll just pour everything on you and treat you like the true last boss. Yoo IlHan winked after saying that. It's not a loss either way, right? I will kill you. The very sin of looking down on God, the sin of injuring this Lord. Kill yourself now to repent if you know the severity of your crimes. This child still has a long way to go until he can walk on his own. He can't even stand properly. No matter how hard he tried to move, God's body didn't flinch. God was going to utilize all of his transcendent powers that he had regained and even upgraded, to pull out this puny spear and crunch Yoo IlHan to pieces, but if everything went the way he wanted them to, he wouldn't have fallen to such dire straits in the first place. In fact, the more he tried to move and to resist the effects, more and more of his enormous energy was sucked into the spear. How? How can I? No. If you're the last boss, say something cooler. Say something that sound like you still have tricks up your sleeve. God was enraged, but the more furious he became, the more energy was sucked into the spear. Spira, who was in control of the spear, asked Yoo IlHan in worry. Yoo IlHan, what happens if the spear suddenly explodes without being able to handle this crazy amount of energy? You just need to go along with my guts at that point. You deceived me, Yoo IlHan. You can do it. I have faith in you. God struggled without being able to endure Yoo IlHan's leisurely attitude. A single spear on his head had disabled him from doing anything. It didn't make any sense. He had to be able to do something. He was going to be the creator of the new world. At that moment, Yoo IlHan fanned the flames. Oh, by the way, it was me who erased the fake record storage. Didn't you feel more empty inside? Yoo. Very good. The suction sped up. Wait, should I provoke him a little more? Yoo IlHan, it'll really explode. Satan, no, the dragon Lucifer with 13 dragon wings behind his back, had his eyes flipped because he couldn't believe the situation. Even he would have to risk utter and complete annihilation while fighting God, but right now, Yoo IlHan had pretty much immobilized God with just a simple spear attack. Son, just when exactly did your concealment level surpass mine? Dad doesn't know what a true loner is like. You need to study more. Everyone in Dragon's Nest will help you. Let's try starting from eating alone in school every day. Lucifer, Gabriel. Have you fallen to the status of a mere dragon? You went under a mere insect and are trying to go against me? Since it was pretty much impossible to provoke Yoo IlHan, God changed his targets to Satan and Gabriel. Honestly, aren't these wings way cooler than those pigeon wings, old man? It's useless no matter how calm you act. I will not die, I will come back and punish all of you before opening the door to the new world. Honestly, I thought I had to die too, but apparently I don't have to. This time, it was Gabriel. Although there was a bump on his forehead after being smacked very, very hard by Kim Yi-sul, he was still a very healthy 9th class dragon. So old man God. Let's test if you'll die or not. According to my foreknowledge ability, I think you have 100.1% chance of death, but my senses have dulled a little nowadays so I'm not so sure. You dare. You dare. God's body expanded rapidly. Just as Michael did in the past, he was getting stronger with rage. Though, he still couldn't pull out the spear from his head. If you wish to stand against me, then fine. I shall destroy all of you. The me you once called God has already fallen thanks to your rebellion. I have become greed of the destruction demon army. I shall destroy and devour. I'll let each and every single one of you reunite inside me. Yoo IlHan thought that this scene was quite familiar and pondered about it briefly before realizing. That's it. Isn't this the typical pattern where a game boss recovers to full health and becomes stronger? As he had surpassed the expectations of everyone, God also had the potential to grow beyond his expectation. This was also why Yoo IlHan came up with 8 different methods of killing him. However, he could kill him quickly, so was there any need to wait for him to become even stronger? Why was it that in games or in anime, the main character always obediently waits for the enemy's awakening? You should just kill him when it is still easy. Yoo IlHan always wondered about that, and Gad already resolved to not miss any chances if he came to the same situation. So, he fired the cannon without hesitation. Critical hit. Ka-o-wa-erg. Even though he fired a material cannonball with a material cannon, no one could see the firing process or the path of the trajectory that the cannonball took. However, it splendidly landed at the region surrounding God's heart and exploded in an extravagant fashion to wound him with all of its explosive energy. Moreover, even though it was just one shot, God's entire body was bursting apart and riddled with holes in various places. Yoo IlHan had applied his transcendent trajectory skill to instantly multiply his attack by tens and hundreds of times. Even the creator himself would have died. This is Legnas. Due to being hit squarely by the cannonball, God felt his very existence being split up into pieces and being annihilated thanks to the power within them, and uttered some words. Yoo IlHan smiled and nodded. You're right. I put this together using the fragments from the arch-legni that you created. Doesn't it hurt? GRRK, how can? Die her. He probably held a lot of resentment. He probably had a lot to say. However, Yoo IlHan didn't bother listening to him anymore, so he approached him and twisted the spear on God's head in a random arc, churning it round and round until God's health rapidly fell towards the bottom, and eventually disappeared. You have earned experience. You have earned the records of the Lord of Heaven's army. You have become level 911. You have mastered the skill, creation. Wow. Never did he know he would undergo a mass level up again at this point. Yoo IlHan checked to make sure that God's body disappeared for real and gathered the remnants to burn them cleanly before retrieving the blade of the Avenger. Then, he grabbed onto his head due to the headache. Seeing Yoo IlHan cleaning everything up properly even while grabbing onto his head while grimacing, the others were flabbergasted. Son, did he really die with that? Really? Has God really, finally disappeared now? Asked Gabriel. This looked too easy considering the suffering they had to go through until now. Yoo IlHan shrugged his shoulders and asked him instead. Dad, did you get experience when you chased out God before? No. I did. Okay. Assume that all enemies are not dead until you get their experience points. Vice versa, it followed that logic that acquiring records and experience from one's enemy meant that the enemy was dead for sure. He erased the body as well just in case some undead overlord rose from the corpse and even collected his thought soul, so there was nothing to be afraid of now. Having been persuaded by Yoo IlHan with concrete evidence, Gabriel felt a sense of defeat and turned around. Lucifer placed his hand on Gabriel's shoulders and was giggling, so he punched him in the guts to assuage his annoyance. Yoo IlHan spoke to them. Oh yeah, Lucifer, you ordered Lazy Air to provoke me, didn't you? I thought you'd fight me more easily that way. And there was a need to clean up the fallen angels under me so. Lucifer quickly figured out that Lazy Air was alive and widened his eyes. Yoo IlHan mocked him even more. You tried to commit suicide but still couldn't control any of my actions. I should just think of it as the price for mocking the others until now. Just as when Satan was about to use magic, he was held back by Gabriel. Yoo IlHan ignored them and raised his hand, and heaven reacted sensitively to it. The trap of restoration that he had planted here before had started activating with Yoo IlHan's magic power. All the faction leaders have either died or have come into my camp, so the only existing higher existence organization is Dragon's Nest. The higher existences that have lost their leaders should still be alive, though they should have fallen back to being lower existences. Of course, I shall give them an opportunity to enter Dragon's Nest if they wish to, so don't worry about it so much. What are you doing? Wasn't everything over, son? I'm about to begin the next step. I still can't fully toss aside away my worries about hidden bosses, so can everyone stay alert? Well, I don't think there's anything left. Just as the others were about to get fed up at Yoo IlHan for meticulously preparing for anything else that may occur, he laughed and waved his hand many times. Whenever he did so, the trap of restoration expanded and enveloped the remainder of heaven, as well as the dark recesses of space that was once called Elokatra. The ownerless world had accepted the new owner and started changing. Anyway, we did what we came here to do, so it's about time we do what we were originally going to do. What we were originally going to do. Oh, muttered Liara before clapping. How could she forget? Yoo IlHan's aim was this in the first place. The people of Earth. Yeah, we need to return them back to their proper home now. Just how many of them have survived? Wouldn't the parents that have lost their children in the Great Expulsion wish to live on in another world without accepting the truth? But even so, we need to return them to their original places first. Okay. Although it was all to kill God, their sins were not small as well. Whether it was Lucifer, Gabriel, or Yoo IlHan himself, their sins could not be washed away by the righteousness of their actions despite whatever objectives or good intent they had at that time. They would all have to bear the burden for the remainder of their lives. And well, Yoo IlHan continued speaking. I think I can return them the ones they've lost. What? How? Just watch for a minute. The world changed according to Yoo IlHan's hand gestures. Although they were in heaven until just now, they were currently teleported to the netherworld, no the crevasse garden, no, not that but Brea, Lanpa, Earth. Don't tell me. The traps of restoration have now completely proliferated across all worlds. Yoo IlHan gripped his fist. All existing worlds started being summoned to Earth and started being fused with it. It's time to gather them into one. All worlds. Every single world? Into one. No one could possibly dream about this. No one could possibly imagine such a scenario. And that, it was actually happening for real. They still could not see through Yoo IlHan completely. The world is subliming into one. You become the Lord of the world. Using the name of the world you were born in, the completed world shall be called Earth. Earth shall become a world vaster than heaven, muttered Gabriel as he watched the fusion of worlds. Yes, so this is what it meant. HHP. Yoo IlHan closed his eyes. He could feel countless souls scattered across the vast expanse of the universe. The souls of those he had killed and taken in, the souls of those he did not kill but still ended up staying by his side, the souls that did not leave this world, they were all here. It wasn't like he didn't wish to revive all of them, but since he couldn't do that, he gathered only the purest of souls. Of the children that had to die just because they were born, and watched over them. Oh, children who died unjust deaths. The mana that his level 900 soul possessed became a strand of declaration and enveloped the world. Come back to the world, and we shall live on together in peace. Seeing his declaration being realized, Kim Yi-sul ended up crying. Was it happiness, or sadness? It was an emotion that she felt after looking at something beyond the realm of recognition, so that emotion should be well beyond the realm of recognition as well. She did not mind whatever that she was feeling and just cried according to her parental instincts. Yoo IlHan, having spent an enormous quantity of mana to complete this process, sighed and looked around to the others. Some were crying like Kim Yi-sul, some were looking at him with adoration like Nahyuna, and some were making vain expressions like Lucifer and Gabriel, while there were some that looked forwards toward the future like Kong Mire, while some looked at him with warm eyes like Liera, while some shrugged their shoulders while thinking, oh well, whatever happens, happens. And smiled like Erda. Now let us go greet the returnees. Returnees. Yes, they are indeed returnees. Chuckled Kim Yi-sul while some tears still remained on her face. The others let out hearty laughs as well. At that point, Nahyuna suddenly shouted. Mr. IlHan, epilogue. The epilogue between you and me. You really have an amazing tenacity as well as the audacity to suggest that. Yoo IlHan giggled as well and lowered the aerial fortress to earth. Although he was slightly sorry for Nahyuna, his mind was currently filled with thoughts about what he had to say to the people who have gathered in this world. Oh, yes. This would be quite suitable to start off the speech. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the returnees faction. I'm the loner that had been waiting for all of you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Extra Chapter 1, Graduating Lonership, Entering Marriage. The multiverse simply cannot be observed in its entirety. Worlds are continuously being created and destroyed even at this very moment. There were numerous worlds that did not evolve and were thus unable to come into contact with the Akashic record, leaving them unable to produce mana. There were also plenty of worlds that grew smoothly but had no special characteristics or traits that caught the eye of higher existences and consequently, were not allowed to become higher worlds. And the traps of restoration that Yoo IlHan had made, proliferated even to these worlds through other nearby worlds, and forcibly fused them with Earth. Just what is happening? Mana is. It wasn't like Yoo IlHan recklessly lumped them all together. He formed regions that separated less evolved worlds, more evolved worlds and higher worlds through the usage of mountain ranges and large bodies of water as boundaries. Since the density of mana would change according to these regions, the monsters living inside them also differed. IlHan is now just straight out doing creation work. I don't like that. Don't you have to work for 6 days and get only 1 day of rest at first? My future life motto is 6 days of rest a week, but at that point, I wonder what you'll end up doing in that single day of work. The world Yoo IlHan was creating was quite similar to the past multiverse. Looking at the world, it didn't seem so wide, but the only one that could observe Earth as a whole was Yoo IlHan alone. Even the elite members of Dragon's Nest weren't exceptions, and after they focused their attention on one corner of the world that was being made, the moment they raised their head, they would not know where exactly that corner of the world ended up settling down at. Amazing. All the truths about magic that I have learnt until now. All of them are so naturally being sublimed into this world. Even if I can fuse all worlds into one, it will only become an endless expanse of chaos if I just recklessly lump them together. The ideal would be eventually becoming one after harmonizing piece by piece. Like that, Yoo IlHan was working on the natural fusion of the worlds, but how was it natural to the others? The people of Earth scattered across multiple worlds as well as the residents of other worlds were repeatedly summoned to Earth, and all of them had to go through a period of confusion. However, wherever they were summoned to, they could still observe the aerial city where Yoo IlHan resided in. To them, Yoo IlHan would seem like an omnipotent, omniscient god. And this was also what Yoo IlHan intended to showcase himself as. The people are looking up to us. They're shouting something but I can't hear it properly. If they wish for me to, I will answer, but unless that's the case, I don't plan on enforcing any communication with them. What Yoo IlHan aimed for was the fusion of worlds and the concentration of all energy. He was planning to erase the cycle of birth and death of worlds by fusing not only the existing worlds, but all potential worlds as well. And since he had succeeded already, there was no need for him to keep interfering with the residents. Ah, look at those children. It looks like they're safely going back to their parents. I said it that way, the children whose parents are dead, will have to be taken care of by me, said Yoo IlHan in a bitter voice before extending his hand. A huge mansion suddenly rose up in one corner of the aerial city that was descending. In the future, the children that have lost their parents will live there under Yoo IlHan's protection. Liara, who watched that, asked carefully. IlHan, this may be a simple question for you but don't you have any thoughts about resurrecting the others and not just the children expelled from the Great Expulsion? I thought someone might ask that. To Yoo IlHan, who was now capable of doing anything as he was in management of both souls and matter, the biggest problem for him was to decide on who to resurrect and who to leave alone. When he was still a human, there was a path of retreat and a bunch of excuses since he wasn't suited to manipulating souls, but that wasn't the case right now. He was the soul god, and all body and soul were within his dominion. So, he could be overbearing and not care about any voices and cries of injustice that may rise from the others. There was no one that could do anything to him after all. That was precisely why Yoo IlHan had to be more serious in his consideration pertaining to the matter. But look, all worlds are one now. The origin of souls all became one as well, so even if I don't resurrect them to their former states, they will be born back into this world not too far in the future. Do I really need to interfere with that? Do I really need to interfere with the single chance life that is given to the people, of which if I were to interfere, would be rather sacrilegious and make their value decrease as a whole? But Your Majesty. Pate was waiting for this moment and spoke. Ironically, he was the second closest to death and souls in this group, and could understand Yoo IlHan's worries the most as well. I think that Furia wishes to return to Your Majesty's side. If she was of any help in Your Majesty reaching this place, wouldn't it be fine to return her to her position as a reward? Reward those that helped me in the process of reaching divinity? In other words, have an exception to those that are in Dragon's Nest and differentiate them from the common people? Is that what you're saying? Please excuse my words, but yes. To her, who longed to be of use to Your Majesty, even at the very end of her life, could you not bestow your grace unto her? Yoo IlHan glared at Pate. Pate, who loathed being hated by Yoo IlHan worse than choosing death, twisted his body in agony, but did not plan to back down. Such a state continued for quite a while before Yoo IlHan heaved a sigh and finally nodded his head. Fine, I'll let it go just this once. Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. The three elves jumped around in joy. Since he was here, Yoo IlHan said to the others as well. Since I decided to differentiate between our members and the general populace, I may as well take it a step further. Pate's words aren't that wrong either. Everyone helped me out a lot in my reaching of divinity, so I shall give you all one chance to cheat. Please speak if you want anything right now. I won't allow this after the fusion of worlds is completed, but if our parents have died, then please. Oh, the parents of both of you Smithson couple have already returned safely. You two can just prepare your marriage ceremony. I want to have your child. K-Huck. Naayuna was shot down quickly. However, Liara, who shot her down, made a slightly difficult expression. Everything was too different from before. When she was an angel and when Yoo IlHan was still a human, or when both of them were momentarily human, they could hold each other's hands at their leisure. But right now, Yoo IlHan was the god that had to look after the entire world. Liara also knew that his ego had undergone a series of great cataclysm just as the worlds had. Am I being too greedy if I still want to monopolize IlHan? Not. Liara, if you wish for me to do so, I will only look at you. Spoke Yoo IlHan. These words were the truth. However. Yes, I'm sorry. I think my vision is different from before. Even if I want to look at you alone, the others still end up entering my train of thought as well. Perhaps it's a backlash after being a loner for so long. I want to keep them all within an arm's reach. I want to grab them tightly so that they can't run away. Ah. You. He was probably the biggest jerk in the world right now. However, Liara only made a bitter smile as if she had known that this was coming. She had realized this early on, after Yoo IlHan, who was initially like an iron wall to everyone else other than her, started smiling at other women some time ago. She did not doubt that he loved her the most. It was fine monopolizing him until now. She was God's first woman, and will remain as his very first woman in the future as well. You can't do anything to your emotions just because you want to, right? They say the first one to fall in love is the loser. So, I wish you'd accept all of your feelings. I like you that way. Uni, Jack. Liara stopped Naayuna from speaking. Physically, that is. Then, she spoke in a grave voice. Instead, I'm going to be the first one to have the marriage ceremony. Grandly, so that everyone in the world knows that I'm the main wife. Uni. Liara. Liara, I love you. The ones that were left quaking in nervousness after Yoo IlHan left the decision to Liara, all cheered. Liara. Thanks, Dot. You're such a bad guy. But I still love you. Countless gazes were exchanged between Yoo IlHan and Liera. Some had been bashful while others were filled with passion. Just that was enough for the two to completely understand each other, and finally settled on a consensus with regards to their relationship. Orochi, who was watching quietly all this time, added, "Since you are loved by so many, it will be hard to become a loner again, Master." "Orochi, you don't even dream of it." Mystic's sharp words made Orochi tilt his head in confusion. His expression was very clueless and looked as if he had mastered the acting skill. Of what? Ugh. The great fusion was finished. Finally, the aerial city settled down in the middle of the Pacific and synchronized with Earth. Now, all worlds were perfectly one. Wow, look at the density of mana. Perhaps there may be naturally occurring higher existences. Around this area, there may actually be natural-born true dragons. I was joking though, but for real. After Yoo IlHan finished his work, he inhaled a deep breath of air. Then, he raised his voice for all on Earth to hear and spoke. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Yoo IlHan and Liera's marriage was planned for the very next day, but it ended up having to be delayed for a whole month. It was impossible to physically bring all humans into one place, so Yoo IlHan had to construct a venue with clouds in the skies and cast magic for everyone to watch God's marriage. This was his negotiation with Liera. I still don't get why I have to be the wedding officiator." Lucifer seemed to be uncomfortable wearing a suit, but Lazier straightened his sleeves and smiled brightly. "Only someone of your caliber should officiate Lord Yoo IlHan's wedding." "You're smiling too much, Lazier. It's because your figure in a suit is too cool." Lucifer snorted at her words. However, Lazier's smile only became brighter. She was happy that she could continue serving Satan by his side as well. Just how was this place constructed? It's God's power. It's something we can't understand. And that same God has human emotions and is marrying someone? Perhaps we're witnessing a moment of a myth or a legend. Even though the wedding venue was very large, there were countless people in it. It was natural since representatives from countless worlds wished to participate in God's wedding, and there were hundreds of representatives of each world under Yoo IlHan's subordination. "Honey, what are you thinking about?" Gabriel, Yoo IlHan, lightly tapped on Kim Yi-sul, who was wordlessly sitting in one corner. She finally looked back to her husband and smiled while shrugging his shoulders. "I'm thinking about our son's past. I was worried that he might not even date a single woman in his entire life, but it's so funny now. So many people are interested in him and love him. You were also very popular with men in the past. Heck, sometimes, I even wonder why you married me." "Oh, my." Kim Yi-sul's eyes narrowed. She chuckled and spoke. "You were the only one for me ever since I met you. Nothing would come out of flattering me. But it's the truth. That is why it was more frustrating. I wanted to see you so much, but you were really so hard to find." Gabriel was always a man who didn't know his own worth. He believed that everyone would not look for him and was always absorbed in whatever he was doing. That's what makes him more attractive though. Oriel, who was quietly sitting by the side, added. Kim Yi-sul sulked, and Gabriel, who wasn't used to such a situation like his son was in, suddenly felt his stomach aching. "Ahem, I'll go somewhere else for now." "Where do you think you're going? The ceremony will begin soon." Kim Yi-sul pinched his arm. Oriel looked at Kim Yi-sul still with a smile. "Isn't it about time we talked seriously about this?" "Yi-sul, the couple that's being married may have waited centuries, but I have waited tens of thousands of millennia for this. Let's do it later, please." As all the guests sat down, and the scene inside the wedding venue could be seen by all places around the world, the ceremony finally began. Since no one there was particularly concerned about the formality of the procedure, the bride and the groom entered together. Wow! So pretty. But I can't see the groom properly. No way, master, he's actually concealing himself at this time, Yoo IlHan lightly concealed himself to emphasize the beauty of his bride. His little scheme worked wonders, and Liara, who entered whilst wearing a pure white dress, attracted the attention of all the guests as the most beautiful woman in the world, without any form of exaggeration involved. The gently brushed golden hair and her sparkling ruby-red eyes, her slightly blushed cheeks that were tinged a shade of light pink stole everyone's attention. Her dress emphasized her perfect figure without adding anything superficial. Now that she had become the goddess of love and gained what was considered as victory in her quest for love, her magic power lightly radiated from her skin and formed a translucent veil that paired perfectly with her dress and further reinforced her transcendent beauty. She can't hold back her joy. Ugh, I'm jealous. I'm so envious of Liara and I can't hold myself back. Me too, I want to marry Godfather. Not you. Everyone was enchanted by the bride's beauty, and there were increasingly more and more attendees that couldn't find the groom. After a brief period of time that felt like an eternity, the groom revealed himself and the pair finally stepped onto the platform. Lucifer, the officiator, looked at the two and spoke. Love is infinitely beautiful, while simultaneously dirty and murky. Marriage is the most sacred oath and ritual, but at the same time, it's also an event likely to be filled with lies, deceit, and hypocrisy. Heck, the groom in front of me right now is going to welcome numerous more brides in the future, but... Hey, change the officiator. Yoo IlHan objected, but unfortunately, there was no backup officiator. Lucifer's words continued. Despite that, you two have stood here knowing that. I praise the bride's generosity, as well as the groom's shamelessness and capability. You. Come and see me after the ceremony. The bride and the groom are so strongly connected that even if the two wished to, even if others wished for them to, the two cannot be taken apart. So anyone who has complaints about the union of the two should either eternally shut up or take your own life before it gets any harder for you. No one took their life. It looks like they chose to eternally shut up. After that, the bride and the groom greeted the guests. After the ironic scene of the residents of the world giving their blessings and good wishes to their god, Lucifer finally went on to the climax. It's the monumental event of the marriage of the sole god. God, Yoo IlHan, should realize the weight of the matter, and shall now present the wedding gift to his first bride. Fu. Yoo IlHan took out a small ring holder from his bosom as his hands trembled ever so slightly in nervousness. A pair of sophisticated rings made of a metal that harbored a deep and profound red aura was inside. Looking at the rings, Liara's eyes widened. IlHan, you. The marriage ceremony was delayed because I was busy with making this. I had to put inside all the different metals in the world as well as the hearts of all existences, but its value couldn't be measured. The marriage ring that he completed after a month of manual labor from himself. The entire world was embodied within the ring. Yoo IlHan felt embarrassed as well, and he scratched his head while speaking to her. You will be my number one forever, Liara. If you wish it so, I'm going to stay next to you forever. I love you. Ah. The ring fit each of their ring fingers perfectly. This basically meant that Yoo IlHan had publicly announced that Liara would stay by his side as his equal. Stroking the ring on her finger, Liara's eyes welled up in tears. I love you too. Well, then. Hey, do it after I say it. Liara couldn't hold back her emotions and assaulted Yoo IlHan with kisses, and thanks to that the ceremony became a mess. Lucifer shouted in annoyance. The two have become God and his wife respectively, so all beings in this world shall obey and submit to the two. The beginning of a new myth has started right here right now. Hey! Throw the bouquet! Damn it, throw the F*** king bouquet already! Liara, who was triggered by Lucifer's attitude, threw the bouquet behind her and focused on assaulting Yoo IlHan again. Yoo IlHan came to a quick decision and teleported them to his own room within the flying fortress. Although no one who was in the know of things had expected that the ceremony would go well, The wedding ceremony ended in such a mess, and the only trace left of the groom and his bride was the bouquet that was flung into the air. Well, then. The bouquet suddenly stopped in midair. The one who did that was none other than Erda. A murderous aura was coming out of her. Should we decide who's next then? I'm sorry, but I can't let the second place go. Kong Mirai stood up with a look of firm resolution on her face. Na Yuna was laughing, but her hands were full of sparks generated with holy power. It was me who shotgunned after Liara Uni. No, it's me. I think it's me who understood Darling's true value first. IlHan's lips had a murderous smile as well. She did not care how many wives Yoo IlHan had, but she wanted to set the hierarchy straight. The ones that could participate in the battle were actually quite well off already. In the case of Furia or Irisha that couldn't even stand on the stage due to their lack of power, they could only swallow their bloodied tears. Pate was just crying by himself in one corner. Reality was always harsh, cruel, and cold. Good, we're entering the next event very smoothly. Lucifer, who somehow had a much better expression than before, picked up the microphone again. The clash for the position of God's second wife. Who will become the second? Let's start the betting. Hey, you, Lucifer. Regardless of whoever took second place, this thing was for sure. Yoo IlHan was never going to be called a loner again. Author's notes. Why does this feel like the true epilogue and not just a side story? I had a lot of worries while writing this one. There were many of you who wanted one-way Liara, and many others who wanted him to accept everyone. That's why I also wished to leave it as an open ending as well. I just showed you the marriage scene like this because I thought that Yoo IlHan could truly escape his loner days by understand the hearts of all heroines and love them after becoming someone higher than human, God, and having a wider view than before. I, as a human, do not dare describe how a god feels, but I wondered that someone who was reborn into God after starting off as a human might make such choices. I wanted to write the afterword right after the epilogue, but it got delayed because of the side stories. I'll write 2 or so more side stories and immediately upload the afterword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Extra Chapter 2, My subordinate love comedy is wrong as I expected. Foo. Mystic had a lot of worries nowadays. After Yoo IlHan had entered the realm of perfect godhood, there was no need for her head to ache while managing Earth anymore, but now that her workload had decreased, just as many miscellaneous thoughts had entered her mind. Why was she born? For what purpose did she live for? Such middle school-like thoughts entered her mind and did not let her go about her daily business in peace. Lord Earth, why was I born? You were a being born in order to kill Yoo IlHan who ruined Earth. There were no other objectives or motives behind your conception. Answered Earth. Although he didn't talk much to others save Yoo IlHan or Kim Yi-sul, he had slight feelings of partnership towards Mystic, who originated from itself, and couldn't completely ignore her when she was worried like this. Then you really did make me without thinking further. I had one clear objective, but I did not wish anything of you after that, whether you succeeded or failed. Now that everything is solved, you just need to live on in whatever fashion that you deem suitable. I don't really get what living is. As Earth had replied, she was born solely to kill Yoo IlHan. She was killed by Yoo IlHan without being able to do anything, and after that, she was revived by Yoo IlHan and lived a new life, but she could only support Yoo IlHan's life, and did not have any other things to do. So, perhaps she was like a newborn babe in this regard. No one knows what life is about. Even if you ask Master Yoo IlHan, you would not get anything useful out of his reply. I can't even approach Master now. Master really cherishes me. Although he denies it himself, he really loves all of creation after he became God. Honestly, it's a little awkward. Are you afraid that you will fall in love with him? I don't get what love is. And also, there was someone else that came to her mind when it came to love. At first, she just enjoyed fooling around by exchanging words with him since they were in similar situation, but from some time, her emotions changed to something still similar, but fatally different. It's like my heart pounds whenever I see him, and I get annoyed at him for no reason. I know that this is not ordinary. Why is it? We weren't in such a relationship. Isn't it too sudden? What are you saying? Earth mocked her. There is nothing that can be properly explained in this world. Are you trying to explain the world? We only have to accept. We only have to be swept away by the currents. We only proceed forward. And that is life. She did not know why she was born. She did not know where she had to go. So, she just had to go wherever she wants, and do whatever she wants. It would be an embarrassment if she didn't know what that was about or what it entailed. Didn't Mystic have that right now? The reason you're all acting serious is because of that snake, no? Just don't uselessly deny your own feelings and try to escape. Just accept it as it is. If Lord Earth was me, I am not you. Earth mercilessly cut her question. Then it added, I cannot give you any help, so why don't you ask for help from someone who's suffering from similar emotions? That's true. Okay, I'll ask them. Mystic stood up. She pressed down the straw hat she received from Yoo IlHan on her head, and went to someone that might help her out. That's a difficult question. Being questioned, Karina Smithson groaned. A handsome boy was grabbing Mystic's finger with his twig-like fingers in her arm. Kya oo. Do you know about love, Nick? Our child doesn't know something like that yet, probably. Karina stroked Nick's hair and started speaking. This will be a very subjective story. Will that be fine with you, Mystic? Sure. I want to get as much data as possible. Then. Actually, when I first saw that man, I thought he was the cheekiest bastard in existence. Michael Smithson was a man full of stubbornness and greed. He was full of himself, his clan, and his country, and he even felt that everything other than his own objectives were wrong. However, the passage of time and the environment started to change him. At first, we only entered an alliance because we had the same enemy. But he was desperate to keep the alliance, and albeit arrogant, he still had a gentleman-like side of him. He cherished the ones within his perimeter as much as he did the opposite to the others, and later, that perimeter started being widened. The trigger of that change, though frustrating, was probably when his love for Kong Mire sprouted, thought Karina. His realm of recognition had started to widen after someone outside his perimeter had entered. Since he wished to see others, he had to accept himself that was in the eyes of others, and as a result of that, he became a little humbler. I think I was the one who watched the process while closest to him. I think he was a truly foolish man, but was disappointed in myself since I realized that I was similar to him, and was also quite proud to see his growth. And when I came to it, I was stuck in a cycle of only looking at him, and thinking only about him. Hearing her words, Mystic naturally compared her own situation with hers. Karina smiled and finished her story. I saw myself in him, and that is precisely why I felt more emotional as I saw him changing. Mystic, aren't you the same? I. Thinking about Orochi, she felt fluffy on the inside. Orochi and Mystic did indeed experience many changes while acting with Yoo IlHan. They mocked each other, sometimes relied on each other. And in that process, Mystic must have sprouted new feelings. Thanks for the answer. I think it will be a good reference. Mystic. Yeah. When it comes down to it. Karina blocked Nick's 2 ears and whispered to Mystic. After hearing that, Mystic's face reddened like a tomato. Okay? Why, yeah. Like a rusted robot that hadn't been oiled in centuries, Mystic left the room as stiff as she could be, without even bending her knees and simply trudging from the left leg to the right like the little nutcracker. Karina giggled while looking at her fading back and stroked Nick. He looked so much like Michael Smithson and couldn't be any more adorable. The one Mystic looked for next was none other than Uriel. Coincidentally, she was with Gabriel. "Where's Kim Yi-sul?" She went to see IlHan with 2 pieces of big news. Big news, dot. When Mystic titled her head, Gabriel nodded his head and spoke. IlHan will get a little sibling. And the other one? IlHan will get another little sibling. Mystic narrowed her eyes and glared at Gabriel. Uriel, by their side, was stroking her belly with the most pleasant face she could make. "You're the worst. You're misunderstanding, Mystic. We'll go through the wedding together soon." Kim Yi-sul had already done the marriage ceremony way back. Despite that, they were going to have another wedding, this time with Uriel included as well. She wanted to wear the wedding dress again or something. Of course, Gabriel did not have the right to object, and Uriel was satisfied with just standing by his side. What was his proposal line, dot? "You are my wings." "Sorry, that was a joke." "I said sorry." Uriel. Mystic classified Gabriel as a potential Yoo IlHan and ignored him before turning her gaze to Uriel. "Why did you fall in love with such a man? Is there really a reason needed before someone can fall in love?" Answered Uriel, the sole conscience of the former 5 great angels, with an angelic smile. "I just liked him so much. Whenever he pranked me in heaven, whenever he was agonized due to a future he had seen, whenever he sighed due to Lucille and Michael's twisted logic, and whenever he gave orders to the humans while taking care of them." "Don't say such things in front of the person himself, Uriel." Gabriel was embarrassed, but Uriel's smile only became thicker. "I can say this any time. Love is not an embarrassing emotion after all. It's the most blessworthy, bright and beautiful emotion. It came to me without my knowledge, and when I realized it, it was already ruling over me. Of course, there are people who escape those emotions, but I wish to continue loving him, and it finally became true. 4 tens of millennia? There was not even one moment that I didn't. But yes, even if my feelings changed, I will not regret it that time. Never was I unhappy even while I waited for him. So don't be afraid, Mystic." Uriel extended her hand and rubbed her cheeks to tease her and at the same time, provide reassurance. "Your feelings aren't something that's supposed to be hidden, but something you need to show off. Don't be afraid of the future, don't lose faith in yourself, and accept yourself as it is. That is enough. Accept myself." Mystic stiffly nodded her head. Although she couldn't quite sympathize because Uriel had lived for countless more years than her, it was true that her truthful words hit her heart at the right spot. "Thanks for the help. I'll go now." "Oh, congratulations on your pregnancy. I want a daughter this time. I've had more than enough with one son. I want a son, Gabriel. A son that's exactly like you. Hayek, I don't want another IlHan." Thinking that she should tell Yoo IlHan exactly what Gabriel said, Mystic exited that place and headed to the garden. She was going to calm down and organize her thoughts, but well, there was someone who got there before her. "Oh, Mystic. Kang Ha-jin. It's not like it's the first time we're meeting, but you sure are awkward." Kang Ha-jin made a bitter smile. Mystic only snorted. "You didn't have your share of the limelight until the end." "Yeah, I somehow managed to reach higher existence, but I don't have any talent in this regard," Kang Ha-jin honestly confessed. As he had just spoken, he was currently living a life that had nothing to do with battle. As he was with Yoo IlHan when the worlds united into one, he cleverly started a new business when the others were having a hard time adapting to this new world. He started a railway business that connected all the regions of Earth. The word was railway, but in fact, with the help from Yoo IlHan, the rails were incredibly sturdy and were pretty much unaffected by the surrounding environment, and created a train that ran on top of it to go anywhere within this world. Naturally, Yoo IlHan's share of the work was a big help in this, and his business had been completely successful. Perfect safety and ideal speed, as well as the title of cooperation with God. He became the leader of a massive corporation that even his father Kong-chan couldn't hold a candle to, after he returned to Earth safely. Yoo IlHan was a co-CEO as well, but he didn't do anything publicly, so Kong Ha-jin was practically the leader. Though not in our opinion, you are nearly as famous as Master on Earth, aren't you? I'll be marrying soon too. Father wanted me to marry a Korean woman, but it didn't really go as I wished to. Lapina was a world that had experienced the third Great Cataclysm, and they were one of those that was dragged to Earth due to the trap of restoration after living their own lives quite well. Kong Ha-jin's fiancée was the only daughter of the Lapina Empire's emperor. Of course, it's a political marriage. This won't be the only marriage either, probably. You loved Na Yuna, didn't you? Yes. Kong Ha-jin admitted. Mystic asked. Does it hurt? It did. However, when I realized, it was too late to do anything. That's why I organized my feelings. It looks like there are people who can easily do that while others have difficulty doing that, but fortunately, I seem to be part of the former. He looked quite bitter for that to be true. She wasn't in a position to console him, so she stayed quiet, but Kong Ha-jin spoke of his story anyway. I think I had an opportunity to get her. However, I was too leisurely, and was arrogant, and in the end, I lost her. No, perhaps even this is just me being arrogant. I was the only man who was close to Yuna, but perhaps Yuna thought of me as a tag-along for Mirai in the first place. After her marriage with Yoo IlHan, Na Yuna became even prettier. It wasn't because her smile never left her face, but rather, because Liara and Na Yuna were goddesses whose dominions were over love and beauty respectively, and were gradually becoming more beautiful the more time they spent with him. Mystic thought about the case where Na Yuna ended up with Kong Ha-jin, but all of that was meaningless since it was no longer possible. So Mystic. Yeah. When you think it's time, charge ahead so that you aren't left with any regrets. Spoke Kong Ha-jin. His words were heartfelt. Before it's too late, regardless of whatever the other thinks of you, charge ahead with your true feelings and get a proper answer. Even if it's a loss waiting at the end, you will at least feel better. Mystic accepted his advice. Yeah, okay. And Na Yuna probably didn't like you even for one moment. So you should rest easy too. I know, you idiot. I only wanted to boast a little bit. Kong Ha-jin snorted as he turned around. Having acquired an answer, Mystic rushed out without hesitation. The place she was heading to was the not-so-aerial anymore aerial city, where children who lost their parents in the Great Expulsion resided in. Over there, faster. Yes, Great Master. Orochi was looking after the children in that place. He was in charge of education and training of the children along with others, and was being called the Great Master by the children. Orochi. Orochi noticed Mystic's presence mid-training and turned around with a vexed expression. His expression turned to one that exuded even more annoyance after looking at the smile on Mystic's face. The common point in those related to Master is that matters will get more annoying the brighter the smile they have. Orochi. Mystic threw away her straw hat. The world's operation momentarily stopped, but believing that Yoo IlHan would take care of that for a moment, she focused all of her magic power on her legs and kicked off the ground. You idiot, the children can't endure the mana waves well yet. Then she knocked Orochi over to the ground without stopping, and smashed her lips against his. It was the method Karina taught her. She drained Orochi's soul out with a violent kiss that lacked any technique or time for breathing, and shouted while looking down at him after a lung kiss. I love you. This idiotic woman. What the heck are you saying so sudden, HHP? Kayak. He's smooching. Great Master is smooching. An uproar broke out. Not to mention the children who were training, even the children in their homes rushed out and watched that spectacle. Orochi tried to resist, but Mystic had completely restrained him with her magic power, so that was impossible as well. Let's get married. Keep the order of things properly. There's a limit to being so sudden. Let's get married. Kaya Ak. Whistle asterisk. So cool. Orochi desperately used his magic power in an attempt to escape from Mystic. However, Mystic had already set her eyes on a target and didn't seem like she would back off that easily. Don't run away anymore and answer me, you damn snakehead. Just what did this woman eat wrong? Ha, sheesh. Looking at her serious expression, Orochi scratched his head. Although he knew about this before, she was completely unable to read the mood. At this point, it was refreshing instead. Orochi, please? Fu. Despite that, he didn't hate her. Love was quite the strange emotion. Perhaps even God would not be able to explain it properly. Oh yeah, God was Yoo IlHan, wasn't it? Shit. Orochi put his thoughts into his speech. I don't want to. What? Mystic despaired as if she was the leader who had accidentally ruined an entire country. Orochi added. I still don't get what love is. So? Why don't we start off by dating? You idiot. Idiot. Mystic sobbed and assaulted Orochi again. Orochi, barely able to receive her properly, felt the gazes around them and heaved a deep sigh. In time to come, they would come to accept each other's feelings. It was at that moment that the Snake X Mansion couple was born. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Extra Chapter 3, Demigod 11. I'm sorry, Mom. Yoo IlHan scratched his head and apologized to his mother. I think a baseball league is still a little too much right now. How long would it take? Perhaps another 20 years. Yes, my son, you worked hard. Kim Yi-sul nodded her head in satisfaction and turned around. I'll make do with a soccer team for now. A vast soccer field came into their view. The venue looked like it would require 100 soccer teams in order to play a proper match, but no one retorted to the scale of the field. Since it was made by Yoo IlHan, there was no way anyone would have the courage to retort to that. Isn't it too small for our children to play around in? In fact, Na Yuna was worried that it was too small. Yoo IlHan laughed and relieved her of her worries. There's spatial expansion magic cast on it, so don't worry. Aha! At that moment, a loud voice that resounded across the entire stadium could be heard from the broadcast center. You have waited long enough, ladies and gentlemen. The big match of the century, the soccer match between God's descendants versus the descendants of his subordinates. It will start now. Please look forward to it. The main point of this match is the cowardly inferiority complex of God's subordinates showing out during a match between the descendants since they can't win directly against God. No wait, someone explain why I have to be the commentator again. Nowadays, Lord Lucifer's reputation is far and wide. And for that reason, today's commentary will be handled by me, Lazy Air, and Lord Lucifer. The audience seats that could house tens of millions was already full. The rulers of countless small worlds that made up Earth overcame a lottery with odds of almost 1,000,000,000 to 1 chance in order to acquire the ticket for the match that God was watching, but unfortunately, Yoo IlHan and his family were in special seats, so they could not meet them in person. Power is everything. You know, it's scary when you say it, IlHan. Just as we speak. The players are entering. Where did the referee go and why are the players entering first? Since Yoo IlHan's wives didn't give birth only to sons, the match was naturally a mixed-gender match. Well, at Yoo IlHan or his subordinates level, the gender they were born with didn't really matter that much. Kaya Wayak. It's Yoo IlHan. Yoo IlHan and Liera's first daughter, Yoo, showed up first. She boasted brilliant golden hair from her mother and the crimson red eyes from her father as she entered. That one is the greatest godspoon of the century, Yoo. There's a rumor that you need to defeat God before you can take her as your wife. She'll die a virgin. Lord Lucifer. These children seemed to think that players entering was some kind of fashion show as they received a spotlight for each and every one of their entrances. Ooh, so beautiful. It's natural since she's the daughter of the goddess of love. Her beauty is so high at such a young age. Praises flowed out from the audience. Yoo, who was merely 7 years old right now, had matured early and looked to be around 15 years of age, but this was naturally due to her traits as a dragon. Leveling up fast would mean growing up fast externally as well. Please marry me. Bring that guy to me later. Yoo IlHan ordered a true dragon under him with a short sentence and focused on the soccer field again. Following her, Na Yuna's fraternal boy-girl twins, Ian and Ina, entered the pitch. Since they inherited Na Yuna's beauty, they were both very beautiful. The most surprising fact about them was that unlike their mother who seemed to have a screw loose in her head, they were very dignified and for the most part, normal. These two also. I'll omit the rest. As far as I know, there's a bet going on about who will grow into the biggest beauty among the daughters of God, but that's a warp gate high up in the sky for you guys, so you better stop dreaming. The next contestants are entering as well. The son of Yoo IlHan and Hyena, Eugene was next. Although many people had different opinions about who the prettiest daughter was, but there was no objection to who was the most handsome son was. Surprisingly, Eugene won against Na Yuna's son and had the most amount of votes. Even though he's supposed to inherit half of his features from the soul god, but how is he so handsome? That is the greatest mystery of this century. His growth is also just second to the eldest daughter Yoo, so I'm already wondering who the next god will be. Oh, Yoo IlHan won't back down, ever? I know. I've had experience with another old man for tens of millennia already. Next is Yoo and Yoo. Kang Mirai and Erda both had daughters, and as the two hung out frequently while researching magic, their daughters had great relationship as well. It was to the point that they looked like they would cross the line someday, and they even held each other's hand on the way in during their entrance as well. That looks dangerous. Isn't that a 2-out? Don't worry, Lord Lucifer. Even though they look that close, they seem to be competing for their father's affection. Good, it's 1 out. Next was Irisha's identical triplet sons, Yoo IlWoo, Yoo IJun, and Yoo Samuel. Perhaps due to her origins of being a wolf, or perhaps due to her desire of propagation was the highest, she ended up giving birth to 3 at once. They had the most aggressive personalities among Yoo IlHan's children, and their early growth was impressive due to the blessings from the moon goddess Irisha. All 3 of them would cause an endless amount of problems if they were set free outside God's city. Hey, wolf form is forbidden. Their strong points that only they had was that they could transform into wolves. At the same time, they could transform into dragons again, and later, they would probably be able to transform into a battle chimera containing the advantages of both wolves and dragons, like their mother. Why, old man Lucifer? We're all gonna use our abilities anyway. Didn't you watch Narat ******** Chunin exam? You need to do such things in secret. Boo! That's racist. It will become a mess anyway. I inherited Grandpa's prophecy, so I know everything. Don't lie and shut up. Next was Furia's daughter, Yoo. Taking after her mother's trait of quietly serving Yoo IlHan by his side, she was very reserved. Everything was splendid about her other than the fact that she did not want to get off Yoo IlHan, much like her mother. It's unbelievable that she's only 5 this year. In fact, I thought that this girl might grow up to be the prettiest since she inherited the bloodline of elves, but she was the least well known since she usually clung to her father until now. The sons are alright, but why are all the daughters making their father out to be a potential love partner? There has been research on that until now, Lord Lucifer. The soul god has been reborn into a dragon, so their descendants are naturally dragons. But the innate instinct of dragons is the pursuit of power. His sons harbor feelings similar to worship towards him, and so his daughters' obsessions with their father, who is a man before he is their father, is not so surprising. Don't you have to say he's a father before he's a man? Well, regardless of any myth and legend, God's family tree is all messed up, so let's leave that here. Well then, let's bring in the last player. The last player and goalkeeper was Yoo IlHan, the second son between Yoo IlHan and Liara. He was 4 this year, and although he had a fast rate of growth, he was the shortest amongst the players here. Kaya Wayawaak. So cute. Arung, come to uni. T/N, Wayuni, Nadnuna, I do not know. And with the cutest impression among Yoo IlHan's children, he had a different kind of appeal to Eugene. Yoo IlHan ordered his secret service to gather information about the girl who dared to try to take away his adorable son. Yoo Arung. Such a cute guy. He indeed is. I want to make him our son. But would he do well as a goalkeeper? According to what Lord Gabriel has told us, the most frightening of those children is Arung. He is indeed frightening, frighteningly cute, that is. Not to mention ordinary humans, and other intelligent species, his charm even bewitched Yoo IlHan's own subordinates. The commentators Lucifer and Lazier watched as he shyly met up with his older siblings with a dainty smile before they got it together. Well, then. Here comes their opponents. We don't have much more space, so let's get over with it, ka. Damn it, these guys don't listen at all. The big sister of the subordinate team. Uni Smithson is here. She's grown up well. She's the first child to receive a blessing from God. Since she's treated with the utmost priority by the Akashic record as well, you can say that she reserved a spot for becoming a true dragon. Uni Smithson was 19 years old this year, and did not hesitate at all to spend time with children that were at least 10 years younger than her. She had a clear objective after all. Allow me to marry Godfather if I win. You're being greedy, Uni. I think it's very realistic though. Ugh. Uera and Uni Smithson exchanged fierce glances. Both of them had golden hair, but one had green eye while the other red, which contrasted with each other. Although Uera was lacking in height since she was younger, she didn't back down in terms of might. My sisters and brothers, do you want to hand father to Uni? Nope. Never. To Uni? Put. No way. Uni's declaration basically fired up all of Yoo IlHan's children. Despite that, Uni didn't back off. Dragon's desire wasn't something that could be hidden. She wanted to be upfront about everything all the time if possible. After this match you will have to call me mother instead of Uni. How dare you? My father. Uera's will to fight boiled. The atmosphere around her was being distorted. What was there to hide? She was the one who inherited Yoo IlHan's power of fire. The others also loaded their specialties and glared at Uni Smithson. Lucifer, who was watching, rubbed his nose and uttered in satisfaction. Ah, this will be a dogfight. Next player. Likewise the child of the Smithson pair, Nick Smithson. Unlike Uni, who took after her mother, Nick took after his father more. Although he looked slightly cheeky, he still had a sharp demeanor with a handsome face, so he was already working as a fashion model on Earth. My aim is you, Era. Shut up. I'll send you both to the depths of hell. Uera's will to fight was even more fanned. Nick was slightly scared at her heartfelt hostility and went next to his sister, when the next players entered. Next is the two daughters of Gabriel. Yoo IlHan and Yoo Isu. They are the little sisters of the soul god and should be the aunts of the opposing team. The interesting fact here is that those children are universally reputed as having brother complex. Lord Yoo IlHan is really a sinful man. Kim Yesol's daughter Yoo IlHan, Uriel's daughter Yoo Isu. Both of them had warm and gentle smiles, but their talents in magic was comparable to Yoo and Yoo. So, these four were considered to be the next generation's talents in magic. I would hate to see my brother sad, so I'll go easy on you. Yep, let's all play together. Aunt, you just used magic. You cheater. It's soccer for now, but I think there will be a galactic war in the future. IlHan, perhaps I should start the betting pool on that one as well. Lord Lucifer. Following that were Myri and Jural's son Heshan, Orochi and Mystic's three siblings Phenia, Fate, and Phenidin, Peyton Murpha's daughter Irina. We won't need to talk about the talents of the children of Mystic and Orochi, the closest subordinates to Yoo IlHan, and Irina, who inherited the god of death's mana, who I think would even surpass me in the future. Heshan is objectively the weakest here. Do your best, Heshan. Your inferiority complex and self-loathing will make you grow. Lord Lucifer. And finally, a boy and a girl walked out. They were the youngest of the bunch, but the aura in their eyes were not ordinary at all. That was natural, since they inherited the genes of those who were once the strongest and the second strongest of a faction. It's our kids. They take after me and are rude little runts. They fought each other over who will take the role of the goalkeeper. They were the children between Lucifer and Lazy Air, Adrian and Ariel. Although they were quiet on the outside, they were very passionate on the inside. Perhaps they suited the race of dragons the most among the ones here, and they also possessed a sense of worship for the strong while at the same time a strong desire to surpass them. I know that Uni is hopeless, but we can't lose just because of that. Sorry, this will be our victory. Both sides burned in fighting spirit as time went by. The God's Children team fought to protect the reputation of their father, as well as their chastity, versus the subordinates' children team that were true to their desires like dragons. With Uera and Uni at their heads respectively, they bared their fangs at each other and were making their violent tendencies go wild. With that, the players managed to enter, but Lord Lucifer, would it be fine to go with the match as it is? I think there will be a murder soon. Oh. At that time, Yoo IlHan, who was watching quietly all this time, made his fingers into a circle. Having caught his gesture, Lucifer laughed and nodded his head. Ah, is that an okay sign? Okay, you can kill. Kill to your heart's content. Ah. Hey, don't transform. At least start off in human form, ah. Just as the soccer field was about to become a mess before it even started, an overwhelming mana wave spread out and bound all the children. All polymorph, magic, and skills were forcibly cancelled, and they were disarmed. That power stopped the breaths of not only the children but the audiences as well. When did this guy become so strong? Yoo IlHan, that damn guy, he didn't mean that it was okay to kill, but that they wouldn't be able to kill each other no matter how they hard tried. That's true. Looks like he concealed his own power quite well. Just as Lucifer and Lazy Air was trying desperately to hide the fact that they were shocked, a young man appeared in the center of the two teams as though he was there all this time. His looks were the most similar to Yoo IlHan, a completely grown-up true dragon, and the strongest one at that. The balance of power must be maintained, all players. It was Ymir. Kaya Aowak. Mirni Eoam. A loud cheer broke out in the audience seats. There may be people who did not know Yoo IlHan's face, but as his envoy who acted in public the most, there was no one on earth who did not know his first son Ymir. Number 1 in rankings of the one you want to be hugged by, number 1 in rankings of happy if you just see his face, the trend of the era. The only bad point about him was that no one can see his face other than Yoo IlHan unless he shows it. He had concealed himself all this time. That guy's the referee, Ymir. He doesn't need any assistant referees. Hey, Lazy Air. I'm kinda confused, but has that guy achieved 9th class already? You're right. There was a limit to insane growth speed, Ninth class meant that no one other than Gabriel and Lucifer or someone on par with their caliber could go against him. There weren't that many things to fight in this world. It was a wonder as to how he grew up at all. However, Ymir ignored the shocks and fears of everyone present and warned the players. It's forbidden to transform. If you use a skill or a spell and get found out by me, then it will be a yellow card. Of course, if you have the confidence to escape my sight, then you can use it all you want. Yes, brother. It's really the Chun *N exam rules. Brother Mir. Mir's charisma reigned supreme, and even Nick and the three Wolf brothers became calm. He sent all the players to their respective places, and laughed after looking at Yoo IlHan, who was moving towards the goalpost with carefree smile. IlHan, do your best. Okay, bro. Yoo IlHan smiled brightly. The next moment, his figure melted into thin air. Everyone watching was shocked, but Yoo IlHan, who was watching down from the top, chuckled. It seemed that the lineage of the concealment master was being inherited without a problem. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Extra Chapter 4, I am the destroyer of all foreshadows. All records were being observed. The Akashic record provided records to anyone that was qualified, and all beings grew with those records as the foundation while creating new records that are once again recorded on the Akashic record. Like that, the multiverse was in a constant state of evolution. However, I have already surpassed the Akashic record. Not completely though, darling, right? Yoo IlHan nodded his head in confirmation when IlHan said that. Even if I surpassed it, everything related to me is still connected to the Akashic record. There's no way I can just leave, can I? Oof, darling. When he stroked IlHan's hair softly, she purred like a cat with her eyes closed. However, Yoo IlHan pushed her back when she tried to lean on him and touch his body. Why? Reasons, later. Not now. Yes, not now. Liara, who never missed it when other women approached her man, appeared like lightning and stopped her with a cold voice. She was holding a sharp spear in one hand. Tonight's my turn. The punishment for pushing your way into the queue is death. But Liara, wouldn't it be sometimes good with the three of us? How about we both make our second child today, please? Please? Liara, not you either. No way. Liara was shocked as if everything until now was a dream. Yoo IlHan sighed and smacked her on her forehead. I've almost grasped it. Tonight's battle will not be on bed but in space. Grasped what? IlHan, who remembered what they were talking about until now, widened her eyes. Darling, did you really discover the foundation of the Akashic record? I'll say this again, but the Akashic record is only a system and a concept. What I need to grasp is something other than the Akashic record. There were some words that he heard from Nayuna before the final battle with God. The goddess of beauty left her power, that is, her records all onto Nayuna and spoke to her for one final time before she left. Once Yoo IlHan becomes able to recognize records that are not recorded, they may be able to reunite again at that time. The ones that have surpassed records have already thrown away the concept of body and soul. Then did those beings meet complete annihilation? That does not make sense. Even mortals receive the benefit of reincarnation. But the ones who transcended the Akashic record will be annihilated and return to nothingness instead? That doesn't make sense at all. IlHan, I don't get it. I think of it like this. Yoo IlHan spoke as he looked at the new goddess of love. By accepting new gods, they have completely thrown away their own records. We deem that as annihilation, but perhaps that is precisely what makes them go beyond the realm of the Akashic record. If not, then there was no way the former goddess of beauty would have mentioned that there was a chance of reunion. Then do you mean that they are stronger than you, IlHan? It's not about being strong or weak. Yoo IlHan decided to remain within the Akashic record and became the god of the world, while they had entered a new realm that surpassed records. In terms of physical might, Yoo IlHan would dominate them all, but physical might wasn't the important concept here. They chose a different path from Yoo IlHan, it was just that. Darling can surpass records whenever he wishes to. Then, are you saying that you'll throw away everything and go beyond? IlHan's eyes shook. She imagined the worst possible outcome and shook her head while grabbing tightly onto Yoo IlHan's sleeves. No, darling. Don't go. You can't go. I'll die without you. IlHan is going somewhere. Liara, who finally understood what was happening, grabbed Yoo IlHan as well. You are not going anywhere. You said you'll be my side forever. I thought I was the one who would get to be by your side all the time. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay until death do us part, so don't worry about it. The ring on your finger is still sturdy and still has many, many millennia to last. Then why are you making such worrying comments? That is because Yoo IlHan took out something similar to a large telescope from his bosom. With this eternal ranked realiscope I've invented, I can now observe locations beyond records. Ah, that's good. It's you boasting like always. Realiscope is that thing that brings the observed things into reality, right? But ever since Yoo IlHan decided to work for 1 day a week, he came up with ideas, materials and foundations in the remaining 6 days and worked hard on that single day, and as a result, was producing an average of 1 eternal ranked artifact every week, or God ranked artifact at the minimum. Of course, there were differences within God and eternal as well, so the majority went to his wives or children, or to his subordinates or their children, but outclassed items like the hourglass of eternity and the realiscope were always with him due to safety reasons. I've gained a hint from what the goddess of beauty said. She mentioned the word recognize. If it's possible for even me, someone who haven't completely thrown away his records, to recognize the realm beyond records, wouldn't it be possibly to forcefully drag them back to reality? So you're calling them onto your own field? Yes. In the realm of records, I'm invincible. It was a twisted logic as always, but the two women accepted that. Then how does the observation work? It's space. The bridge is in somewhere where my dominion does not reach. In fact, I'm almost done scouting it, and even found signs of it. Now, I just need to look through the realiscope and observe it. Space was a realm of mystery that changed according to observation and recognition. If a flow was outside the influence of the Akashic record, it could only be floating around somewhere in space. Even Yoo IlHan would have a hard time observing all of space, so it took a little time. However, that was over now. You might not now, but I was observing space within the hourglass of eternity every month. I got to admit that you're tenacious, darling. Then should we gather the others? Yoo IlHan hesitated for a moment, but eventually shook his head. Actually no. I think I'll have to go by myself for this one. You're going to do it alone again. I can't help it since it's a complete mystery even for me. I'll be back soon. Well, if I actually get killed, then I'll return as a soul. Although my level might drop a little, it's not completely impossible to revive me. Yoo IlHan was uttering nonsensical words like it was nothing. Of course, both IlHan and Liara believed that no one could annihilate Yoo IlHan, but this and that were different matters. I'll kill you if you really come back dead. Darling is so evil. You make me so worried right after I felt relieved. So evil. I said it's not a big deal. It's only a possibility. I'm telling you too just in case, so tell the others for me. I heard you and I was coming to have a showdown soon. You aren't running away from that, right? Ugh. Uni, armed with a superhuman, no, super draconic will to acquire Yoo IlHan's affection, had trained for several decades and now she was a 6th class true dragon. She was the fastest if you exclude the ones that have inherited Yoo IlHan's bloodline, and with her talent and tenacity, perhaps Yoo IlHan's own children may be left behind in the dust. Karina and Michael were proud of their daughter's talent, but still felt complex about how IlHan was Yoo IlHan. They were still fifth class, but their daughter had surpassed the two with pure tenacity. Personally, I wish that Uni would go with Mir. Mir is no good. The Dragon's Army kids are so scary that no other girls can approach Mir. The Dragon's Army, that is, the children under Ymir's rule, was a group that followed Ymir to the extreme, regardless of gender or past identity. The nearly 8,000 children were all true dragons right now, and they served with Yoo IlHan as their captain, and Ymir as their master. Of course, they did reunite with their parents, but they chose Ymir over them. Perhaps it's a natural thing, but it was very pitiful, so Ymir divided them into groups and made them spend time with their parents at least once a week. So why don't you just receive Uni? I'll think about it a little more. Too many would follow suit if he accepted Uni. Not to mention his father Gabriel, he himself and Ymir didn't even know who they would be trouble with this. They could only sigh at the turn of incidents. Let's talk about Uni later. I'll be back quick. I don't think you need to go there, Dot. However, with Yoo IlHan's personality, he would not stop until everything in the world was under his control, and the two women knew that. It was also an element that made the two love him even more. So what could they do? They could only send him off with smiles. Buy me some ice cream on the way back. Gotcha. Yoo IlHan shared a short kiss with the two wives and left the flying fortress. However, as though she knew he was about to leave, Na Yuna was waiting for him with a serious expression. Leaving aside how she knew it, her aura was definitely serious, and Yoo IlHan ended up asking, "Wait, do I actually have to go through all of my wives one by one before I can actually go?" "No. I thought you might kiss me too if I stayed like this," replied Na Yuna nonchalantly and giggled. Seeing that, Yoo IlHan laughed. "How much time would you need in order for you to grow up, Yuna?" "Well, around 3 more millennia." Even though she gave the ballpark figure of 3 millennia, she titled her head, which was very much like her. Yoo IlHan gave her a light smack on the forehead, but ended up giving her what she wanted. "Come here." "Okay." However, the moment they kissed, her mana became a strong blessing and enveloped Yoo IlHan. He did think that it was too easy, but she pulled off a trick like this. That was an Academy Award-worthy acting. She gave him a light kiss on his cheek as well and smiled. "Honey, don't get hurt, okay?" Even after blessing him, she didn't seem to be relieved as she told Yoo IlHan while stroking his face. After living together for so long, it's about time they realized that they can't do anything about him once he sets his mind to it, but each and every one of these girls were still worried sick. "I said there's no need for you to worry." He didn't drag this on. He lightly stroked Na Yuna's cheeks before leaving. "I'll be off then." "Okay." Yoo IlHan spread his wings and shot up vertically. He had already prepared a place. The realiscope was something that dragged the observed being into reality, so he needed enough space so that all the beings beyond records could fit in it. The surroundings were dark. Stars were shining and they illuminated space like lampposts. Yoo IlHan didn't really have a battle in space, but after knowing that this place was full of mana as well, it wasn't that much different from when he was on land. Screw science. Wouldn't they get angry if you drag them here? If they still get angry after I tell them that I'll send them back, then I'll just need to beat them up. You are the worst. Kong Mirai and Erda were waiting in the space waiting zone. He couldn't do this without their help as this was something that had to do with manipulating space, so he brought them here as he couldn't do anything about it. And there were 2 others that were waiting here as well. Once the magic activates and the dimension settles, Mir, you need to take your mothers and retreat, okay? It's fine, I practiced a lot, Dad. Ymir's role was to take Kong Mirai and Erda and retreat safely. Yoo IlHan wouldn't try anything until he figured out and prepared for all scenarios. He warned Ymir once again and turned his head around. The final person here was Spyra. Are you ready? It was the dragon Spyra with 4 pairs of white dragon wings. In her hand was a pure white spear, but the pitch-black aura that leaked out of it looked very creepy. Sure. I want to let go of this already. Her. The two both creased their faces when they heard the voice that only the two could hear. What was there to hide? It was none other than the soul of the former god of heaven. Since Yoo IlHan reaped everyone's souls, he couldn't miss the god of heavens, but however, it was too unsettling to return him to the cycle of reincarnation, and even Yoo IlHan had found it extremely difficult to annihilate it completely. It was possible to restrain him by declaration, rule, and all other skills and spells together, but annihilating the soul of the previous supreme being cleanly couldn't be done by him alone, so the method he looked for was the realm beyond records. He didn't know about the others, but the former gods that were bullied by God of Heaven would at least help him out in this regard, probably. You're suffering quite a lot, Spyra. Yoo IlHan, you made this spear in order to reap his soul from the very beginning, didn't you? And I used you as the keeper to protect him. Spyra wanted to reap Yoo IlHan's soul as well with the spear, but she held it in. You'll pay the price after we get back, Yoo IlHan. I'll do everything that you want, so don't worry about it. Oh ho. Spyra made a smirk. Actually, I have 2 dreams. One is for me to become the strongest, but ever since I realized that it was impossible, my dream then became to train the strongest being in existence. You achieved your second dream through me, then? Spyra seriously nodded. Yoo IlHan was the strongest, and Spyra's role in putting him there was not small. This could not be denied. However, there was still one more dream left. So I'm planning to achieve my second dream through you as well. Actually, my second dream is becoming a gentle housewife. Don't the 2 dreams differ too drastically? Yoo IlHan was shocked, but Spyra threatened him with the spear in her hand. Speak now if you don't like it. You're giving me a threat as your proposal, and you want to become a gentle housewife? Yeah, sure. However, it was a very effective threat, and Yoo IlHan had no options. When he nodded his head in defeat, Spyra's expression became a rare warm smile as well. Then I should make my next dream to give birth to the next strongest between us? Foo, that sounds fun. You have a fun life. TCH. Yoo IlHan raised the realiscope. He had already set on a location as well. He had to observe, call, and clean the damn god's soul perfectly so that there wouldn't be any troubles for quite a while. But who knows, perhaps some other monstrous creature will be born naturally as a higher existence and rampage around while wanting to become God. Please don't leave a foreshadow for Act 2, Yoo IlHan. Can't we just live happily ever after? My wives know me too well. He grumbled and put his eyes on the realiscope and glanced at the extremely minor region that hid from his vision. The scene beyond the world he recognized entered his eyes. Everyone get ready. Thinking that he would encounter the last remaining mystery, Yoo IlHan ended up laughing even though he knew the potential dangers. Then he spoke out in a joyous tone. Looks like we're going to cleanly get rid of the final piece of foreshadow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Afterward. Hello, it's Toika, swooshing around as always. Everyone else as a returnee actually came to an end. Actually, I already wrote the ending Wadi back, so I felt all the emotions at that time, but adding the side stories recently made my heart feel weird all over again. This piece started on the 26th of June, 2016. Wow, it's been 9 months already. All pieces that were with me until now were already quite special, but this piece was even more so. The fact that I can laugh with you readers while writing something that I want to write, I realized once again how happy such a thing is. I wrote a few side stories since I felt it's a pity to let IlHan and his family go with just the epilogue, but now I did it, I feel even more pity. But I think I wrote everything that needs to be written. Personally, I'm very satisfied with everything. Did you have a joyful time with this writing as a reader? Of course, there may be times where I have disappointed you. However, I do wish that you are more happy than disappointed since you are reading this afterward. My next writing contains more of my preferences and desires in a more shameless way. I am aware that the likes and dislikes may drastically differ, but I will introduce it again for those that ran all the way here, in hopes that you will be able to enjoy it. I shouldn't have reincarnated. It's a story about two selected heroes, where only one of them was supposed to appear, and their adventures of somehow ending up in the Demon King's castle. Please go look it up right away if you are curious. And finally, I'll retreat by uploading the fan art I've received from the user Warpick. It's a very 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 pretty picture. Mr. Warpick. Thank you so much. P.S. Personally, there was something that made me spit my drink out. If you are an EER enthusiast, then you will probably notice, so go look for it. Afterword from translator, this is gonna be long. TLDR, Chamber is retiring from translation. Okay, before I start, I'll get a couple of things out of the way. First, the picture. Yes. The text translation at the bottom right of the picture is indeed Comic Sans. I don't know any other font that fits. I never edited manga after all. Also, Erta's hair was described as long black somewhere early on in the story. I'm guessing the green-winged fairy-like girl is Erta cause she looks obviously tsundere. Secondly, there are 3 novels by Toyka Toykar that have not been translated. There's actually another one, but he dropped that one. Here they are: Devil King, written before the author wrote the dropped one. I personally think this is meh, since MC has no personality. It's story about 2 worlds that get connected to each other, and every human on Earth has a counterpart being, humans or monsters, in the other. One day, the 2 worlds suddenly fuse and MC becomes a goblin. I shouldn't have reincarnated, written after he wrote ER. This is actually pretty fun. I won't spoil, go ask Naughty Otter / Californian Otter from Otterspace / Wuxia World to translate it. He seems interested in this one. Finished with 206 chapters. It's pretty fun though. Only I can log in. I haven't read this novel yet since it does not serialize on Munpia but Kakao page. It's currently ongoing. Now on to my real afterword. At first, I didn't even know I would take this series, much less finish it. At first, I just had some donation money lying around, from God of Music I believe, and just clicked on the rank 1 novel on Munpia, which was this. I immediately got hooked, and started translating because it was fun to do as well. But then, Rainbow Turtle told me that it was already being translated at Novelson Chill, who seem to be inactive nowadays. Dingryong, translator of the prologue, had already done the prologue before I even started reading the novel. However, I only discovered that when I translated around 12 chapters. So, I just straight up gave them, NNC, my Google Drive and told them to do whatever with it. Heck, then, John Smith, admin at NNC, approached me and said, "Hey, don't you want to do it? Come and do it here." And that was the start of me actually translating ER. Various things happened midway throughout translation. First, my grades dropped. Translating is so fun that I actually became loose with my studies. Second, I got to know a bunch of people and their personalities, aka admin at NNC and admin at Kabato Kandasuki. I'll keep quiet about their personalities though. Third, coder Lee Young-ho got a takedown notice from the original publisher. Such a pity, I want to finish what I started. And fourth, I ended up dropping God of Music. Personally, I really like God of Music, as much as it is painful to translate, though, authors' releases have been becoming quite sporadic as of late. A few people have approached me saying they want to translate God of Music, but I've yet to hear news from them. I even gave them full permission to utilize my translations and even get help from me if they wished to. But, oh well. At least I got to focus on ER. God of Music will not be resumed, at least not by me. My future plans? I actually have to serve the Korean military for nearly 2 years mandatorily, and it's about time I do it. So, I will not take up any translation work and apply for the military, although, the competition for the military is so fierce nowadays, so I doubt I'd get in soon. So yeah, I'm going to halt translating. I will hang out on the novel community though, so if you want to see me, then come to our /novel translations Discord server or Kobatalland Discord server. I'll also join a bunch of other servers as well, like NUF, Wuxia World and Volari. After my military service, I probably still won't start translating. I actually do need to study. Remember how my grades dropped, so tough luck. It's been a blast reading through all of your comments throughout this series, and thanks to all the supporters and readers that have supported me until now. How could I forget? Give a big round of applause to Kokusaitsu, who has been with me through the majority of this novel with editing. I didn't actually pay him much too. Kobato Kandasuki does not pay editors, so I pay mine. He had a lot of schoolwork to do, but still stuck through with me in the hard schedule of more than 2 chapters per day on some days, until the very end of this novel. Thanks, Kokusaitsu. Alright, that's it from me. Perhaps Kokusaitsu wants his own afterword as well. P.S. There's no event or anything to commemorate the end of the novel. P.P.S. If you want to donate, please do so here, since I will be closing the support button. Shamelessly asking for money. Oh yeah, remember how I mentioned about the generous people that still want to donate? Too bad no one did, I guess. Kokusaitsu, here, yeah, I wanted my own afterword too, carrot. I officially joined KCDS and started proofreading for ER at chapter 83, heck, that was a long time ago. We've come really far since then. I was motivated to give back to the novel community after having binge-read thousands upon thousands of chapters over the past few years. Well, was it worth it? Of course it was. I had a blast getting to know Chambernim, still remember making jokes about him being Robot Uni, and getting early access to all the chapters that I wanted to read, browsing through them, comments, constructive or appreciative, toxic or not, it didn't matter. I had fun reading through most of them. And interacting with fans on the Discord channel. It was tiring and demanding at times. Heck, I made quite a lot of mistakes early on, still do, but not as terrible and not as often. So I'm really glad and appreciate the fact that you guys stuck through with us this year or so. Similar to Chamber, I'm going to have to go into the Singapore Army for a period of 2 years sometime next year, so you guys won't be seeing me post anything regularly for quite a while. I'll hang around on the Discord channel, so feel free to come and chat with me in Chamber. Signing off on behalf of everyone at KCDS, thank you very much for your support. Please continue to browse the site, without ad blockers, and read some of our other novels. It was a pleasure proofreading for everyone else as a returnee, though you might have found the ending slightly anticlimactic. The after story should make up for that. Regards. Kokusaitsu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.